Old entries in the diary of a villager. A new resident came to their village. This man's expression was unfriendly. His eyes were angry, as if something terrible had happened in his life. The villager did not want this man to stay there. However, the good-natured village elder accepted the stranger. There was nothing else to do but accept what had happened. 3 days had passed since the young man had settled in the village. He was so quiet that at times one could forget he existed. Several curious residents began to take an interest in the stranger. The villagers, however, were indifferent to him. A week passed, and then another 3 days since the stranger's arrival. Finally, they managed to find out what he was doing. The children peeked over the fence and reported that the stranger practiced with his sword every day. He looked as if he had a whole baggage of stories behind him. The villagers still did not care about this man. A month passed. The young man continued to train in his yard. He was not visible, but he could be heard. Another month passed. Nothing changed. The stranger continued to practice swordplay, and the locals continued to gossip about him. Some said he was preparing to take revenge on someone. Others said he was a fallen knight or a famous mercenary. There was a lot of commotion, but the villager was not interested in any of it. The village curiosity got the better of him. How fast and strong was he? What sword techniques was he honing? No wonder the neighbors were constantly gossiping about him. Tomorrow everything would become clear. The local resident was completely disappointed after he looked into the stranger's yard. To villagers who knew nothing about the art of swordplay, the young man might have seemed incredible. However, the author of these notes had seen more than one night while he was trading. This stranger was far from outstanding. He must have had some reason not to stay. Reasons so compelling that they tormented his soul and inflamed his heart. Based on what he saw, it was clear that the young man had not figured out how to resolve his torment. The man felt sorry for the stranger. Having satisfied his curiosity, he decided to forget about him. An inexplicable, strange mood led the narrator to pen and paper for the first time in a long time. He courted Rema for 2 years, and in the end, she agreed to become his wife. On days like these, you don't need anything else to be happy. However, strangely enough, the guy with the sword in his hand still kept appearing in his thoughts. 5 years is a long time. While others live, rejoice, get angry, grieve, and seek their happiness, he continues to swing his sword indifferently day after day. How long will his asceticism continue? The man decided to watch the swordsman every day, starting the next day. 5 years, 1 month, and 12 days the young man trained with his sword. 6 years, 9 months, and 3 days. A lot of snow fell, but the young man continued to train with his sword. The observer and Rema had a child, a beautiful daughter named Lola. All the villagers came to congratulate them. The stranger continued his endless training. 7 years, 10 months, and 27 days. 15 years have passed. Now he could no longer be called a young man. He was a mature man. The author of these lines forgot to check on the swordsman's training today. Although his daily training had become as natural as the sunrise in the morning and the moon in the sky at night, the man thought it was time to stop doing useless things. Observing. The old man opened his eyes and saw his grandson standing in front of him. The child told his grandfather to wake up and get up. His mother told Yonsok not to disturb his grandfather. It was time to get ready because they had to leave soon. The old man got out of bed. His daughter said she wanted to take her son to the market in the neighboring village. The old man replied that she would stay at home. The man watched his relatives walk away and decided to take a walk around the village. The locals greeted the elder and said hello to him. They talked about their affairs, invited him to visit, and wished him good cheer. The old man thought that time flies. Even the village had changed a lot, except for one place. The elder looked at the old crooked gate. How long had it been since he had been here? It had been about 37 years. The elder looked over the fence and was stunned with surprise. The old swordsman was kneeling, leaning his hands on his huge sword. He froze, his eyes wide, not letting go of his weapon. For a while, the elder could not take his eyes off this picture. When the silvery light surrounding the swordsman faded, the elder laid the stranger on the ground and closed his eyes. He wished the swordsman to wake up in a good place. The boy woke up, opened his eyes abruptly, and looked up at the ceiling in fear. He was lying in his bed and couldn't understand what kind of dream it had been. The Pereira estate. This estate is located in the southern part of the Kingdom of Hale. It is a well-known trading center connecting several neighboring kingdoms. The locals said that Baron Pereira's students had arrived. The knight guarding the entrance to the castle said that the students were the most popular people here, especially Princess Kurlina. She is only 11 years old, but she has already received the official status of a sorceress. It is much more difficult to meet a sorceress than a great lord magician. The knights spent some time telling the newcomer among them how sorcerers and sorceresses surpass all kinds of magicians. The eldest of the knights said that Princess Kurlina was indeed famous, but Pereiro's eldest son, Iron, was much more famous. The principle of collapse, the negligent aristocrat, after losing his mother at an early age, he did nothing until he was 15. He slept for days on end, huddled under a blanket. That's how he got his nickname. Iron's mother died right before his eyes, so you can understand him. Some people approached the knights and asked what they were doing there. The knights turned around and saw the Baron's second wife, Amelia, and Curlia Pereira standing in front of them. Curlia asked sternly who had given them permission to make noise on duty. The knights were frightened, bowed, and apologized. Curlia asked why they did something that they would later have to apologize for. The knights promised that it would not happen again. Curlia said that apologies alone were not enough. How were they going to answer for their offense? Amelia told Curlia to calm down. Amelia added that it was enough. The knights had already realized their mistake. She also noted that it would be better for the knights to focus on their duties rather than idle chatter. When the princess and her mother left, the knights breathed a sigh of relief. The eldest of them said that Amelia and Curlia were very intimidating. Both of them were strong, so the future of the estate looked bright. The prince sitting on his bed was very angry. The young man did not understand why he could not fall asleep. Usually at this time he was already asleep. He spent almost the entire day dozing. However, after that strange dream, everything changed. The salty taste in his mouth from fatigue and the aching pain in his muscles felt too real. And most importantly, his body was itching. He couldn't even stand still now. Iron called his servant. The man peeked out from behind the door and asked what the prince wanted. The prince said uncertainly that he wanted to practice with a sword. The servant was surprised to hear this and even broke out in a cold sweat. The Pereira family's training ground. The knights couldn't believe their eyes. Was this really possible? Everyone stopped training and looked at the entrance. The lazy prince was standing at the entrance to the training ground. Had Iron really come here? One of the knights said that it was rare to even see the prince's face. Why did he suddenly appear here? Was Iron going to take up fencing? The servant explained to his master that each sword had its own characteristics depending on its size, shape, and length. He was not familiar with the art of fencing, so if the prince would wait a moment, an experienced instructor would be brought to him. Iron said that was unnecessary and fixed his gaze on the largest sword. He declared that he would take that one. The prince grabbed the huge sword with both hands and tried to lift it. It turned out to be not so easy. The onlookers whispered among themselves, "This lazy bones who sleeps all day will never amount to anything." Although they admitted his stance wasn't bad for a first-timer. But why did the prince suddenly decide to train? One young man said that the reason was probably the young Lord Kiran, who had publicly disgraced the prince last month. The prince did not respond at the time and apparently just endured it. Perhaps he is incapable of anything at all. The young knight decided that the prince's willpower would last 3 days at most. The servant told the young man that the art of sword play could only be mastered through daily grueling training. It would be very difficult to do it alone. He promised to find a talented swordsman so that the prince could start lessons tomorrow. Iron thought that every time he swung his sword, not only did his arms hurt, but all his muscles screamed with tension. The prince fell to the floor from exhaustion, but his soul was calm. Repeating what he had seen in his dream over and over again, the young man began to feel the heaviness in his chest gradually ease. Each time he swung, it was as if he was getting rid of the hated memories and the burden weighing on his shoulders. Iron couldn't stop. The servant grabbed the young man by the shoulders and told His Highness to stop, for it was already getting dark. The prince dropped his sword on the floor and collapsed onto the servant. The servant said that His Highness had overdone it today. The sun was indeed already setting. Had time really flown by so quickly? Iron asked if the servant had been standing there waiting for him all this time. The servant replied that he would not dare leave His Highness and go away. Besides, the prince did not respond to his words. Lying on the bed, the prince felt his muscles and bones ache. Had he gone mad? What kind of dream was that? Now he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. However, 5 minutes later, the prince was already asleep. In the morning, the young man woke up and ate breakfast with a good appetite. The servant thought that he could not get used to the changes. Would the prince go to training again today? From that day on, the strange dream continued to haunt the young man. To get rid of the itching in his body, he went out to the training ground again and again. When Iron swung his sword, no unnecessary thoughts arose in his head. In any case, these exercises were useful. The knights argued among themselves whether the prince would come to training today. An old man approached the senior knight and asked how to get to the training ground. The knight asked who this stranger was. The old man replied that he was a wandering knight. As a swordsman, he wanted to visit the estate and watch the training. The old man said that he had permission to visit, of course. The knights replied that their shift was ending and they could take him there. Prince Iron was already on the grounds. He had been coming to training for 4 days in a row. The young knight said he had won a bet. The prince had helped him. Another knight remarked that the reason for all this was probably the son of Viscount Kieran, who had greatly disgraced the prince. Perhaps his persistence would last another week. The losing knight asked why his colleague had not told him about the Viscount's son. The latter replied that he was not obliged to disclose information to the person with whom he had argued. The old man looked at the prince's training and said that it was surprisingly good. He certainly wasn't wasting his time. The wandering knight thought that the young man's skill level was useless. He was so weak that he could barely hold a sword in his hands. He also lacked stamina and was breathing heavily. Could it be that all this was because of his resentment towards the young lord from the neighboring estate? One cannot approach the art of swordplay lightly with such indecent intentions. The wind. Miss Curlia Pereira sat astride the griffin. A griffin is a creature from legends that does not exist in reality. It has the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and skin as strong as steel. The griffin landed, and Curlia stepped onto the ground. To create an animal with her own hands and then infuse it with energy, bringing it to life, such is the ability of the sorceress, Curlia Pereira. The princess asked the knights why they were loitering around during working hours instead of doing their jobs. The knights replied that they had just finished their shift and were on their way to their permanent station. One of the knights added that the guards were now on duty and their shift had already begun. They were not doing anything wrong. Curlia was indignant. How dare a knight argue with her? Why weren't they training? Iron asked his sister what was going on. Curlia ordered Iron to stop immediately. Enough of these useless activities. Curlia asked if Iron really thought the art of swordplay was so easy. After all, he had done nothing but sleep all these years. The princess said, why did the prince decide to practice a little with the sword and expect something to change? Curlia pointed to the recruit and said that even this knight was doing better. The princess added that her brother should not say that this whole circus started because of what he was told 2 weeks ago. Amelia entered the room and everyone fell silent. Their mother told Curlia not to interfere with her brother and to leave him alone. The lady wished the knights good service. Amelia noticed that the prince had cheered up, but warned him not to overdo it. Iron promised not to overexert himself. The wandering knight was surprised. Why didn't Curlia take the bird with her? Was this the very Curlia that rumors were circulating about? She was like a shock wave that suddenly swept in and disappeared. However, the old man noticed that all this commotion did not shake the prince's concentration in the slightest. The wandering knight decided to watch the prince for a few more days. The servant found the princess near Prince Iron's chambers. The man said that the prince was asleep and that the princess should come back tomorrow. Curlia replied that she had business with the prince and it could not wait until tomorrow. She was indignant. How dare the servant be so rude to her? The servant felt incredible pressure on himself. What could it be? Curlia told the servant not to tell anyone about what had happened. He knows what will happen if he disobeys, doesn't he? Iron woke up to the sound of a musical instrument. There was a letter lying next to the young man's bed. It contained an apology for not telling him everything that afternoon. Upon learning that Iron was overworking himself and not eating well, Curlia became concerned. She gave her brother a musical doll to help him relax. He shouldn't tell his mother that she had come, because she had asked not to disturb the prince. On the back of the letter was a note from his mother. Iron thought that Amelia and his sister really did worry about him and care for him. The young man remembered that he had been lying in bed like a nobody for more than 10 years. The servant announced to the prince that dinner was served. Iron thought that this event should not be missed under any circumstances. Would he really eat with his family today? The servant thought that the prince had changed a lot. Curlia constantly put food on her brother's plate. Amelia told her daughter to control herself. Iron thanked all the family members. After all, they were so kind to him, even though he had done nothing but lie in bed for so many years. The young man admitted that he had been too ashamed to say such things before. He apologized and said that he loved them all. His father replied that they loved Iron very much too. The head of the family suggested returning to the meal and enjoying it. The father noted that his son had recently focused on fencing. Physical training is commendable, albeit a little late. The important thing is not to overdo it. Iron said that everything was fine with him. His father advised him to take short breaks between sessions. The young man thought that compared to what he had seen in his dream, his training was nothing. The observers couldn't believe that the prince was training for so long and didn't miss a single day. Had he finally come to his senses? He would definitely reach his limit soon. The young people were curious about who the old man was. He was always present at the training ground. They said he had permission to enter. All this time, the old man kept his eyes on Prince Iron, watching his every move and mentally analyzing what was happening. The wandering knight noted that it was the 10th day of his observations of the prince's training. At first, he thought that Iron's motivation was only an inferiority complex and pride. It seemed that the prince would not last long. However, his judgments turned out to be wrong. The old man had heard that the young man had been given the nickname the lazy aristocrat because of his laziness. But how could a man who had never exercised in his life train tirelessly without showing the slightest irritation? Day after day, the prince works with the enthusiasm of a blacksmith forging iron. It is as if he has been living at this pace for decades. The old man could not remember anyone with such willpower. No matter how great a hero is, such iron willpower can only be accumulated over the years. And before him was just a 15-year-old boy. What heights could he reach? Everyone present watched the young prince's training with interest. The old man asked the guard if the prince had a personal tutor. The guard replied that the owner of the estate had recently said that a fencing master would soon be assigned to the prince. It would be a pity to leave everything without proper supervision. According to him, the teacher would be the knight Ornzukran. The wandering knight cried out that this could not be allowed to happen. Such a precious child could not be entrusted to a debauched man who drank alcohol by the bucketful after a day of training and then yelled at his soldiers. The old man thought he needed to hurry. The boy had talent. He couldn't be allowed to fade into obscurity. He needed to meet with the owner of the estate immediately. After hearing all this, the head of the family was surprised. Could it be true? Did his son really have such enormous potential? The wandering knight confirmed it. The Kronos Fencing Academy was the best on the entire continent. It accepted only talented people, regardless of gender, origin, or status. Simply becoming an official student, there was enough to be treated with far more respect than aristocrats. The academy was renowned for its reputation, which was even higher than that of the royal family. However, the greatness of Kronos is commensurate with the difficulty of admission, and it is very easy to be expelled from the academy. Will Iron be able to withstand the endless competition? The head of the family told his son that he would not insist. If the young man did not want to, he could admit it. He was only telling him about one of the possible paths. The choice was his. Iron asked his father for a few days to think it over. The young man wondered if he could do it. After all, he had been bedridden for 10 years. However, he no longer wanted to continue treading water. After much deliberation, the prince told his father that for the sake of his family who loved him, he would go to the academy. The day came when Iron announced that it was time to leave. Curlia wished her brother luck. Amelia couldn't even hold back her tears. The servant told the prince that this was his first time leaving the estate. He added that Princess Curlia had asked him to give her brother a certain item. It was a sword-shaped pendant. After a while, the servant reported that they had arrived at their destination. He offered to escort his master to the entrance. Iron replied that from now on he was a student, so he did not need an escort. Now he had to get used to acting independently. The servant bowed and wished the gentleman brilliant success. The young man approached the castle gates. The gates were guarded by knights. In front of him stood another young man who had come here for the same purpose. The knight said that this gentleman was Prince Brad Lloyd of the Lloyd family of the Kingdom of Cobra. He had been recommended by a highly reputable knight named Cole Shady. The knight added that it was a great honor for them to meet such a gifted descendant of the Lloyd family. Iron handed over his letter of recommendation and gave his name. He was from the baronial family of Pereira. The letter had been given to him by the wandering knight Bran Somerville. The knight said that the young gentleman from the Pereira family should also come in. It was a great honor for them to meet him. They also knew Knight Bran Somerville. This great gentleman had led the raid in the mines for several decades. If such an outstanding person recommended the young man, successful completion of the exams was to be expected. The knight pointed the way to the auditorium and wished him luck. Another knight was surprised. Why would old Brand Somerville write a letter of recommendation? After all, this guy was the very same careless aristocrat. He added that the careless aristocrat was a slacker from the Pereira family. Up close, the young man seemed even weaker. How could he have appealed to such a discerning, wandering knight? Iron Pereira entered the room. Everyone stared at him with contempt. Our hero decided to keep his composure. He noticed a familiar face. The knight standing at the gate came up to the podium. The knight greeted the 400 students who had passed the preliminary selection and introduced himself. His name was Ahmed, and from that day on, he would be teaching and evaluating the young people. The most notable was the second genius of the Lindsay family of swordsmen, Ilya. She was much more talented than her older brother. Ahmed decided to test this. One of the new recruits looked at the girl and thought, "Why is Ilya here? What is she lacking?" The young man sighed. Because of this girl, he would have no chance of taking first place in the rankings. Ahmed warned everyone that they were not yet students, but only participants in the preliminary selection process. The young people already knew how difficult the training at this academy was. If the students pass 2 rigorous tests and return here a year later, they will become real students. However, after officially enrolling in the Kronos Academy, even greater hell awaits them. The knight told the students to leave their belongings here and go outside. There was a place he wanted to show them. Ahmed announced that physical training would take place here, where the students would develop the endurance of their hearts, lungs, and muscles. The uneven track surrounding the area was the usual route for running. Ahmed declared that the endurance test was beginning and ordered everyone to run after him. The knight praised the students and told them to run a little faster. Brad Lloyd thought that this race promised to be long. He needed to keep up the pace. Lloyd looked back, wondering where the lazy aristocrat was. Iron was kneeling and could no longer run. Brad thought that this guy had been given his nickname for a reason. Iron felt like his heart was about to explode. It was too hard. He couldn't go on. The guy raised his head and looked ahead. The students were gradually moving away. He couldn't take another step. However, the young man found the strength to get up. He decided that this was nothing compared to what the man in his dream had gone through. Iron wanted to be like that man. He wanted to become his equal. To achieve this, the young man decided to escape from his lazy self and picked up speed. The instructor watching the run was surprised. He was sure that Iron would give up immediately. The instructor thought that there was definitely something wrong with this young man. Iron screamed loudly and his legs began to buckle. The young man was about to fall. The instructor rushed towards him and caught the falling student. The man realized that this guy had not fallen from simple fatigue, but from complete exhaustion. He had squeezed out of himself all the strength he could muster. This young man was very interesting. Iron opened his eyes and looked around. He didn't understand how he got here. Instructor Loon Tarkal was sitting next to the young man. The man said that he was in charge of the rehabilitation department and that Iron's health was in perfect order. Iron Pereira thanked the instructor for his help. Tarkal said that if it weren't for him, the young man would not have recovered so quickly. The instructor suggested that they would meet again. Then Tarkal handed our hero a scroll. Iron read the contents. It was a ranking of students based on the results of the first test, an interim assessment that did not greatly affect official admission to the academy. The instructor explained that the first test was only needed to roughly determine the endurance level of the preliminary selection students. Iron Pereira was ranked 400th on the list. The instructor admitted that the higher the place, the happier you feel. However, the lower the place, the stronger the incentive to work harder. The instructor added that in a year, this ranking would change beyond recognition. There was no point in memorizing it. Tarkal noted that the young man did not look like someone who was indifferent to all this. It seemed that the rumors about his extraordinary nature were true. Tarkal told the young man to get up. You can't skip classes on the first day. The instructor greeted all the pre-selected students and asked how they slept in their new place. Then he introduced himself. His name was Karaka, and he was one of the instructors responsible for training young people. Karaka noted that from now on, the schedule would be followed according to the approved timetable. After 7 in the evening, the students would have free time. From that day on, all outdoor areas, the indoor gym, and the rest of the academy's training areas would be available to them. Anyone who wanted to could use them for independent training. Iron thought that today he would be able to pick up a sword again. Karaka warned that training with weapons was prohibited. In the evening, one of the students asked Brad Lloyd if he found the regular lessons boring. Listening to the theory, one could fall asleep. Another student said that the classes used a lot of words whose meaning was still unclear. The young people entered the gym and were stunned. There were many students engaged in physical exercises. One of the students thought that everyone present was giving it their all from day one, but their enthusiasm would surely wane after a few days. Everyone was paying attention to the girl with a heavy barbell on her shoulders. It was Ilya Lindsay. Brad Lloyd thought that the rumors about her were greatly exaggerated. Just one look at her was enough to feel the pressure. The other students were no match for her. Standing next to her, you could feel inadequate because they were on completely different levels. One of the students wondered where this girl got her physique. After all, she was a whole year younger than him. The students even noticed a lazy aristocrat in the gym, practicing self-discipline. On the last test, this guy also gave it his all. People do change after all, but why had he been slacking off for so many years? The students noticed that the lazy aristocrat seemed to be about to lose consciousness again. Brad Lloyd looked at the girl who looked like an ordinary commoner. Her name was Judith. The guy thought she had knocked him out of second place in the rankings. It seemed that she had to work hard to get into the academy. Lloyd decided that he would no longer allow anyone to take his place. Judith turned around and asked why this guy was staring at her so intently. Then she added that he was distracting her. Lloyd was confused. The students pounced on Judith and declared that she was standing in front of a noble lord from the Lloyd family and that she was not allowed to behave so rudely. One of the young men said that the girl should kneel down and beg Lord Lloyd for forgiveness. Judith asked if they had eaten the same food in the dining room, because this guy's breath smelled really bad. Judith told the student to be quiet and not move. Something caught her attention. Everyone in the room stopped what they were doing and looked in one direction. Elijah approached Iron. Ilya asked him to listen and said something, pointing to his sports equipment. Silence fell over the room. Everyone stopped moving. What was going on? Ilya turned around, waved to the young man, and headed for the exit. Iron Pereira noticed that now everyone in the hall was looking at him. Judith and Brad were surprised. Why couldn't they hear a word? Iron continued training with the barbell. Judith approached and asked our hero why he was ignoring her and not responding when she called him. Iron apologized and asked what she wanted. Judith demanded that the young man confess everything immediately. What had he just been talking about with Ilya Lindsay? Iron replied that the girl had only shown him how to hold the barbell correctly while lying down. Judith said she didn't believe him. The young man said he had nothing more to add. Judith asked if they had known each other before or if they were currently dating. Iron said that today was the first time they had spoken. Judith told the young man to relax his face. It looked as if he was being mocked. Our hero did not understand what the girl's problem was. Iron decided to put all thoughts aside and continue training. Now he had to do everything right. Brad Lloyd approached our hero and asked what this guy was talking about with Ilya Lindsay, and with that redhead too. A month passed. After training, the students complained about the monotonous daily routine. It wasn't fair. They still hadn't been given swords. Lloyd noticed Elijah talking to Iron again. The girl advised him not to bend his back. Iron was squatting with a barbell, and Ilya reminded him to breathe more evenly. Brad Lloyd decided to ignore them and started warming up. He knew he would never surpass Ilya. She would take first place in the rankings again this time. Looking at Iron, Brad thought that he, on the contrary, would end up in last place. Lloyd was sure that someone had pushed Pereiro here. Could a guy who had never tried hard suddenly surpass the others by deciding to work his hardest? He didn't give up only because Ilya supported him, and the ridicule of those around him served as motivation. Brad thought that once Iron got used to everything, he would go back to being the same lazy aristocrat he had been before. Lloyd's goal this time was second place. On the sports field, Brad noticed that Judith was already training. She came here before everyone else. This was not surprising. A commoner had to make every effort to survive. Brad told his friends that if they didn't want to train, they could lag behind. However, if they were capable of more, they should squeeze every last drop of strength out of themselves and try to catch up with him. 3 months had already passed. Ahmed noticed that many of the students were exhausted. Karaka objected that there were several interesting students worth paying attention to this academic year. The outstanding trio still adhered to strict self-discipline. They were Judith, Brad, and Elijah. Karaka looked at Iron and said that he could no longer be called a lazy aristocrat. Ahmed announced to the students that he had an important message. The time for midterm evaluations was approaching. The instructor showed the students the route they would have to run. All they had to do was complete it within a limited time. Ahmed added that the students had been training in running and swimming for 4 months, so it shouldn't be a problem for them. The assessment system was simple. It didn't matter what place the student took. The main thing was to finish within the set time. The head of the academy will personally present awards to the first 5 to cross the finish line. This should be good motivation. The instructor added that the exam will take place in 10 days at 9 o'clock in the morning. Until then, classes will be canceled. Students can use their time as they see fit, but they should not forget to eat. The students asked Brad if he could do it, although no one had any doubts about that. Lloyd thought about his rivals, Elijah, Judith, and a few others. Even in the worst-case scenario, nothing would prevent him from finishing in the top 5. However, for some reason, his attention kept returning to that guy, Iron Pereira. After her barbell lift, Judith said she had set a new record. That was enough for today. She noticed Iron kneeling near the exercise machine. The young man was breathing heavily. The girl thought that this guy had pushed himself to the limit again. His physical performance had improved significantly since he started. How could he push himself so hard? Judith wondered. Was her willpower weaker than that of the lazy aristocrat? The girl grabbed the barbell again. Karaka asked his colleague how many people he thought would pass this year. Ahmed replied that probably no more than 30. The headmaster approached the instructors and said that Ahmed was being too generous in his assessment this time. The head of the academy, Chrono Ian, remarked that he did not want to repeat last year's mistakes and had to see everything with his own eyes. He greeted Karaka and clarified that this was apparently their new instructor from the Kingdom of Adon. Chrono Ian asked him how old he thought he was. Karaka guessed that the director was about 55. Chrono Ian laughed and said he couldn't stand flattery. Now you can expect double pay, he added. In fact, the leader was 90 years old. The old man said that the atmosphere this year was completely different from before. Could this be the result of good teaching? Karaka looked at Ilya and said that this girl was the second prodigy among the swordsmen of the Lindsay family. She was talented and intelligent, as befitted a member of her clan, and had always ranked first in all subjects. Chrono Ian noted that she was a poor child. She should choose her own path, not follow the one chosen for her by others. Is that how the world works? Perhaps one day she will free herself from these shackles. The leader looked at Judith and asked the instructors if they had tried to stop her. The girl was clearly exhausting herself. Karaka replied that she didn't listen to them. Probably the most stubborn of them all. The manager said that she still needed to be stopped. It would be a shame if such talent destroyed itself. Surely she had a good reason for trying so hard. They needed to try to talk to her. Karaka looked at the manager and asked his colleague if he had a chance. Ahmed replied that Judith would not dare to disobey the manager. However, as soon as the manager walked away, the girl picked up the barbell again. Chrono Ian said that she was indeed a very stubborn child. She replied that she would stop if she heard a good reason. The manager asked where Iron Pereira was. Ahmed noted that the boy had been standing with the barbell on his shoulders for 30 minutes. The head of the academy said not to touch the young man. Under no circumstances should he be stopped until he gives up himself. This guy's mind was now in control of his body. After such an exhausting workout, Iron was lying on his bed again, completely exhausted. His whole body ached. The young man thought that a lot of strange things had happened lately. The guys who used to ignore and mock him had started to show interest. It seemed unusual. Iron didn't understand why Elijah was helping him. She wasn't the type to do anything out of pity. The young man fell asleep and saw a woman in red. She said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The guy thought he hadn't left his bed to be here. Of course, it wasn't his mother's embrace, but it was still very warm. Aaron thought that falling into a deep sleep now would be very welcome. In his dream, our hero saw that strange man with a sword in his hands again. The young man thanked the woman in red for everything, and they parted ways. Aaron said it was time for him to go. The boy woke up and got out of bed. The students looked at our hero and didn't understand what was wrong with his clothes. Had he really not slept all night? One of the students regretted that they would not be evaluated individually. Otherwise, Iron would definitely lose. Lloyd thought that Judith had been working too hard over the past few days. She wasn't in very good shape now. If he stayed alert, second place would be his. Instructor Ahmed said that he would explain the rules for interim assessment once again. The route consists of 4 stages. Each stage has its own instructor. Only after completing a stage can you move on to the next one. The only important thing for the assessment is to finish within the allotted time. Don't let others distract you. Students must show how much progress they have made over the past period. After the start, Iron noticed 3 main competitors. Brad looked at Ilya and thought that, as expected, she was fast. She was definitely impossible to catch up with. However, another student also had good results. Iron tried his best and did well. Ilya Lindsay had completed the first stage. The girl said it was very fast. The instructor announced that Iron Pereira had passed the first stage. Brad didn't understand how it happened. The second stage was jumping on a box. Iron thought that they could laugh at him as much as they wanted. Pereira himself was shocked by his results. His body felt like it was on fire. Something had clearly changed in him. There was no thought in his head that this was his limit, so he was doing everything at his own pace. Iron thought he needed to move faster. His current speed wasn't enough. He had to be even quicker. Ahmed announced that Iron Pereira had completed the second stage. Judith tried her best to finish the first stage in the allotted time. The third stage was a long-distance run. Pereira started. As expected, Elijah Lindsay was ahead of the young man. Iron tried to catch up with the leader and had a wonderful feeling. The young man thought that he really wanted to get Ilya out of his way. However, at that moment, Judith overtook everyone. It was quite unexpected. Judith told herself that she must not lose. It had cost her so much to be here. Many were surprised that this girl had applied to the Krone Academy. She wasn't even one of the 7 aristocrats. She was building castles in the air. Judith considered herself different, special. She forgot what reality was and got involved where she shouldn't have, crossing the line. The girl really worked harder than the others to get into the Krone Academy. Judith moved on to the next stage and jumped into the water. The girl believed that she would not let anyone defeat her. The fourth stage was long-distance swimming. However, at this stage, Ilya Lindsay pulled ahead again. Judith lost her confidence and decided that she had bitten off more than she could chew. Was she really going to fail? The girl felt hurt. Judith felt heavy and began to sink to the bottom. She wanted to rest. When Judith opened her eyes, Iron was pulling her out of the water. The young man pulled the girl ashore. She asked him what he was doing. Iron asked Judith to calm down. Instructor Karaka ran up to the students and asked if Judith was okay. The instructor told Iron to leave her and run to the distance. Pereira replied that he understood and went back to the water. Judith closed her eyes and thought that this guy was very stupid. Some students were disappointed. After all, they had tried so hard but still failed. The instructor told the student that this was no time to lose heart. Karaka added that the students would have a second assessment. Compared to the first one, the criteria for passing were much more lenient. If they didn't give up, they would definitely pass the second assessment. The student was delighted and ran off to the track. Ahmed said that nothing less was expected from this year's students. Many more passed than last year. Karaka acknowledged that there was no shortage of talent this year. However, the main hero was the rescuer, who took 34th place out of 35, Iron Pereira. One of the students was surprised. Why did this guy do that on the exam? Did he really want to show himself to be a good guy? The student thought that, in any case, thanks to this, Pereira managed to take 5th place. He is guaranteed a reward from the academy director. Lloyd congratulated his colleague and said that he had achieved everything on his own. The students congratulated Lloyd on his 2nd place. Brad Lloyd understood that with his current abilities, he could not compete with the level that Pereira had shown today. Brad thought if Judith had distributed her strength correctly, he would have come in 4th. Lloyd was forced to admit that he had been completely defeated. The next day arrived. Elijah approached our hero and asked why he had done what he did. Lindsay asked if he understood what she was talking about. The girl wondered why he had saved Judith. Iron replied that he had no other choice. Elijah said that the guy was talking nonsense. The instructor would have helped her. There was no need to interfere. For such a stupid reason, he neglected the award from the head of the academy, whom he considers the best on the entire continent. In addition, he lost the chance to strike back at all those who mocked him and looked down on him. Did he realize that? Iron reminded him that it was he who had been called a lazy aristocrat. The young man said that he used to feel as if he had been stuck in a swamp for a long time. There was no excuse for it. However, he did not even try to get out. In the end, his loving family pulled him out of this miserable state. Thanks to the help of several people, he managed to rise to the surface. Therefore, he could not pass by, seeing Judith sinking. Iron stated that this was the only reason for his actions, nothing else. Ilya reminded him that the young man had only picked up a sword last year. The art of swordplay and physical training are two different things. Talent and diligence are important in both cases, but talent plays a key role in mastering the art of swordplay. Perhaps because of yesterday's antics, the young man missed his chance to receive personal instruction from the leader. Ilya added that she would no longer help this guy. If he suddenly falls down because of the ridicule of those around him, let him not regret his choice. Iron asked why she had helped him in the first place. The girl replied that she didn't like it when people talked about things they didn't know. Instructor Ahmed announced that the results of the interim assessment would now be announced. 35 people passed the first exam and 78 passed the second. A total of 113 passed. The 5 students who showed the most outstanding results on the first exam would be awarded prizes after a personal conversation with the head of the academy. Chrono Ian said that the instructor had forgotten someone. Ahmed apologized and added that he had remembered. Ahmed asked his student number 311, Iron Pereira, to come up to the podium. The head of the academy said that competition is an interesting thing. When you go out of your way to catch up with a rival who has pulled ahead and not be overtaken by those running behind, you can reveal abilities that you didn't even expect from yourself. However, if you focus too much on the result, you risk missing something more important. Iron Pereira was not like that. In a situation where a random mistake could have sent him straight to hell, he sacrificed his time and saved his drowning comrade. The director added that there may be many opinions about what happened, but he and all the instructors agreed. Pereira's actions were valuable. In the academy director's office, Brad Lloyd said he understood that he had been thinking too narrowly before. The headmaster said there was no need to belittle himself. A narrow-minded person would not be able to admit their weaknesses. Brad admitted that he had been arrogant and stubborn, sticking only to his own methods. From now on, when he met someone from whom he could learn something, he would not miss the opportunity. Chrono Ian thought that the young man was talented, clearly aware of his position, and ready to overcome his own shortcomings. In addition, he had excellent leadership skills. The leader thought that the young man was not lacking in the stubbornness and self-confidence inherent in the highest aristocrats, but it was not so bad as to be a cause for concern. Next time, he would definitely take first place. Chrono Ian noted that many talented students had arrived this year. Elijah said that as a reward, she would like to spar with the head of the academy. The elder said that this was a reasonable choice. A girl should not allow others to control her and live someone else's life. It is not worth wasting time here on attachments. Ilya should return home and study her family's sword techniques. That would be much more useful. Ilya repeated her request to spar with the head of the academy. Chrono Ian thought it would be foolish to expect any other reaction. The head of the academy said that his office was spacious. Would the student agree to train there? Elijah thanked the headmaster. Finally, the last student was in the head's office. Chrono Ian asked what reward the young man wanted. His answer interested him the most. Iron said he wanted to make peace with one person. How could he do that? The young man noted that it sounded absurd, but he had no one else to ask for advice. Chrono Ian said that the student had nothing to apologize for and thanked him for his sincerity. The head of the academy understood that this boy had not left his room until he was 15. Now, finding himself among his peers, he was completely confused. It turned out that someone had befriended this child, who was ridiculed by the others. The headmaster asked the young man to tell him what had happened. After talking with the head of the academy, Iron thanked him for his help. The elder said that it had been a long time since he had given advice that did not concern fencing. The head thought that the young man's desire to make peace with Elijah was quite unexpected. This year there have been many surprising events. The head said he would not count his small piece of advice as a reward. He wanted to give advice on sword training. He was more competent in this matter. What did the young man want to know? Iron apologized and said that nothing came to mind. Before entering the academy, he had only practiced fencing on his own for a month. Therefore, he does not understand what he wants and what question to ask. Everyone is talking about the amazing opportunity to get advice from the leader. However, he cannot take advantage of this opportunity. The elder told the young man not to apologize all the time, that it was not worth it. A good swordsman must be confident. The head of the academy added that in this case, the young man would be able to exercise his right to a reward next time. If he feels that something is missing, he can come back again, or he will give a lesson himself when he deems it necessary. Chrono Ian watched the departing student and thought that he was indeed an unusual young man. However, something did not add up. He did not show a hint of anxiety or concern about his ignorance of the art of swordplay. On the contrary, it felt like he already had a clear goal. It was as if someone was guiding him. The head of the academy thought he had met someone like him before. Talent, confidence, unpredictable character. Although they were complete opposites, Judith approached Iron, who was training in the gym. She assumed he was training again, but she was still surprised. Fencing lessons would begin tomorrow, and from then on, they would only train with swords. Iron asked her why she had come. Judith scratched the back of her head and said she wanted to say something. Judith thanked the young man and promised to repay her debt no matter what. The girl suggested that they get along with each other. Iron was surprised. Judith repeated that she was offering to be friends. He always ate alone in the dining room, but now they would do it together. The girl added that they would also train with swords together. After all, it was very cool. Iron replied that it was indeed great. Judith turned around and said she wouldn't distract him. Be that as it may, our hero was pleased with this outcome. Now Judith always sought out Iron and talked to him. The students noticed that Judith had changed, and it seemed rather strange. Brenda found something else completely strange here. Iron and Elijah had grown apart. What had happened between them? Instructor Ahmed loudly drew everyone's attention and asked them to listen. As everyone knows, fencing classes begin today. In them, students will feel the results of the past 4 months of training. Now everyone will have the opportunity to freely wield a sword for 2 hours under the supervision of instructors. It is necessary to choose a wooden sword that you like. Judith chose a sword and was satisfied. Even if you swing harder, you don't lose your balance. The instructors were satisfied because they had not only made the students stronger and more resilient. Brad thought, even if the sword is wooden, it still feels completely different than before. Now he feels the weapon with his whole body. Everyone noticed that Iron approached the largest sword. The young man took the sword off the wall and held it firmly with both hands. Iron swung the sword and, cutting through the air, struck a blow. The instructors watching the young man thought that although it was a little inaccurate, his stance was practically perfect. Had he really never practiced fencing? Brad Lloyd approached Iron Pereira and challenged him to a duel. Everyone present was extremely surprised by this action. Unexpectedly for everyone, Iron accepted the challenge. Those present stepped aside and formed a circle. The opponents stood facing each other with swords in their hands. Instructor Ahmed shouted for the two to stop immediately. They would train after class. Karika was surprised. Why did Brad challenge Iron to a duel? Ahmed added that there must be order in everything. The head of the academy said that sometimes there are exceptions. The elder allowed this duel. Chrono Ian immediately stipulated that if anyone was in danger, he would intervene immediately. The opponents agreed. After the battle began, Lloyd immediately went on the attack. Iron managed to defend himself by putting his sword in front of him. His opponent's sword struck our hero's sword directly. Iron was surprised by the force of the blow. The fight continued, and the spectators were amazed. The students thought that Brad Lloyd would defeat his opponent with one blow, but the guy held his ground well. Judith thought that Brad was just testing Iron. The young man's reaction speed was not bad, but the sword easily disrupted his balance. His stances and movements were very clumsy. Was he really interested in fencing? Pereira's skills were much worse than Lloyd had previously assumed. Now it was time to test his strength. Brad knocked the sword out of Iron's hands. The young man was left unarmed. The instructor declared the fight over. Brad Lloyd was the winner. Karika announced the last item on today's schedule. The instructors divided the students into classes. Starting tomorrow, fencing classes would be held in specific groups. Class A, Elijah, Lindsay, Brad Lloyd, Judith, 10 people in total. As befits the strongest class, the training would be tougher and more difficult, so it was necessary to prepare mentally. The instructor called out the names of the 35 people who were assigned to Class B. Then he moved on to Class C. Judith told Iron to trust her because she was in Class A. There would be 54 people in Class C. Iron was not called again. Finally, Instructor Karaka announced Iron Pereira. The young man was assigned to Class F. Judith said that everything was clear. However, Brad behaved like a complete moron. He deliberately used Iron to show off his superiority over the others. Everyone already knows he's an aristocrat. Does flaunting his status really satisfy him? Judith told Iron not to be upset. They have to change the situation before the final assessment. Iron told Judith not to be angry. He was very grateful to her for her concern, but it made him uneasy when she was angry with him. After training, Brad, exhausted, lay down on the bed. Brad, recalling the duel, thought that at that moment he was going to meet his opponent's frontal attack, but without realizing it, he dodged. It wasn't just the sword. At that moment, his eyes, his facial expression, absolutely everything expressed a power that was impossible to overcome. Pereira focused his entire being on the vertical strike. Brad wondered, What expression did he have on his face when he wielded his sword? During the lesson, the instructor asked Iron, did he really not know any strikes other than perpendicular and oblique ones? The young man admitted it and apologized. Instructor Loon Tarkal said that the student had nothing to apologize for. After all, he had not studied the art of fencing properly. Therefore, it was impossible to show good results at the beginning of the journey. The instructor asked what the young man, who was far behind the other boys in fencing, needed to do to catch up with them in skill. Iron Pereira suggested that he needed to put in more effort. Tarchal said that talent was necessary here. However, effort was also important, of course. Depending on his efforts, the young man would either be able to catch up with the other students or even surpass them. But that was not the case for him, as the others had started learning fencing several years ago. Tarkal gave the young man a week. During this time, he must master all the basics of wielding a large sword. If he succeeds, he will immediately be assigned to Class C. Iron asked what would happen if he failed. Tarkal replied that in that case, nothing would change. He would remain in that class and continue to learn fencing. However, if the young man felt that he lacked talent, it would be better for him to leave the academy on his own. Iron promised that he would try hard. Tarkal noted that this young man had no shortage of diligence. Everyone had already seen that for themselves. The second day of training, the instructor told the young man to lower his stance and relax his shoulders. Third day of training, the instructor praised the student and said he was doing well. Tarkal thought that with each passing day, this student was improving his skills faster and faster. His efforts played a big role in this. It may not seem so at first glance, but this guy really does have a talent for fencing. Iron asked Judith to watch him, because tomorrow he will be evaluated. The girl said that she is very picky in this regard. If everything goes badly, she will beat him up. The assistant noted that the instructor had gone to work in the rehabilitation department today. Tarkal said that the guy had been transferred to Class C. At lunch, Judith told Iron to take more food. He knows how important calories are. Why does Iron work so hard but eat so little? One of the students noticed that there was a hippopotamus at the academy. How much food Judith ate. Could she really handle it all? Judith turned around and asked the guy if he liked her. The young man was taken aback. Judith laughed. Was he embarrassed? The girl said that nothing would work out between them. He wasn't her type, so he could get lost. Brad told the guy to stop arguing. There was no point in discussing others. It did no good. Judith noticed that Brad had been quiet lately. Judith noted that Iron and Ilya had stopped talking to each other. Had they had a falling out? Iron replied that they had no reason to argue. The young man was surprised. Could what happened even be called a quarrel? Pereira asked Judith how Ilya was doing, since they were in the same class and saw each other regularly. Judith reminded him that Iron had said they hadn't quarreled, so let him ask her himself how she was doing. Judith added that, overall, Elijah was still at the top of the class and was getting excellent results that even the instructors couldn't help but acknowledge. However, due to the large difference in abilities, the students feel uncomfortable and don't even approach her. In the evenings, she goes to a small training ground and hones her family's sword techniques. Judith added that if Iron had improved so quickly, he could go with Elijah in practice. Brad Lloyd watched Iron and Judith fight with swords. The young man was definitely making progress. Iron thought that he had expected nothing less from Judith. Her attacks were difficult to parry. The girl had unimaginable power. After another blow, Iron flew far back. The girl used a vertical cut. Judith approached her fallen opponent and said that the young man had indeed grown physically. His progress was evident, but he was still far from her level. Judith suggested ending the session for the day. Night had fallen, and they were left here alone. The girl added that if Iron went to the small training ground, there was a good chance he would find Ilya there. Ilya was indeed still training at that time, honing his sword technique. Ilya turned around and saw Iron Pereira standing in front of her. The young man was holding some objects in his hands. Iron greeted her. The girl asked what he wanted. The boy said he had come to give her something. Iron explained that his family had sent him a gift. He had also written a letter. It was probably a bit unexpected. Ilya asked why she needed it. Iron told her that he had a younger sister. She was not very good at communicating with people, just like him. They often quarreled because of misunderstandings. However, the next morning he found a gift in a letter by his bed. Iron admitted that he lacked eloquence. He didn't even know how to start a conversation, so he thought it would be better to express his thoughts on paper, as his sister did. Ilya asked if Iron really thought she would start helping him again after reading this letter. Iron apologized for disturbing her and said he was leaving. After training, the girl read the letter and thought that this guy was like a little child. As a gift, the girl found a bracelet. It was an Adonis bracelet. Ilya thought that she had wrongly accused him of something she didn't know about. Before the next workout, Judith said that today would be tougher. Iron asked her not to rush so quickly. Brad Lloyd approached the young people. Judith asked him what he wanted. Brad said he needed to talk to her and asked her to wait a moment. Judith was surprised. What did they need to talk about? Brad suggested that Iron train with him from now on. Those present thought that this guy had lost his mind. Brad reminded them that during the midterm evaluation in the previous duel, Iron had shown tremendous concentration, which he lacked. He wanted to learn that. Brad Lloyd said that in return, he would offer sword lessons. The young man suggested that they help each other overcome their weaknesses so that they could move forward together. Judith asked what the joke was. Last time, Brad challenged Iron to a duel, and now what is he trying to achieve? Does he want to use him to rise higher himself? Brad replied that this was exactly the case. Judith said that this guy was too arrogant and rude. Brad asked what was wrong with that. He could achieve excellent results on his own. However, this approach is not very effective at the academy. Besides, Iron and Judith would use him just as he would use them. Judith was already training with Iron all the time instead of attending classes. He believes that he needs to gain experience from many people. Their knowledge is not limited to the academy's curriculum. Brad suggested thinking more broadly. The young man added that this was their shared opportunity. Under the pressure of fierce competition, he would learn new things from other students and achieve qualitative growth in his abilities. The students who heard this conversation were surprised. A student from Class A wants to learn from a student from Class C? How is that possible? Iron replied that he agreed. Judith asked if Iron was sure it was a good idea. Iron admitted that he was behind Brad in all respects. What did Brad want to learn from him? Brad reminded him that Iron had something he lacked. He had been thinking about this since the last midterm evaluation. After all, he had tried just as hard, so why was there such a difference between them? They spent about the same amount of time training. It turns out that Pereira is different from him in some other way. Brad said he understood. All students were given a limited amount of time. However, the quality of its use varied. From the very beginning of training, Pereira never lost his concentration. Brad asked Iron to teach him how to stay focused all day long. Iron admitted that he himself did not know how it happened. Brad said that was the expected answer. All geniuses think alike. Iron said he wasn't like that. Brad thought that one glance was enough to see Iron's talent. Maintaining constant concentration at the same level is no easy task. Brad noted that he had a personal training session today, so he was leaving. Judith would also be joining them starting tomorrow. The girl said she hadn't agreed yet. Brad gave the young man some advice. Iron should never belittle himself. Pereira is a descendant of a noble family. Now his skills and actions are quite befitting of a member of a noble family. Therefore, he should be proud and show others his confidence. Judith asked, was she the only one who felt nauseous? This guy's a masterful storyteller. During training, Brad gave Iron advice and told him not to rush. His movements would only be precise when he achieved a balance between his body and his gait. During the break, Brad asked Judith if she wanted to fight. They were already done. The girl said she didn't need to. Brad asked Iron how long the girl's stubbornness would last. Iron replied that if she wasn't arguing now, she would be ready to give up in a week. Judith and Iron had lunch in the dining room as usual, sitting at the same table. Ilya walked by and told Iron that she had read his letter. Lying in bed before falling asleep, Iron thought that, as Brad had said, concentration was something worth thinking about. But how could he improve it? The young man thought, if he could improve it, if he could make even a little progress, then the progress would be obvious. Iron Pereira found himself in a small village next to an old swordsman. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. He stretched out his hand. Was this really not a dream? Iron could clearly feel his hand. It felt different now than it had before. Iron could feel not only his hands but his entire body. All the sensations of the old swordsman were as clear as day to our hero. Iron opened his eyes and jumped out of bed. It was still night outside the window. He had to grab his sword quickly before the sensations disappeared. In the morning, Judith asked why Iron looked so sleep-deprived and what he had been doing all night. During training, Brad told Judith not to slack off. The girl replied that Lloyd shouldn't show off. Judith got angry. Brad told her to focus, but what was he doing? The young people noticed that Iron had fallen asleep on the bench. Brad told Judith to leave him alone. It seemed that the young man was exhausted. Iron heard the conversation, jumped to his feet, grabbed his sword and prepared to practice his strikes. Brad approached our hero and asked what he was doing. Iron scratched the back of his head and replied that he was trying to improve his concentration. True, it wasn't working very well yet, but he wasn't expecting quick results. Brad said he had heard of this method. It's called meditation. You need to calm your soul and look back at the past. Iron replied that this was close to the truth. Brad said he would try to practice this too and lay down on the bench. The young man decided that it wasn't so bad and that he would have to practice regularly. The student approached Brad and asked if he was asleep. Brad replied that it was called meditation. Judith noticed that when Brad meditated, he managed to snore and drool. Brad suggested that the problem was his posture. Usually, people sit in the lotus position when meditating. Judith said that Iron was destined for greatness, while Brad was just fooling around. Brad replied that he would practice it anyway. The head of the academy asked the instructor if anything interesting had happened among the students. Karaka replied that everything was going as usual. Iron Pereira had already moved up to Class B. He quickly improved his skills with the help of Judith and Brad. Karaka added that the head of the academy was right about this student. This year, Brad Lloyd caused a small wave of change. After another sword competition, instructor Ahmed announced that Brad Lloyd had won. Judith lost. Judith was angry and demanded a rematch. The girl added that she would wait for Brad after class for another fight. Lloyd replied that he was ready for as many as she wanted. Instructor Ahmed thought they were amazing kids. They were both developing their skills at an incredible rate. A gap gradually begins to emerge between Brad and Judith, who were previously fighting for second place. Brad is progressing faster. Iron practiced sword techniques somewhere on the edge of the forest. The young man thought that meditation had also helped him improve his results, but it wasn't enough. Brad asked if he was too focused on just the perpendicular strike. It was time to finish up. The leader asked everyone to gather. The gathering was announced on the large training field. Chrono Ian reminded everyone that 9 months had passed since these students entered the academy. Time had flown by unnoticed. The head of the academy said he was incredibly happy that the students had managed to endure a large number of exams and rigorous training. He was proud of their brilliant progress. The elder added that this conversation would be about the final assessment. The assessment would differ from the interim assessment, in which the students had to meet a certain standard in a particular discipline. The head added that in the final assessment, he would like to see the hidden talents of the students. The old man added that the young people should not be afraid. There was no need to frantically search for meaning in his words. All that was required of them was to demonstrate their best side with the help of a sword. Chrono Ian noted that students could show off a secret move or unusual maneuver that would confuse their opponents. In other words, they were allowed to use any means necessary to show their abilities. Everyone here was capable of revealing their strengths. Therefore, they had to give it their all in the remaining 3 months. The head of the academy took off his cloak and said that he had a modest gift for the students. At that moment, the elder had a sword in his hands. Chrono Ian said that it might just be an old man dancing with a sword in his own way, but he would be grateful if the students could learn something from it. Everyone present was surprised when they saw the true abilities of the head of the academy. At the end of the dance, and the elder bowed and said, "That was all." The students were amazed. What had they just seen? Was Blade really capable of such a thing? After another training session, Brad suggested that Judith take a little rest. The young man asked Judith what she thought of the academy head's performance. He added that he even felt a little awkward. Brad was surprised. Why wasn't Judith responding? Brad wondered if she was in a bad mood because of Iron. Judith was surprised. What did he have to do with it? Judith noted that they would soon have their final assessment, and Iron was completely immersed in meditation. Would everything be okay? Brad was sure that Iron would manage. Judith asked how Brad knew that. The young man asked what the criteria for the final assessment were. Judith reminded him that they had to show their hidden talents. Brad noted that, in other words, they had to demonstrate not their current abilities, but their future ones. Who, during the 9 months spent at the academy, had shown the most hidden talents and made the most rapid progress? Indeed, it was Iron, so there was no need to worry about him. Judith decided that she would demonstrate her skills to the fullest, and that first place in the final assessment would be hers. Brad said that she would not succeed. Elijah Lindsay would take first place again this time. After all, this girl came from a distinguished family of swordsmen. Such families on the continent could be counted on the fingers of one hand. The Lindsay family studied martial arts, which helped them earn the title of a renowned family. Therefore, Elijah simply could not fail to take first place in the final assessment. Judith was surprised. Is that really a good enough reason to not even try to take first place? Brad added that it's not just about fighting techniques, but also about perseverance. Judith was upset. Why hold an exam whose results are already predetermined? What was so special about the great noble families and her older brother, who used to be called the most famous genius on the entire continent? If they lost to an orphaned commoner, they wouldn't be able to look anyone in the eye. Judith looked back and saw Elijah Lindsay standing nearby. How did she get here? Ilya said she didn't care that Judith was insulting her and her family. It didn't matter what people like that said behind her back. It didn't bother her at all. Judith suggested that they fight one-on-one. Brad told Judith to calm down. Fighting between students could get them expelled from the academy. Ilya declared that this time she would still take first place and would continue to do so time after time. Ilya added that she had no need for her family's sword technique. The academy's program alone was enough to prove that she was head and shoulders above everyone else present. Brad said that the Lingjie family's sword technique was called the Sword of Heaven. The name had stuck after they caught the king of the demon dragons 400 years ago. Brad added that he would like to see how good this technique is. Elijah replied that the guy couldn't even dream of it. Brad said that if Elijah didn't show him the heavenly sword technique, he would take first place. Iron Pereira, sword in hand, thought that the sensations were completely different now. The young man felt that he had gotten closer, but lately he had the impression that, on the contrary, he was only gradually moving further away. He needed to concentrate again. The lotus position would be suitable for this. Iron decided to try meditating with a sword in his hands for the sake of similarity. After an extra training session, Brad told his colleague that he had started training harder. The student admitted this because the final assessment was coming up soon. The student noted that Brad had a huge influence on them. What Brad Lloyd said to his student Ilya Lindsay that day served as an excellent symbol for them. Brad couldn't remember saying anything special. Judith told Brad Lloyd to keep a straight face. She was already sick of it. Judith ordered the blue-haired man to take his sword and go into battle. The young people immediately began fighting with swords. Judith held her own, skillfully dodging her opponent's sharp thrusts. Brad constantly attacked the girl, and Judith had to defend herself more than go on the offensive. Judith thought that Lloyd was not just perceptive, he had developed a calmness that he had not had before. Perhaps at this rate, he would indeed be able to surpass Elijah and take first place in the rankings. Reluctantly, the girl had to admit that she was not strong enough to defeat Brad at the moment. However, the academy head's words, "think bigger," served as a lesson to her. Judith decided not to rush things. When she officially became a student at the academy, she would get the better of this guy. Brad suggested they call it a day. There was no point in overworking themselves before the final assessment. Judith agreed. Brad was surprised. Why wasn't she even angry? Probably today there would be green snow falling because of this. Judith said she still had things to do, but she wasn't going to talk about it. Brad thought that he had really changed. Now he could count on a place next to Elijah. Iron changed his stance, but there was no improvement. The guy didn't know what to do. Judith asked if he was tired of always being on the training ground. The girl suggested going outside for a moment to get some fresh air. Outside, Elijah saw the young people. She watched Iron walk away. Judith and Iron walked beyond the academy walls and decided to rest on the lawn. The young people lay down on the grass. Iron asked if they could rest there. Judith said that if anyone complained, they would leave. The girl asked how things were going with their preparation. Iron was surprised. What was she talking about? Judith reminded him that there was less than half a month left before the final assessment. Iron replied that he was still training hard. The girl noticed that he sounded uncertain. Iron asked if Judith could tell him about herself. The girl expressed confidence that the assessment would go great, but the question was whether she could beat Elijah. Judith apologized for not paying enough attention to him lately. After all, she had promised to train with him in combat and correct his incorrect stances. Iron replied that everything was fine, and she shouldn't apologize. Judith noted that she was an orphan and didn't bring up the subject to elicit pity. As a small child, she had to survive by any means necessary. Stealing was the only thing she knew how to do. However, one day looking around, Judith realized that other people were also living their miserable lives in the same way. Having lived this way until now, Judith felt no gratitude toward anyone and never said thank you. That's why when Iron pulled her out of the lake, she should have thanked him. However, she got angry. Even now, she feels uncomfortable saying thank you openly. so she was going to repay him in her own way. But in the end, everything turned out to be complicated. Judith said that Iron must pass the final assessment. He had to pass it to shed his status as a preliminary student and become an official student of the academy. Judith got up and headed for the gym. She said that if they went together, she would burn with shame, so the young man could wait here for a few minutes. Iron thought, should Judith be the one apologizing? He was the one who hadn't been paying attention for the past 2 months. The young man realized that he had changed a lot. He used to spend all his time in bed, but now he was sitting here looking at the sky. His first year at the academy hadn't been so bad. He felt that he had gotten to know himself a little better. Iron Pereira was grateful for everything he could feel now and for his current thoughts. Judith, Brad, Elijah, as well as the academy director and instructors had greatly helped the young man. The young man realized that now was the time to repay them for their support. One of the students demonstrated his sword skills to those present. The head of the academy noted that his speed and accuracy were excellent. Instructor Ahmed noted that even among the preliminary training students with low grades, there were some who were quickly improving their skills. Perhaps after the final assessment, their ratings would change significantly. The student swung with all his might and struck the stone with his sword, cutting it in two. The head of the academy thought that the cut was slanted rather than perpendicular, but it looked very even. All the students are performing above expectations, but Chrono Ian was still a little disappointed. Ahmed announced the next student. Judith is invited to the arena. The girl stepped forward. Judith approached the head of the academy and asked if she could take the test with another student. The elder was surprised. What was she talking about? Judith explained that a duel would allow both of them to better demonstrate their strengths. The student with whom she wanted to take the final assessment had no objections. The head of the academy said that sounded interesting and asked who he was. Judith said it was Brad Lloyd. The young man also came to the center of the arena. Judith thought she didn't want to rush, but it seemed she had no other choice. The girl declared that she would surpass her opponent today. Brad acknowledged that this statement was just like her. The young people clashed swords in a fierce confrontation. Each of them was ready to surpass themselves. The spectators heard an incredible roar from the clash of wooden swords. Judith once again effectively dodged her opponent's attacks. The students noted that the girl was now moving much faster. The instructor watched with his mouth open. He thought these students were simply amazing. Ahmed was forced to admit that Judith's blows were merciless. However, Brad easily parried her extremely powerful lunges. Brad asked if Judith was planning to defeat him. The girl counterattacked her opponent in response. Judith thought she needed to become even stronger. Brad thought he needed to become even more precise. As a result of another clash, Judith's huge sword broke in two. The girl stopped. Brad stood in front of his opponent, holding out his undamaged sword. Judith thought that in the end, she had failed. Instructor Karahal told the head of the academy that they were practically on the same level. Instructor Ahmed noted that Brad was still the more skilled of the two. The head of the academy clapped his hands and said that it was an amazing performance, an amazing duel. Both students did very well. Judith and Brad bowed to their teachers. The young people were satisfied. Next to enter the arena was Elijah Lindsay. Brad thought that he had become noticeably stronger and surpassed himself. Perhaps he would also defeat Ilya. Ilya announced that she would now demonstrate her family's sword technique. The head of the academy said that the Sword of Heaven, which had cut the throat of the Demon Dragon King, was excellent. Ilya Linjay took a fighting stance and prepared herself. Instructor Karaka felt a wind appear in the room, the result of the girl's sword swings. When Linjay finished her performance, everyone remained silent for a while. It was amazing. What was it really? Instructor Karaka said that now he understood what Sword of Heaven meant. Brad Lloyd thought that there really was an insurmountable wall between them. What had he been thinking before? Judith told Brad that there was one more student left. Iron Pereira stepped into the center of the arena. Now all eyes were on this young man. Brad thought that Iron shouldn't do it. Iron said that Brad was a very good person. The atmosphere around him was always warm and bright. He liked it when they were together. That was probably why so many people wanted to be his friends. Brad mentally begged, even pleaded, for Iron not to show anything remarkable. At that moment, Iron was focused on himself, and no one could distract him in any way. Chrono Ian wondered what the young man was going to show them now. Everyone present looked at the young man in silence with undisguised curiosity. Iron said he would demonstrate a perpendicular cut with a sword. For the head of the academy and his friends, it was like a bolt of lightning. The student shouted, Has Iron completely lost his mind? They are at the final assessment. Everyone is waiting to see a secret technique, not some perpendicular cut. Ahmed thought, even though he stopped him, this student was really right. After all, this is the final assessment. What does Iron want to demonstrate at such an important moment with a perpendicular cut, which cannot even be called a real combat technique? What is this strange student thinking about now? The head of the academy wanted Iron Pereira to show the skill of someone who did not want to learn from him and did not even react to his sword dance. Students were surprised. Why did Iron freeze and not move? Elijah thought that this guy was meditating now. The young tense all the muscles in his body. Concentrate. Iron penetrated the depths of his soul. The young man thought that he still did not know who the man from his dream was and why he had struck all those blows. Now, while he was in pain and patient, as long as he was able to move forward, his iron will was enough. The young man delivered a crushing blow, a perpendicular cut. A huge crack appeared in the floor in front of the young man, cutting across the entire arena. Judith looked at Brad. The young man clenched his fists until they bled. The head of the academy, Chrono Ian, thought he saw what he wanted to see. After a while, the elder said that he was moving on to the announcement of the results. The final assessment is decisive, but the current rating does not show whether the students will be admitted to the academy, as there is still a final interview to come. The head began announcing the results from the bottom. Chrono Ian reached the leaders and said that Judith had taken 4th place. 3rd place went to Brad Lloyd. 2nd place went to Iron Pereira. As expected, Ilya Lingje took 1st place. The head of the academy said that everyone had done a great job. Now the students should go on vacation. Ilya entered the training hall and said that this was where she expected to see him. No one else would come here now. Iron, sword in hand, greeted the girl. The young man sat down to rest and the girl sat down next to him. Ilya said that Iron had become much stronger. Ilya added that Brad and Judith had also performed well. It had been a long time since she had felt someone chasing her. The girl added that she had barely managed to take 1st place. Ilya noted that this time it had been a little fun. The young man's blow was very frightening. Iron blushed with embarrassment and admitted that the Sword of Heaven technique was also incredible. Ilya smiled. Was the young man not used to praise? Ilya announced that she was not staying at the academy. Iron was surprised. What kind of decision was that? The girl noticed that the young man had a funny reaction to her words. Iron said that it was all very sudden. Ilya admitted that she had never intended to remain an official student at Kronos. She planned to take 1st place in the midterm and final exams, and then return to her family. The girl asked Iron if he knew who was considered the true genius of the continent. That person was Kyle Lindsay. Ilya added that he was her older brother. The girl began her story. When she was 7 years old, Kyle became so popular that he was known to almost everyone on the continent. When he turned 10, he defeated a knight in a duel. Even then, he had already reached unprecedented heights thanks to his outstanding talent. Of course, Kyle was recognized by many famous people, and he became famous on the continent as the strongest genius. Hopes were pinned on him when suddenly another genius appeared, a commoner by birth, who took 1st place at the Kronos Academy but refused to remain a student there. It was Ignata's daughter. At the age of 14, she founded her own mercenary squad. Ilya said that his brother had received a challenge to a duel from Ignata. Since their family did not shy away from battle, Kyle immediately accepted the challenge. In the end, after only 3 blows, the fight ended in Ignata's favor. Seeing the defeat of her brother, her role model, Ilya was terribly upset. Elijah rushed to her brother, hugged him tightly, and burst into tears. Kyle began to comfort his sister as if nothing had happened. At that moment, she believed that her brother would redeem himself, fight again, and regain his victory. However, Kyle was unable to recover. After what happened, people turned cold toward their former idol. For the first time, he was recklessly criticized and ridiculed. Kyle was unable to withstand the despair and pressure that had come upon him. Ilya said that she was still too young and could only watch indifferently as her brother wasted away. But even then, it was clear to her that it was people's opinions that had locked her brother in his room. Elijah promised herself that she would never suffer the same fate. Ilya believed that no one would be able to shake her faith. However, without realizing it, she became mired in this abyss. The girl noted that she had entered the academy at the age of 12 because of Ignata, who had entered at 13. Ilya added that at 14 she wanted to be officially recognized as a knight because of Ignata, who was awarded the honorary title of knight at 15. Ilya said that now she was going to put an end to trying to catch up with anyone. The girl noted that this was thanks to Iron. He doesn't let others confuse him and never pays attention to what they say. Ilya added that seeing his persistent desire to follow his own path, she decided to follow her heart. She could well reach the level of master even if she did everything her own way. Iron said that it was simply amazing. Ilya was able to overcome difficulties and now sees a world that is not limited to the academy. It's incredible. He, on the other hand, does not yet have a clear goal. Ilya said that Iron was talking nonsense and that he shouldn't relax. He should try even harder. Otherwise, the gap between them will become a chasm in an instant. The young man wondered, is everything okay with him? Is he doing the right thing? Brad Lloyd stood in front of a huge crack in the arena. The young man was silently thinking about something. Judith approached from behind and asked what the gentleman was thinking about. You can't stand here because repairs are planned and the passage is closed. Judith suggested they compete and added that she was itching to get started. Brad announced that he was quitting the academy. A man who had only recently picked up a weapon was able to demonstrate an astonishing level of skill, having trained with just one strike all year. He had devoted several years of his life to the art of sword fighting. Brad asked how much more time he would need to achieve the same results. Would he ever be able to do it? He thought that having such abilities was predetermined from the very beginning. Brad thanked the girl for everything and was about to leave. Judith swung her arm and punched Brad in the jaw. It was quite unexpected and painful. Brad lost his balance and fell far back onto the floor. The young man asked what she was doing. Judith asked what was wrong with him. He had easily dodged her sword blows, but now he couldn't dodge her fist. The girl said that this guy's brain had gone soft, and now his body had turned into a washcloth. The beating continued. Judith was surprised. Did Brad really think that everyone at the academy was doing something stupid? In the future, he could boast about how, in his youth, he had defeated the one who would become the best swordsman on the continent in an exam. The girl added that for a coward who had fallen into despair and run away because of some stupidity, he was doing the right thing. Judith headed for the exit and said that this would be enough to talk about for the rest of her life. Several days passed. The head of the academy asked Ilya if she felt better after choosing her path. The girl replied that she felt much better now. However, it was not only because of her first place. Chrono Ian noticed that the girl was much happier now than she had been after the midterm exam. Elijah said that it was all thanks to Mr. Chrono's teachings. Brad Lloyd was next to come in for an interview with the head of the academy. The elder said that there were no questions about his grades. The young man was so good that he became a role model for other students. Brad put aside his selfishness, corrected his shortcomings, and improved his strengths. The head of the academy noted that he personally had high hopes for the young man. Lloyd, however, felt that he no longer had any self-confidence. Chrono Ian saw a lifeless look in the young man's eyes. He was like a burnt-out candle. The elder realized that Brad would not hear him now. The head of the academy said that the young man should do as he saw fit. The old man hoped with all his heart that Brad would find the motivation to get back on his feet. Next, Iron Pereira appeared before the head of the academy. The old man noted that his performance at the final assessment was impressive. In his entire career as director, he had never been so surprised. He asked if the young man remembered what they had talked about after the midterm exam. The headmaster said he had some advice for Iron. The young man replied that he would listen to him. Chrono Ian said that first Iron had to answer his question. Why did he pick up the sword? Iron remembered the swordsman from his dream, but how could he explain this to the head of the academy? The elder told the young man not to think too deeply about it. It didn't have to be something grand. Ahmed noted that worldly reasons such as fame or money would also suffice. If the reason did not contradict human morality, the young man could safely name it. Iron remained silent in response. The head of the academy concluded that the young man had not taken up the sword of his own free will. Ahmed asked the head how to understand this. The old man replied that he himself did not know. Chrono Ian said that he was concerned that the young man was more serious and diligent about fencing than the others. However, he did not show any of the emotions that a normal person would feel. For example, student Brad Lloyd was beside himself when he felt his skills improving. Judith looked frightened when she realized she was falling behind Brad in strength. Every student at the academy experienced joy or sadness regarding their fencing skills. However, Iron felt neither one nor the other. The head of the academy asked if Iron was imitating someone. The young man replied that the head was right. The old man said that he had thought so. It was surprising that the young man had managed to achieve such heights simply by wanting to be like someone else, without having his own will. The head added that he would not ask who his idol was. However, if Iron intended to continue practicing with the sword, he should think seriously about everything now. If he could not find a reason, he had no place in the academy. The world was vast, and it was much more important to find oneself in it than to swing a sword here. Iron thanked the head of the academy. The young man said that he would remember this advice for the rest of his life. The old man remarked that the word last sounded somewhat offensive. It was not worth saying that. The elder asked if the young man could lend him a drop of his blood. The young man agreed. Before the young man was an item certifying that Iron Pereira was an official student of the Kronos Academy. The elder said he was giving the young man exactly 1 year. During this time, he must find his path. Iron said he would definitely return in a year. It was time to say goodbye. Elijah said she would invite the young man to visit. When he had time, he should definitely come. The girl handed him a plaque with their family crest and said that if he showed it to the guard, he would definitely not be turned away. Elijah promised to give the young man a flower when he came. The girl said that the flower was called Adonis, the same as the one in the bracelet he had given her. Iron was surprised. Did Adonis really grow at her house? Ilya said that when she was 7, she had pulled them all out, but now she would plant them again. Adonis blooms in April, so it makes sense to come at that time. Iron said he would definitely visit Ilya. Judith saw the sign in the young man's hands and asked what it was. She wanted one too. Judith received the same sign and was delighted. Judith apologized to Elijah for insulting her family. She had never had a family, so she said it without thinking. Judith asked why Iron was standing there smiling. The young man replied that he was for peace and security. Iron approached Brad and asked if he was really leaving the academy. Brad said he didn't want to talk about it. Iron agreed. Everyone has their own circumstances. Brad asked if Iron was leaving too. Iron said he was leaving, but not for good. He would finish his personal training and come back. Brad thought that Iron would continue to develop his skills. Iron thanked Brad and said that thanks to him, he had become more confident. He realized that he felt alive when he swung his sword. Iron added that he wouldn't go into details, but a year ago, a small change had taken place in him. Thanks to this, he started fencing and decided to enroll in the academy. However, he was able to look back, get to know himself, and realize that he could only move forward after meeting the guys. Iron expressed his hope that they would all meet again someday. Iron once again thanked Brad Lloyd for his invaluable help. A carriage pulled up, and a knight got out and said he was glad to see the heir. Lloyd replied that it was time for him to leave. Iron shouted loudly that Brad must become stronger. They must meet again. The carriage with Lloyd drove away. Judith noted that these young men had staged a real melodrama here. The girl felt that she would never see Brad again. Another carriage pulled up, and Iron's servant got out. He said he had come to pick up the heir from the academy. "But who are these girls?" he asked. Iron replied that they had studied together at the academy and were his friends. The servant thanked the girls for getting along with his master. Iron got into the carriage and waved to the girls. Judith told Iron to come back soon. The carriage drove away and the girls stood there silently. The pause was awkward. Elijah couldn't wait for her carriage to arrive. Instructor Ahmed said that the children on whom so many hopes had been pinned had left. The head of the academy must be very sad, he asked. Chrono Ian replied that he would not deny it. Ahmed inquired about Iron. Was the head sure that everything would be all right? Finding one's path was no easy task. The elder said there was no need to worry. Isn't this young man the 4th genius of the continent? He is very different from the other geniuses in his nature. Didn't Ahmed think that this guy was a genius of diligence? Judith thought that in the end, she was left alone again. Suddenly, Brad caught up with her and asked what she was staring at. Judith was surprised. Why had he come back? Brad explained that after weighing everything carefully and thinking it over, he realized that giving up was not at all befitting of Brad, heir to Lloyd County. Besides, if Iron left, there would be no one to deal with Judith's nasty temper. Judith was indignant. Is that what this guy says? Brad noticed that her curse could be interpreted as a positive assessment if she stumbled over her words. The young man added that he would have to ask to be reinstated. However, he was sure that the headmaster would not dismiss someone as talented as him. The servant thought that the young master had been looking out the window the whole way. He probably never managed to become an official student at the academy. He must be terribly upset. The servant asked the young man what he was holding in his hand. The young man showed him the platinum plaque of the Lindsay family. The servant was surprised. where did the young man get it? Iron replied that a friend, one of the girls, had given it to him. Iron added that one of those girls with light hair was named Elijah Lingjae. The young man thought, judging by how surprised the servant was, the Lingjae family was much more prestigious than he had previously assumed. He said that they would stay at the guest house for the night. Left alone in the room, the young man gave himself over to meditation. The servant outside the door did not hear a single sound from the room. He assumed that the young master was in despair. What should he do? He needed to find something that would cheer the young man up. The servant saw an orc who made a living by fortune-telling. He had heard that orcs could occasionally be found in the northwest. But how did this one end up in the south? Moreover, this was no ordinary orc. A pentagram pendant hung around his neck. A tattoo adorned his arm. He was an orc fortune-teller. The servant told his master that orcs were the most outstanding fortune-tellers. Iron admitted that he had heard that just meeting an orc could bring good luck. The orc fortune-teller greeted the distinguished guests and asked which of them would like to have their fortune told. Iron said he would like to try. The servant thought that orc fortune-tellers were known for saying only good things. Good news about the future could instantly cheer up his master. The orc asked which topic the young man was interested in. He could choose anyone. The orc looked at the young man and asked how old he was. Iron replied that he was 16. The orc did not believe him. The young man did indeed look good. However, if he was lying, the prediction would not work. Iron declared that he was not lying. The orc said that if the young man was telling the truth, he would be accepted into any knightly order. He only had to submit an application for membership. If the young man continued to follow the path of the art of the sword, a bright future awaited him. The servant said that this was a complete lie. Was this orc really a fortune teller? The servant told his master that they'd better leave and not waste their time on this charlatan. The orc asked the young man to wait a moment. He gave the guy a note and said that when things went wrong for him, this thing would definitely help him. Watching our hero leave, the orc thought that this guy had not only gained muscle mass, his body looked strong and agile thanks to his training. However, what was even more striking was the powerful energy that enveloped him. It would be better if this young man did not say that he was only 16 years old. He is a mysterious person. Will they meet again? The orc looked at the passers-by and thought that predictions would not work here now. The servant apologized for what had happened. He did not know that the orc would turn out to be a charlatan. Iron noted that they had not heard anything bad. The young man remembered the piece of paper and unfolded it. It read, "To stand firm, you don't have to be alone." What did that mean? So when he asked about 10 years, did the orc mean the age of the man from the dreams? The servant said he immediately suspected something was wrong. The orc had phrased his question about age strangely, and then proceeded to claim that anyone who failed the exam would be accepted into any knightly order. Iron was surprised. Didn't he say so? He didn't fail the exam. At first, the servant didn't even believe it. Iron stated that he had been officially accepted into the academy, but not immediately. His admission could be called conditional. He had to complete a task given by the headmaster within a year. The coachman reported to the heir that the Chiron family carriage was approaching the meeting place. The servant was upset. How did they manage to meet their main enemies? Quietly, who openly insulted the master? In particular, it was Aaron Chiron. The servant informed his master that the heir, Aaron Chiron, and Sir Jack Stewart had stepped out of the carriage. "If you feel uncomfortable, sir, you may remain inside," he said. Aaron replied that everything was fine and that it would be rude to remain in the carriage. The servant bowed and greeted the master, the heir Aaron Chiron, and Sir Jack Stewart. The young men looked at Iron and thought that he had grown taller and stronger. Aaron asked, "Is Iron returning from the Chrono Academy?" Aaron greeted him and said he hadn't seen him in a long time. The students at the academy seemed to be well trained. He almost recognized him when he saw him. "Does Iron plan to continue practicing fencing?" Aaron noted that it was obvious. It would be difficult to study elsewhere, because Iron had taken up the sword late. Iron was taciturn and said that this was probably true. He asked if Aaron had anything else to add. "If not, I'll be going. It's been a long journey, and I'd like to rest as soon as possible." Jack Stewart thought it was a slightly childish provocation, but the reaction of the careless aristocrat did not meet his expectations. Aaron asked Iron to stop. He offered to shake hands in farewell. Iron was surprised. "And why is that?" Aaron said, "There is an expression. A handshake is enough for swordsmen to understand each other's abilities." Iron said he had never heard it before. Aaron replied that it was said by the famous swordsman Sir Louis Sogard, "In fencing, nothing is more important than muscle strength." Sir Jack Stewart confirmed this. Aaron held out his hand and said that the best knight in their family had confirmed it. He decided that as the senior comrade, who had begun to learn the art of the sword 6 years earlier, he would now test how much Iron's skill had grown. Iron extended his hand and shook his opponent's hand. Aaron thought he was about to crush this guy. Aaron wanted to see Iron's funny, twisted grimace. However, our hero was completely calm and didn't even flinch. Aaron was surprised. Where does Iron get such tremendous pressure? He's not even trying to squeeze harder. Iron asked, "Do I really have to use force?" After these words, Aaron doubled over in pain. Aaron pulled his hand back and cried out. Iron apologized, saying that he was not yet good enough at controlling his strength. Aaron was angry. After all, it was the first time he had unclenched the careless aristocrat's hand. Iron said goodbye. The young men saw a cat sitting nearby. The cat was surprised and asked, "Is that all?" The servant was the most surprised of all. "Is this a talking cat?" The servant thought it was a real witch. People often say that things that cannot be and that defy common sense are like magic. That is exactly how things are. However, if you go into detail, it has nothing to do with magic. It is easy to get confused with definitions, because in any case, a person uses an invisible force, mana. However, magic is a teaching that strictly follows logic and rationality. What is the correct term for a situation in which people encounter something completely incomprehensible? Witchcraft. When the laws of nature are completely ignored, witchcraft occurs. The servant thought, "Has the witch turned into a cat? Or is she a witch cat?" Jack Stewart thought that getting involved with a witch would not end well. They had to leave quickly. The young people apologized to the cat for their tactlessness and asked for forgiveness. The cat asked, "Will there really be no fight?" The cat was surprised. Are they really going to leave as if nothing happened? The servant thought that the cat was standing on its hind legs. It was definitely a witch. The cat suggested that they have a duel and added that she was willing to lend them a sword. The cat took out the sword and showed them how to use it. Jack Stewart said that the cat must have misunderstood. The Pereira and Karen families support and help each other. The cat said she was completely disappointed. She had hoped for some fun. Jack Stewart apologized for taking up Iron's precious time and said they wouldn't keep him any longer. Iron thought, could that cat be human? The servant said he wasn't sure. However, he thought she was somehow connected to the heiress Curlia. They were both witches. The carriage arrived at the Pereira estate. Iron was greeted at the gate by members of his family. Iron announced that he had returned. The head of the family welcomed his son and said that he had done an excellent job. After hearing the young man's story, his father concluded that the academy had recognized the young man's talent. He was very proud of his son. Iron couldn't believe it. His father said he was proud of him. The head of the family said that, according to Marcus's servant, they had met a talking cat on the way. The man added that it was a sorceress named Lulu. Iron was surprised. Wasn't this sorceress a human being? His father noted that she had the intelligence of a human being. Curlia added that this cat was very powerful. One glance was enough to make it clear. She was stronger than any witch they could have met in the royal capital. Amelia added that Lulu had come to them about 10 days ago and asked to be Curlia's teacher. They did not know who this cat was, so they sent someone to the Sorcerers Association to find out about her. Amelia asked what Iron himself thought about it. Curlia asked what her brother thought. Iron said he didn't know anything about sorceresses. Amelia asked why Curlia was pressuring her brother. The girl said she was just curious. Iron thought that he was once again faced with his sister's endless stubbornness. Something unpleasant must have happened. Iron remembered something and said he wanted to give his sister a gift, but he wasn't sure if she would like it. The head of the family thought that Iron was already buying gifts. Curlia said she was grateful to her brother for that. The servant Marcus had previously advised his master to be sure to give everyone gifts. The young man was grateful for this advice. A cat appeared on the table. She said, "So this young man is Curlia's older brother. That's why I thought they smelled similar. But they are completely different." Curlia grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck and asked, "How did you get here?" The cat apologized, saying it didn't want to scare anyone. The animal added that all that remained was to convince Curlia's older brother. Then she said it was an accident. Curlia demanded an explanation. The animal replied that it was easier to get along with her brother than with this girl. The cat said that Curlia loved her brother very much, so she thought that if she could persuade him, Curlia would agree. Curlia shouted that she would never become her student and left the room. Lying in bed, Iron thought that the adults were very happy with his gifts. It seemed that the gifts touched them even more than his admission to the academy. In a normal family, such things are not uncommon. Seeing his parents rejoice over trifles, the young man felt both happiness and guilt towards them. Iron decided that he would no longer waste time as he had before. He could not delay in finding his way of the sword. The maid knocked on the door. The woman asked, "Will the young master be going to the training ground tomorrow?" Iron confirmed this and reminded the maid to prepare what he had asked for in advance. The young man added that his hands were itching because he hadn't held a sword in half a month. After talking with his father, Aaron Karen left the study. Jack Stewart remained with the head of the family. Viscount Phil Karen said that his son looked strange. Did anything happen at the Pereira estate? Jack Stewart explained that on the way back they had met Iron's heir and told him what had happened. The Viscount flew into a rage. Does Stewart really think this is normal? Phil Karen asked why Jack Stewart had not reacted appropriately. The young man apologized. The Viscount was surprised. Why did Iron suddenly change so much? Stewart said that this guy seemed like a completely different person to him. It seemed that he had learned a lot at the Chrono Academy. The Viscount noted that the Sword Academy was not a witchcraft club. He had disliked Harun Pereira for a long time. He had everything: luxurious hair, irresistible looks, a wife who was considered a beauty, and a daughter who was a witch. Year after year, his wealth only increased. Now his son, who was easy to trample into the mud, had unexpectedly perked up. Why did he even leave his room? The son entered his father's office and told him not to be angry. The sprout that had appeared needed to be pulled out, and that would be the end of it. This was the main heir, Ryan Kieran. He added that he had a plan. When the 6 noble families of the southern part of the Kingdom of Hale arrived at the Pereira estate for a meeting of the heads of families, it would be possible to wipe their feet on the negligent aristocrat. The Viscount said it was an excellent idea. Nothing less would have been expected from the pride of their family. Jack Stewart thought that Iron could well get into trouble, as a man who was much smarter, more talented, and far more cold-blooded than the Viscount had entered the game. He was talking about the main heir. It was Ryan Kieran. The knights came out of the armory. They were surprised. What kind of training could there be at such an early hour? The punitive expedition is coming soon. Why do they need this training? If they don't deal with the monsters regularly, they'll start jumping out of the gateways. The knights said that monster raids were only organized so that noble families could demonstrate their status. The knights were surprised to see that the young heir of Pereira was already on the training ground, warming up. The knight greeted him and asked what the young heir was doing so early in the morning. Iron also greeted him and said that he had heard that the ordinary soldiers had morning training planned for today. Iron added that he had decided to train alone, so he would not be disturbing anyone. One of the knights thought that Iron had definitely been expelled from the academy. Otherwise, why was he here now? However, outwardly, he had changed significantly for the better. The knight saw the young man doing pull-ups on the bar with weights and asked in surprise, "Is that how this disc is usually used?" The senior knight Orn Zukrin appeared on the field and asked menacingly, "Did your subordinates come here to have fun?" The private replied that they were not having fun, but had decided to watch the heir's training for a while. Orn Zukran saw the young man and was also surprised. Is this boy really doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar with a disc? What happened to him over the past year? The senior knight said that perhaps the young man looked incredible in the eyes of the privates, but with his skills, he was not even close to the knights. A soldier asked Sir Zukran if he could do the same as the young heir. Zukran yelled at the soldiers to stop standing around and start training. Iron Pereira saw a cat walking nearby. "What is Lulu doing here?" The young man turned away because he needed to focus on training. Nothing else mattered. To find his own way with the sword, it was time to stop repeating one swing after another. He needed to start practicing the techniques he had learned at the academy. A week passed. During sports training, the knights couldn't understand how the young heir could run faster than them while maintaining steady breathing and not breaking a sweat. A tired knight said that the young master had become much more resilient. The knight said that training was almost over. "Isn't the young master leaving with them?" Iron replied that he would stay a little longer. Iron remembered his friends from the academy and thought they were very amazing guys. They endured rigorous training without any help. Iron noticed that Lulu had been watching the training for a week. What is she thinking? The knight told the young master to be careful. There are rumors that the witch cat brings bad luck. They say she's even cursed. Now the young man understood why the soldiers avoided the cat. It was all because of bad gossip. Marcus appeared on the training ground and asked if the young master had finished his training. Iron reminded the cat that last time she said she wanted to convince him of something. Why didn't she even come to talk? Lulu said that the young man's sister, Curlia, was interesting, but this guy was the opposite. Boring as hundreds of cobblestones in a valley. Iron said that was very rude. Lulu replied that she had a gift for the young man. The cat handed the young man a ball and said she was going to give it away anyway. Iron should take the ball and talk to his sister. Marcus was extremely surprised. After all, a cat's eye is an incredibly expensive thing. Iron asked why Lulu was willing to part with such a valuable thing in order for Curlia to become her student. The cat replied that it was a very interesting question. Lulu added that she liked the girl. Do you really need another reason? Marcus was surprised. Is it really possible to bribe someone with such treasures? Lulu asked. Is the servant implying that I have no concept of money? Marcus said that was not what he meant. Lulu replied that she knew how much a cat's eye was worth. The cat added that people are naturally fond of gold and precious stones, but there are things in the world that are even more valuable. For example, a wooden ball that gives off a wonderful aroma. Such a ball cannot be found anywhere else. It cannot be exchanged even for several dozen cat's eyes. It is a real treasure. There is also a foxtail and a soft toy that her friend, a stray cat, gave her. Lulu noticed that such things cannot be obtained for any amount of gold. Marcus admitted that there was logic in these words. Iron thought it was quite unusual. He would never have guessed the secret. It turns out that there is also value in the relationship with Curlia that cannot be bought with money. Lulu told the young man to be quiet so that he would have a better chance of appearing intelligent. The cat added that Iron should take the moonstone and praise her to his sister. The young man replied that he would not accept the gift. The cat was surprised. Why aren't you listening to me? This moon eye is very expensive. The boy said he wanted to tell his sister not what the cat told him to say, but what he felt and saw after meeting her. The cat said she had really hoped to win the young man over with this stone. However, this did not change the fact that the young man was simple compared to his sister. The cat promised to visit often. The next day came. The cat ran up to the young man and said that something bad had happened. He needed to follow her immediately. Iron followed. Lulu told the young man to stay close while she ate. Iron was surprised. Is this really the trouble? Lulu said she was worried when no one was around while she was eating. What could be worse? Another day passed. Lulu asked if the young man knew what a cat lying on its stomach was thinking. Iron admitted honestly that he had no idea. Lulu said she didn't know either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked. Iron, sitting next to Lulu, suddenly smiled. The cat was surprised. Why are you laughing? The young man replied that he just felt like it. Iron remembered the words of the head of the academy, who said that the boy had to find his way within a year. The young man thought that now he had to find his way with the sword as quickly as possible. After leaving the academy, he had completely lost his way. Now he didn't understand anything at all. Iron didn't know what to do or how to find his path. With a sword in his hands, the young man repeated the man's movements again. Lulu asked if Iron had tried to learn witchcraft. The young man was surprised. Why would I need that? Lulu offered Iron to become her student. At that moment, the young man felt incredible pressure. Is Lulu really capable of this? The young man thought that the cat was now completely different from what she had seen before. Lulu repeated her offer once more. The cat said she would teach the young man many things, and then they would go together to the joyful world of sorcerers. Iron noticed that the oppressive energy had disappeared. Iron replied that he did not want to because he was not a sorcerer, but a swordsman. Lulu repeated that he should start learning from her. Iron noted that it was not about magic, but about sorcery. Iron declared that he would not be able to master sorcery even if he wanted to. Lulu said that no one was more suited to sorcery than a swordsman with a strong will. There was a high probability that he would discover an ability that would make his sword stronger. Lulu asked if the young man knew the difference between swordsmen, sorcerers, and mages. All martial artists, including swordsmen, focus on the physical body. This is already the inner cosmos. By training tirelessly and tempering their bodies, they acquire a mysterious power called aura. Mages concentrate on the external environment, which is the external cosmos. Their goal is to analyze the mystical power, Manu, which permeates the universe, and to understand the laws and principles of the world. The cat asked a question. What about sorcerers? Most often, people refer to sorcerers as beings who defy the natural order of things. Sorcerers crave to make the impossible possible. They are stunning creatures who ignore common sense and worldly logic. They can also make things they ardently desire materialize. That is what sorcerers are. Lulu added that they are called stubborn. To some extent, this is true. A powerful will can fulfill even the most absurd desires, such as changing the world single-handedly. An unmatched spirit that ordinary people cannot even imagine is an indicator of strength of soul, the basis of sorcerer's power. The cat said she had an opinion about the perpendicular cut practiced by the young man. The strike conveyed an incredibly strong will, indicating a desire to cut through anything at any cost. Lulu added that this will is not enough. However, even with minimal help, he will be able to awaken witchcraft that will benefit the sword. Iron apologized and said that he would not be able to do it. Lulu was surprised. What's the problem? Iron admitted that the sword was not his. Lulu said that this was an unexpected answer for her. The young man thought that perhaps the cat would be able to reveal the secret of his dream. He had to share his most intimate thoughts with Lulu. Lulu said it was like a soul transfer. She had heard that this happened to some people. The soul, memory, and character of another creature were imposed on them. Lulu added that the situations were not identical, but similar. She suggested that this would not interfere with the study of witchcraft. Iron thought that Lulu had only seen the incision once and reacted positively. It seemed that the man's technique was truly fascinating. Iron gave another negative answer. He did not want to awaken witchcraft at the will of another person. Lulu insisted that he try it at least once and take an interest. The young man said he wanted to find his own sword. Lulu asked what kind of sword he had, not today's technique, but the one he usually demonstrated. Iron thought that in the end, he had come from there and returned there. Lulu said that it was time to give her students some advice. Iron was surprised because he had refused to become a sorcerer. Lulu said that the man did not understand something. Until now, all his actions had not been indicative of effort. Lulu added that they were not efforts but futile attempts, to put it more bluntly. Lying in bed, Iron thought that Lulu had completely confused him. There was a knock at the door and Marcus entered. The servant asked if Lulu was there. Marcus said he had two pieces of news for his master. The first concerned the upcoming punitive expedition. In a few days, a meeting would be held at the estate to discuss this matter. The announcement had not yet been made, but it was better to inform the young master in advance. Iron said he understood. Marcus added that the second piece of news concerned Lady Lulu. There were many bad rumors about her. For example, about how she joined the Oracle Witchcraft Guild in the east of the continent. But immediately after she left, the community fell apart. And because of an accident, the second son of the feudal estate of Ziakal, where Lulu had stayed for a short time, lost his life. In the large trading organization of Barbon, business went downhill after they let a black cat into their premises. Iron asked if these rumors had been confirmed. Marcus replied that everything that had happened was absolutely true. The young man asked if there was any reason to believe that Lulu was to blame. Marcus replied that there were no irrefutable facts. All that was known was that she had been there. Iron stated that in that case, Lulu might not be the culprit. Perhaps people simply mixed stories from her life with superstitions about black cats. The rumors were unfounded. Marcus suggested that the simple-minded little witch had not actually done anything. However, was it necessary to take the risk? The servant apologized if he had crossed the line and strayed from the topic. Iron thought that Marcus should understand that everyone was simply concerned for him. The young man remembered that he had said he would judge Lulu based on what he saw and felt himself. It seemed to him that the cat didn't have such a bad temper that she would hurt anyone. She was unusual and a little different from people, but she had her good sides. He had to tell his sister about this without bringing up any rumors. The cat asked what would happen if something bad happened to Iron and Curly while she was around. The young man knew that the cat was hiding somewhere nearby. Iron asked if what Marcus had said was true. The cat crawled out from under the bed. Iron asked if she was responsible for this. Lulu replied that she had nothing to do with it. Lulu said she was just having fun, and two nasty old men at the Oracle had a fight. Because of this, the tower blew up. In Barbaria, the master's children fought. The same thing happened at the Ziakal estate. The young man thought, either this is a series of coincidences, or Lulu is lying. It is not worth leaning towards either option yet. There is no reason to. Iron told the cat that nothing would happen to him, even if they remain friends. Lulu reminded him that she was called a black cat, which promised misfortune. Iron noted that there were many bad rumors about him too. The young man added that they were similar. Of course, he had made mistakes too. Iron said he would judge the cat as his heart and mind dictated, and if misfortune befell them, then he would think about what to do. Lulu's eyes filled with tears at these words. The guy noted that the people around them would be a little concerned, but he would slowly dispel their worries. Lulu said she had a gift for him and took out something that looked like an inflated bubble. The cat explained that it was a very expensive thing, much more expensive than a cat's eye. The cat immediately ran out of the room. The young man reminded her that he did not take bribes. Iron looked closely at the ball and thought that Lulu had recently shown it to him. It was one of the cat's precious treasures. Iron thought that this ball was too big. At a meeting with his father, the young man said that he would take part in the upcoming punitive expedition. The guy added that he would succeed. The head of the family reminded him that on the punitive expedition, he would have to fight not monsters, but other families. This could be much more unpleasant and burdensome than it seemed at first glance. Iron promised his father that he would try his best. A week later, guests began arriving at the Pereira estate. The head of the house met Viscount Chiron. He arrived with his sons. He said that during the time they had not seen each other, Iron Pereira had become a very brave young man, maturing and growing stronger. The dinner table was set in the drawing room. Many heads of families were present with their offspring. Marcus told the gentleman to remember one thing. It was best to keep in mind that there was no family among those present that was friendly towards them. They got along with Bauer and Fried without conflict, but their friendship was not that strong. The families who openly disliked Pereira are the Lesters. Baron Lester was present with his sons. Baron Russell's family was also among them. The Baron also arrived with his son. Viscount Chiron was also present at this event. Marcus said that Phil Chiron was someone to be especially wary of. The Pereira family had been at odds with him for a long time. The host of the Pereira household raised his glass and thanked all the guests for taking the time to ensure the safety of the southern trade route, as well as for the prosperity and peace of the 6 noble families of the South. All those present turned their eyes to Iron Pereira. The young man understood that he had to drink the contents of the glass. He was surprised. Why was everyone staring at him? Had he made a mistake? Phil Chiron said that Iron Pereira was holding the glass slightly incorrectly. White wine is sensitive to temperature. Holding the glass this way transfers the warmth of the palm to the wine. Therefore, you need to hold the thin part, that is, the stem of the glass. Iron apologized. Chiron said there was no need to apologize and that now he could try holding the glass properly. Iron took the glass, and Viscount Chiron thanked him. The guest added that it would be better to slightly curl the little finger. When condiments were very expensive, in order to avoid waste, people used their thumb and little finger to pick them up. However, when lifting the glass with the whole palm, the fingers became wet, and condiments were often wasted. Phil Chiron laughed and said that at such a young age, of course, no one worries about such things. But as an aristocrat, it is necessary to know the rules of table etiquette. Baron Lester noted that this was a very accurate observation. The difference between aristocrats and commoners is evident in the details. Chiron said that Lester had strangely distorted his words. That was not what he meant. Pereira said that there was no misunderstanding. Chiron added that he had said it only for Iron's benefit. The Viscount asked his son if Ryan had listened to the symphonies he had recommended to him. The young man replied that he had, and that he particularly liked the second composition. Baron Lester noted that Ryan also had a deep knowledge of music. What kind of music did Iron listen to? Iron replied that he didn't listen to any particular music. He had no preferences. Lester suggested that perhaps there wasn't enough time for that at the academy. However, a minimum level of erudition is necessary for everyone. If the conversation suddenly stops, both interlocutors will find themselves in an awkward position. Baron Lester added that it was a joke and that his words should not be taken to heart. Ryan thought that Iron would have to understand what it was like to be an aristocrat without even a basic education. This was all the result of his laziness and ignorance. The time had come to expose the irresponsibility of Baron Pereira, who had ignored the young man all this time. Ryan understood that Iron could do nothing about it. His father asked Iron if everything was all right. The young man apologized and said he was not feeling well. Could he leave? His father said Iron could leave the table. Iron left the room. He was very angry with himself. He had run away again. Iron believed that he had become more confident and thought he could stand up to others. However, he had no idea how much pain his father had to endure, and how bad Kirlia and his mother felt. The young man was left alone and began to cry, leaning against the wall. He considered himself a terrible son. Iron thought he didn't even know his own sword. Iron asked Lulu what futile efforts meant. The cat replied that it meant everything was meaningless. Cruelly exploiting your body physically is not effort. To achieve a goal, you need to engage both physically and spiritually. That is what effort means. Lulu said that it is very important to use both the body and the soul. Competent actions must be supported by a competent soul. Did Iron really think he had tried hard enough spiritually? Now the young man himself did not understand anything. In which direction should he move forward? A voice behind him said, "Is he really here?" His stance is not bad. It seems that his training at the academy was not in vain. Iron turned around and saw Baron Lester's heirs, Kevin and Caesar. The young men said that waiting for the adults was very boring. Maybe they would arrange a fight between themselves? Baron Russell's heir, Martin, laughed and asked why Iron was silent. That's right, he doesn't know how to hold a sword in his hands either. Although it is clear that a year of fencing lessons was not enough for the careless aristocrat, Iron replied that he agreed to a duel. He held his sword forward and said they could attack. His opponents were surprised. So soon? This guy turned out to be quite bold. Kevin said he was ready to fight Iron and headed for the training swords. The young man thought that he hadn't picked up a sword in a long time. However, the guy who had only been training for a year was definitely no match for him. Now this Iron would get a taste of shame. Iron was silent and focused. He still held the sword tightly in his hands. Kevin said he would see what the young man had been taught at the academy and how much his skills had improved. Iron immediately attacked his opponent, not even giving him time to react. A moment later, Kevin was lying on the floor. He didn't even understand what had happened. Iron looked at the other heirs and asked who was next. Kevin got up and said that it didn't count. Iron asked in surprise, "Why is that?" Kevin said that they hadn't announced the start of the duel, and Iron had attacked him sneakily. Iron said he was ready to start over. Martin Russell told Kevin to get up. He would take his place. Russell added that it was all Kevin's fault for being careless, but now it was better for him to step aside. He said that he would only feel better after he personally fought Iron. The Lester brothers said that Martin would not lose, as they had different equipment. Martin swung and delivered a crushing blow. However, Iron managed to block it. Martin said that blocking would not help his opponent. The brothers told Martin to smash his opponent and trample him completely. However, Martin couldn't understand why his opponent still hadn't fallen to the ground. Martin was breathing heavily with exhaustion. He thought that he had swung too hard and had worn himself out. Martin attacked continuously, but each time he became weaker and weaker. At one point, Martin noticed that his hands were shaking. Iron asked what had happened and why Martin was no longer attacking. Martin thought that he could no longer handle the fight and did not want to continue. Iron swung his sword. Martin believed that someone had to stop this. Suddenly, a voice told them to stop fighting, and so it was clear who would win. Ryan Kieran entered the room and told Martin to stop before things got worse. After all, he didn't want to get seriously injured, did he? Ryan noted that Iron had indeed become formidable. Would the young man like to fight him? However, he suggested doing so with real swords. Iron was surprised. Why was his brother doing this? Unexpectedly for everyone, Iron agreed again. Ryan said he liked the guy's attitude. However, Ryan was surprised where he got the courage to agree to a duel with real swords. Apparently, studying at the academy had made him surprisingly bold. Ryan wondered whether he should leave a small scar on his face. Although an aristocrat must take care of his face, he said he would give his opponent the right to attack first, since he had begun to learn the art of swordplay earlier. That would be the right thing to do. Would Iron really agree to this? The young man said he accepted the offer. Ryan couldn't even imagine that the day would come when they would duel each other. He had a strange feeling. The Iron he knew before seemed like a worthless coward. Ryan told his opponent to attack and not disappoint him. Iron, as always, gripped his sword tightly with both hands. Our hero was extremely restrained and focused. The spectators were surprised. Had this guy really closed his eyes? Maybe he was just pretending. Ryan began to realize that something unusual was about to happen. He had never seen Iron like this before. Iron swung his sword with all his might, cutting through the air with a perpendicular strike. Ryan was blown away as if by the wind. Ryan hit his back against the wall and couldn't understand anything. What just happened? Did the blow create distance between them? Was he afraid of the blow from the careless aristocrat? Iron's sword broke in two, as if it had been cut. Iron continued to stand motionless after the blow. Everyone present was stunned. Had Ryan lost? Ryan looked at the broken sword in surprise, unable to understand how this could have happened. How did Iron manage to do this? They hadn't even crossed swords. How was that possible? The adults entered the room, and Viscount Charon said that the young men had finally been found. Had they decided to have a duel? The Viscount asked his son why his sword was broken. Ryan didn't know what to say. Summoning his courage, Ryan announced that he had lost the duel with Iron. Viscount Charon was stunned, as were the other adults. Baron Pereira could not contain his excitement and overwhelming emotions. Was his son really capable of such a thing? Ryan didn't know what to do. The boy decided to act as confidently and casually as possible. Ryan handed his sword to Jack Stewart. The young man felt he should talk as if nothing serious had happened. He admitted that Iron's skills were surprisingly impressive. From an attack of more than 5 meters, his sword broke in half. Viscount Charon laughed and said that Iron's skill was truly amazing. He had studied at the Chrono Academy for a year, and it was obvious that his son had a hard time competing with this guy. Baron Lester noted that this was a real blessing for the Southern Union. Iron's amazing progress would undoubtedly be of great benefit in the punitive expedition. Chiron added that he envied Baron Pereira. The meeting ended. It was late at night, and the guests began to disperse to their homes. The Viscount told his son that he couldn't believe how they had boosted Pereira's morale by deliberately losing the duel. They had almost alienated the Pereira family. It was good that everything had ended positively. The Viscount added that his son should be careful in the future. He would no longer be able to turn a blind eye to his son's arbitrary changes of plans. Ryan apologized. Ryan told Jack Stewart to call the 5 soldier pupils when he returned home. Baron Pereira told his son that he did not have to participate in the punitive expedition. After all, it was more important for him to officially become a student at the academy than to waste his time. Wouldn't it be better to spend it improving his skills? Iron declared that he would take part in the punitive expedition and definitely wanted to join. The young man added that he understood his father's concerns and would make up for his shortcomings. He said he would do everything he could to eliminate any cause for concern in the remaining 3 weeks. If his father still did not believe in him after that, he would refuse to participate. His sister and mother met Iron in the hallway and watched him leave. The girl wondered, would everything be all right? Her mother said that everything would be fine. Her brother was a great guy. He was trying his best, so all they could do was believe in him. Iron grabbed a sword in the training room and began practicing again. The young man decided that he would never again shift the burden of responsibility onto his family. His family would not have to face disrespect because of him and for his sake. He would not just stand by and watch his family hold back their anger and sadness. Iron asked Lulu if his actions now seemed like futile efforts. The cat replied that now the young man was really trying. Lulu added that Iron could now begin to learn witchcraft. The young man said that in that case, the cat should start teaching him immediately, and he was ready to do whatever she said. Lulu replied that he should not rush. She would begin teaching him, but not today. The cat added that the young man should calm down and collect himself. She didn't know what had happened, but now he needed to rest, and they would start classes tomorrow. Iron warned that no one would come to the training ground. He asked his father to restrict access. Lulu replied that this was excellent. Iron was surprised. Where did Lulu get her glasses? The cat replied that appearance was important. Such small things help to change one's mindset. Lulu reminded him that spirit is important in witchcraft. It is not enough to simply want something. You have to make your desire a reality. The young man's desire is to protect his family. Lulu looked into the book and asked how to make his cherished desire stronger. Iron replied that he did not know. The cat said that the most common and simplest way was superstition. It's something like rumors without any logical basis, but it's also a belief. In witchcraft, belief is above all else. No matter how absurd the wish, the more sincerely you believe in it, the more powerful the witchcraft. Primitive people worship the sun and huge stones as gods. They believed that through offerings they could fulfill their cherished desires. They used the most unshakable method of belief, religion. Taking a sacrifice as payment is a fairly effective method. However, it is better to avoid it. Otherwise, the devil will most likely respond. The young man was surprised. Would Lulu really resort to mystical witchcraft? The cat replied that the most appropriate method for Iron now was to train with a sword and concentrate on his strong, cherished desire. Lulu was surprised. Why was Iron still standing there? He had to take the sword in his hands and start acting. The protagonist took the sword and resumed training, now with a greater emphasis on spiritual concentration. After a while, the young man asked if he had to repeat the same sword exercises all the time. Lulu replied that it wasn't the same training. The cat explained that they would make a deal, 1,000 swings every day, putting his heart and soul into each one. He had to practice daily with a serious spiritual attitude, thinking about what he needed to do to move forward. Lulu noticed that this feeling was similar to the superstition mentioned earlier. Simply practicing with the sword every day was not enough to reach the desired level. However, if you repeat actions tied to your cherished desire, your strength of spirit and faith will grow stronger. Moreover, they will grow stronger with each passing day. It is necessary to abandon the previous approach and train with a strong spiritual attitude. Simple swings will not change anything. The young man did not understand. Did he need to make a powerful swing with all his strength, putting his love for his family into it? Or repent, remembering what he was like before? Or ask to be endowed with such outstanding mastery of the art of the sword that he would never again experience contempt? Lulu thought that it was enough for now that the boy had begun to reflect. If Iron continued to try hard, he would find this strength within himself. Awakening witchcraft through effort. It sounds ridiculous, but for the current Iron, this option is perfect. Witchcraft lesson day 10. The young man thought that 10 days had passed. Was he doing everything right, or was he wasting his time? Lulu asked if he knew what made a boiling soul cool down and a stone heart crumble like sand. The cat replied, it was doubt and self-doubt. It was normal. The soul could not always remain constant. The young man's fiery will began to fade, and as his body grew heavier, more and more random thoughts accumulated in his head. At such moments, they usually flow in a negative direction. Lulu noticed that this is precisely why it is necessary to act together, not alone. When he does not believe in himself, he needs to believe in the person who believes in him. When that person finds it difficult, you need to repay them with the faith you have received. Lulu noted that their union would allow the young man to move forward with much more confidence. Iron remarked that no one really believed in him. Lulu was surprised. Why did he think that? The young man replied that he was a coward who only dodged and ran away. Who could believe in him and love him? Lulu said that she believed in him. The cat reminded him that she had once said that he was as boring as the hundreds of stones in the valley. But now she realized that she was wrong. Rocks are rocks. They are strong, smooth, and beautiful. Few people would dislike beautiful stones. For example, Curlia is a sapphire. Lulu suggested that there had always been many people who loved the young man. There was no need to rush and make categorical conclusions. The cat noticed that the lesson was over for today. Iron should think everything over carefully in his room. Lying in bed, the young man thought about those who believed in him. These people were his family. They had waited more than 10 years for him to come to his senses. Without his family's faith, he would not have had the will to even pick up a sword on his own. And then there were his friends, the academy director, and the instructors. They all believed in him, even if he was lacking something. Could he become someone who would give faith to others? Iron wanted that very much. With these thoughts, our hero fell asleep. Curlia, as usual at this time of day, was in the family library. The girl felt a powerful, magical energy. Curlia threw open the library door and looked around. Maybe something had happened to her brother. The cat looked at Curlia in surprise. Curlia asked what was happening to her brother. Lulu replied that Iron had awakened his magical powers. Curlia said she had never heard of such a way of awakening. The girl shouted at Lulu to tell her what was going on immediately. Lulu said that Iron had delved deep into his own soul to fulfill his cherished desire. He had reached the most suitable place to fulfill his desire, where no one could penetrate or interfere. Iron would continue training until he achieved a satisfactory result. Curlia asked when he would return. Lulu replied that it would be immediately after he achieved the result, but no one knew exactly when that would be. Lulu added that it could be tomorrow, in a month, or even in a year. Curlia was frightened. Had she brought the curse upon herself? The girl really wanted her brother to return to them alive. Iron was surprised. What was that fence near him? The young man thought he was in a dream in which the man was swinging his sword. The man continued to swing his sword in the same manner as always, without any changes. Suddenly, the swordsman stopped and looked at our hero. At one point, their eyes met. Iron realized that this man was staring intently at him. What should he do now? A space-time continuum occurred, and lightning began to flash around the swordsman. The lightning began to flow into the young man, and a high-voltage electrical connection appeared between these people. Iron didn't have the strength to stay on his feet and flew straight at the swordsman. When the young man came to, he found himself lying on the ground. Without opening his eyes, Iron scratched his head. and thought that the bed had become hard. Maybe it was all because of a strange dream. Iron opened his eyes and saw that he was not in bed, but on the ground, and the clothes he was wearing were unfamiliar and strange. Iron realized that this was not a dream at all. In front of the young man was an old wooden hut. Only now did Iron notice that the man had disappeared. The young man did not understand what had happened. Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Our hero saw the very sword sticking out of the ground. A situation arose that Iron could not explain in words. There was only one conclusion. This was real witchcraft. Iron reached for the sword and said that he had awakened the sorcery. If this place was created based on his cherished desire, then he was now on a training ground. The protagonist thought that this was a place where no one would disturb him. The place was meant for him alone. Iron grabbed the sword, pulled it out of the ground, and began swinging it in different directions. The young man thought that here he would surely find his way of the sword. Iron stopped training and looked around. The boy thought he had only just warmed up, but it was already completely dark. Iron thought it would be nice if night did not fall. The next moment, the sun was already shining in the sky. The young man realized that this was magic. Iron wanted spring to come so that a light breeze would blow. Iron entered a wooden hut. In front of him was an empty table. The boy finished his training and thought it would be nice to change into comfortable clothes. The next moment, our hero was already sitting at the dining table, which was laden with delicious and healthy food. After lunch, the young man lay down on the bed and said that it was just wonderful here. Iron thought that this was the most suitable environment for concentrating on the sword. The power of sorcery is incredible. It was the 5th day of his stay in another world. Iron fell asleep in bed every time, but woke up on the training ground. He had to achieve his goal at all costs, otherwise he would not be able to get out of here. Iron assumed that the swordsman was somehow connected to him since he appeared at the moment his sorcery awakened. Iron pushed away extraneous thoughts because he needed to focus only on training. He had to swing with all his heart every time. Our hero thought that he had made 2,000 swings the day before, so today he had to try to make 3,000. The 211th day of his stay in another world. He couldn't manage more than 6,000 swings. Iron didn't understand what the problem was. The young man told himself that everything was fine. He shouldn't doubt himself. He had to keep swinging. Iron counted 6,095 swings. The guy thought that, having gotten used to his surroundings, he had relaxed for a moment. It was the 353rd day of his stay in another world. Today he did less, only 5,295 swings. Iron thought that he hadn't rested once this year. Apparently, he had overworked himself. The young man threw his sword aside and decided that he needed to regain his strength quickly and resume training tomorrow. The 417th day of his stay in another world. 3,695 swings. Iron noticed that his right arm was slightly numb. If he continued now, it would be uncomfortable to train tomorrow. That was enough for today. 624th day in another world. There was no training. Iron Pereira hadn't picked up a sword in 96 days. The young man opened his eyes and thought that the result was obvious, since he had spent most of his life being lazy. His performance at the academy was not of his own volition. It was the result of the will of the man from his dream. Iron decided to take a look at himself from the outside. His search for his path of the sword had brought him here. And as soon as that man's help evaporated, Iron simply fell. All his exhausting training turned out to be meaningless sword swings. He had put his heart and soul into it for just a year, and that was his limit. Iron had no idea how long he had been here. If time flowed the same way here as it did in reality, he had wasted a huge number of days and weeks. However, it didn't matter now. It was enough for him that he could be at peace in a place where there was no one else but him. The young man opened his eyes when he heard someone's voice. Someone was calling his name. Elijah was standing in the doorway. The girl asked Iron to wake up. Elijah noticed that it was time for their early training session. It was nighttime in the sky. Iron jumped out of bed and asked in surprise what Elijah was doing there. The young man's feet got tangled in the blanket and he fell, hitting his face on the floor. The girl laughed. Was he really so happy to see her? Elijah asked if he was going for a run in those clothes. Iron ran after the girl and wondered where the running track had come from. Ilya told Iron to keep up and picked up the pace. After the run, the young man thought that they had been doing this until dawn. It had been a long time since he had such a marathon. Ilya told the young man to hurry up and sit down at the table. After breakfast, they would immediately begin sword training. Iron couldn't take his eyes off the girl. Ilya was surprised. What was he looking at? Did he want to say something? Iron asked how Ilya ended up here. The girl replied that Iron should stop asking useless questions. He had to eat quickly because it was time to train. On the training ground, Ilya didn't understand how much idleness it took to make her stance so terrible. The girl said that this guy was empty inside. He would only be able to perform normal movements if he filled his soul. Lulu had taught him that. Iron was surprised. How did Ilya know Lulu? Ilya shouted at Iron not to ask stupid questions. Iron managed to add 2,000 swings. Ilya praised him and said that was enough for today. The girl said they would see each other again and simply disappeared. She vanished into thin air. It was nighttime again in the sky. Iron thought that he knew it all along. She wasn't real. The young man lay down in bed with pleasure. He felt incredibly tired. Today he wouldn't have to force himself to fall asleep. As he fell asleep, the young man wondered how Ilya could have ended up in the witchcraft world. Maybe he had called her in his unconscious state. In any case, it was very nice. Suddenly, our hero was grabbed by the collar. A menacing voice asked, "Why isn't this bastard getting up?" Iron was surprised and confused. Judith was standing in front of the bed. The girl said that the sun had risen long ago. How long was this guy going to sleep? Had he grown tired of living? Judith pulled the young man out of the house by his arms and said that she was right. This guy was still asleep. Brad and Elijah were waiting in front of our hero's house. Brad asked what had happened to Iron. How could he have overslept? Judith ordered him to take up his sword immediately, and they would proceed to a duel right away. Brad told her not to rush because the guy hadn't even warmed up yet. Judith and Brad argued for a long time. Elijah said they should be left alone. Iron could now get some excellent practice with her. Iron looked at his shadow and thought that his stance was sloppy again. Maybe he had been resting for too long. Ilya said that everything was fine. It wasn't perfect, but his stance was already better. Iron told Judith and Brad not to look at him like that. Once again, Iron didn't understand why his friends believed in him. Someone who couldn't do anything without help. Someone so weak-willed and careless. During another training session, Iron thought that it was very difficult for him. He could barely breathe. The guy felt his legs getting heavier and heavier. It seemed that he had reached his limit. However, for some reason, he felt that he was capable of running even further. Judith broke ahead and said she wasn't going to lose to anyone. Next came the sword fights. His opponent was Brad Lloyd. Brad warned that he was going to attack and rushed forward. Iron successfully parried the attack. Brad said it was great. Iron was much more confident than the day before. Iron unexpectedly attacked his opponent, and Brad lost his footing and fell to the ground. Judith said that Iron was doing well and that he was doing very well today. Elijah saw Brad continuously increasing the distance for the first time. Brad said it was pretty good. Iron replied that his success was thanks to the help of his friends. Iron thought that the cat was right. There was no need to torment himself alone. If you work together with people who believe in you and love you, you can conquer mountains. The young man thought that nothing could prevent a person from rising, and it was not necessary to be alone. Judith asked if Iron had broken his record. Iron replied that he had made 10,000 swings today. Judith stretched as usual and said that their role was over. Brad added that maybe Iron would call them again. Judith told Iron to work hard and not let doubts get the better of him. Ilya, disappearing again, wished her friend good luck. Iron pulled the sword out of the ground and decided to start over. Day 1, 237 in another world. Iron is intensely engaged in running across rough terrain. The 375th day in another world. The 1613th day in another world. The 1687th day in another world. The 1755th day in another world. Iron remembered the days at the academy when he had felt a similar sensation. How much progress had he made now? The guy thought about maybe calling his friends. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. And besides, he wanted to get something. Judith was the most surprised when she saw our hero. The girl asked, "Did he call them just to show off his height?" Judith added that if it was nothing serious, she would go back. Iron suggested they fight once. Judith said that he had persuaded her and she would stay. She would be his first opponent. Iron said he wanted them to attack at the same time, all three of them. Iron held his sword forward and told them to attack together. The girls took out their weapons and said that Iron had changed noticeably. Judith added that he had become very bold. Brad said that Judith should not talk about boldness. Iron thought it would not be easy for him, but he was confident of victory. After a long battle lasting several hours, Iron said that he had to train until he lost his pulse. The young man added that this was the only thing he knew how to do. Memories from the academy alone are not enough, so his techniques are not yet perfect. Iron added that he wants to acquire their sword techniques, but that doesn't mean he's giving up his own. His goal is to make his sword and will even stronger. Iron asked his friends to teach him what they know about their techniques. Judith said that this was pure deception. He is a brazen robber. Where has such a thing ever been seen? Iron said that Judith could also awaken witchcraft. Judith screamed that she would never forgive him for that. Iron said that he too had tried until he was exhausted to achieve this result. At one point, the girl said that Iron had won, and she agreed. As she disappeared, Judith said that when he was outside, there would be no mercy. Iron replied that he would miss her too. Iron thought that he had succeeded and had become stronger. The sword was returned to where the young man had taken it from. Falling asleep, our hero thought it was time to leave this place. He wanted tomorrow to come faster. The old hut disappeared, and in its place appeared a huge gate. In the morning, Iron woke up and approached the gate. There was no handle or keyhole on it. Iron looked back and saw the very sword from his dream. The sword stood right in front of the door, and it seemed to be there for a reason. The young man pulled the sword out of the ground and decided that it was the key to the gate. Iron said it was perfect. It suited him. Maybe it was because he had grown up? Iron found it funny, and his goal here was to free himself from the sword of the man in his dream, and this sword had to be used to get out of here. He thought that the old him would say that this was not right and would despair. However, now everything became clear to him. It was thanks to that man that changes had taken place within him. This strange swordsman had changed Iron's whole life. It was because of him that he got out of bed for the first time and swung a sword. Because of him, the young man ran until he lost consciousness for the first time. Iron wanted to be like him and tried his best. His blows, his swings, none of it was his will. Iron did all this himself. It was all Iron's will. The young man decided that this was his path of the sword. The gate was destroyed by a single perpendicular cut. Iron opened his eyes and rejoiced. He was back in his room again. The young man looked around. Everything around him remained the same. It seemed that very little time had passed in the real world. Iron was happy. He wanted to see his loved ones as soon as possible. A cat appeared in the room. However, it was not Lulu. It was a white cat. Marcus was angry at the cat. How did it get in here again? The doors were tightly closed. Marcus saw the young master and was very surprised. Iron asked where his family was now. Why did Marcus have wrinkles on his face? Marcus said with tears in his eyes that the young master had finally returned. The servant said that it was simply happiness. He thought that the young man had abandoned them forever. Iron asked in alarm how much time had passed. The servant replied, 5 years. Iron realized that time in that space flowed the same as in reality. Then what had become of his promise to the academy director and Elijah? What about the punitive expedition on which their family's reputation depended? The young man asked Marcus where his parents and Curlia were. The servant replied that they were all fine. The reunion with his family was touching, with tears in their eyes. Everyone was happy about the young man's return. His father said that they were very grateful that the young man had returned safe and sound. Iron asked where his sister was now. Amelia replied that Curlia was now in the Principality of Caesar. She had become a student of the eminent sorceress Skana Keaton. Iron calmed down, realizing that his sister was all right. He was immensely happy. Iron thought that because of him, the whole family had once again found themselves in an uncomfortable position, and that he could not continue to act this way. Iron said that his relatives were surely burdened by the thought that their son was imprisoned alone in some strange place. However, during those 5 years, he had not simply been locked up. The young man added that he had trained hard and achieved good results. He said there was no need to worry anymore, no need to torment themselves. From this day forward, as the eldest child of the Pereira family, he would no longer make them ashamed of him. The young man noticed that it was April, so he would take part in the punitive expedition that would take place next month. The door to the room opened and Curlia entered. Iron looked at his sister and said that she had grown a lot. The girl was surprised. Why was Iron smiling? Did he really think this was a time for smiles? Iron explained that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and he was very happy to see her. Amelia asked why Curlia was here now and not in the Principality. The girl replied that she would be participating in a punitive expedition in place of her brother. Her father was surprised. What was his daughter talking about? Curlia declared that she was not being stubborn. It wasn't necessary for Iron to participate in the expedition. On the contrary, he needed to be dissuaded. He had spent 5 whole years in a terrible place. Were his parents really going to send him on such a dangerous mission right away? Iron told his sister not to worry about him. Inside that space, he had gained strength through training. Curlia interrupted her brother and said that a punitive expedition was an event that would increase the family's honor. Judging by his abilities in the situation, participating in it was the right decision for her. The girl added that if her brother was so confident, she would challenge him to a duel. He had to show what he was capable of. Iron agreed. Curlia told him to follow her. The young man promised his sister that he would show her the strength he had gained in that place. The knight said that he did not expect to see the Lord's face again. It seemed to him that the story with witchcraft was a cover and that the Lord had long since perished. But why this sudden duel? Curlia told her brother not to stand still, but to prepare himself. Iron replied that he was ready. The young man pretended to hold an invisible sword in his hands. Curlia told her brother not to make her repeat herself, because he wasn't even holding a sword. At that moment, a sword appeared in the young man's hands out of nowhere. The boy declared that he was now completely ready. His father thought that Iron had awakened his magical powers after all. It turned out that the rumors were true. Iron thought that he hadn't done anything yet. He had just taken out the sword. Curlia took small toy swords that fit in the palm of her hand out of her purse. The girl threw the swords high into the air. The swords grew in size and became full-fledged weapons. Curlia said that now they were starting, and the swords rushed toward her brother. Iron thought that he would not mind taking his words back. The young man thought that his sister had simply thrown the swords, but it felt as if his arm was about to break. She had serious strength. Iron parried the sword's attacks, but they returned and attacked again. The fight was fierce. The knight asked if they should stop them. Another knight asked how he imagined that would work. Marcus was surprised. Why hadn't the air attacked yet? At one point, the swords fell to the ground. Iron approached his sister and told her not to worry so much. The girl burst into tears. Her brother said that this time he had made the decision because he was truly confident in his abilities. Iron apologized for making them wait so long. Curlia said that no matter what, they would have to be careful. The upcoming expedition was much more dangerous than the previous ones. The Medjans had appeared. A month ago, their tracks were found in the southern part of the Caron territory. Medjans are creatures with powerful strength obtained through a contract with the devil. In a sense, they can be compared to sorcerers. The twisted and dirty power that comes from their wicked souls makes them far more formidable enemies than ordinary monsters. Curlia said that this would not work and that it would be better if she participated as well. The girl said that her brother had just seen for himself how strong she had become. A woman appeared in the room and said that Curlia would not succeed because she had an important event in 2 weeks. Why was she even here? Curlia was surprised. How did her teacher end up here? Her only older brother had returned from the barrier after 5 years. How could she not come? The sorceress said she was pleased to meet her. She had heard a lot about the young man. The woman added that her name was Skaina Keaton, Caesar's most charming sorceress. Iron greeted Skaina Keaton. The young man had heard that the woman was over 50 this year. Maybe she had rejuvenated herself with witchcraft? Keaton said that the young man was right about her. Iron was surprised. Could witchcraft really be used to read minds? Keaton explained that these thoughts could be guessed without witchcraft. Curlia added that her brother should not listen to her. If witchcraft were excluded, she was basically a complete disaster. Skaina was delighted because Curlia had just admitted that she was the best at witchcraft. She had praised her in a veiled way. Curlia hastened to say that she had not said such a thing. Skaina added that this sweet child had been talking about her brother for 5 years. The witch said that if Curlia wanted to shut her up, she should be a good girl and wait in the next room. Iron saw for the first time a person who was so skilled at communicating with his sister. Skaina apologized and said that their first meeting had not gone very well. To be Curlia's teacher, one must have a stronger spirit than hers. Iron replied that he understood everything. The sorceress noted that the young man was very different from his sister in many ways. Skaina handed the young man a pendant and said that she was here specifically to give it to him. It was an artifact that helped to capture a certain amount of demonic energy and risk factors. They said it could even neutralize fairly strong poisons. Iron said he couldn't accept such a valuable item. Skaina asked the young man not to refuse. She had made it not alone, but together with his sister. Curlia had prayed for his safe return for 5 years and put her power into this artifact every day. The sorceress noted that this was the first time she had seen Curlia since taking her on as an apprentice. Iron thanked them for the gift and promised to make good use of it. Skyna said that it was a great blessing that the girl had such an amazing older brother, much better than she had expected. The young man looked at the ball and wondered, where was Lulu now? The temporary meeting place was the Chiron territory. Curlia replied to her brother that she did not know where Lulu was. The cat stayed at the estate for several more months, and then disappeared in an instant. The girl added that she hadn't seen the cat since then and didn't know anything else. Iron thought that his sister might not like Lulu very much, but it wasn't her fault. No one was to blame. He had wanted it that way himself. The young man asked his sister not to treat the cat badly when he saw her again. Curlia promised to try. The young heir Lester said he didn't expect to see Pereira in their ranks. Martin added that the guy had been trapped in a magical barrier. Although he was probably deceiving everyone so he could lie in bed peacefully. And anyway, what was he doing on a punitive expedition? He didn't even have any experience hunting monsters. Martin suggested that Iron would be able to demonstrate the same skills as before, and in that case, he would not be lost. Lester added that in that case, he would not be a burden. Ryan Kieran couldn't even imagine where Iron had been all this time. However, he was glad that they had met here. Ryan decided that he would definitely take revenge on this guy for that disgrace. Martin asked, has Kevin decided to participate too? Kevin replied that he was not afraid of the Magians. Thanks to the Magians, a detachment of Sunset Knights, mages, and priests was sent on an expedition from the royal capital. Moreover, the deputy commander of the Sunset Knights, Sir Hill Burnett, would be in charge of this expedition. Such a campaign could raise one's reputation. Lester added that he couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Martin told Kevin to shut up immediately. Kevin was surprised. What was going on with this guy? Kevin turned around and saw the deputy commander of the Knights standing in front of him. Hill Burnett said that it would be better for all the aristocrats gathered here not to participate in this punitive expedition. He would conduct the raid on the Magians with his own armed forces alone. Viscount Karen asked, what does this mean? How can a knight decide such an important matter on his own? The commander of the Knights said that the Magians were no match for monsters. Even children knew that. However, it seems that the omniscient aristocrats of the South are unaware of this. Burnett said that he and his fighters were armed with firm faith and fierce loyalty to their state. Therefore, they were fully prepared to destroy the wicked magicians. However, they are not eager to participate in an expedition with aristocrats who, instead of the welfare of the continent and the peace of the country, pursue only their own personal glory. Sir Burnett asked those present if they had anything to add. One of the young men knelt before the knight. Burnett asked who he was to dare to block his path. Ryan Chiron felt an unimaginable pressure on himself. The young man said he was the eldest son of the Chiron family and introduced himself. Ryan said that they would not make excuses. They were very sorry. They had been too relaxed before the battle with the Magians. But this would not happen again. They would look up to the knight in his advance guard. They would do everything possible to ensure that there was not a trace of carelessness left in them. The young man asked for a chance. Burnett laughed and apologized for going a little too far with his humor. He was not going to forbid them from participating in the raid, but he could not tolerate such recklessness. Only by seeing the heads of noble families fighting the Magians themselves would the people be able to find peace of mind and enjoy life. However, the words that one must never be careless in front of the Magi are true. Sir Hill Burnett, left alone in the tent, thought that Ryan Karan was a rather talented young man. But the problem was that no one else stood out except him. The deputy commander was informed that a guest, Mr. Tom Miller, had arrived. He was a wandering knight from the kingdom of Gobert. Burnett greeted the guest and said he was glad to see him. What had brought the stranger here? He had heard that Mr. Miller had a very talented student. He was a student of the 27th class of the Golden Generation, for which the Kronos Academy was famous. The old man said that this student had not officially enrolled in the academy and had been expelled. Of course, he did not think that the current graduates could surpass this young man. However, he is far from a genius like Ilya Lingje. The knight asked if this was the same Ilya Lingje who took first place in the final assessment, but refused to officially enter the academy. They say that at the age of 14, after leaving the academy, she became an honorary member of the strongest squad of Moonlight Knights in the Kingdom of Adon. Miller noted that, in other words, a beast similar to Ignata had appeared on the continent. Burnett said he was jealous. Why weren't there such talents in their Kingdom of Hail? Miller was surprised. According to his student, the beast, who was almost on par with Elijah, was from Hail. Burnett laughed. He was no longer at an age to be taken in by such jokes. Miller was surprised. Did Hill really not know about this? The old man noted that there was a student at the final assessment who showed a level almost identical to that of the girl. With a slight difference, he took second place. Miller added that his student, who witnessed the young man's demonstration of strength, said it was shocking. Burnett admitted that this was the first he had heard of it. Was this student now at the Kronos Academy? The old man replied that for some reason, he had also left the academy. If this guy is from Hale, then he most likely took part in this raid. Burnett was surprised. Hadn't he seen him? He would definitely have recognized him. Burnett asked what his name was. The old man thought for a moment and said that his name was Iron Pereira. The expedition made its way through the forest and stopped at a small clearing. The deputy commander of the Knights said that they would rest here for a short while. They should take advantage of the opportunity to eat a little. The Knights sat down in the shade and watched the young aristocrats frolicking with swords in their hands. The young knight said that these young men had absolutely no combat experience. His colleague added that it was better than nothing, but weren't they showing off too much? Although their skills were not bad, especially that guy, his name seems to be Ryan Kyron. He stands out more than the others. The Viscount was pleased with his son and praised him. The young man should continue to attract attention. The Viscount thought that in a few years, the gap between the Kyron and Pereira families had grown significantly. It was difficult to diminish their power. However, if they took the initiative in this raid, their family would be able to restore its status. The Viscount understood that Ryan was needed for this. Even if he had to force himself, he had to get in front of the deputy commander. The Viscount saw that Hill Burnett was heading towards his son. He probably wanted to give him some personal advice. That was excellent. However, Hill Burnett walked past without even noticing the young man. Ryan decided not to dwell on it. Everything was fine. There was plenty of time. Ryan wondered why the commander had approached Iron. Burnett stopped in front of our hero and looked at him intently. The knight said that this was indeed the heir to the Pereira family, who was called a lazy aristocrat. Wasn't he very well known in the southern part of the Kingdom of Hale? The knight informed the commander that the reason his whereabouts were unknown was that he had been imprisoned by witchcraft somewhere. Burnett did not understand how to interpret these words. Why did the young man refuse to officially enter the Chrono Academy and return home? What was this spell business? Hill Burnett turned to Iron Pereira. Since he was now in charge of the squad, the young man could call him the commander of the raid. Burnett decided to ask directly. All the young men except Pereira were spending their free time training diligently with their swords, working hard. Only Iron sat carefree in his place. What was the reason for his excessive self-confidence? Iron apologized if he had shown himself to be dishonest. The young man added that his lack of training at the moment was not indicative of his efforts. Iron stated that he lacked determination in his heart. Kevin Lester, who heard these words, said that Iron was being provocative with the deputy commander of the Knights. Ryan told Kevin to shut up. Burnett said he had heard an interesting answer. Could the young man elaborate? Iron said that he took part in the punitive expedition in order to destroy the minions. In the process, he also wants to raise his family's reputation by showing good activity. The young man added that now he wanted to understand what he could do to achieve this. He lacked significant experience in raids, so he decided to focus on something other than training. Iron noted that it is not only actions that are important, but also approach. By saying that his heart lacks determination, he meant that in his current state, sword training cannot be considered an effort for him. The knight reported to the commander that it was time for them to set off. Burnett shouted for the squad to get up and fall in line. They would be moving out soon. The deputy commander of the Knights said that Iron Pereira would ride alongside him. They still had things to discuss. The Viscount told his son not to rush. They had to wait for the right moment. An opportunity would surely arise. The Viscount added that Ryan could create that opportunity himself. Ryan replied that the latter option was much better. Burnett asked the young man if he was armed. Iron confirmed this and added that if the commander felt uncomfortable, he could show his sword. Hill Burnett said he would decline unnecessary formalities. Iron thanked him for his understanding. The commander of the Knights thought that the more he listened to this guy, the more surprised he became. Had he really awakened witchcraft? Burnett asked what the young man wanted to focus on more than sword training. Iron replied that there were three things. First, he had never destroyed anyone before. Therefore, in order to prepare for the shock and confusion that would follow his first destruction, he was now calming his heart. Second, for an inexperienced warrior, there is nothing more dangerous than a sudden urge to act. Therefore, he calms his excitement and tries to be careful so as not to cause trouble, depending on the orders of his superior. Thirdly, it is a matter of the demonic energy emitted by the Magi and their monster servants. He must sharpen all his senses and try to understand and recognize the appearance of the enemy in advance. That's all. Burnett said that it sounded much more realistic than he had expected. He liked it. Iron thanked the commander. Burnett told the young man not to try to take on too much responsibility at first. The latter should be left to experienced soldiers. Iron said he would heed the advice. The commander of the knights explained that they had brought priests with them to quickly detect demonic energy. Therefore, the young man could focus only on the rest. Iron suddenly stopped and stared at a single point. Burnett wondered where he was looking. Behind the knights stood a huge monster. Iron realized that they had ended up behind enemy lines. The commander shouted loudly for everyone to prepare for battle immediately. The knights needed to get into formation. Burnett ordered the 6 families to stand back and protect the mages and priests. Megan immediately decided to attack the knights. The commander ordered the knights to resist immediately and maintain a safe zone for the mages and priests. Burnett decided to entrust these monsters to the knights. The commander thought that only he could destroy the giant. However, Burnett saw that one of the warriors had rushed at the monster. The young man had a huge sword in his hands. Burnett realized that Iron Pereira had accepted the challenge and entered into battle with the giant. The young man swung his sword skillfully and bravely. He used his signature move, a perpendicular cut, and sliced the monster in half along its body. It took him only one blow to do so. Iron did not retreat a single step, and clutching his sword tightly in his hands, continued to stand before his defeated enemy. Sir Pereira could not contain his emotions and shouted his son's name loudly. Something incredible happened. The monster's body parts rejoined, and it continued its attack on the knights. Iron once again swung his sword and lunged at the giant. The young man got close to the monster and continued to strike it relentlessly. The wounded monster, bleeding profusely, roared loudly, but could do nothing to his opponent. The commander shouted for the young man to leave immediately. Iron swung again and delivered a crushing blow. The shock wave sent the monster's body flying far back. Even the nearby trees were gone. That's how powerful the blow was. All the knights and members of the 6 families watched silently. Burnett thought, could this be true? He had indeed appeared, the beast of the kingdom of Hail. The commander shouted for the knights to pull themselves together. The battle was not over yet. The squad had to destroy the remaining enemies. The commander was informed that no one had been injured in the battle, everyone was safe, and there were no casualties. Burnett ordered the formation to be restored after a short respite. Iron did not understand why he did this. At the sight of the giant, anger took hold of him. His feelings flared up for the first time, and it seemed very strange. For a short time, the young man seemed to cease to be himself. The astonished commander of the knights approached the hero and looked at him intently. Burnett asked if Iron Pereira understood what he had just done. Iron bowed his head and apologized. The young man said that he had disobeyed orders and acted spontaneously. Even though they had discussed in advance how to behave, he could not control his emotions and did what he wanted. Iron added that he was very sorry about it. The commander told the young man to raise his head. He smiled and asked if the guy didn't understand jokes. Burnett stated that they were on a punitive expedition and had one goal: to destroy the monsters threatening the state. The commander praised the young man. Thanks to the young man's skillful defeat of the giant, the squad had not suffered serious damage. They would discuss the details later, but for now, Iron could accept congratulations. His first appearance on the scene had been truly impressive. The commander said that he would continue to expect the same level of activity from Pereira. Iron's father ran up to him. He asked if his son was injured. The young man replied that he was fine, just a little dirty. His father could not contain his emotions and hugged his son. He said he was proud of Iron. Everyone present watched this heartwarming scene, worthy of an Oscar. Ryan asked Jack Stewart, "Is it ready?" Stewart replied that everything was ready. Ryan told Jack to start right away. Burnett asked if this artifact could really capture demonic energy. Iron confirmed it could. The young man said that this artifact was created by his younger sister, a sorceress, together with her mentor. He was told that the artifact would help the punitive expedition. Burnett thought that sorcerers were certainly formidable, but was it possible that this artifact detected demonic energy faster than the sacred objects of the priests? The artifact reacted again, and Iron said that enemies were approaching from the left. The commander shouted for all the knights to prepare for battle. The spearmen were to line up on the left. Indeed, monsters appeared from the forest. Burnett thought that this young man was right again, so it was no coincidence. The commander ordered the squad to charge the enemy and destroy them all at once. Thanks to the knight's timely response, the monsters were destroyed, and there were no human casualties. Burnett said that from now on he would focus not on the priest's sacred objects, but on Iron's artifact. As soon as the young man sensed demonic energy, he had to report it immediately. After the battle ended, Burnett ordered a halt. That was enough for today. It was necessary to set up camp and prepare food. The knights rested and discussed Iron Pereira. Was he really only 21 years old? How could he possess such amazing abilities at such a young age? His level was undoubtedly already that of an expert. One of the knights said that this was probably the case. After all, he had destroyed that giant very professionally. Who else on this continent, apart from experts, is capable of doing such a thing alone? During the meal, Iron noticed that the artifact lit up and then darkened. The young man remembered his sister's words. If the artifact turned black, it meant that it had detected poison. It had a detoxification function, so he just had to wait until the artifact returned to its normal color. Iron thought that someone was plotting something sinister against him. Of course, he assumed that there would be competition between the families, but he did not expect his opponent to act so openly. Iron looked at the heirs of the other families and decided it was one of the three young men. Most likely, it was the Marquis of Chiron. The young man decided that his father did not need to know about this. It was not worth worrying him. Iron decided to keep what had happened a secret until he figured it out for himself. The artifact soon regained its color. The young man thought that everything was ready. The detoxification process was complete. The boy felt something unusual under the plate with his hand. It was a sticky note. Someone had warned that the food was poisoned and advised caution. Iron noticed that the note was written crookedly. Was it to hide the author's identity if someone else found it? Or was it just written in a hurry? The young man didn't even expect anyone to help him. Who was it? Not far away behind a tree, Jack Stewart was hiding. The young man wondered if he was doing the right thing. Burnett approached Iron and asked if he had eaten. The young man replied that he had just finished eating. The commander suggested a duel. He decided that he should properly assess the young man's potential. It would be useful in the next punitive expedition. The knights became interested in this action and began to sit down comfortably so they could watch everything closely. A duel with the deputy commander of the detachment was a sight worth seeing. Burnett ordered the young man to draw his sword. Iron reached out his hand, and the sword suddenly appeared in it. The commander declared that this duel was intended to test the young man's skill. He put all his power into the sword and asked if the boy was ready to finish it with one blow. Iron replied that he had no objection. The commander was surprised. This young man did not hesitate for a second. Was this calmness due to the fact that he was used to such things? Burnett decided that this was a more accurate feeling. He thought it was excellent. The commander of the knights was pleased, for this was much more than he had expected. The young man's spirit seemed unbreakable, like steel. Burnett was surprised. Was this boy's spirit gradually growing? It was incredible. The commander thought that if he didn't take this seriously, the young man's spirit would consume him. The knights watching what was happening understood that the commander was absolutely serious. One of the knights with a plate of food in his hands ran up and said that he was already there and also wanted to watch. However, the knight lost his balance and fell face forward, dropping the plate from his hands. He lay stretched out on the ground right between the rivals. The plate of food lay nearby. The frightened knight apologized and said he would clean everything up right away. Burnett told Iron that they would end there. The spectators were very upset. Would they really see nothing? The commander said that was enough. From now on, Iron Pereira could act at his own discretion without asking for permission. Burnett added that with such skills, it was better to give the young man freedom of action. These abilities were quite sufficient for an expert level. The commander said that everyone could leave. There would be no performance. Lying in bed, Iron couldn't sleep. The young man thought that during the battle with the giant and the duel with the commander, he had experienced similar, yet different feelings. Burning emotions enslaved him and deprived him of control over his body. Just like on the day when he first had that dream. The young man wondered, was it really him? He assumed that he had somehow escaped from that man. Why did he reappear? Iron felt that something was wrong here. The young man noticed that this man was angry. He had changed. That man had never shown any emotion before. Why now? The young man thought. When the dream changed, changes also took place in it. And perhaps this time they had already happened. Ryan asked Jack's steward if he had told him to put poison in the food the day before. Jack said he had done everything, and Iron had eaten everything. Ryan asked in surprise, then why had it had no effect on him? Jack replied that he didn't understand. The poison should have worked instantly. Ryan said that today they needed to double the dose. Jack's steward said that was too dangerous. If the dose was exceeded, it wouldn't end with a simple illness. Ryan demanded that Jack shut up immediately. Was he now concerned about Iron? Stewart apologized and admitted he had made a mistake. Ryan was surprised. Why was Jack acting this way? Ryan reminded him that he was very nervous about this Iron. Wasn't it enough for Stewart what he got from his father? Ryan ordered him to do as he was told, and not to forget who he owed his position to. At the halt, the commander ordered everyone to finish eating. It was time to get going. The artifact on Iron's chest darkened again. Iron thought that this poisoner was too persistent. Was he going to do this every time? Be that as it may, the young man was glad that at least someone was on his side. He received another note warning him that the food was poison. After resting and eating, the expedition set off again. Commander Burnett noticed that Iron seemed gloomy. Was everything all right? The young man replied that he was fine. Iron noticed the artifact. He realized that the object had reacted to demonic energy again. Iron shouted that there were monsters on the left, that he would deal with them himself, and rushed in the right direction. The monsters did not expect to be caught off guard. Iron attacked them swiftly, inflicting significant damage on the beasts. Each swing of his sword was effective. The monsters fell apart. Commander Burnett immediately appeared at his side and told the young man to trust him to cover his rear. When these monsters were destroyed, the knights told Iron that the heir had once again demonstrated incredible skill. Iron looked at his hand and thought that his senses were continuing to sharpen. This time, Iron felt the demonic energy even before the artifact. Could this also be the influence of that man? How could he be connected to him? Ryan shouted that Iron had become even more active. How should he understand this? Jack Stewart listened silently to his master. Jack noticed that he had seen an artifact that captured demonic energy. Before the meal, it flashed. It seemed to have a detoxification function. Ryan shouted that his strange younger sister had interfered again. Why was she meddling where she shouldn't? Ryan Karen didn't know what to do. After all, he was definitely right. The young man decided that if that was the case, he would kill the mage himself. The commander of the knights announced that they had arrived at their destination. It was the magician's lair, a cave created artificially. The architectural elements were evident. Burnett ordered Iron to go ahead with him. Ryan told the commander that he also wanted to go to the vanguard and help as much as he could. Burnett replied that he had no objection, but that Kyrane should not relax. In the cave, the knights heard the sound of a violin, which seemed strange. One of the knights said that the melody was pleasant, as if a piano were also playing. The knights noticed that the cave was surprisingly beautiful. It made them feel calm, and they wanted to get closer and listen. But Iron did not find this place wonderful. Something was clearly wrong with the knights. They were beginning to hallucinate. Could it really be because of the music? Iron shouted that it was a trap. They had to come to their senses immediately. The commander of the knights sniffed and sneezed loudly, which brought him to his senses. Burnett said that if anyone hadn't come to their senses, they needed to be shaken more vigorously. They couldn't give in to the magician's tricks. The knights were amazed when they saw a woman playing the piano in a well-lit area ahead of them. She turned around and said that guests had come to visit her. Burnett looked closely and realized that she was a much stronger magician than he had thought. The woman smiled and said she was very pleased. The mistress of the cave asked if the knights would like to hear another musical composition. Violinists appeared nearby. They were skeletons in tailcoats. Ryan assessed the situation and realized that he was dealing with a real mage. Burnett thought that, apart from her red eyes, nothing distinguished her from a human being. It was hard to believe that even with her demonic powers, she was able to retain herself. The commander of the knights had never encountered such an opponent before. Ryan was ready to act. He believed he could succeed and wanted to prove his superiority over Iron Pereira. The woman said she would like to perform a piece. Would the knights agree to listen to her? Viscount Karen shouted for the magician to be silent immediately. The commander ordered the Viscount to remain in line. The woman begged them to listen. After all, she played beautifully. The mistress of the cave said that the previous melody was just an appetizer. Now she would show her true self. The melody would be thick and sweet, like a bed, enveloping their exhausted bodies in its embrace. The Viscount smiled and said he would listen to one more, but no more. Burnett shouted for everyone to wake up. The Viscount came to his senses and realized that he had fallen under a spell. The commander of the knights shouted that no one should look the mage in the eyes, or they would fall under her influence. Ryan drew his sword and rushed forward. He believed he had to be the best and was obliged to destroy this mage. Ryan was rapidly approaching. He had decided to finish her off with a single blow. However, the woman let down her long hair and it rushed towards Ryan. Ryan managed to react and swung his sword. The young man was surprised. Why wasn't the hair being cut? The woman asked mockingly what they were doing. Did they really think they could cut her hair? Jack Stewart suddenly appeared in front of Ryan. He held his sword out and the hair wrapped around the blade. Jack shouted for Ryan to retreat immediately. It was dangerous here. The woman waved her hair and Ryan was immediately entangled in it. She pulled the young man toward her. Majin said she was pleased to meet Jack. The young man was bound by her hair and could not do anything. The cave's mistress added that there was no need to worry too much. She had no intention of destroying the young man. She was an advocate for peace. Burnett asked in surprise what kind of trick this was. The woman offered to make a deal. The life of this handsome and distinguished knight in exchange for the life of such a beautiful and talented girl as she. Magan said that it should be a very good deal. If the knights gave way and let her get out of there, she would release Jack in a place she considered safe. Burnett ordered Viscount Chiron not to interfere in the negotiations. However, the Viscount decided to act on his own and shouted that the Chiron family does not negotiate with filthy creatures. The woman replied that this was very sad. Maggie looked at the young man and said, "Poor Jack, he is willing to sacrifice himself for his family. Was the knight really willing to save this foolish heir?" The woman said that in that case, she had decided to change the terms. Ryan realized at that moment that he couldn't even move. The Viscount shouted for his son to return immediately. Burnett ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Ryan, like Jack Stewart, found himself entangled in the magician's hair. The woman pulled Ryan toward her, and now she had two prisoners. Burnett warned his squad that they were about to storm the castle. Viscount Chiron ran forward and shouted for the knights to stop. The commander asked in surprise what the Viscount was doing. He should immediately step aside. The Viscount told his men that they had a duty to protect the chief heir and stop Sunset's Night Squad. Burnett shouted that he would not let the Viscount get away with this. The commander of the knights and Viscount Chiron shouted at each other in rage. The Viscount repeated that his son must be saved and that he would not back down. The Viscount asked if the negotiations were still valid. The woman answered in the affirmative and swore by the name of Lord Lastro, whom she served. Viscount Chiron asked Barons Russell and Lester to support him. They knew very well what would happen if they refused. Burnett ordered Sunset's nightly squadron to show no mercy to those who hindered the raid on the Magan, regardless of their lineage or status. The woman said that an amazing spectacle was unfolding, even more than she had expected. Majin looked at Jack and said, "Poor boy, these people reacted completely differently than I thought they would. If I were in his place, my heart would be torn to pieces." The woman wondered, in what other ridiculous ways would these people reveal themselves? The cave's mistress was surprised. Who was that standing in the distance? Away from the knight stood Iron Pereira. His sword glowed and radiated incredible energy. The woman was amazed. Why was this young man standing motionless? And how long had he been in this position? Why were his eyes closed? It seemed very strange. Iron took decisive action and delivered a powerful blow. Megan was cut to pieces. Even the musical instrument standing nearby was shattered into pieces. Marion looked at her body and realized that her recovery was too slow. The woman made a supreme effort and got to her feet. Continuing to regenerate, she prepared to repel another attack from the unknown young man. Majin decided to use the hostages as a shield to buy time for recovery. Iron jumped over his opponent and struck another devastating blow. The woman realized that this guy was ignoring the hostages and was aiming exclusively at her. Their eyes met. Iron was cold and calm, while Mayun's eyes burned with excitement and rage. The woman decided that she had to stop this young man at any cost. Iron swung his sword again. The woman wrapped her hair around herself, preparing to defend herself. Iron struck, but the Majin hid behind her hair, as if in a cocoon. The woman thought she had succeeded. Now she could calmly recover. However, she soon noticed that for some reason, the demonic energy was not gathering. Could it be his doing? Iron prepared for another strike. Majin thought that the boy couldn't possibly have such power. Iron attacked again, striking the hair cocoon. The cave's mistress couldn't believe her eyes. He had broken through her defense, which was stronger than stone. She was wrong. She couldn't defeat this guy. One tiny mistake, and it would be the end of her. Everyone present could see the powerful explosion that followed the protagonist's next blow. The enraged commander of the Knights rushed forward to help Iron. Burnett was surprised to see only half of the woman's body, and only the lower half at that. Where was the rest of her? The other part of the magician was trying to get away as quickly as possible. The woman looked back and was surprised to see that the young man was still standing there, sword raised. An indescribable fear appeared in the woman's eyes. Iron swung his sword again. The young man struck, and a shockwave quickly spread forward, sweeping away everything in its path. The surviving part of the Magan did not understand where the young man got such strength. She could not believe that she had lost to some human. The Magan was cut in two by a perpendicular blow. Everyone present watched the battle with bated breath. One of the knights said that the Magan had been defeated. The heir to Iron had destroyed the monster. Sir Pereira thought again that his son was incredible. The deputy commander of the Knights, Hill Burnett, said nothing. He thought he simply had no words. Jack Stewart breathed a sigh of relief. Iron had saved his life once again. The protagonist, as always, was calm and confident. His eyes showed his composure. The territory of Chiron, the temporary headquarters of the Sunset Night Squadron. The Knights acted according to schedule, in accordance with the instructions they had received. One of the Knights said that he still couldn't believe that the expedition had ended without a single casualty. Moreover, their enemy was an extremely powerful magician who controlled minds. The heir, Iron, had defeated him single-handedly. He was very different from what was known about him from rumors. Finally, an outstanding personality had appeared in the Kingdom of Hail. Once the deputy commander finishes with that matter, they will be allowed to return. It is imperative to get to the bottom of everything. Such things cannot be ignored. Viscount Karen said he was very sorry, but then his mind became clouded. The commander of the Knights replied that he no longer wanted to hear it. After what had happened, such an excuse was not enough. The Viscount said that Burnett himself had seen it. He had been under mind control. The Viscount admitted that his son was very dear to him, but he was not so foolish as to give up peace on the continent because of his affection. Karen added that if it weren't for the magician's mind control, he would have acted very differently. Burnett thought he was a repulsive character. Everyone present knew that he was of sound mind. However, there was no conclusive evidence to convict him. Iron rested on his bed and indulged in reflection. That sword did not appear for the sake of noble lineage or family. It was merely a sword for cutting down the Magan. Was it all because of that man from his dream? Who was he? This man constantly confused Iron. The young man was told that a guest had arrived, and Jack Stewart appeared at the door. Stewart greeted him. Iron asked what the young man had come to see him about. Stewart said he needed to tell him something about the punitive expedition, but first he wanted to thank him for saving him. Jack said that when the Magan took him hostage, no one cared. Not the deputy commander, not his subordinates, not even his master, Viscount Phil Chiron. Iron thought that at that moment he had paid no attention to the hostages, acting only to destroy the Magan. Jack said that if it weren't for Iron, he would certainly have died, and therefore expressed his sincere gratitude. Stewart added that there was something else. He looked Iron in the eye and said that he was the one who had put poison in the food. Iron was, of course, stunned. The young men sat down, and Jack told them all the details. He admitted that he shouldn't have done it, even though his master had ordered him to. Jack added that it was an unwise thing to do, both as a knight and as a man. He understood that words alone were not enough, but he was truly sorry. Stewart said he was ready to accept any punishment Iron's heir would give him. Iron said that he had anticipated something like this to some extent, and it happened. All these situations are confusing. He added that he was not in the mood to talk right now. Stewart is free. The hero decided that he would not turn a blind eye to what had happened. But for now, everything was mixed up in his head, so it would be better if Stewart left. Jack said he would definitely pay for his mistake. The young man heard someone's voice saying that no matter how much he thought about it, nothing would change. Iron turned around and saw that Lulu was in the room. The young man was delighted. The cat asked if he was doing well. Iron asked where Lulu had been. He had been looking for her for a very long time. Lulu turned away and said she was ashamed to look him in the eye. The cat admitted that if she had taught him a little more, he would have mastered another ability and would not have been separated from his family for 5 whole years. Iron thought that Lulu believed it was her fault that he had been trapped in the witch's world. Lulu added that Curlia wouldn't have been so upset. It was all her fault, so she apologized. Iron said that Lulu was not to blame for anything. The cat replied that the man should not touch her. She brings bad luck. She is a black cat, a harbinger of misfortune. Iron declared that this superstition had nothing to do with Lulu. The cat objected that superstitions also have power. If many people begin to believe in some unfounded absurdity, it becomes true. If people exalt even a completely powerless creature, it becomes great. Witchcraft, created by the concentration of the will of many people, is capable of changing the laws of the world. Lulu added that misfortune would befall the young man if he stayed with her. She would not appear before him again. Iron grabbed the cat and said he would not let her go. Lulu tried to break free. She said that misfortune spread from her like a contagion and that the young man must release her immediately. Iron declared that from that day on, black cats would be a sign of good luck. Lulu objected, saying that black cats were harbingers of misfortune. Iron replied that everything would change now that Lulu was with him. He believed that she brought more luck than all people put together. Lulu admitted that she had missed Iron very much. Lulu, lying on the bed, said that witchcraft was a mysterious thing. Iron remarked that he had not expected even his friends from the academy to appear there. Lulu added that now he even draws his sword with the help of witchcraft. Iron was surprised. How did the cat know that? Lulu replied that she had been with him since his return. She said that she had been in the form of a white cat and that she had also written those notes during the expedition. Lulu admitted that in the battle with the Majin, Iron seemed slightly unfamiliar to her, a little more ferocious. Had something happened to him? The young man told the cat everything. Lulu said she now understood what was going on. It seemed that the man from his dreams had a strong hatred for Majins. Although perhaps the source of this hatred lies in the devil himself. This man probably lived 150 years ago. The cat added that it didn't really matter. What difference did it make whether he thought about something or not? What mattered was that the will of this unknown man was influencing Iron's soul. Lulu said that there was nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you can doubt and put down your sword when things get tough. But in the end, the young man raises his sword again anyway, with all his might. Lulu added that if it was very difficult for him, she would raise the sword together with Iron. Iron looked at the cat and was very happy that Lulu was now by his side. Alone, his anxiety would only have grown. True strength lies in the ability to walk hand in hand with someone you can trust. Iron thought that he still had unfinished business. Promises made to the head of the academy and others. It was about friends he hadn't seen in 5 years. Were they doing well? The deputy commander of the Knights, Hill Burnett, was beside himself with rage. Other noble families also agreed with Viscount Karen's words. He thinks he can escape punishment for a crime committed against the Royal Knight Squad. For the sake of the kingdom's well-being and peace on the continent, this cannot be allowed to happen. The deputy commander was informed that a guest had arrived. The guest said he had something to tell him. Viscount Chiron believed that the incident that occurred during the expedition had most likely already been resolved. What would happen next? After all, this was their last chance to restore their noble family. However, Iron Pereira appeared out of nowhere and ruined everything. There was a knock at the door, and Hill Burnett entered. The knight said he had come to finish their conversation. Chiron replied that they had nothing more to discuss. Burnett remarked that he didn't have much time, so he would get straight to the point. During the punitive expedition, an extremely shameful act had been committed. He added that he had been informed that the Chiron family had poisoned the heir to Pereira's food. The Viscount replied that this was complete nonsense. Chiron was outraged. Was Burnett going to accuse him again without presenting any evidence? This was extremely unpleasant. The knight must leave these lands immediately. The knight asked what the Viscount would do if he said he had evidence. Chiron demanded that Burnett stop this nonsense and leave immediately. Jack Stewart entered the room. Burnett said he was a witness to the incident. Stewart told him the whole truth. The fact of voluntary confession was taken into account, so the punishment would be mitigated. Chiron said that this was not true. Stewart had acted on his own initiative. Jack said that Mr. Chiron was behaving despicably to the very end. Chiron was outraged. How dare Stewart speak to him like that? Burnett said he would submit an official request to the kingdom to send a team to investigate. If Stewart's words proved to be false, the investigation could be safely indulged. However, if they were true, the Viscount would be better off surrendering voluntarily if he did not want to lose everything he had achieved over the years. The knight said he would be going to the Pereira estate for a short time. Everything must be ready for his return. Burnett decided that Iron should be accepted into the Sunset Knights. Such a treasure could not be passed up. However, upon arriving at the Pereira estate, the knight learned that Iron had returned to the Krone Academy. But hadn't he refused to join? His father explained that his son still had business there. Besides, he had officially enrolled in the academy 5 years ago. Burnett thought he was too late. The knight told Mr. Pereira that he had a wonderful son, a real treasure of the kingdom and perhaps of the entire continent. Iron thought that the head of the academy was an outstanding person. His skills were considered among the best on the continent. The elder was the one who showed him the way. He was the first teacher he truly respected. Perhaps he could give advice about the unstable condition. Although, of course, even the head himself would most likely be unable to do anything about these dreams. Lulu said that no one can know that now. The young man himself said that he is the best swordsman on the continent. A person who is considered the best on the continent in any field is no different from a sorcerer, for he possesses an incomprehensible will and abilities that cannot be explained by common sense. Lulu said that she was his teacher of sorcery. The young man replied that she was his second mentor. Lulu jumped down to the ground and said that in that case, they really needed to prepare for the journey. Iron was surprised to see that Lulu had disappeared and a pink mist had appeared in her place. When the mist cleared, Iron saw that the cat had appeared in clothes, boots, a hat, and with a sword. Lulu said that if they were going on a journey, she had to make a little effort. Lulu noted that she didn't usually dress up like this, but if she used a little bit of her power, it was easier than easy for her. Iron thought that they definitely wouldn't be bored on the road. Lulu said that the Chrono Academy must be waiting for them. The strongest swordsmen were approaching. The great city of Alcantara, the Chrono Fencing Academy, is located in this city. Lulu noted that there were many magical lanterns in this city, and one could play all night long. The cat noticed that people were practicing magic right on the street. It was very beautiful and unusual. Iron thought that it was thanks to the Chronos Academy that Alcantara had become a great city. The young man noted that the cat would definitely like it here. The academy itself had also changed for the better. Iron suggested finding a place to stay for the night first. Lulu asked for this place to have a cool name. A place called Cradle of Swords sounded cool and should be fine. Iron said he didn't mind. The cat said she would come later, as she wanted to walk around a little more. Iron said again that he didn't mind, but that she shouldn't stay out too long. The young man entered the establishment and immediately noticed that it was very spacious inside. However, the atmosphere seemed unusual to him. Everyone present had swords with them. Iron was surprised. Why were all these people staring at him so intently? Had he done something wrong? A burly man approached the young man and asked if he was another guest of the Chronos Academy. Iron confirmed this. Those present laughed. It turned out that the academy had started recruiting anyone and everyone. The burly man told the young man that anyone could challenge him, but it would be better for the young man to assess his strength wisely. One of the knights present said to another that if he didn't like something, they could go outside and see who was right. His opponent agreed. The bartender called out to the young man. The young man approached him. Iron asked the bartender if they should stop them. The bartender told the young man not to worry. In 10 years of working there had never been a fight. The man asked Iron if he was really a guest of the Chronos Academy. The young man confirmed this again, but was surprised at how they knew. The bartender said it couldn't be otherwise. Everyone here was a guest of the academy. Usually only such people came to this establishment. The man asked Iron if he had been verified as a guest. The young man was surprised. What did that mean? The bartender was surprised. Had this guy really come unprepared? For any fencer, the Chronos Academy is a dream. That's why many came here. Due to the large number of applicants, they were all sent back, but most refused to leave just like that. Some even calling the academy staff cowards. This is how guest confirmation came about. Once every 2 weeks, the academy chooses a date and holds an event where you can fight with swords. To get a pass, you need a mercenary badge. The young man followed the bartender. Iron went downstairs with the man. The bartender said that there was a mercenary agency downstairs. The bartender said that the test could not be conducted upstairs because it was too noisy. The bartender was met by a man who asked why he had come at such an hour. Seeing Iron, the man assumed that the young man had come for the test. The bartender said that there was a measuring instrument in front of the young man. If he hit it, the force of the blow would be displayed on the screen. The man Iron thought that the instrument did not look reliable. He asked what would happen if he broke it. The instructor said that it was a magical item, it was not easy to break, and there was no need to worry. It was surprising that this guy was even concerned about it. Iron said that in that case he would do his best. The instructor asked the bartender if this guest of the Chronos Academy looked too young. The men argued among themselves about how many points this guy could score. One said no more than 300, the other claimed it could be 500. The instructor said that since the guy came without a sword, he could choose anyone here. The young man said that everything was fine. The guy stretched out his hand and a sword appeared. Of course, the men were surprised when they saw such sorcery. How did the young man manage to create a sword out of nothing? Iron swung and struck the instrument used to determine strength. Sparks and screeches spread throughout the room. The men couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the results of the blow. Iron raised his sword and breathed a sigh of relief. The young man said it was cool. It really was some kind of magic. All the damage disappeared. The bartender asked where the sword came from. Iron replied that it was magic, something similar to ordinary magic. The sword suddenly disappeared. The young man said he didn't know how many points he had to score. Was his strike good? The device showed more than 10,000. Iron asked curiously if he had passed. The instructor said that the young man had definitely passed the test, but that he could only receive a silver badge on his first attempt. Lulu said that a silver mercenary badge was not bad. Iron admitted that it was interesting. Iron thought, I wish tomorrow would come soon. Tomorrow he would be able to meet Judith. The next day arrived. Lulu wondered where the people near the gate were going. Iron guessed that they were taking the test. The cat asked if she could at least watch. Iron agreed. Lulu made herself comfortable and said she was looking forward to it. However, there were a lot of people gathered here. They thought with surprise, has this boy forgotten himself here? These children have completely lost their fear. Lulu asked Iron if he knew anyone here. The young man replied that he knew the guy in the arena, Renz Peterson. They had studied together at the academy. Lulu said that this guy looked cool. Iron admitted that he was strong. Peterson greeted all the guests of the Kronos Academy. The young man announced that today he, Renz Peterson, a student of the 27th class, would fight the guests. Those present were surprised. Was he not even a graduate, but a student? Could some student really defeat them? They needed to bring in a normal opponent. Peterson said that this time would be different. The academy wanted its students to gain experience in real duels. That is why a student was performing, not a graduate. Of course, those present might be stronger than him. The guy added that this is why he proposes to introduce conditions. If someone does not like fighting him, they have the right to call a senior student. The first opponent entered the arena. He said that he would defeat this young man and call a worthy opponent. Renz acknowledged that this man had every right to do so. Peterson saw his opponent's sword and thought it was very large. His opponent asked the young man if he was already afraid. Peterson said that he had just remembered someone. If his opponent wanted, he could let him have the first attack. The man became angry and said that he would not forgive this student for such words and swung his sword to strike. However, Peterson counterattacked his opponent and dealt him a devastating blow. His opponent lost his footing and stumbled backward. The sword flew out of his hands and stuck into the wall somewhere among the spectators. Lulu said that Peterson turned out to be very strong. The man sat in the arena and did not understand how this had happened. This guy is much stronger than he looks. Peterson said he was inviting the next challenger into the arena. The next fighter also lost, and after the fight, he couldn't even get to his feet. Opponents came out again and again, but all suffered defeat. The audience couldn't understand how a simple student could have so much strength. It's no wonder this episode is called The Golden One. One of the spectators told his partner that he had to fix the situation. He was the hero of the village, fighting alone against 17. Only he could do it. Renz Peterson suddenly stared intently at the stands. The knight did not understand why this guy was coming towards him. The knight's neighbor said that the strong can see the strong from afar. The knight prayed that the student would not approach him. Renz stopped in front of the young man and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Iron Pereira. Did Iron remember him? Our hero greeted Renz and said that they really hadn't seen each other in a long time. He calmed down when he realized that Peterson had not approached him. Iron noted that they hadn't seen each other for 5 years, but he had his reasons. Renz said that if Iron had come a little earlier, he would have been able to see Judith and Brad. Iron was surprised. Was Brad really at the academy? Renz explained that Brad had quickly returned here and wanted to do everything right. A few days ago, they had sent Judith on a hike. This news made Iron happy. However, he regretted that they had not been able to meet. Peterson told Pereira to hurry down to the arena. They definitely had to fight because Iron hadn't wasted any time either. Our hero confirmed this. The audience assumed that these young people knew each other. Wasn't he the one who was in the final selection? Lulu, waving her sword, shouted at Iron not to give his opponent any mercy. Renz was surprised. Was his cat talking? Iron replied that she was his mentor. Pereira added that this cat had taught him a lot. At that moment, a sword appeared in our hero's hand. Peterson was surprised. Had the sword appeared out of thin air? Ren said that Iron always surprised him. Now he had magic and a talking cat. This was definitely the result of 5 years of hard training. Peterson held his sword forward and said that he hadn't been slacking off either, so he wasn't going to lose to Iron. The young men held their swords forward and rushed towards each other. The fight was fierce and intense. The spectators watched the opponent's movements with bated breath. Those present were surprised to see that the guest was repelling all attacks. Sparks flew in all directions when the swords touched. Renz had a strange feeling. He thought it was impossible. Everything had to be checked. The attack on Iron continued. Peterson was surprised. Was Iron really using Brad's style? It was indeed Brad's style, but how was that possible? Ren saw the familiar stance his opponent was in. Iron held his sword in front of him and closed his eyes. Peterson rushed forward at his opponent, deciding that he couldn't let him prepare that terrible lunge. But the last time Iron had seen Brad in action was 5 years ago during training at the academy. How could he have learned his technique back then? Iron swung his sword and told Rensu that it was now his turn to attack. Iron approached his opponent, and their swords clashed again. Sparks flew in all directions. Peterson thought it was impossible. He recognized this fighting style again. Renz remembered those moments when he fought Judith. Peterson thought that Pereira had pushed him away, even though he had been so confident. He thought that apart from those two, he would never lose to anyone else. Peterson thought, could it be that he would not be able to defeat Iron either? Renz realized that he would not be able to defeat Iron Pereira. After all, those three had worked tirelessly to improve their skills. But he had worked hard too. Renz remembered again the moments when he asked Judith not to leave, and they fought again. Peterson said he didn't want to lose and counterattacked his opponent. However, Iron managed to dodge. Iron knocked the sword out of Ren's hands. The young man was disarmed. The sword flew high into the air. The spectators watched with bated breath. The sword stuck into the arena far away. Lulu shouted that Iron had won. The young men shook hands. Iron said that Renz was a worthy opponent. Peterson asked what Pereira had been doing for the past 5 years. The cat approached Iron and announced that he was here. The young man asked who she was talking about. Lulu replied that she was talking about the mentor the boy had mentioned. The head of the academy, Chrono Ian, said that this was not what he had expected to see. He did not think that they would see Iron Pereira again. The elder asked how his student was doing. Iron replied that he was doing fine, eating well, and going to bed on time. Training was also part of his life. Chrono Ian saw the talking cat, but decided that it wasn't the most important thing right now. He could deal with that later. The head of the academy asked who had won the duel. Renz admitted that he had lost. The elder said he wasn't even surprised considering who his opponent was. Iron apologized to the master for being late, but it wasn't on purpose. The head of the academy said they would talk about it later. The old man took off his cloak and said that since sword had met sword, it was necessary to let them talk. Lulu and the young people were terribly surprised. The adventures continue. The old man said that Iron's victory over Renz was easy. However, he is not such an easy opponent. The audience determined that this old man was the master of the Chrono Academy. He is called the best swordsman on the continent. Iron looked intently into his opponent's eyes and said he was going to attack. Kronos told the young man to go ahead. Iron thought that he now needed to use all his strength and rushed into the attack. Chrono easily repelled the young man's attack, and Iron barely managed to stay on his feet. The old man said that Iron's attack was very weak. It was a decent lunge, but the young man clearly lacked strength and speed. The chief added that acting so rashly would only give the enemy an advantage. The elder noted that Iron actively used Brad Lloyd's fighting style. Moreover, he was successful at it. However, the young man was still not as free as he could be. The head told Iron not to rush. The boy needs to work more on combining techniques. In a real battle, you can't just attack and defend. Iron shouted again that he was attacking. Wielding his sword, the young man approached his opponent. This style seemed familiar to the old man. Ren said it was the heavenly sword. Chrono Ian noted that it was not bad, even good, but the young man could not surpass him. The head of the academy asked if that was all. Iron stood in front of his opponent, his sword held out. The elder asked the young man to show him something else. Iron stopped, held his sword out in front of him, and closed his eyes. The spectators were surprised. Why did the opponent stop? Why did this guy close his eyes? Iron Pereira performed a perpendicular cut strike. The shock wave had a directed vector of action. As always in such cases, the arena cracked in two. The spectators did not understand what was happening. The head of the academy appeared with the aura sword in his hands. Only a master swordsman could create such a thing. Kronos said he didn't think he would have to take it out. The head of the academy said that the young man had proven himself. Now he understood what kind of sword the boy had. The old man added that the young man's heart was still not at peace. Iron should find out why. The head of the academy told his distinguished guests that their selection was over. He expressed his hope for everyone's understanding. Chrono Ian told Pereira to follow him. After talking with swords, it was time to talk for real. Iron found himself in the head of the academy's office. Lulu was present nearby. The cat greeted him and introduced herself. She said she was this young man's mentor in witchcraft. Chrono Ian said he was glad to meet her and asked if he should address the cat formally. Lulu replied that the headmaster could address her informally, as they were both teachers. The girl standing next to the head said that she was the deputy master, and her name was Kira Finn. Iron also introduced himself. The head of the academy asked what his student had been doing for the past 5 years and what was troubling his heart. After listening to the young man's story, the elder realized that witchcraft was involved and that the dream had greatly affected the young man. Kronos admitted that he did not know exactly why the young man was having this dream, but he could help. The head of the academy told the young man to leave. Of course, he would be happy if Iron stayed and trained with him if he was not yet ready to fight monsters. Iron could certainly practice here. But was this the right path for Iron Pereira personally? There are many paths for a swordsman. The young man should follow the one his heart desires. The chapter said that Iron had seen too little. His perception of the world depended on his surroundings. Perhaps seeing something new would change the problem that troubled him. Iron may find something that will make his sword stronger, or find a sword stronger than any he has encountered before. In this vast world, the young man will be able to find both the answers and the person of his dreams. Chrono Ian said that it was a difficult decision and worth thinking about carefully. Iron said he would go. He had always avoided things that scared him, or simply didn't want to do anything. After this conversation, the head of the academy asked Kira what she thought about it. The girl replied that she didn't know. This guy has talent, but he is far from being a real swordsman. The elder said that Kira was straightforward as always. This young man needed to be given time. This young man would definitely find the answer he was looking for. The next day came. Peterson said goodbye and said that Pereira could stay. Iron replied that, in that case, he definitely wouldn't want to leave. Renz asked if Iron was going west. Judith had also gone there. The 5 Western kingdoms are known for their fencing styles. They have many famous academies and battle sites. It's definitely worth a visit. Iron thanked him and said it was time for him to leave. Lulu also said her goodbyes politely. Deputy Master Kira Finn approached Renz Peterson. She told him not to feel inferior. He needed to overcome that feeling and move forward with pride. Renz should pull himself together and show what he was really worth, just as he had done until now. Iron, finding himself in the center of the city, discovered an exhausted orc lying on the ground. The orc asked the dear traveler to give him something to eat, for he had been starving for a week. The orc looked at the young man and asked if he remembered him. Iron remembered the orc he had met 5 years ago. This meeting turned out to be fateful for the orc. He was able to eat his fill. Lulu said that this orc was suspicious. What if he was dangerous? Iron told the cat not to worry. This guy was okay. Iron was concerned that the orc had asked about his age and handed him that note. Perhaps he knew something about this dream. After finishing another serving of food, the orc said he felt much better now. Lulu noticed that this guy was crossing all boundaries. The orc said he would give the magic cat a gift to stop her from grumbling. Lulu received a wooden ball as a gift. Lulu forgot about everything else and said that the ball smelled very good. The orc noticed that the ball contained a little bit of a herb called taiho. It only grows in the northwest and cats simply adore it. Lulu admitted that this orc was very nice. The orc assumed that the cat was no longer angry with him, which meant he could repay him for the food. Iron was surprised because this guy said he had no money. The orc admitted this but reminded him that he was a wizard, and orc magic was stronger than human magic. It would be more useful than ordinary money. The orc said that a persimmon tree was growing near the young man's house. Iron replied that this was not true. The orc suggested that the tree might have been planted recently and the young man hadn't seen it. Lulu said she sensed deception. What could the orc say about her? The orc said that this cat loves raw fish. Lulu replied that all cats love fish. Lulu said that this orc was definitely a liar. That was why he had no money for food. The orc said he didn't want people to think badly of him. That's not right. The orc looked at the young man and said that his heart had grown even heavier. The young man used to be able to hide it well, but now the truth was coming out. The orc added that it felt like a red-hot blade was piercing his heart, and the young man was in great pain. Someone pushes the tip deeper. Lulu wonders how he figured it out. The orc said he was using not just psychic abilities, but elementalism. He may not be as skilled as others more experienced in this field, but even he can see the power of metal. Elementalists believe that everything in life is made up of 5 elements: earth, metal, water, wood, and fire. It is these elements and their harmony that sustain everything in the world. Iron asked if this meant that his metal element stood out in some way. The orc replied that the young man was quick-witted. This sharpness disrupts the balance in his body. Iron asked how he could get rid of it. The orc replied that you cannot get rid of an element. You have to make it exist in harmony with the others. If one energy is too strong, it must be divided into other, less powerful energies. For example, into the power of fire. The orc snapped his fingers, and fire appeared on the table. The orc said that if the young man could control the element, he would open up new possibilities for himself. Metal is sharp and causes pain, but if you pour the right amount of fire on it, you will get a decent sword. The orc spread his palms, and a small sword appeared on the table. Iron immediately asked how he could learn to control his fire. The orc replied that the young man needed to light a fire in his heart. He added that he now saw a flame in iron that had not been there 5 years ago. He needed to make this fire move, as if throwing wood into a bonfire, but it was important not to stop. Only constant effort would make the flame stronger. To ignite it, he needed to move more. The orc and the man said goodbye. Iron thanked him for his advice and said it was time for him to leave. The orc asked the young man to stop. Could he go with him on his journey? He explained that Iron was embarking on such a long journey for the first time and could use some help. The orc had been living on this continent for 10 years and would definitely be useful. Lulu said that they might have a guide and asked what they would do. Iron agreed. The orc approved of the choice, saying that it was the right decision. He emphasized that he was not going with them for the money. When else would he have the chance to see a young man become a real man? He hoped to help him in this. Lulu warned that those who don't work don't eat. The orc replied that he understood. The guide suggested going to the city of Durink, where there were many skilled blacksmiths, including orcs. Lulu said that Iron didn't need a new sword. The orc objected that this journey was not for the sake of equipment. After all, blacksmiths are the best at working with metal and fire, combining the elements in a blade. Wouldn't that help ignite the fire in one's own heart? The cat agreed that their guide was right. Mages also do this to become stronger. It's best to see the imaginary in real life. Lulu noted that Iron could use the process of creating a sword for mental training. She wondered if it would be easier for the young man, since he was skilled in magic. Iron agreed to go to Drink. The orc began bargaining with a local blacksmith in the city. After closing the deal, the orc said they could take their things to their room and then go to a restaurant. He joked that the blacksmith should at least bring him a beer as a gift for such an order. Did he really want to upset his respected customers? Iron thought that this orc was a true professional. Lulu couldn't sleep, so she asked Kubar to tell her something interesting. The orc asked if they knew who was among the 10 strongest swordsmen on the continent. Iron replied that he only knew the head of the academy and had heard of the Lingje family. Kubar remarked that the young man was poorly informed about the world. How was he going to become a real swordsman? The strongest on the continent were from the 5 kingdoms and the Holy Kingdom. However, one person broke this rule, a graduate of the Cronian Academy, Ian. The rest are Julius Huel, captain of the Holy Kingdom's White Guard, Roberto Clark, captain of the Crimson Knights, 5 descendants of hereditary swordsmen, including Joshua Lindsay and Karakuma, the great leader of the orcs. They are considered the strongest. Although if you count Ignat, there are 11 of them. Lulu said she counted 10. Kubar agreed that Lulu was right. Perhaps Ian had set the bar too high, and many consider him to be the strongest, but Kubar has a different opinion. He would name Kuna as the strongest, a man who became a swordsman at the age of 70. Many of Kuna's acquaintances laughed at him and underestimated his stubbornness. But who else would dare to become a swordsman at that age? It was a difficult path, but Kuna succeeded. He became a master swordsman at 70, and by 90 he was already considered the strongest on the continent. He influenced all the swordsmen of the world and the art of fencing itself. Iron said that Kun was probably good even at 50. People laughed at him, but he managed to achieve his goal. The young man noted that there were probably other amazing people who kept moving forward until the end. There were surely others in the world who were like him. Kuber praised Iron. He had said the right words. There were many excellent people who had yet to reveal their true potential. The orc thought that this guy wanted to become a swordsman, but his view of the world was much broader. He would definitely go far. The next morning, Kuber said that the Alhad mountain range lay ahead. They would end up in Darinka when they crossed it, but it would be difficult to get there on their own. Bandits lived in the mountains. Kuber said there was no need to worry, they would join a group. After all, the young man had a mercenary's mark, didn't he? The merchant saw that Iron had received a mercenary's mark in Alcantara and said that they agreed to take him with them. Iron asked if Kubar had been accepted. The orc confirmed it. Who would refuse an orc elementalist in their group? Iron and Lulu waited on the sidelines while the expedition prepared to cross the bandit lands. A girl approached them and said she could repair their armor or shoes for money. Iron noted that they were leaving soon and asked if she would have time. The girl assured him that she would get everything done. Lulu asked the girl to stop. The girl was surprised. Was she really talking to a cat? How adorable. Lulu replied that the girl was cute too. The girl said her name was Anya. She added that the young man could leave her his shoes or armor, and she would fix everything. For money, of course. Iron replied that they didn't need that. Anya said that if they needed anything, she was ready to help, but only for a fee. Iron and Lulu realized that this girl was a real magician. The expedition set off. Lulu told Kubar to keep an eye on Iron, who was deep in thought. Iron asked the orc if he could raise his sword against a human. He admitted that he had never raised his sword against humans before. The young man added that today he realized that, contrary to his wishes, he might have to do so one day. Would he be able to bring himself to do it? After all, they were about to encounter bandits, and even their lives were precious. He said he couldn't just scare villains forever. If they continued to do evil, he couldn't turn a blind eye all the time. Kubar replied that this was a difficult question and that it was not worth thinking about so deeply. Iron had heard that a terrible bandit named Khazar lived in these mountains. The orc said that he himself wanted peace. For more than 5 years, Khazar and his group had been collecting tribute for crossing the mountains. Therefore, they needed company to feel more confident. Kuber said that one shouldn't think that bandits are so bad. It's just their business. They themselves don't like it when someone walks through their territory, so they consider it a toll for crossing. Iron was surprised. Don't they just take this money for nothing? After all, it's not their land. Why doesn't the kingdom do anything about it? His companion replied that everyone knows about it, but there is a mutual understanding between them. Lulu asked them to stop talking. She was starting to get a headache. Iron thought that it was all very confusing. Kubar noted that this was always the case in the world. There was no right answer. It was impossible to say unequivocally whether something was good or bad. Ahead on the road, a group of robbers appeared before the travelers. The merchant raised his hand with the bag and said that their payment was there. He asked the bandits if they could pass through at night. The leader of the robbers, Khazar, ordered them to leave all their belongings and go away. The merchant did not understand what was happening. They had already paid the tribute. The robbers collected payment from everyone as usual, but Khazar shouted that he wasn't going to repeat himself twice. If they wanted to stay alive, they had to leave immediately. The merchant said that Khazar's joke had gone too far. What was wrong with him? The bandits shouted that the rules had changed as of today. Were there really people who disagreed? Lulu asked Kubar what was going on. Iron stepped forward decisively, clenching his fists in anger. He declared that he sensed evil magic coming from these people and drew attention to the pendant hanging on the leader of the bandits' chest. Lulu asked if Iron really felt that his energy had changed. The young man confirmed this and added that the energy was not too strong, so they would be able to break through. Kubar asked Iron to explain everything in human language. He replied that when in contact with such magic, one could lose control due to overwhelming rage. He noted that Khazar definitely hadn't become a mage, but then what had happened to him? The knight stepped forward and drew his sword from its sheath. He said that criminals could not be trusted. The travelers noticed that the knight had a steel blade, which meant he was a veteran. It was good that he was nearby. The merchant asked Ulfgan if he could handle it. The knight replied that there was no need to worry. Nothing bad would happen to him. Ulfgan, holding the sword tightly, told Khazar that their losses would be much greater, so it was not worth going too far. Khazar smiled. This knight had a good sword. If he left it behind, they would spare his life. Ulfgan admitted that the sword was indeed good, but said he had no intention of trusting criminals. In response, a powerful blow with a hammer followed. Khazar growled that now the knight would feel his strength. After the blow, Ulfgan flew back against a tree. It was clear from his expression that he was in pain. One of the travelers shouted to the other knight to come to his aid. The knight replied that if Ulfgan had lost, then he would have no chance either. Someone from the group suggested leaving everything behind and walking away. After all, survival was the most important thing. The merchant objected, saying that without their belongings, they would certainly not survive. Khazar shouted for them to stop arguing. He had changed his mind. The bandit added that his mood had soured and it would be better to destroy everyone. Iron said he had an idea. He turned to Khazar, asking him to calm down. He was clearly not himself. The bandit barked, "Who was this guy?" The young man replied that he was a student of the 27th class of the Krone Academy, Iron Pereira. Khazar became even more enraged. Who did they think he was? He couldn't believe that a student of the fencing academy was traveling without a sword. A blow with a hammer followed, but Iron stopped it with one hand. The bandit froze. Had this guy really blocked a hammer blow with one hand? Iron calmly asked where he got the pendant. Then he let go of the weapon and Khazar fell to the ground. The bandit cursed. He was beside himself with rage. The pendant on his chest glowed. At that moment, Iron remembered his sister's words. She said that he was strong, which meant he had to be responsible. He replied that she shouldn't worry about him. He was ready. But Kiria said she wasn't worried about her brother. She was worried about others. Great power comes with great responsibility. Khazar jumped up again and lunged at Iron. Iron sensed danger, but he knew he had to act carefully so as not to harm others. The other bandits also began to show aggression. The young man wondered how many more people with such a look of rage in their eyes he would encounter on his journey. The bandit was thrown back and lost consciousness. Khazar, frightened, threw down his hammer and begged for mercy. Iron tore the pendant from his chest. He looked at it and realized that it was not magic, but it emitted a terrible energy. It was because of this that Khazar had behaved the way he did. Iron demanded that the robber immediately tell him where he got the pendant. Khazar replied that he didn't remember. It just appeared. He didn't even know who gave it to him. It just ended up on him one day. The young man said he believed him. Khazar thanked him. Iron declared that he would take the pendant with him. Then he asked if the bandits would let them pass. The answer was yes. The merchant thanked the young man. After all, they were alive thanks to him. He said that if this guy needed anything, he would definitely get it. Iron also thanked him in return. Lulu said that they couldn't just let Khazar go. Iron noted that he wasn't really like that. He was just an ordinary person. Iron said he wanted to continue training with the sword. Kuber asked if the young man wasn't already strong enough. The boy replied that today he realized that if he had been a little weaker, all these people could have suffered. Iron added that the more he knew, the more dangers he would be able to overcome. Kuber agreed. The young man asked if there was anyone in Darinka who could help him. Kuber replied that there were swordsmen and good blacksmiths in that city. Iron expressed his hope that he would be able to learn from all of them. The orc was surprised when he looked at the young man. What was going on? The fire in his heart had been rekindled. Iron remembered. He had almost forgotten about the pendant. He had to destroy it right now. Kuber told the young man to stop, and Lulu demanded that the pendant be destroyed. Kuber suggested keeping the pendant. It might be useful in the future. The orc put the item in a special bag from which evil magic could not escape. Anya saw the sword in the young man's hands and offered to trade with him. The girl offered to exchange the sword for her treasure. She wanted to give it to her captain as a gift. Iron apologized and said he couldn't do that. This sword was important to him, and it was unlikely that anyone else would be able to use it properly. Anya suggested showing her treasure first. Lulu, of course, was interested. A huge golden piggy bank appeared in the girl's hands. Lulu said she liked the golden piggy bank. Iron felt that it emanated powerful magic. But what would he do with it? Anya said that she had been saving money for a whole year. The girl said she was ready to trade the piggy bank for a sword. Iron replied that he had to refuse. Anya said she was ready to raise the stakes. The girl took out a bag and said that now the young man would definitely not refuse. All her money was there. Anya threw a coin into the pig and said that at that moment, the piggy bank became bigger. Kuber said that they had to make the exchange. Where else could they find such a thing? Anya insisted. Iron said he would not do it and suggested that the orc come to her senses. Anya grabbed the piggy bank and ran away. However, she said she would be back. The piggy bank would become even cooler before she reached Darinka, and then the young man would definitely agree. Kuber noted that this girl was very funny. Lulu added that she really liked Anya. In the evening, while resting in the tavern, Kubar told the young man that there was a man who had brought news about Darinka. The man said that the best blacksmith in Darinka had finally returned to the city. He was a dwarf named Vulcanus. All the swordsmiths on the continent knew how good his swords were. Vulcanus numbers his own swords. They are even named after their numbers, and there are only 9 of them. The most important thing is that numbered swords can only have one of 2 types of owners: a master swordsman or someone who will become one. The man added that in the last 10 years, only 3 ordinary swordsmen have been able to obtain a numbered sword. However, they soon became masters, like the other owners of numbered blades. The interlocutor stated that in 2 days, a competition for the 10th numbered sword would begin in Darinka. Everyone in the tavern asked how the competition would be held. The storyteller replied that he did not know. Most likely, everything would be announced at the competition itself. Iron suggested that all the strong swordsmen would gather in Darinka. It would be an excellent opportunity to gain experience. The young man decided that he should participate too. The listener said that now he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. If Iron was going there, what chance did he have of winning? The young man said he was going to his room to rest. Kubar was surprised. They had only just begun their conversation. Iron replied that he was a little tired. Kubar thought that this guy wasn't ready yet. For a swordsman, such a conversation was a real treasure, but he seemed completely uninterested. One could assume that this was part of his character, but still, he was not like the other swordsmen he had met. The orc thought, for some reason, Iron was still far from the title of swordsman. Iron decided that he had been outplayed again. It was good that he had managed to escape quickly. But what if it happened again? The young man decided to try imagination training. Iron assumed the lotus position and clearly imagined himself in a magical world. The city of masters, Darinka. Kubar said they had arrived at their destination. Iron had to admit that there were many knights here. The orc noticed that everyone had come here after hearing the rumors. Anya asked the man where the captain was now. The man replied that he had some business to attend to and would arrive a little later. Kubar thought that he was a master. He looked very strong. Could it be that another one had appeared on the continent that he didn't know about? The man approached the heroes and said that Anya had told him about them. He was glad to meet them. His name was Georg. Kubar and Iron greeted him and introduced themselves. Georg had heard that these two were as special as Anya. In a good way. Georg asked if Iron Pereira could show him his sword. Anya kept talking about how amazing this sword was. The young man replied that it was no problem and activated the sword in his hands. Iron found this man suspicious. Georg apologized for staring at him too intently. The sword was truly amazing, just as Anya had said. The girl noticed that the captain would really like this sword. Georg agreed but added that you can't just take other people's things. Anya reminded him that she had offered to trade it for the money she had been saving for a whole year. Georg suggested that the sword was much more expensive. It wasn't even worth trying. Georg apologized for the girl and said it was time for them to leave. Iron said that this guy looked strong. Lulu was right. Kubar said he thought so too. Iron was curious about who this captain they were talking about was. How strong could he be if he had such subordinates? The townspeople in the square said that they were finally here. They were talking about the twin swordsmen, Charlotte and Victor. Kubar acknowledged that these swordsmen were very famous. They would both be participating. The orc noted that the competition promised to be difficult. Iron had to focus and not be distracted from his goal. Iron thought if Georg also took part, it would be an excellent opportunity. He had to make the most of the situation. Kubar said he wanted to give the young man some advice. As a swordsman, it was important for him to face strong opponents. It was a great chance to test his skills, but he shouldn't try to learn from them. When Kun fought against Chrono, he didn't do it to learn something. He simply fought with all his heart to win. He wanted to win for himself. Only with such thoughts could Iron reach new heights. Kubar added that if a young man is a swordsman, he must strive for victory. The orc apologized if he had said too much. Iron replied that it was all right. The young man thanked him and added that those were exactly the words he needed to hear. Iron turned around and said he was going to the hotel. He needed to think carefully about Kubar's advice. At the hotel, the young man assumed the lotus position and decided to gather his thoughts. He had not thought about victory before. At the academy, he only wanted to be like the others. However, his friends always showed a will to defeat their opponents. This was the simplest, but at the same time strongest desire that swordsmen could have. Iron understood why Kubar had brought it up, but had he ever felt this desire? Sitting in the tavern, Kubar thought he had said too much. The young man had a long road ahead of him. You couldn't demand everything at once, but he wanted the best for him. Lulu said that everything would be fine. In the morning, Lulu noticed that the young man looked better. Kubar noted that the fire in his chest had grown stronger. Lulu noticed that Kubar had worried for nothing. She had said that everything would be fine. Darinka Sports Arena. Interested people are already present in the stands. Among those present were Two-Mouth Groose and Randall, One Punch. Kubar looked around and said that there were many worthy participants here. Maybe Charlotte and Victor would not be able to win. Volcanus approached the arena, accompanied by his followers, Pablo and Devanson. Volcanus said he would not introduce himself. Everyone already knew him, so he would get straight to the point. The prize for winning the competition is his sword, a numbered sword as everyone knows. The rules are very simple. 2 people enter the ring and fight. The winner stays and the loser leaves. If the winner surrenders, a new pair enters the ring, and so on. Volcanus said he needed to see a mesmerizing swordsman in order to create the 10th sword. The blacksmith added that they would continue until he found that person. His colleagues were here for the same purpose. Kubar said that now everything was clear to him. The blacksmith had gathered the swordsmen not to give the last sword to one of them, but to create that sword. Victor and Randall were the first to enter the arena. They were the candidates for victory. Randall said he hated people like Victor. You never know what they're hiding behind their forced smiles. Victor told his opponent not to be angry. He was a swordsman too. Lulu was surprised. What was going on with them? Kubar reminded her that Charlotte and Victor were among the best swordsmen here. They had very interesting lives. They probably destroyed monsters in villages or hunted them in the forests. However, the better their reputation, the more envious people were of them. Randall said he had a question for Volcanus. Is it okay to destroy your opponent? The blacksmith replied that, of course, it was possible to do so in order to increase interest, if the enemy did not mind. Victor replied that he agreed, because he could also destroy Randall. After the start, Randall rushed forward, but Victor was behind him. Everything happened very quickly. Randall's sword was destroyed. Victor said that his opponent was very fast. He was even afraid that Randall would pierce a hole in his chest. Iron was surprised. What had happened? Victor had destroyed his opponent's sword. Was he really that strong? Georg, watching from the sidelines, said that this guy was really strong. Even among experts, he was very good. But would he make it into the top 200? Georg asked Ani if she had checked those guys out. The girl confirmed it and added that their gold lines had turned red. These 2 were the ones they were looking for. Georg added that in that case, they needed to leave marks. Anya said that this was her earnings for 2 days. The girl threw 2 golden piggy banks on the ground. The piggy banks opened and golden rays appeared from them. The rays rushed toward the arena, toward the swordsman. Charlotte asked why Victor was so excited. He needed to act more calmly. Victor replied that there was no need to be jealous. A golden mark appeared on Victor's forehead. He said that they were talking too much and apologized for the wait. Georg told Anya to continue. The girl replied that she knew everything herself and continued to direct the golden rays. The golden ray touched Lulu's forehead. The cat suddenly shuddered. Iron asked what was happening. Lulu asked the young man to scratch her. Kubar, watching the battles, noted that it was good that they were here. Georg was surprised. After all, Anya had said that her target was Iron Pereira. Why did she mark the cat? The girl replied that Lulu was always with him, so why not? Georg noted that marking magical creatures was too expensive. He didn't understand how some girl managed to become a sorceress at all. She possessed very interesting skills. Anya didn't mention that the golden pig could grant wishes that didn't exceed the value of what was inside her. Kubar noted that another battle had ended in the first round. Victor had won. One of the knights said that this was his 17th victory in a row. What was the point of trying to participate further? Charlotte told his brother that he was the only one left. Victor noticed that there were still knights in the stands, but they seemed to have lost hope. Charlotte looked at Volcanus and said that they needed to show their best. Iron rose from his seat. Lulu wondered if the young man was really going to enter the arena. Kubar wished him luck. Iron entered the arena. Victor noticed that someone had decided to step up after all. Charlotte declared that in that case, he would be next. Victor thought that this young man looked strong and decided not to underestimate him. Iron told Charlotte that if he wanted to enter the ring, he was willing to wait. Charlotte replied that the young man should go first. Charlotte asked if the young man had forgotten his sword. Iron replied that there was no need to worry about that. Volcanus looked at the young man and sensed his will to win. Iron remembered that he had felt the same way on the day he took his first test at the academy. The same feeling overwhelmed him when he looked at Elijah. The protagonist felt a desperate desire to win. Charlotte, looking at the expression on the young man's face, realized that he really was going to fight as a swordsman. Vulcanus became very interested. Who was this man in front of him? The blacksmith jumped up from his seat. This was the one he was looking for. Vulcanus ran up to the rivals and shouted for them to stop. He had finally made his choice. The blacksmith raised the young man's hand and said that he had found the owner of the 10th numbered sword. It would be this young man. Charlotte was surprised by what Vulcanus was saying. The spectators were also amazed. After all, the duel hadn't even started. This young man would surely lose. Vulcanus shouted for everyone to be quiet immediately. He said that the point of the competition was not to win. He was looking for someone who would inspire him. Vulcanus's comrades were surprised. Even they were better than this boy. How could he be chosen? The blacksmith declared the competition over. Leaving the arena, Vulcanus told the young man to follow him. The twins watched the blacksmith in bewilderment, their faces showing disappointment and resentment. Charlotte told the young man that he was indeed an interesting fellow, so much so that he had received a numbered sword. Victor congratulated him. Vulcanus told the boy to put the sword here and quickly. The blacksmiths were surprised. What kind of material was this? It was clearly magical, but why was it so strong? There weren't even any hammer marks on it. Kubar did not know that someone could make a sword right next to a swordsmith. Iron admitted that he even had to swing the sword. The young man thought that perhaps the blacksmith had sensed this energy, and that was why he had chosen him. The orc said there was no need to worry. The result was excellent. When else in life would such an opportunity arise? Kubar added that there was no need to think about it or be sad. Everything had turned out perfectly. He also wanted to ask the blacksmith for something for himself. Lulu told Kubar to ask for a sword for her too. The blacksmith was surprised. Did the orc really want him to give the sword away for free? Kubar replied that he had two conditions. He needed to make equipment for iron, including a sword for the cat. He also wanted to watch the blacksmith work. The blacksmith was surprised. Why should he listen to these conditions? Kubar asked, doesn't a blacksmith use iron to improve his skills? The orc added that Pablo and Devonson had been on a long break. They couldn't find inspiration and get back to work. However, this young man appeared and gave them inspiration, and they decided to take full advantage of it. Vulcanus wondered who this orc was to dictate terms to him. Kubar declared that he was the best guide. Iron tried on the armor and noted that it was lighter than it looked. Lulu was also pleased. She finally had a full set. Iron watched the blacksmith work from the sidelines. The young man thought that it was not yet time. As he continued to watch, Iron realized that the moment had come and decided that he could ignite the fire in his heart. A month passed. Kubar asked the young men how their mental training was progressing. Iron replied that he still had a lot of work to do, but he felt he was making progress and would continue to try. The young man asked why there were so few swordsmen here. Kubar replied that most of them had come only for the numbered sword. They had no other reason to stay. It was a great chance to fight different opponents. Lulu noticed that the young man now had his own numbered sword. He was stronger than everyone else thanks to this sword. Kubar said that Lulu was right. It was time to see this sword in action. Vulcanus laughed and said he couldn't make the sword right now. The material was extremely difficult to work with. Kubar asked how long he would have to wait. The blacksmith replied that a year would be enough. He would create the best sword he had ever forged. Iron said he was willing to wait. Kubar said that they shouldn't rely entirely on the blacksmith in case he wanted to deceive them. Iron replied that it was fine. He hadn't even hoped for it in the first place. The sword was just a nice bonus. Parting with the blacksmith, the young man said that they believed and would wait. The orc noted that this time, the young man would definitely have someone to compete with. Lulu shouted for everyone to stop. There was the smell of blood ahead. The brothers Charlotte and Victor peered out from behind a tree. But why were they here? And who said, finally they're here? They had been waiting for them for a long time. Kubar was surprised by what they had in their hands. Victor said they had just dealt with him and threw the object on the ground. It was Randall's head. Kubar shouted, what are they doing? How can you kill a man for no reason? Victor replied that they had only eliminated a thief. Iron looked at the bloodied, smiling faces of the twin brothers. The orc said he didn't understand. After everything the brothers had done, after all their efforts, how could they do such a thing? Victor replied that someone had to pay for those efforts. The brothers added that they needed a numbered sword. Lulu said that the sword wasn't ready yet. They didn't have it themselves. Victor said that there was no point in deceiving them. Did they really want to take the sword for themselves? Kubar confirmed that the sword was not yet ready. Were these two really willing to destroy a person for some sword? This was a crime not only under the laws of Derink, but of the entire continent. Charlotte thanked him for his concern and added that no one would suspect them. After all, they had an excellent reputation. A young swordsman had been attacked. Only the sword was found at the scene of the crime, but the swordsman himself had vanished without a trace. Kubar was very angry. How dare they do such a thing? Iron said he had a question. He had heard about these brothers before coming to Derink. How could two great swordsmen, respected by all, do such a thing? If they didn't answer, even if they destroyed him, they wouldn't take the sword. Victor said that the numbered sword was the most important thing. Iron was surprised. How could you compare life to a piece of metal? Victor replied that the numbered sword was not just a piece of metal. The young man did not understand. They had been in this business for 30 years. Victor added that 20 years ago they crossed the line. To become masters, you can do anything. No matter how many years passed, nothing changed. They were still in a terrible hell. Charlotte said that this did not only apply to them. There were many other potential sword masters who did not receive the recognition they deserved. In order to cross that line, they were willing to do anything. The pain that has lived with them for many years must disappear. Iron thought they were talking nonsense, but how could people be capable of such a thing? Charlotte shouted that the young man would never understand. The brothers felt an incredible energy and wondered, could it be magic? Iron stood with his sword held out in front of him. A magical warrior swordsman appeared above his head. Georg said, so that's where he is. Anya said she knew everything. The girl shouted that she would do everything and smashed the golden piggy banks. Golden rays appeared. A strange glow appeared. The twin brothers and the orc were frightened. Kubar said that it was the captain of the Black Knights from the Sacred Kingdom. Ignata Grizencia appeared before those present. Iron realized that this was the person Elijah had been talking about. Ignata said that Charlotte and Victor had crossed the line. The brothers were surprised. Why was the Countess here? Ignata asked if they believed that hope had not abandoned them. The girl grabbed her sword and said she would give them a chance to justify themselves. Charlotte told Ignata not to interfere. The brothers also drew their swords. Ignata declared that if they had anything to say in their defense, they should say it now. This was their last chance. Victor screamed and lunged at Ignata with an attack. The girl said she was disappointed. Victor was instantly deactivated. Ignata added that perhaps she shouldn't have given them a chance to justify themselves. Victor was destroyed. Ignata asked, "Isn't this the worst death for a swordsman?" Charlotte rushed at Ignata, sword in hand. Ignata parried the attack and said that he no longer resembled a human being. The girl kicked her opponent and said that they were parting ways. Ignata noted that such a creature deserved only death. Kubar was amazed. Single-handedly, the swordmaster easily defeated two experts. This girl possessed truly incredible strength. Anya ran up to the captain and asked permission to clean her boots. She also brought a sword. Ignata thanked her for her help. Anya happily said that the boots would be clean. Iron asked in surprise how this was possible. Ignata turned her attention to the young man. How could she destroy these people so calmly? Iron thought that he himself was not capable of such a thing. The girl approached him and called him by name. Iron was surprised. Did she know him? Ignata announced that starting today, Iron was appointed a member of the Black Knights of the Holy Kingdom of Avilius. Kubar was amazed. How did this woman know Iron? And why was she inviting him to join her squad? What was going on? Iron firmly stated that he refused. Kubar and Lulu exchanged glances. They did not expect such a response. Ignata noticed that his words sounded harsh and asked what the young man didn't like. The Holy Kingdom, she said, was a much better place than he thought. She added that they had many virtues. She was not good with words, but she would try to explain. Iron apologized and repeated that he had no intention of joining her under any circumstances. At that moment, the young man felt a powerful force emanating from Ignata, which began to weigh on him. Lulu noticed that everything was happening just as it had with George. Ignata was trying to penetrate Iron's consciousness. Ignata said she had heard about the young man with Iron in his heart, who had impressed Vulcanus himself. Such a thing could not be ignored. She added that she did not yet see real Iron in Iron. Ignata repeated her invitation to Iron to join the ranks of the Black Knights. The girl clarified that this was not a request, but an order. Iron refused again. Ignata coldly said that the young man had no choice. There was no such option. Was Iron really going to give in to an uncontrollable force and bring chaos to the entire continent? Lulu called Ignata a witch and declared that the young man would not go to her. Iron is growing stronger, and that is enough for now. Ignata smiled and said she liked the talking cat. Lulu hissed in response. The cat added that Iron wasn't going anywhere anyway, so there was no point in behaving like that. Iron said that he was really trying. Ignata replied that she didn't believe him. The young man declared that he would prove it. He wanted to show that he was capable of controlling the iron in his heart. Ignata asked how he was going to do that. The young man replied that in the kingdom of Hale, he had fought a knight named Hill Burnett, whose energy was demonic. Iron added that he didn't understand it at the time, but after that battle he began to forge his inner iron. If Ignata showed the same will to fight, he would prove that he was capable of anything. The girl was surprised. Did this guy really want to fight her? The young man held his sword forward and loudly declared that he, Iron Pereira, a student of the 27th class of the Chrono Academy, was challenging Ignat Grzynski of the Holy Kingdom to a duel. Lulu said that Iron would succeed and wished him luck. Kubar thought that Ignata had fought thousands of magicians and had become stronger than all of them. It was unlikely that Iron would be able to hold out. However, looking at the young man, the orc realized that he might already have something in mind. Iron felt strange. Where did all this anger come from? Could it be related to Ilya's past? Surely there must be another reason. The young man did not understand what was happening to him. Now he stood, clutching his sword tightly with both hands. Ignadeg said that the boy was ready. She would release the energy, and that would be the beginning of the battle. At that moment, a powerful burst of energy appeared around Ignata, spreading in all directions. Above Iron, an energetic image of the swordsman from his dreams appeared. The young man concentrated, closed his eyes, and tried to capture the right feeling. He had to feel the rage filling him. He had to feel his heart ignite with this anger. The boy believed that such fire could change everything. Iron swung with all his might, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He was sure he could win. Everyone present watched the young man's actions with surprise. Iron shouted, "Go!" and rushed at his opponent. The opponents stood facing each other, waiting for the right moment to strike. Iron swung with all his might, but Ignata deftly dodged the blow. The stones under their feet scattered in different directions. The young man realized that his opponent was incredibly fast. Ignata didn't even break a sweat. Lulu, watching the fight, noticed that Iron was attacking quite well. Kubaru found this strange. After all, Ignata had not yet struck a single blow with her sword. Iron raised his sword again. Someone had to attack first. Georg smiled, and Kubaru noted with amazement that Ignata had parried the blow with one hand. The confrontation continued. Iron couldn't achieve his goal. Ignata circled around him like a butterfly, preventing him from concentrating. The young man tried with all his might to keep his balance and not fall. Ignata asked where this guy was looking during the fight. The next moment, Iron was attacked and forced to let go of his sword. Ignata had already decided that it was all over. However, the young man suddenly opened his eyes, and the sword was back in his hand. Simple but impressive magic. Iron shouted and went on the attack again. The girl dodged and, throwing a left hook, struck the young man hard in the chest with her fist, cursing as she did so. Lulu and Kubar couldn't contain their emotions and shouted Iron's name loudly. Georg asked Ignata if she was going to take him away. The girl was surprised. Hadn't Georg heard? The young man had already made his choice. Georg thought he was a very interesting guy. Ignata admitted that the young man had truly hoped with all his heart to defeat her. Iron opened his eyes and woke up. Lulu asked him anxiously how he was feeling. The young man looked around and asked where he was. He saw Ignata standing by the bed and jumped up in surprise. The girl asked him not to make any sudden movements and came closer. Ignata lifted the young man's shirt and he quickly backed away. Lulu was outraged. What was this perverted witch doing? Ignata calmly replied that she was just a witch and that the cat shouldn't use such rude language. The girl looked at the huge bruise on Iron's stomach. That was where she had struck him. Ignata touched his body and a magic circle appeared on his skin. Kubar immediately understood that it was sacred magic. Ignata said that now it would be easier for Iron to move. The young man asked what kind of sword the girl had. Ignatia was surprised. What a strange question. Wasn't he Kronos' student? Ian probably hadn't told the young man. Such things were too complicated for young people. Ignata declared that her sword would help her become queen. Kubar was frightened and said she had gone mad. Was Ignata really going to start an armed rebellion? The girl replied that he shouldn't jump to conclusions. She added that she would explain everything, but first the orc had to show her what he had in his pocket. She could sense it. Kubar did indeed have a pendant from Khazar in his pocket. Ignata reminded him that now was not the time for change. Only her country was holding back the war between the two kingdoms. 150 years ago, and before that, when wars began, a great evil always rose from the darkness. Everyone present understood that the current truce was extremely unstable. Saying this, Ignata activated the magic circle on the demonic pendant. She admitted that she did not know how to save people from suffering, how to control the horrors that break into the human world again and again. Ignata returned the pendant to the orc, freeing her from the demonic power. The girl said that if she created her own country in a world of chaos, it would be a blessing. The young man should not worry. She would achieve her goal peacefully. Ignata turned to the black cat. It is good to hold on to happiness and stability, but for the sake of the great, sometimes you have to go through hard times. The girl then she added that she herself believed only in him. Ignata said that her confidence opens up any path for her, which she is ready to take without regret or delay. At their next meeting, she would give Iron the same advice. Not to his Iron, but to him personally. Kuber and Lulu rushed to the window. Had Ignacia really jumped down? Iron said that when Ignata destroyed the twin brothers, he felt that it was the right thing to do. Confidence was evident in her every step and blow. He may have had doubts, but he couldn't deny that she had done the right thing. Iron added that he was angry because Ignata was capable of such a thing, and he was not. Iron added that he envied Ignata. The travelers continued their journey in a carriage with Kubar as the driver. The orc reminded himself, those who don't work, don't eat. Iron and Lulu rode in silence the whole way. The cat watched intently as the young man meditated with his eyes closed. He imagined himself as a blacksmith forging a sword, believing that the changes that had taken place were not yet enough. Iron noted that the fire inside him was not as strong as before. However, he had no intention of stopping there. When the sun touched the horizon, Kubar invited his passengers to dinner. Iron opened his eyes and said that he was still training. Is it already time for dinner? He asked in surprise. Kubar inquired about the results of the training. Iron replied that there were no significant changes yet, but it was better to proceed slowly but surely. Kubar agreed. Lulu did not respond to the invitation to dinner. Iron noticed that the cat was very tired and was sleeping without even answering. Kubar asked if all mages were really so diligent. Iron admitted that Lulu was very hardworking, and that meeting Ignata had apparently had a strong influence on her. The dinner was delicious, and Iron asked Kubar how he had prepared it. The orc just smiled mysteriously and said it was his big secret. After dinner, Iron went to the clearing to perfect his sword techniques. Kubar noted that the young man continued to train without rest. He was very diligent. The travelers arrived at the inn. Kubar announced that tomorrow they would be in Lation, but tonight they would spend the night here. Iron sat down at a table in the tavern and accidentally heard familiar voices. He saw faces at the next table that seemed familiar to him. Judith cried out in surprise. Brad was surprised by her reaction. The young people jumped up from their seats. The meeting was unexpected. Judith asked, "Is that really Iron? How did he end up here?" Suddenly, Kubar and Lulu appeared between them. The orcs shouted for everyone to stay where they were. Who are these people and how do they know Iron? He wondered. Lulu loudly declared that no one would touch Iron. Judith was amazed. Could a cat really talk? Kubar noted that the two looked strong. Lulu agreed. Iron asked Kubar and Lulu to calm down. They were his old friends from the academy. He pointed to Kubar and Lulu and explained that they were his mentors. Kubar introduced himself. "I am Kubar, an orc alchemist." Lulu greeted them and gave her name, adding that she was Iron's magic teacher. Kubar apologized for yelling at people. A lot had happened and he was just being cautious. Judith noted that Iron had grown up. He said the same about her. Judith lunged at Iron, grabbed him by the neck and shouted, "How dare you disappear without saying anything? I thought you were dead." Iron gasped, "Circumstances prevented me from telling you." Lulu asked anxiously, "Is she really his girlfriend?" Brad inquired what had happened to his friend during that time. Iron replied that it was a very long story. Judith let him go and said that the story could wait until later. The girl decided to test her old friend. Iron replied that he didn't mind. The young people headed to the sparring ground. Judith asked where Iron's sword was and whether he had changed weapons. Iron activated the sword in his hands and said that it was always with him. Judith and Brad were surprised. Lulu explained that it was common magic at her school. Judith noted that Iron hadn't wasted 5 years. The girl shouted that she was attacking and rushed at the young man. The swords clashed in battle. Kubar said it looked powerful. Brad watched with interest. The young man noticed how skillfully Iron was using his and Judith's techniques. Judith asked in surprise what he was doing. Iron reminded her that Judith herself had wanted to discuss it later. Brad grabbed his sword and said he couldn't wait any longer, ordering Judith to step aside. The young people decided to fight together. Their eyes burned with excitement. His brother asked how Iron had learned everything so quickly. Iron replied that he would tell him later, as there was no time now. Judith and Brad attacked Iron at the same time. The protagonist felt confident, not backing down an inch. Judith reminded him not to forget about discipline and attacked again. Brad said that he shouldn't be forgotten either. Kuber was surprised when he didn't feel any fear coming from them. The orc realized that these three were enjoying what was happening. Judith noted that Iron was very good. Iron noted that these two were stronger than he had expected. After the young people stopped, Brad remarked that they could have fought to their last breath. "We can stop for today," he added. Judith admitted that they had a lot of fun. The girl asked Iron to show her the strike he had performed in the exam. He did not object. The protagonist, as always, held his sword forward, closed his eyes, and concentrated. After the strike, the friends saw a long, straight crack in the ground. Judith admitted that she was impressed. Brad noted that the strike was fast and accurate. The girl noted that Iron had definitely trained hard. Iron admitted that he had learned to do this very recently. The young people were returning together after sparring. Brad said he had recovered at the academy. Iron noted that Master and Lance had already told him about it. Brad realized that Iron had already been to the academy. Lulu told Judith that she was very strong. The girl thanked her for the compliment. Lulu took out a red stone and said it was a gift for Judith. Judith took a step back and said that she shouldn't give her this gift. Lulu replied that she had many more stones like this one. Brad was surprised. "Why is Judith refusing? She likes it." The girl explained that Lulu was a black cat and could put a curse on the gift. Lulu burst into tears and said that it wasn't what it seemed. Judith explained that she meant something completely different. Lulu complained about the girl to Iron. That evening at the tavern, Judith asked if Lulu and Kubar weren't going to be joining them. Iron replied that they had declined, explaining that the three of them hadn't seen each other in a long time, and it would be better for them to talk among themselves. Judith asked Iron to quickly tell her what had really happened to him. He began his story from the moment before enrollment, explaining that he kept having the same dream where someone was swinging a sword. Concluding his story, Iron added that he had begun his journey in search of a master. Judith acknowledged that Iron had had a difficult time. She felt a little sad. She used to be the strongest in the academy, but seeing Iron's skills, she understood something. It was not only Iron who had this desire to move forward, but also the man from his strange dreams. Iron struggled and suffered every day to one day defeat the mysterious man from his dreams. All this time, he had to cope on his own. Judith said that Iron was very brave, but he would have to fight him. Brad said that he had raised Iron. Judith was surprised. What is he talking about? Iron noted that he could thank Brad for helping him become a man and come this far. Judith was surprised that Brad would say such a thing. Iron looked at his friends and realized that Brad had also changed a lot. Brad asked if Iron was traveling alone and if he wanted to join them. Iron replied that he didn't mind, but wondered if they would get along. Kuber joined the group, laughed, and said that he had offered Iron an alcoholic drink many times, but he always refused. Brad noted that Judith also gets drunk after one glass. Judith got angry and told Brad not to slander her. A little later, a tipsy Judith apologized to Lulu, saying she didn't mean to offend the cat by calling her black. Lulu said she understood and asked Judith to let her go. Now Iron asked where the two were going, as he personally intended to get to Lation. Judith said they had already been there, and advised him not to waste his time. It was a terrible place. Brad agreed. Judith explained that no one there was willing to fight. There were many swordsmen, but they were too cocky to fight newbies. Kubar asked if they had shown their badges from the 27th Kronos Academy class. Judith replied that they had, but they still refused. Kubar suggested that this was precisely why the local swordsmen didn't want to lose and fall flat on their faces. After all, they were called the Golden Class. Lulu asked where they would go now. Iron admitted that he didn't know yet. Brad suggested going to the city of Partisan, known for its freedom-loving swordsmen. Kuber supported the idea. A week passed. After dinner, Judith suggested they stretch their legs a little. Iron agreed. The girl attacked, but was surprised to find that Iron blocked even this blow. Had he gotten used to her technique? Judith said that in that case she would do something else, and the sword in her hand lit up. Kubar immediately realized that it was the sword's aura. Brad noticed that it was not yet the sword's full aura. Judith was only using part of the aura because she was still learning the technique. But once she became a master, her sword would become more dangerous. After beginning to study the aura, Brad realized that Iron already knew the flash and concentration techniques. Of the three, Iron was closest to the title of Swordmaster. Iron admitted that he had lost to Judith. The girl announced that 1 loss and 9 wins meant she had a 90% chance of winning. Iron guessed as much, but he really was the weakest. It would be difficult for him to defeat the two of them. Brad suggested stopping the fight and talking. He noted that it was already the second day of training. Judith reflexively dodged to the side instead of blocking the attack. The girl admitted it. Brad said she should block attacks instead of constantly dodging. Judith replied that she would try. Brad told Iron that they were having a sword fight without swords. They were discussing each other's techniques and giving advice. Iron replied that he understood, but that it would be difficult to evaluate someone else's technique, so he would rather listen. The protagonist now understood why these two had become so strong. He hoped that one day he would be able to do the same. Kubur asked if Iron wasn't going to have dinner and where he was going. Iron said he was going to train and would only be back in the morning. Judith got up from the table and announced that she was also going to train. Brad also got up, apologized to the orc, and said he would go with them. Kubur was surprised. What's gotten into them? Brad explained that when Iron worked hard, he quickly improved his skills, and Judith didn't want to fall behind. Iron, sword in hand, thought that the master was right. There was no point in just copying someone else. You had to find your own style. The young man realized that he had the fencing style of the man from his dream. In addition, there was the style of the Chrono Academy. He must create his own style based on these two. He could also use Judith and Brad's techniques, combining everything into something better. Then Judith looked at Iron in surprise and said that he had become stronger again. Is that even possible? Brad said that the world is always like that. 5 years ago, he learned about universal injustice. Kubur thought Iron was great. He was the best again. The orc noticed that Judith was gathering energy from her whole body. She was very confident, but controlling such energy was quite difficult for her. 2 more days passed. In the next sparring match, Judith proved to be stronger and faster. The girl declared victory and was very happy about it. Kubur was surprised. This was Iron's technique. How could she have learned it in just a few days? Judith asked Iron what he thought about it. The young man replied that he did not expect this from her. Judith is a real talent, he added. Iron thought that the girl fought for victory like no one else. In this, she was unbeatable. The young people helped each other grow. In the western city of Partizan, Judith noticed that there were a lot of knights there. Kubur suggested that many of them were mercenaries. The orc said that they were going to the guest house and would all meet there in the evening. The young people decided to start with the Hiram Academy. Brad knocked and said that students from the Kronos Academy had come to exchange experiences. The gate was opened by a young man who introduced himself as a student of the Hiram Academy. Why are these young people here? He wondered. The student looked closely at the guests and noted that they were very young. Where did they come from? On the other side of the gate, someone asked who the guests were. The student replied that people had come who wanted to fight. Behind the gate was a man who said he was glad to meet them. He was the head of the academy. The guests introduced themselves and thanked him for the warm welcome. The head of the academy thought that these young people were clearly not ordinary teenagers. They should not be left to Kent's student. The young man asked if the guests had come to participate in the fights. The first floor is for beginners, he added. The young man told the guests to follow him. He led them to a separate room and asked if they agreed to fight. Kent was surprised. Why are you saying that, sir? Judith replied that it would be excellent. In the arena, the host asked who would go first. Iron stepped forward and said he wanted to try first. Brad was surprised and said that Iron was being greedy. The host warned the young man not to be angry if he got hurt during the fight. The head of the academy rushed at Iron to test his strength. The counterattack was lightning fast, and the opponent was hit on the head with a training stick. The master fell to the floor, and Iron was slightly surprised. Kent rushed to his aid. Judith was surprised. Did Iron just take care of that man? Iron was frightened and said that couldn't be. Kent tried to revive the host. After a while, the victim admitted defeat and added that it was a fair fight. The man asked which academy the young people had come from. There was silence. After a while, Brad said that they were from the Chrono Academy, but that it didn't mean anything. The owner noted that he had heard that these young people were strong, but he did not expect them to be that strong. It seemed to him that they had come just to have fun. Iron replied on behalf of everyone that this was not true. The host admitted that he now understood and also wanted to test them in battle. The man suggested that the young people did not yet know how strong they really were. It all depended on the level they wanted to achieve. For an ordinary person, the dream was to become a master of the sword, and for an ordinary swordsman, the dream was to become an expert. Talent, origin, and effort all shaped a true swordsman. However, the level of an expert is also quite mediocre. In their academy, everyone is an expert, and he doesn't even have anyone to help the young people. There will be 4 or 5 experts. He is confident that each of the guests will be able to handle all of them. The man said that the young people could be proud of themselves, and noticed that after these words, the guests became dejected. However, there is one person in their academy who is stronger than all the guests. Judith couldn't resist and asked how much stronger he was than them. Is he a master? The host stated that this person is much more famous than an ordinary master. There are only 100 sword masters in total, and this person comes right after them. This swordsman's name is Jet Frost, and he will arrive here in 2 days. Judith said that they would immediately challenge him to a fight. The young people were surprised. Why was there such a large crowd here? Would they definitely be able to fight today? The man was surprised. Indeed, why are there so many people willing to fight? Jet definitely won't fight everyone. He's very lazy. Judith was surprised. Why did their companion come here then? The man replied that Jet was better than him. Training with Jet helped him improve his level. Brad asked if their companion knew Jet personally. The man said that they had known each other well for 10 years. Glenn, Jet Frost's butler, greeted the young people. Glenn said that they weren't expecting so many guests, so they wanted to hold a selection process. They had to score 5,000 points to move on. Iron said that there would now be a mana test. He had already taken one and scored about 10,000 points. The man was surprised. Was this guy really so calm about such a high score? Glenn greeted Mr. Hiram. He hadn't expected this man to come. This time, the result was better than last time, over 12,000 points. Hiram said he was already used to this test. Glenn asked the young man, "Is this a magic sword?" Iron replied, "In a way, however, there is nothing special about this sword." Iron took the other sword and prepared to strike. The result of the strike was over 18,000. Glenn said that the young man had passed. Judith said she would be next. She decided to score even more points. Judith and Brad scored over 16,000 points and passed as well. Brad admitted that Iron had scored the most. "Don't you think that's too much?" he asked. Iron pointed out that the difference between them was not that great. Brad said, "So Judith doesn't get angry." The girl replied that she could have scored even more if she had tried harder. The butler congratulated everyone on passing and said that now they needed to split into groups of 3. Glenn asked Hiram if he would like to fight the gentleman separately. The man replied that he would. Judith noted that only they remained. Brad said that this was their chance. Hiram fought the owner of the house. After the fight, he admitted that he had thought he might not be able to win. Frost was surprised. Did Hiram really expect to win? Hiram thanked the host for his help. Frost replied that he was always happy to help. Hiram warned that there was one more team left. Frost agreed to meet with them, after which he was going to rest. Hiram said that these young people had a proposal. If he defeated them, he could use them for a whole month. If not, he would become their coach for a month. Frost laughed. "These guys are very funny." The owner of the house agreed and admitted that his house hadn't been cleaned properly in a long time. Frost looked at the young men and asked why Glenn hadn't warned him. These youngsters were clearly all experts. Glenn remarked that Hiram had said he would warn the gentleman himself. Frost was surprised. How could Glenn believe him? The young people thanked the homeowner for agreeing to take on their bet. Brad formally introduced himself, stating his name and education. Judith did the same, and it looked very formal. Iron followed his friend's example: name, education, age, and marital status. The battle began in a flash. Frost acknowledged that the 3 of them were working very well together. A cohesive team. He would have to try to fight each of them separately. No matter how hard the young people tried, they couldn't even touch the host. Frost was aggressive but elusive. The man thought that these 3 weren't even giving him time to think. Glenn said with surprise that the guests had surrounded the gentleman. Hiram noted that he had been waiting a long time for the moment when Jet would look confused. Frost thought that if he didn't win, he would have to train them for a whole month, which he would never agree to. That was exactly what the young people wanted to achieve. Frost activated a multi-level protective barrier around himself. It became even more difficult to get through to him. It had to be admitted that these young people were strong. The owner of the house declared that he was not going to give in. Brad felt an incredibly powerful aura. He could barely stay in place. Judith swung her sword and was the first to attack. Frost swung and threw his sword at the girl. Judith managed to block it, and her opponent's sword flew past her. Brad and Iron realized that the opponent's sword had flown away, meaning Frost was now unarmed. At that moment, Frost disappeared from view and reappeared behind Brad a moment later. His opponents realized that he had another sword, but it was too late. Frost held it to Brad's chest and said that the young man was first. Then the host of the house repelled Iron's attack. Judith seized the moment and lunged at Frost, but the man effectively dodged the attack. Judith did not react in time, and her opponent's sword ended up at her neck. Frost said she would be second. The girl stopped resisting. Frost asked the blue-haired boy, "Is your name Brad Lloyd?" Brad confirmed. Frost noted that this guy had good fencing skills, far above the usual level for his age. However, he lacked attentiveness. He was unable to anticipate his opponent's attacks. Brad was surprised. "Wasn't some kind of special move used against me?" Frost replied that it was a normal move, but the young man was too distracted and didn't notice it. The host of the house noted that Brad should always be aware of his surroundings. Frost, addressing Judith, said that her attacks were too boring. Why do you only use one cut?" he added. "You need to skillfully combine lunges and cuts. Then your attacks will be balanced." Looking at Iron, the owner of the house said that he could still play with this young man. Frost noted that he would give in to this guy because his attacks were very heavy and asked if the young man could show the best of what he had. Brad and Judith were surprised. Did Iron really win? Iron asked, "Are you sure, Mr. Frost? What if I break something?" Frost said, "What is broken can always be repaired." Iron said he understood and decided to use his inner strength. The young man drew his sword forward and began to concentrate on the upcoming strike. Frost was surprised. Where did this guy get such a strong aura? The master of the house realized that the young man also controlled it very well. Iron understood that he had to win for all three of them. He was facing a strong opponent, but this was a chance to learn from a master for a whole month. The flame in the protagonist's heart burned with new strength. The young man decided that he would definitely take advantage of this opportunity and swung with all his might. Frost raised his hand and told the young man to stop. He was giving up. The master admitted defeat. The young people thanked Mr. Frost for agreeing to teach them. The next day arrived. The heroes asked the master where they were. Frost said that classes would be held here for the entire next month. The master added that this place worked thanks to magic. The young people experienced the effects of magic circles that held their bodies still. Frost said that if they had enough aura, they would be able to hold on, and that it could only be increased through training. Now they need to try to move the stones from right to left within a limited time. Frost announced that anyone who did not make it in time would be disqualified. This should be clear to everyone. 3 hours passed. The master announced that time was running out. Why had they accomplished almost nothing? Frost did not expect them to be so weak. Glenn noted that this was already the third attempt. The butler reminded them that they had finished the first attempt at 11 o'clock. So, out of boredom, they decided to repeat the task. Frost got a little angry and decided to test how much strength the young people had. The second day of training began. The participants did intense sit-ups so they would have something to brag about. On the 5th day of training, the young people pulled a large load behind them. One night during a break, Lulu asked, "Did we only train our bodies today? It's been a week, and they haven't given us anything new." Iron suggested that there must be something else. Iron thought that the 101st was the strongest master, but he didn't think that nickname suited Frost. Frost believed that such views among young people stem not only from talent. The master knew this from his own experience, because he had had the same view. Frost announced that from today, everyone would train in their own individual style. Judith was delighted finally. Frost said that Iron would be the first. Frost noted that the fight was good overall, but too passive. It seems that the young man thinks too much about how his opponent is better than him. People like Judith will always be more confident and quicker. Iron admitted that he was slower than Judith. Frost agreed, but added that slowness or weakness should not make the young man passive. It is necessary to create your own territory by reducing your opponent's space. It is necessary to constantly occupy an advantageous position while pressuring the opponent so that it is difficult for them to even think about victory. Frost added that this was how Iron could corner his opponent. Several days passed, training continued. Frost told Judith that it was enough for today. She was already at her limit. The girl replied that it was only just beginning, and she had no intention of stopping. She was determined to secure victory this time. The master asked Judith to leave her sword and go with him to the next room. Frost announced that it was almost lunchtime and the young people could be excused. They would be gone for a long time. During lunch, Iron noticed that he could hear Judith's voice. The girl angrily slammed the door and left the master's office. Brad asked where she was going. Judith angrily replied that it was none of his business. Brad and Iron went into Jet Frost's office. The young people asked what Mr. Frost had been talking about with Judith. The owner of the house was surprised. He didn't think they would hear. Frost said that when he saw young people, he remembered his own youth. Back then, he was happy just to feel a sword in his hand. He became an expert quite early and tried to reach the level of a sword master. However, reality proved cruel. There were masters on the continent who were much stronger than him. He constantly compared himself to them, which caused a constant feeling of competition. Frost added that, in the end, he was unable to fully concentrate on improving. Comparison, competition, the desire to win. It would be good to channel these feelings in the right direction. But in competition, there is no such thing as right. Frost expressed concern that young people might become like him. Their desire to be better than others could become their main goal. So he told Judith to be careful and only compete with herself. The master suggested that this should work. The office door opened and Judith entered again. She was silent and focused. Judith said she wanted to apologize. She understood that the master had said this for her own good. She realized that young people were stronger than her, and she was constantly trying to prove the opposite to herself. The girl noted that she did not carry a sword just for fun. She needed it to survive. For her, competition and the desire to win were directly related to life. Judith said she competes to survive. If I defeat someone who is better than me, if I can move on without defeat, she said, I am ready to endure all the pain that makes me stronger. Iron noticed a flame ignite in Judith's heart. After a week of training, the young people thanked the master for his help. Frost asked where they were going next. Brad replied that they didn't know yet. Jet Frost suggested they go to the Land of Proof. The Land of Proof is the gladiator arena, part of the Kingdom of Kalad, one of the 5 Western kingdoms. Gladiator fights used to take place here. With the recent arrival of the fencers, the status of this place had risen significantly. Infrastructure had improved, real estate prices had risen, and small businesses were thriving. Frost was surprised. Don't the graduates of the Kronos Academy know about this place? He added that Ilya Lingjae is the champion of the Lands of Proof. The carriage with the travelers, still driven by an orc, continued on its way to the Lands of Proof. Judith noted that their old acquaintance Ilya had become very strong. Brad said that this was not surprising after all the difficulties she had endured. Judith was surprised. What was he talking about? Brad explained that 5 years ago, Archduke Karl Lingjae had disappeared. Iron didn't know about this either. When Elijah returned home after her exam, her brother Karl was missing. Even the family's personal magician couldn't find him. The young man had vanished without a trace. 3 months of investigation led to nothing. Many began to say that he had died. Some people began to mock Ilya's family, while others predicted a terrible future for them. Iron thought that he hadn't even heard about it. Brad said there was no need to worry about it now. Elijah was the champion of the Lands of Evidence, and such a title was not easy to obtain. Brad added that now they would be able to make up for all their past defeats. Judith confirmed that this time she would only accept victory. In the Kingdom of Kalad, in the city of swordsmen, Eisenmerit, Lulu noted that there were a lot of people here. Iron was surprised. Why were there so many rich people? Lulu pointed out that there were plenty of poor people here too. Kubar said that every city was the same. There are many arenas in Eisenmerit, and in addition to the Lands of Evidence, the city is famous for its business and trade. A merchant approached the young people and said that he could see that the guests were interested in betting on fights. He had tickets for today's championship game at the Lands of Evidence, starting at 4 o'clock. 4 tickets were purchased. Judith admitted that she could see a huge arena and added that it was her first time there. The spectators discussed the participants they had bet on. Elijah was the undisputed favorite, having become a master at only 18 years of age. The host announced that today's fights would be opened by the swordsman ranked 2nd in the ratings, Cedric Cooper. His opponent would be the undefeated and talented champion, the youngest swordmaster, Ilya Lingjae. After the start, the opponents rushed at each other. Ilya was fierce and strong. Cedric Cooper immediately began to retreat under her pressure. He thought that the girl was very fast and he didn't even have time to dodge. Cooper realized that his sword would break if Lindsay hit him one more time. He decided to attack and lunge forward, but Ilya dodged effectively. Cooper lost his balance and began to fall forward. With one blow, Ilya broke her opponent's sword and deservedly won. Cooper had never seen anything like it. He said that the girl was on a completely different level. The orc looked at his companions and asked if they were really her classmates. Cooper noted that Iron looked gloomy. The young man said he wanted to go for a walk, agreeing to meet at the hotel. Iron didn't understand how this had happened. He clearly felt that Ilya was emitting the same strange energy as the magicians. The young man decided that he had to meet with Lindsay right away. He needed information. Iron went into the nearest bar. Kubar said that such information could be found in places like this. Iron approached the bartender and said he needed some information. The bartender replied that this place was for something else. It wasn't an information desk. Iron apologized and added that it was very important. The bartender asked what kind of information he needed. The young man asked where he could meet the champion of the lands of evidence, Ilya Linga. A bar patron standing nearby said he could help the young man. Iron showed interest. The man said that first the young man had to win a bet. The visitor explained that they would have to punch each other in the face. Whoever fell or lost consciousness would lose, and whoever endured would win. Iron thought that this was the local law and agreed. The man began to warm up his hands and said he would go first. Iron replied that he had no objection. His opponent said he was ready to begin and punched our hero in the jaw. Iron staggered but remained on his feet. Those present were surprised and even began to applaud. The opponent noted that he would have been disappointed if Iron had fallen immediately. Iron declared that it was now his turn. His blow was strong and stunning. The big guy couldn't stay on his feet and flew far back, falling to the floor. The protagonist, having delivered a precise and measured blow to the jaw, stared intently at his opponent. Was there any point in continuing? His colleagues rushed to the bully and told Dumak to come to his senses. He felt bad after the blow. Another visitor approached Iron and asked how he dared to hurt their Dumak. A young man in a hat with a feather stepped forward and said that this was not the right thing to do. He introduced himself as reporter Hintz. The man asked the reporter why he was interfering. If he didn't want to get hurt, he should leave. Hintz calmly told him to calm down. If you try to lay a finger on me, it will be in all the newspapers tomorrow. The reporter told Iron that he could provide all the necessary information. When the young men left the bar, Hintz introduced himself and told them where he worked. The Daily Arena newspaper. Iron asked why the reporter was helping him. Hintz couldn't tell the truth about the sensational stories and replied that the young man had been in the right place at the right time and that people should help each other. Hintz asked why he wanted to meet the champion. Iron replied that she was his friend and they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The young man asked how long Ilya had been here. Hintz said that the girl had been here for about 2 months and immediately became a champion. There hadn't been such a strong fighter in a long time. Soon she would break Ignata's record. Iron was surprised. Was Ignata the champion of the Lands of Proof? Hintz confirmed that this was what she was known for. Now everyone was arguing about who would hold the title longer. Ignata had been the champion for 5 months in a row. It is now December, and if Ilya lasts until April, Ignata's achievements will be forgotten. The reporter took Iron to the estate where the champions live. The young man thanked him. Hintz hid behind a tree and thought that usually no one is allowed inside. I wonder if this young man will succeed. The guard asked the young man what he wanted. Iron gave his name and said he had come to meet Elijah Lindsay. He showed the Lindsay family sign. The guard asked for the sign to verify its authenticity. A senior representative was summoned. A woman appeared who introduced herself as Ilya's representative, Emma Garcia. Ms. Garcia said that Elijah had refused to meet with the young man. The woman told Iron to move away from the gate. Since Lindsay had come as a swordsman and not as a representative of her family, she wanted to focus on her training. Iron asked if Ilya had mentioned his name. Garcia replied that she had planned to do so later. The young man asked her to do it now. Ilya should know that her friend Aaron Pereira had come. After a while, the gate opened, and Garcia said the young man could enter. The reporter saw that he had been let in and realized that they were indeed friends. Iron knocked and entered the girl's office. Ilya greeted her old friend at the table with a book in her hands. She said she hadn't seen Iron in a long time. Lindsay asked if he was ready to tell her what had kept him so long. Iron apologized and said he would explain everything. He said that after that he met Judith and Brad and they came here together. Iron added that he had seen Elijah's fight when he first arrived in town. He was glad that she had become very strong, but something frightened him. The young man noted that he might be imagining things, but Elijah had not come here because of Ignata. Ilya was surprised. What did he mean by that? Iron felt the dark energy emanating from her again. The guy said he hadn't forgotten his first year at the Kronos Academy. All the memories of that time were deeply ingrained in him. He understood how important that time and those people were to him. Ilya was the first among all those who reached out to him. She is very important to him. Iron asked if Ilya remembered her promise after the exam, to never interfere in anything again. The young man asked Ilya to leave all that behind. There was no point in trying to follow in Ignata's footsteps. The girl said that Iron was overthinking things. She wasn't doing anything terrible. Ilya explained that it was all because of the scoundrel who had done that to her brother. She was trying to save her family's honor. All of this was the result of her efforts. An aura sword appeared in Ilya's hands. The girl said that the sword clearly showed that her path was right and she couldn't be wrong. Ilya declared that her mistakes were in the past. Did Iron have anything else to say? Iron asked if this meant that she would fight for the championship title to the end and that he would not be able to change her mind. Ilya replied that the decision had been made and that Iron would not influence it in any way. The young man said that in that case, Ilya should listen to him carefully. She has 120 days left to beat Ignata's record. He was going to do everything he could to knock her off her pedestal during that time. Ilya was surprised. Was Iron in his right mind? The young man replied that if he managed to stop her, she would reconsider his words. Lindsay asked if Pereira really expected to defeat her. The young man admitted that he couldn't do it now, so he would have to try very hard. Iron apologized for only talking about this. After all, they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He added that no matter what happened, Ilya would remain his dear friend. Iron headed for the exit and said they would meet again. His friends were waiting for him in the hotel room. Judith knew that Elijah had become stronger, but she did not expect her to become a master swordsman. She admitted that Elijah was now stronger than her, but in time she would surely be able to defeat her. The doors opened and Iron entered the room. Everyone asked where he had been. Kubar asked if he had met Lady Lindsay. Brad was surprised. Had Iron challenged her? Was he crazy? Iron replied that he would fight Elijah in 4 months. Brad was surprised. Did Iron understand what that meant? Lulu said she believed in Iron's victory. Kubar added that the young man would become stronger, but Elijah was a master swordsman. Iron said he knew, but it didn't matter to him. The young man solemnly declared that he must challenge her and win. Judith noted that Iron had already gone too far, and therefore he must fight. She added that she would also challenge him. The girl left the room saying she was going to train. There was no point in wasting time. Judith thought, how could she sit idly by when Iron was going to fight Elijah? Brad suggested that Judith had been infected by Iron's motivation. Lloyd asked if Pereira had a plan. Iron replied that he didn't yet, but he would definitely come up with one. The young man immediately asked his friends for help. Brad admitted that Iron was crazy. Brad said it was almost impossible, but sometimes experts defeated masters. Kubar said he had heard of such cases. There were 3 conditions for success. The first was a sword capable of withstanding a sword with an aura. Brad noted that Iron's sword was strong enough. The young man admitted that his sword had never broken. One proven expert confirmed its quality. The second condition was a unique style. Iron needed a style that his opponent could not predict. Otherwise, there would be problems. He needed to work on his techniques. Iron promised he would try. Brad noted that their efforts were not enough, but he understood that this would not stop Iron. The third very important condition is fencing skills that even a sword master cannot match. Ilya did not become a master by luck. She perfected her aura and skill. Brad said that if Iron did not fulfill all the conditions, it would be difficult for him. He replied that he would try to make it in time. Reporter Hintz approached them and asked in surprise, had Iron really challenged the champion herself? Hintz immediately realized that the young man was not like everyone else. It was good that he had been following him. Such a sensation could not be missed. He greeted him and introduced himself. Brad asked why the reporter was there. Hintz replied that he had sharp hearing and had heard everything they were discussing. Brad was surprised at what he was talking about. The reporter explained that every swordsman on Earth has his own level of proof. Everyone starts at the beginning and moves up the rankings. Only the top 10 swordsmen have the right to challenge the champion. Even if a swordsman is experienced enough, it would be difficult to challenge the champion without public attention. This is the 4th condition. Kubar asked how public attention would be useful to them and whether Hints could provide it. The reporter promised to help improve public opinion of Iron Pereira and make him a star of the land of evidence. The next day arrived, the land of proof, the entrance exam, passions flare. Brad and Judith are performing in the arena. Lloyd is the star of the 27th issue. Judith is his girlfriend, a commoner swordswoman. The journalist, looking at the participants, said that this was not the level of a pawn, the golden edition of the Chrono Academy. 3 wins out of 3 for each, and they were promoted to the level of an elephant. The journalist thought he should get an interview before Hints arrived. He asked the young people why they had come to Earth for proof after graduating from the academy. Did they want to glorify it? Brad replied that they were not giving interviews. The journalist turned to his assistant. Why was he here? He was supposed to be watching the fight between Karis and Tristan. The assistant replied that the fight was already over. Both had lost to the young swordsman. Hints interviewed Iron Pereira and asked if he was really a graduate of the 27th class of the Chrono Academy. Other journalists, hearing the name Pereira, were surprised. Had anyone heard of him before? They had to try to interview this young man. The journalist asked Iron if he knew Judith and if he could tell them about Brad and Lloyd. Why did the 3 of them come to Earth for evidence? Hints advised the young man to be confident and ambitious during the interview. Iron replied that if Judith and Brad refused to comment, he would also remain silent. The young man added that he could only talk about his goals and make some promises. As a knight of the Chrono Academy, he promised to reach at least the level of Queen. His goal was to prove that he would become the champion. The press wrote that graduates of the Chrono Academy immediately received the level of an elephant and are completely different from other participants. Iron Pereira also attended this academy. Does he really want to become a champion? Hints noted that the start was excellent and they created a buzz. The reporter promised to start working on the next article. Iron asked where Judith had disappeared to again. Brad suggested that she was training. Lloyd asked why Iron looked so excited during the interview on Earth's beginning. Does he really want to defeat Elijah? When a person is overwhelmed by negative emotions, such as anger or envy, they begin to be consumed by dark energy. Iron noted that Jet Frost is able to control his emotions, but Elijah emits as much energy as the Magians. If nothing is done, the dark energy could have too much of an effect on her. Brad understood why Iron took such a risk. Brad suggested not telling Judith about it yet, so she wouldn't get any ideas. Defeating Elijah would be extremely difficult. Iron replied that he would do everything possible. Lulu was indignant. Why hadn't Iron told her how serious the situation was? Brad was surprised. Shouldn't the cat be with the orc right now? Lulu asked if Iron needed to become significantly stronger in a short period of time. The young man asked if the cat knew a way. Lulu replied that anything was possible with magic, but it would require special training. Now, every time Iron swung his sword, he had to think about his overwhelming desire to win. Ilya, however, neither of them understood each other. The girl thought she needed to meet with the priest as soon as possible. Iron told Lulu that they wanted to introduce him to the local Viscount. The cat had heard that he was a famous person. The young man noted that there was still a week left before the next battle, so the meeting was possible. Iron saw many people who wanted to study with John Drew. He greeted them and said he had come on behalf of reporter Hints. The assistant confirmed this and invited him to come in. What Iron saw seemed very luxurious to him. It was a long way to the hall, so they offered him a carriage. The assistant asked if the young man had asked the master to teach him. Iron admitted that he wanted to learn fencing. The assistant warned that there might be difficulties. Mr. Drew is satisfied with his life, so he is unlikely to engage in such an endeavor, even though he loves money. Iron said he had enough money. He asked Lulu what she thought. The cat replied that if a person loves money, then everything will work out. Viscount John Drew entered the room. When he saw Iron, he thought the boy was very young. The protagonist happily introduced himself. Drew asked if he had come from Hints. Lulu immediately announced that she would pay for everything. Drew was surprised. Could this cat really talk? Lulu activated the gold near her and asked if it was enough. Drew said it was not bad. Lulu wondered if it was really not enough. The next moment, much more gold appeared near her. John Drew bowed low and said he was at their service. Lulu knew how to handle money. Drew said that the young man should first show everything he knew. He added that he was interested in habits, balance, stances, lunges, and all the techniques that the young man considered most effective. Lulu reminded Iron to focus and not make any mistakes. The cat shouted that the young man must do everything to save the girl and show the power of true desire. Ilya met with the priest in the temple. The audience took place without witnesses. The girl admitted that she did not know if her actions made sense, was afraid of making mistakes, and was not sure if she could become the best as quickly as possible. Iron demonstrated everything he was capable of during the test. The priest told Elijah not to be afraid. Anger, envy, hatred, and addiction were driving her forward. She must not stray from the path. Iron wanted Elijah not to give up. He was ready to do anything to save the girl. John Drew was surprised to see that the young man was using magic. Lulu said it was wonderful. Drew realized that Iron was creating his own personal space. The priest told Elijah not to stop and to keep moving forward until only her path remained in the world. Iron had no doubt that he would save Elijah. Lulu told the mentor that Iron had created the space by wishing for it very strongly. The young man was ready to do anything to achieve his goal. It was not worth distracting him while he was training. After training, Lulu approached Iron and asked if he was tired. He hadn't rested for a whole week, only training. Iron was surprised. Had a week already passed? Lulu asked if anything had changed. The young man said that he felt clarity and that his senses had become more acute. John Drew approached the young man and announced something important. A duel would take place at 2 o'clock today. The arena announced that the battle at the elephant level would begin immediately. Dominic versus Iron Pereira. Iron was a graduate of the renowned Chrono Academy. Would he be able to keep his promise? The start of the fight was announced, and Dominic rushed into the attack. Iron noticed that everything had changed. He could now clearly track his opponent's movements. The fight ended very quickly. Dominic's sword broke, and he was left on his knees. Iron Pereira was declared the winner. The audience was surprised. The young man had won in one round. Iron accepted congratulations. He had kept his promise. Iron said that he had simply fulfilled his promise and would continue to win until he reached the level of the queen. The press wrote that this guy had even defeated a magician, as stated in Gilbert's interview. Many were interested in when Iron's next duel would take place. Everyone wanted to see it. John Drew admitted that it was a good duel. Now he understood what the young man was missing. Drew said that Iron's style was too ordinary. He needed something unusual. The mentor promised to teach the young man new skills. He said that Iron should not only watch himself, but also anticipate his opponent's movements. With the help of psychology and clever calculation, he would be able to win. 10 days passed. During sparring, the mentor noted that the young man had made a good lunge. John Drew admitted to himself that this young man was talented. He had learned secret techniques in just 10 days and even perfected them. After a day full of training, Iron quickly fell asleep. The young man had a dream in which he found himself in that very village. He thought that he hadn't seen the man with the sword in a long time, who, as always, continued to train. Iron noticed that the man had grown older. Old age had not passed him by. The young man wondered, why now? What does he want to say? If he wants to help, he will accept the help. But if he gets in the way, he will have to repel the attack. Iron decided not to be led by others anymore. Now he would make his own decisions. He chose his own path. Lulu looked at the sleeping Iron and thought that even in his sleep, he was doing mental training. The next battle in the arena ended with Iron Pereira's victory. The audience noted that the young man had once again managed to win in one round. Iron managed to raise his level in just 3 days. The press wrote that Iron Pereira kept his word. Another victory, 0 defeats. Judith watched every fight of her friend. These days she thought a lot. The land of proof had become his training ground. It was announced that Iron was receiving the rank of king. The land of proof recognized his talent. Brett asked Judith how she was feeling. Iron was first again. The girl silently left the stands. Judith thought she would not lose. She believed that she would become stronger if she wished for it enough. The girl was worried. Would she really not be able to surpass Iron? Judith bumped shoulders with a random passerby. The man dropped his book. She bent down, picked up the book, and apologized. The stranger thanked her and said it was no big deal. He wore a pendant on his chest like the priest Elijah had met. The man took off his hood and asked if the girl would mind talking to him. Iron fought another opponent in the arena, increasing his rating and authority. The fight also ended in Iron's victory. He was just one victory away from reaching the queen level. The king level turned out to be too easy for him. Kuber told Brad that everyone was talking about Iron now. The young man added that the newspapers were writing only about him. Kubar acknowledged that Judith was also close to the king's level. Brad agreed. The next match would show whether she could make it. The orc noted that they were very similar, but Brad felt that Earth was not interested in evidence. Brad admitted that he wasn't very interested in simply swinging a sword. He recalled his meeting with the head of the Chrono Academy. Ian said that Judith should undergo training and gain experience, but this only applies to those who really need practice. The head noted that Brad was already worthy of the exam, and there would be no test for him. He would become a graduate of the Chrono Academy. Hearing this, Cooper said that it was simply amazing. Judith entered the room. Brad asked how her training had gone. The girl replied that she wanted to fight Brad right now. The young people came to the edge of the forest near the cliff. Brad asked how Judith found this place. He decided to test how much stronger Judith had become. The girl took out her sword, and the young man noted that she was completely different now. "What's going on, Yusonan?" he thought. Judith asked Brad to fight with all his strength. The boy replied that he understood and would do as she asked. Iron shouted loudly, and his body began to glow. Lulu said it was the aura. "Haven't you seen it before?" the cat asked in surprise. Iron replied that he had felt it, but not seen it. The guy realized that the training was working, and his senses were sharpening. That was the aura. Iron was told the date of his next battle. It would take place tomorrow. There were no problems with the opponent yet. The host announced that the duel would finally take place. A newcomer, a graduate of Chrono, Iron Pereira, would fight in the arena. He will face a newcomer, a commoner who recently reached the level of king. Judith. The battle will be between graduates of the Chrono Academy. It was a battle not to be missed. The young people exchanged glances. Everyone was curious to see who would win. Iron had heard that Judith wanted to fight him. What is she thinking, he wondered. Judith was surprised. Doesn't Iron know about this? We can't avoid the battle. The girl shouted that she would become stronger than Iron and fight Elijah. The battle began. Judith told Iron to try to defeat her. The young man replied that he was not going to give up either. Iron parried the girl's attack, pushed her away, and said that now he would attack. He prepared himself and swung his huge sword. Judith instinctively prepared to defend herself. Where did he get such strength? He wasn't like this before, she wondered. A little more, and her sword would break. She couldn't defeat Iron. She had to at least hold out until the end. Iron began to accumulate energy in his sword for the decisive blow. Judith realized that it would be extremely difficult to resist. How can I defeat Iron, and will I even be able to do it, she thought. She decided not to stop until she fell down, or to keep fighting until her opponent fell. Judith lunged and Iron deftly dodged. The girl decided to continue attacking. She jumped high and prepared to strike. Iron reacted correctly and knocked the sword out of her hands. The fight is over. Iron Pereira is declared the winner. Hints said that Iron had reached the final level of Earth's evidence and apparently had no intention of stopping. Iron reminded everyone that he would fight to the end and would not stop until he achieved his goal. He would destroy anyone who tried to get in his way. His friends congratulated the hero on his victory. Iron thanked them. Brad noted that he probably enjoyed giving interviews. Brad said that Judith disappeared right after the fight, apparently very upset. We need to wait a little. 2 days passed. Judith was still missing. Brad understood that the girl was very upset. Iron's victory was fair, but Judith had probably gone a little too far. The young man remembered that from the beginning of the fight, she had been surrounded by a dark aura. Hatred, anger, envy, these are the things that create fertile ground for bad energy. Brad was overcome with anxiety and decided to find Judith at all costs. He ran out of the room. Judith was nowhere to be found. The boy thought she might be at the training ground on the edge of the forest. Earlier, when the girl met a random passerby, he offered to walk with her if she didn't mind. Brad found Judith sitting on a rock near the cliff. The priest thought he had almost succeeded. Judith thanked him for the offer, but said she had things to do. The girl told Brad that from the first attack, she knew she couldn't win, but she tried very hard. Judith added that she wanted to catch up with him and surpass him. But each time Iron moved further and further away, the girl burst into tears. She admitted that it hurt her deeply. Brad thought that Judith hadn't changed at all. Lloyd asked the head of the academy to postpone his graduation. He also wanted to take the test, hoping that it would be beneficial. The young man added that he would return with Judith. Brad told the head of the academy that he had found something more important than the simple path of the sword. He hugged Judith and promised to protect her while she continued to cry. The audience noted that Iron Pereira had indeed reached the level of a queen. Many even wanted to ask him for an autograph. At the king level, everyone fights with the help of aura. During an attack, they swing, and energy manifests from their shoulders. It is at this moment that it can be used to strengthen the blow. The current battle ended. Donovan was declared the winner. Iron, watching the fight, thought that the swordsman in red had a much stronger aura, but he still lost. Victory depends on the skillful and correct use of energy. The young man realized that he needed to become a master of the aura to defeat Elijah. He needed to start training immediately. The young men met and greeted each other. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. Brad noted that Iron had reached a high level. Pereira admitted that he had to work hard. Brad mentioned that Judith had returned a few days ago. Iron said they needed to meet. The young people parted ways. The girl appeared, and Brad asked how long she was going to hide from him. "Are you afraid?" he asked. Judith replied that she had just been in the ladies' room and was now going to practice. Several days passed. Iron realized that he had always worked according to a plan, but he needed to correct his mistakes and steer Aura in the right direction. It was difficult to imagine, but how could he improve? Aura was, after all, an abstract feeling. Lulu asked if Iron was going to watch today's fight. "You definitely can't miss it," she added. The host announced that the February Battle of Champions was about to begin. The audience welcomed the champion, Sword Master Ilya Lingjai, and her opponent, Queen-level fighter Elder Grayson. Iron, sitting in the stands, thought that he needed to watch the fight carefully. How exactly does Ilya strengthen the aura of her sword? Energy appeared around the girl again. Iron noted that the feeling was the same as during his attacks. The aura transferred from her body to the blade of her sword. The audience was surprised. Elijah put away her aura sword. Is she really not going to use it? There were rumors that Ilya had promised not to use the aura sword anymore, as many believed that without it, it would be difficult for her to win in a normal battle. Grayson said that the girl was arrogant. Elijah denied this. The battle began, and the opponents rushed at each other. Iron thought that this time everything was different. When Elijah swung her sword, she used her aura only where necessary. First, she gathered her aura at the point of impact and only then attacked. Grayson, on the other hand, used it differently. He got the most out of his sword with the least amount of aura. Iron noticed that Elijah was beginning to overwhelm her opponent. Her strength, speed, and endurance were superior to Grayson's. Her opponent did not expect her to be so strong. He wondered, if I were younger, could I defeat her? Ilya attacked and broke her opponent's weapon with a sword strike. The battle was over. Lindsay retained her title as champion. 3 days passed. The orc asked why Iron wanted to meet with Grayson. The young man replied that he had a request. But would the elder agree to listen to him? Kubur said not to worry. They often drank together. The orc added that Grayson was fond of alcohol, and if he was treated to a drink, he would surely warm up. Kubar showed him where to find Grayson. Iron was frightened. Bad energy emanated from there. Kubar burst into the room and asked what was going on with Grayson. Iron and Kubar saw the elder at the back of the room, completely enveloped in dark energy. The man asked who was there. Grayson added that he didn't remember calling anyone here. The transformation was not yet complete. Not all phases had been worked through. The orc noticed that Iron's aura had changed. Now the young man seemed to be surrounded by real steel. His energy was purer and stronger. This energy controls everything. Iron was eager to stop Grayson's transformation into a mage. Grayson asked again why the two were here. Iron replied that he had heard that the elder loved duels. "Would you like to fight? The loser must fulfill the winner's wish." Grayson laughed. "Interesting, then I'm in." The man stood up, took his sword, and declared that he wanted the young man's life. The battle began. Iron skillfully parried the attacks. He noted that his opponent moved like a real snake. Without training with John Drew, he would have lost immediately. Now our hero could see his opponent's aura movements. The young man understood the beginning and end of Grayson's attack. This was a first for him. The elder was surprised at how this guy could predict his movements. Grayson did not understand why the young man could corner him. Even with the power of the demon, Grayson couldn't defeat this man. The elder shouted that he would never accept him. Kubar yelled at Iron to run away immediately. The young man replied that there was no need to worry. He was no longer afraid of the Magians. Elder Grayson swung his sword to deliver a devastating blow. However, Iron blocked it, and what's more, Grayson's aura sword was destroyed. The demonic energy left the warrior, and he fell to his knees and wept. The elder felt that he had returned to his human form. Iron approached his opponent and knelt down beside him. Kubar ran to help and shouted for the young man not to do anything foolish. The elder thanked Iron. At least in the end, he had become human again. Kubar thought that the fire in Grayson's heart was dying out. Unfortunately for the elder, this was the end. Iron was surprised. What end? He said he was glad to finally fight the elder. Now he had hope of defeating Elijah. The fire in the young man's heart was burning. "I want to be as strong as Grayson," he said. Iron declared that it had been a worthy duel and thanked his opponent. Kubar noticed that the fire in the elder's heart was burning again. Iron reminded him that the loser must grant the winner's wish, adding that his wish was for the elder to continue fighting worthy and impressive battles. Kubar noticed that bad mana emanated from Grayson's sword and asked where it came from. The elder replied that he did not know. The sword had appeared in his room, and when he took hold of the hilt, he immediately lost himself. Grayson said that when he fully recovered, he would visit the temple, confess his sins, and pray for forgiveness. He hoped to purify his heart. Kubar thought that Jason's heart was already completely pure, without a trace of evil energy. The rivals parted with the hope of meeting again. Kubar told the young man that he remembered Ignata's words. Khazar, Charlotte, Victor, now Grayson too. According to Ignata, the world would soon be disrupted. It was already teetering on the brink. Kubar asked Iron what he thought about this power. The young man replied that he didn't know much yet. Iron knew he could win, so everything happened naturally. Perhaps he could defeat Elijah in the same way. The orc thought, energy that purifies bad mana and fire that revives life. If his mentor saw this, how would he react? In the tavern, Brad told Judith to stop picking out the tastiest bits and eat normally. The girl replied that Brad had become too picky. Iron approached his friends and greeted them. He noted that he hadn't seen Judith in a long time. The girl replied shyly that she felt the same way. Brad, looking at the girl, said that it had become too hot here and went to get a beer. After a while, Brad asked if Iron was still training. Iron replied that he was working on his aura, and it wasn't that easy. He didn't quite understand how to control it yet. Judith was surprised. Could Iron really not control his mana? He explained that he had only seen the path of mana a few times and had previously trained his senses rather than the aura itself. Brad said that it was all very complicated. Judith noted that Iron was not yet very successful. Brad added that at the academy they learned how to control the aura after basic training. Of course, not everyone participated. The aura is a gift you are born with. Didn't Iron know that? Judith said there was nothing to be done. Iron would have to be trained. Get ready, there will be no leniency, she warned. There are 6 basic concepts for working with aura. Birth one begins within, strength one reflects power, tempering teaches patience, flourishing sharpens the senses, concentration gathers the entire aura and creates power, expression radiates power outward. Judith explained that now they would focus on concentration and expression. These are the most important points for creating an aura sword, but the others should not be forgotten. All elements are important for balance. Iron thought that it was similar to the moment of attack. That meant he would be able to create an aura sword. The young man decided to start developing his aura right away and put the theory into practice. A month of intense training passed. The young man told himself, I need to focus and create an aura. The aura must be directed to the hands and transferred to the sword. The aura slipped off the sword, and Iron thought that this always happened when transferring energy. He needed to continue training. The sword seemed to absorb the aura and become heavier. Reporter Hints appeared and announced the date of the next battle. The opponent would be Ricardo Pinto, the former Earth champion of evidence. He was one of the best experts, but this time it was even more difficult. He had a special weapon. Pinto received it from his father, the swordmaster Jerison Pinto. It is Volcanus's first numbered sword. It can withstand even the aura sword. If Iron wins, he will immediately be able to fight the champion. But it will be difficult even for him. Hints was surprised. Why is Iron smiling? Iron replied that the owner of the numbered sword would be an excellent opponent, and he would definitely try to win. A great battle between Queen-level fighters was announced. The returning champion, Ricardo Pinto, and his promising opponent, Iron Pereira, entered the arena. Ricardo said he had heard about this young man. He is a swordsman who attracts a lot of attention. He must be very popular since he has so many spectators and fans. However, Iron is still far from Ricardo's level. Ricardo swung his sword and prepared to strike. The battle began. Iron parried the attack and said that his opponent could not be sure of the outcome until the fight was over. Ricardo noted that the young man was incredibly fast and managed to dodge his blow. He thought that Iron possessed incredible strength, enhanced by his aura. Iron swung his sword to strike, and Ricardo put his sword forward to block. The swords of the opponents collided, and sparks flew in all directions. Ricardo was surprised. Could this guy really concentrate so easily? It was clear that his aura training had been done at the highest level. Emma Garcia told her mistress that the opponents were giving it their all. The fight had only just begun, but the intensity was already incredible. Now it was clear why Pinto had become the champion. Iron had only spent 40 days on Earth, but he was already comparable in strength to the former champion. Ricardo thought that Iron was aiming for his sword. Did he really want to break the numbered sword and win using the aura sword? Brad said that Iron was trying to see if his aura sword could defeat the numbered sword. Judith noticed that he had completely lost his mind. Ricardo asked how this guy dared to try to destroy his weapon. Didn't he understand that it wouldn't work? Iron gathered all his strength for the next strike and swung with all his might. Ricardo put his sword forward to block the blow. The audience heard a loud clang and saw sparks flying. Spectators were surprised. Was Iron really pushing Pinto back? Iron thought that in order to win, he had to give it his all. He was sure that in the future he would fight Ilya Lingjae. Spectators shouted, "Pereira continues to pressure Pinto." But how was that possible? At one point, everyone saw that the numbered sword was broken. The fight was over. Iron had broken Volcanus' sword. The victory, which was hard to believe, went to Pereira. Now it was clear what the next match would be. The April match for the top spot in the rankings. At the next training session, Iron tried again to infuse the sword with aura, but again failed. Had he absorbed the aura again? Judith asked if he had tried to make an aura sword today. Iron replied that he had been trying for several days, but nothing was working. Judith said it wouldn't be easy. It would take several months. The girl began to tease the young man, suggesting that he strike her with his aura sword. Emma Garcia looked at the lady and thought that she hadn't slept for a week and was only training. She didn't want Elijah to lose herself. Iron still doubted whether he could defeat Lindsay. Judith told him not to worry. Iron asked if it was really that noticeable. The girl nodded affirmatively. Judith added that for several days she had hated her thoughts. Why is he so good at everything? Why does he work better with aura? The girl noticed that Iron was beyond her understanding, but she still couldn't hate him. Judith added that Elijah felt the same way. She doesn't know exactly what state the champion is in, but she believes in Iron. He tries hard for others. Judith patted him on the back in a friendly manner and said, "Do your best, and you'll have nothing to worry about." The young man had another dream. He found himself in an old village and saw the swordsman. The dream changed. The fierce and defiant energy seemed to calm down. Iron saw that the swordsman was looking at him. The man wanted to say something, but his words were inaudible. What exactly did he want to convey? The host greeted everyone on Earth with proof. Today, the long-awaited fight would take place, and the champion of April would be determined. The newcomer who aspires to the Queen's place is Iron Pereira. The current champion, the Swordmaster, is Elijah Lindsay. Only one of them will be the winner. The start of the fight was announced, and the rivals rushed at each other. Ilya attacked first, forcing Iron to defend herself. The spectators couldn't keep up with them. Their movements were fast and elusive. Judith thought she could use expression. Lulu was also impressed. Iron concentrated his aura before jumping and instantly exploded it, increasing his speed. A top-level skill. The rivals fought fiercely, remaining almost equal, each showing composure and sound judgment. After another clash, Ilya was thrown back. Even she was surprised. Could he really do that? The spectators did not understand what was happening. How could this guy stand up to the champion? Why was the girl being pushed back? It was clear that Ilya looked confused. Iron Pereira was ready to do anything to become the champion. The girl activated the Lingzai family skill. A hurricane appeared in front of Iron, which could have engulfed him. But he stood his ground. Judith shouted that he was using the heavenly sword. Had he gone mad? The effect of the skill was stunning, but Ilya was surprised. Her opponent was still standing. The audience did not understand how he blocked the champion's blow. Iron asked, "How long is Elijah going to play around?" The young man demanded that Lingjae take out her aura sword. Iron declared that otherwise he would break the sword she was holding, and no one would be able to stop him. The audience was stunned. Champion Lindsay decided to use the aura sword. The fight was about to begin in earnest. The priest silently watched the events unfold from the stands. The fight resumed with renewed vigor. The tension was palpable, and the spectators' emotions were running high. The arena had never seen a duel like this before. Judith noted that Iron was having a hard time. Lulu confidently said that he would manage. The orc couldn't even utter a word. Ilya decided to finish off her opponent once and for all. She swung her sword for the decisive blow. Iron dodged again and counterattacked. This was unexpected for Ilya. She became angry and decided to make her opponent suffer so that everyone would recognize her strength. Brad noticed that Elijah had sped up. Lulu thought that the champion was stronger, but Iron was holding his own thanks to his persistent training. Because she had been consumed by dark energy, Ilya saw Iron as a worthy opponent. Iron said he would always be grateful to Ilya. Without her support, he would not have gotten this far. Ilya was surprised. Did he dodge again? Iron promised that he would help her now. Everyone saw a glowing sword in his hands. No one understood where this light came from. Judith and Brad realized it was Iron's aura sword, so he had succeeded. His friends thought that the winner had been found. The winner was Iron Pereira. He became the new champion. Ilya Ling sat in the middle of the arena with a doomed look on her face. A broken sword lay nearby. The girl thought, now it's all over for me. What should I do? Iron approached his opponent and sat down next to her. He said that it wasn't a good time to talk about it. Ilya felt the warm energy emanating from him. Pereira reached out his hand, smiled, and offered peace. Make peace, and don't fight anymore. Ilya smiled and took his hand. They got up from their knees. The spectators shouted, Iron is the new winner. The priest was leaving the stands and accidentally bumped into one of the spectators. The man became angry. The man caught up with the stranger in the hood and demanded an apology. The priest's demonic energy transferred to the spectator. The priest continued on his way, and the man was left perplexed. Iron looked at Elijah and scanned her. The dark energy disappeared without a trace. The priest thought that this guy's energy was the opposite of darkness. Who was he really, this Iron Pereira? Brad read the latest news in the newspaper. Controversy over Iron's victory for the championship title. Many did not understand why the use of a magic sword that changes appearance during a duel was allowed. The possibility of a rematch was discussed. The orc said that all disputes ended when Elijah personally admitted defeat. Thus, a new champion was proven on Earth. Kuber thought that Iron was great. He had done the impossible. The young man had gone all the way to achieve his goal and showed everyone his strength. The orc remembered their first meeting. Iron was a different person then. Now he had changed greatly, and the sight of the new Iron sent shivers down his spine. Brad asked him what happened to the sword. Iron said he had checked the sword several times. It was the same as before. Kuber suggested that it could have been the influence of the dream. The young man replied that it was to the person from his dreams. Lulu noted that this was logical. A week later, Iron knocked on Elijah Linjay's office door. He was holding a bouquet of flowers. The girl greeted him happily and was delighted with the Adonis flowers. She now liked them too. Ilya asked Iron, "Are you going to leave now?" The young man confirmed this, but added that he did not yet know where exactly. Iron asked what Ilya was planning to do. The girl honestly admitted that she didn't know. After her defeat, she realized that she no longer had any goals. The goal that had defined her entire life had vanished in an instant, leaving a void. She couldn't see where to go from there. Ilya added that she didn't know what to do and that perhaps Iron could help her. Iron suggested that she go with him. He explained that he was in a similar situation. He also didn't know where to go. But Iron added that Elijah would also be useful because she believed in him and helped him along the way. Now it was his turn to believe in her. Ilya blushed with embarrassment. Iron took her hands and looked her straight in the eyes. The young man told her not to worry. He hoped she would enjoy their journey together, holding hands. Ilya smiled and agreed. Brad asked what would happen if he was against it. He pointed out that Elijah had been on her own all this time and now suddenly decided to join forces. Iron reminded him that Elijah was their classmate. Brad asked her to answer honestly. Did she consider him and Judith as friends or only Iron? Brad said they needed to get closer first. Judith pointed out that he was going too far. Brad suggested they start by sharing secrets. He said that Judith believed in Santa Claus until she was 14. Even at the academy, she behaved well, just a few months before New Year's Eve. Brad added that he later found out that it was all for a gift from Santa Claus. Judith was furious and slapped him. "It's not your secret." The girl asked why everyone else was silent. Everyone has to tell their secrets. Late at night, Iron fell asleep again in bed. He had the same dream again. He met the swordsman. The boy wanted to know who this man was. The young man asked why the swordsman appeared in his dreams and what he wanted to say last time. The man remained silent, simply clutching his sword. Iron saw his sword sticking out of the ground. He understood everything and felt ready to fight. Iron grabbed his sword and the swordsman swung first. The man struck, but Iron was able to block it with his sword. He realized that this man was very strong and had worked hard to reach this level. Iron declared that he also wanted to become like that and was trying very hard. The swordsman stopped fighting, came up close and said he would support him, then disappeared. After these words, Iron woke up in his bed. He intuitively reached out his hand. In the morning, he told his friends about his dream. Judith asked, Did he really promise to support you? The young man noted a strange feeling that the man would not appear again. The orc suggested that everyone go to Turkali, the city of orcs in the northwest, Kubar's homeland. Kubar added that his mentor, the greatest shaman in orc history, the great Gurgar, lived there. He suggested that Gurgar could help Iron understand the nature of his dreams. Brad said he didn't mind, and Judith agreed as well. Ilya said she agreed as well. Lulu added that she had never been to an orc village before and thought it would be cool. The next day, the young people prepared for departure. Ilya asked Emma to tell her parents that she would definitely return. The assistant wished her a good trip. The girl remembered that she had forgotten to say goodbye to her mentor, but Emma said that he had left a few days ago on urgent business. The travelers decided to make a stop. Kubar said he would prepare food. Brad remarked that next time he would drive the carriage. Kubar was surprised, but Brad explained that taking care of them was a constant chore and it was tiring. Judith announced that she would prepare dinner today. Brad added that they could be relied upon. A little while later, Iron was holding some burnt meat and asked, "Can you really eat this?" Elijah reassured him, "Don't worry, I made soup." The young people were delighted. After tasting the soup, the travelers couldn't help but spit it out. Brad exclaimed, "This is poison!" Elijah was surprised. Was her soup really poison? Judith chuckled quietly. Kubar suggested that he should be the one to do the cooking after all. He would call if he needed help. Ilya, teaching Judith, told her to imagine that the sword was an extension of her arm. That way it would be much easier to wield. Brad was in a romantic mood and wove a wreath of wildflowers. The wreath went to Lulu, who was relaxing carefree on the lawn. Kubar sat by the fire in the evening. Iron joined him after training. The young man asked what was bothering Kubar lately. The orc said that the young man was very observant. Kubar admitted that he was worried about returning to his homeland. Iron suggested that Kubar had left there because he was not happy with his life. The orc replied that he could not return there alone. Iron added that this was probably why Kubar was constantly traveling around the continent. Kubar said that he wanted to enlist the support of his friends in return. Was it strange to do so at his age? Iron replied that there was nothing strange about it. After all, Kubar had suggested going to Turkali without knowing what the answer would be, but he had mustered up the courage anyway. During the rest of the journey, the carriage hit a rock and broke a wheel. Kubar said he thought Brad would be able to handle the carriage. The road was busy, and a merchant wagon appeared nearby. Kubar decided to ask them for help. After talking to the merchants, Kubar said that these guys were heading to the orc tribes. Fortunately, they agreed to help. The merchants gave their names, Frederick and Kenyal. Our heroes also introduced themselves. Frederick thought he had heard those names somewhere before. The travelers climbed into the wagon and continued on their way. Lulu asked why Elijah was sad. Ilya said that she was constantly thinking about what to do next. Her heart felt much lighter than before, but she wasn't sure if this was the right path for her. Lulu said that if there were too many thoughts in her head, she shouldn't think about anything. Worrying wouldn't help her decide. She had to forget everything and calmly move forward. Frederick shouted that he remembered. Kenyal asked in alarm what had happened. Frederick said it was the golden class of the Crone Academy. That's where he knew them from. Kenyal was surprised. What was an aristocrat doing in such a remote place? Shouldn't they be training somewhere new after winning the money? These travelers looked like vagabonds. Suddenly, someone shouted from the road for the carriage to stop and for everyone to get out. Kubar asked in surprise what was going on. Frederick replied that bandits had appeared ahead. A band of orc bandits had indeed appeared on the road. Frederick said he had heard about an orc with a scar, the leader of a criminal gang that destroyed everyone in its path. No negotiations would help. The villain ordered his henchmen to destroy everyone in the human line. However, our heroes reacted quickly and put up a worthy resistance. The young people drew their swords and engaged in battle with the attacking orc bandits. The villains did not expect such resistance. Elijah told his friends to hide behind him and rushed into the attack. Brad and Judith worked as a team, and the orcs had no chance of escape. Parts of the bandits' bodies flew in all directions. Elijah rushed through the ranks of the orcs, and everyone who was nearby was destroyed. Frederick shouted that it was impossible. Orcs are much stronger than humans, yet humans are winning. This was truly a golden class of the Crone Academy. The young people had proven themselves in action. The young man thought he had cut down 6 with one blow. Brad asked if Iron was okay. Iron said he was fine. He knew that now was not the time to relax. The leader of the bandits admitted that this guy was strong. The villain added that in that case, he would also fight with all his might. Judith, the orc began to grow in size and turn red. His roar echoed throughout the area. Kubar said that the bandit was using blood magic, which was forbidden by convention. The villain rushed at the people and shouted that he would destroy everyone and show no mercy. However, the criminal did not manage to achieve his goal. A huge hammer, which came from nowhere, struck the orc in the chest and knocked him off his feet. Iron wondered where the hammer had come from. From a nearby hill, an elderly orc clad in armor rushed at the criminals. He shouted loudly for his warriors to attack the criminal gang. Orc warriors with weapons in their hands attacked the bandits from all sides. The robbers were frightened and fled, but the warriors caught up with them and destroyed them. Brad asked in surprise who they were. Kuber replied that they were shamans from Turkali. They were local warriors, and the elderly orc was their leader, one of the 10 most powerful shamans on the continent. The shaman's name was Karamkun. Kuber added that he was his father. Karamkun saw his son and called him by name. Kuber said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The shaman told Kubar to leave. This was his last warning. Karamkun repeated that Kuber should leave this place and never return. Kuber said that was impossible. He needed to talk to Therakan. Iron acted as a negotiator and told the chief to stop. It had taken his son a great deal of effort to get here. Surely the chief could talk to him. Karamkun asked who this person was. The young man replied that he was Kubar's friend and student, Iron Pereira. The old man said that this was a matter for the family and the tribe, and that the young man had no business interfering. Iron replied that this was a matter for his mentor, his friend, and that he had the right to interfere. Karamkun asked if this man was ready to take responsibility for his words. Iron confirmed without hesitation that he was ready to do anything for Kubar. The chief said that was excellent and swung his hammer. He was ready to test the truth of the young man's words. Karamkun threw the hammer at Iron, but at the last moment, Iron managed to dodge it. The hammer flew past and shot upward. Iron was surprised. What happened to this weapon? The chief thought it was not bad. The young man was deflecting his attacks with his aura. This guy also makes excellent use of the power of the forest. Iron held his sword forward and prepared for battle. The orc chieftain rushed at the man. Iron thought he could definitely hold out. Karamkun noted that the young man was doing well to withstand the attacks with his weak body. The old orc said that it was over and that the young man had better surrender. Iron had no intention of surrendering and continued to wield his sword, not letting his opponent get close. The opponents stood at a safe distance. Iron tried to fend off all the old orc's attacks, moving around the center of the improvised arena. Karamkun noticed that the sword in the young man's hands would disappear and then reappear. Was it magic? The chieftain had to admit that the man was a worthy opponent. However, according to him, this was the last warning. The humans must leave with Kubar. Karamkun added that otherwise he would make sure they would never be able to raise a sword again. Lulu was the first to crack under the pressure. The cat screamed for the chief to stop immediately. She declared that she would no longer hold back. Auras flared around Lulu. Lulu shouted that she would not forgive this orc if he laid a finger on Iron. There was a bright flash, and Lulu turned into a girl with wings. Small horns appeared on her head. Judith asked in alarm where this dragon had come from. The girl grabbed her wings and said that they were very beautiful and that this outfit suited her. Karamkun immediately realized that he was facing a very powerful mage. Lulu shouted again that she was taking revenge for what the orc had done to Iron. The girl energetically attacked the chief, and a stream of fire rushed toward Karamkun. The chief thought, "Trouble has come from where we least expected it." However, the tongues of flame did not reach their target. The girl said that, unfortunately, she had missed. The orc warriors asked in fear why this mage was attacking them and suggested retreating. After Lulu calmed down, a ravine with scorched earth remained where she had exploded. Lulu said she had tried it, and that was enough. It was too difficult to control. Brad and Judith were amazed and didn't know what to say. Kuber asked his father to stop. He said he didn't presume to judge whether the old man was doing the right thing, but he didn't understand his principles. Kubar added that when he heard about Turkali, he was glad he had left there. He said that he had been thinking about how to solve their problem and had spent the whole night in deep thought. After that, he realized that he missed Turkali, his father, and his brother very much. Kubar said that he had been a bad son, but he was happy to welcome his father. Karamkun turned around and said they would talk about it in the castle. Iron asked the cat what that was. Lulu replied that she had also been training to protect the young man. Iron asked what kind of form it was. Was it real? Lulu replied that she didn't know. It just happened. Now she really wanted to sleep. Too much energy had been spent on changing form. The young man picked up the cat and told her to rest. Elijah noted that it was time for everyone to sleep too. They had to get up early tomorrow. Brad asked if Iron felt sorry. This would continue to happen, so Iron had to harden his heart. One must not fear what the world has in store. Their duty was to move forward no matter what the path held, even if it meant spilling blood. A few days passed, and the travelers arrived in the beautiful and luxurious city of Turkali. It was a city of orcs. Upon arrival, they had to go through immigration checks. Iron was, of course, surprised. Kuber said that there was no way to avoid it. Kubar added that there was no need to worry about him. He would take care of it quickly. Judith was surprised. Wasn't immigration control a bit excessive? Brad replied that Kubar was the local crown prince, so they wanted to check him to avoid fraud. A government official approached the travelers and informed them that Mr. Therakin was waiting for them. The young people followed the representative. Brad explained to Judith that Therakin was Kubar's younger brother. He was currently acting as the local chief. Brad added that this orc was the most meticulous of all, so they needed to be careful. Therakin greeted the guests, introduced himself, and said he was glad to see them. The chief thanked them for bringing his brother home. Judith wondered why this Therakin looked so nice. Therakin said that there was no need to worry about Kubra. He had already passed the check and was now completing all the other formal procedures. The chief asked what the young people knew about the relationship between him and his brother. Iron replied that they knew nothing. But what had happened? Therakin explained that his father, the previous chief of the tribe, had 2 wives. The chief added that his mother, the first wife, had been unable to conceive for a long time, and it was decided that she would not be able to have children. Then his father took a second wife, and his older brother was born. He immediately became the future heir by right of birth. However, when his brother was 10 years old, another child was born. Therakin added that this child was himself, and from that moment on, chaos ensued. Factions emerged that supported Kubar, the chief's first son, while others supported the second son, believing that he should become the future chief as the son of the first wife. The relationship between the brothers deteriorated, and the conflict became too intense, so Kubar decided to leave the tribe. Kubar left, thus ending the dispute. 17 years have passed since then. When the 2 warring sides reunited, Kubar reappeared before them. Therakin said that he could not even imagine how much courage it took for his brother to come here. He added that he no longer intended to avoid difficulties. Kubar also noted that he had become much more confident thanks to his new friends. The young chief said he would like to thank the people for this. Lulu agreed. The chief showed the people the treasures of Turkali and added that they had been collected from all over the continent. The young people could choose whatever they wanted. The large room contained a variety of weapons and magnificent armor. Iron noted that the entire wall in front of him was covered with weapons. There was even a large axe the size of Kubara. The chief said that his brother had recommended weapons for the young people. Would they like to take a look? Therakin pointed to the swords on the wall and said that they were called yin-yang. One of them radiated cold energy, like shadows, and the other radiated warm energy, like the sun. They are also called the blue and red swords. Judith got the red sword, and Brad took the other sword. Therakin was surprised. The swords had revealed their true forms. His brother knew who to advise. Brad asked if it was okay for them to just take these precious swords. The chief replied that it was okay, because the swords had already chosen their owners. Young people should not hesitate and should use them. Iron asked if Lulu had chosen anything for herself. The cat said she had found a nice sword. Iron and Lulu simultaneously pointed to a pendant and said that was what they wanted. Iron handed the pendant to Elijah and said that it had somehow caught his attention. Perhaps it radiated good energy. The chief said that long ago, this pendant belonged to an amazing summoner. It was a very old item, so he would not advise taking it. However, since the young man felt something, he could take it if he wanted to. Iron promised to treat it well and thanked the chief. Judith asked what Elijah had chosen for herself. Elijah took the dagger and said that she wanted it. Elijah added that she didn't know yet which sword would suit her or which one she would like. The next day came. Kuber greeted the young people. Lulu asked why Kuber had so many problems, but he didn't say anything about it. Kuber said he had bad news. His teacher had died a year ago. The orc added that it was not unexpected. He was older than Kubar's father, who was already over 70. Kubar noted that his teacher had left a letter, as if he knew that he would bring everyone here. The letter contained a riddle. Kubar said he hadn't found the answer yet, but if they all worked together, they would understand what the teacher had meant. Turkali is an arena for training. Young people traditionally participate in sparring matches. The orc observers said that Kuber had brought these people here. A white-haired girl from the Lingjai family. The blue-haired boy has the blood of the Lloyd warrior family running through his veins. The light-haired guy with the big sword is not from a very noble family, but he is still a noble. The orc added that among these people there is also one with churn blood running through his veins. Apparently the red-haired girl has no surname. How could she have wormed her way in? It's a disgrace for a warrior. Judith overheard this conversation and stared intently at the orcs. Brad told the girl not to pay any attention to them. If a fight broke out now, it could put Kuber in danger. Judith replied that she knew this and was therefore holding back. A week later, the same thing happened again. One of the orcs said that the girl was good for churn. She was a commoner, but she was strong. Judith told them to stop talking about her behind her back. If they didn't like something, they could fight her. The orcs were surprised. Did she really want to fight? Judith swore profusely. The orcs were surprised. How did the girl know their language? Judith said she learned the curse from Kubar. Did they really dislike something? She didn't know that orc warriors were so dishonorable. The girl declared that if they had something to say, they could come out. She was ready to deal with both of them. The huge orc told the girl to stop. He couldn't turn a blind eye to this. The orc added that he was Gant, deputy commander of the Red Axe Battalion. Brad thought that Gant was one of the three that Kubar had warned him to be wary of. Gant said that this girl had just insulted the entire orc race. As a warrior of Tarakli, he could no longer tolerate this. The girl must pay for her foul language. Judith replied that before making such statements, he should keep a closer eye on his subordinates. The girl added that the orcs who spoke about the warrior's origins and honor did not think about how their words and behavior reflected on the orc race. Judith asked why the deputy commander of the Red Axe Battalion would not take responsibility for his subordinates. She suggested they fight to decide who was the real warrior. Gant said that this girl was very stubborn and that he would make her regret her words. Judith noted that this Gant seemed very confident and she would look forward to their battle. Gant was informed that Gruger had appeared in the temple. This was quite an unexpected announcement. Gant was surprised. Could Gruger have returned alive? Kuber saw his resurrected teacher standing before him. Of course, it was unexpected. Gant appeared nearby and asked what was going on. Had Kuber really brought Gruger back to life? What was he up to? The old man greeted Gant and told him to calm down. There was nothing to worry about. Gruger explained that he was here to talk to his student, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and to thank those who had come with him. The old man said he would return after he had finished what he had come to do. The teacher added that those he had not invited should leave. Gruger thanked the young people for bringing his student, whom he had not even expected to see. The teacher looked at Iron and said that Kuber had told him about him. Gruger added that he would be honest with the young man. The old man said he could explain the dream that had been troubling the young man for so long. The swordsman who was so interesting to Iron was the Iron of the past. The old man added that this young man was from the distant past. Our hero's friends were surprised. Could it really be him from the past? Lulu also reacted to these words with disbelief. Gruger confirmed this, but he could not show the young man's past life right now. He needed to prepare, so they would have to wait. The teacher said that while the young people were waiting, he had prepared a gift. First, he had to discuss this gift with Therakan. He would have to call the chief. After talking with the old man, Therakan said that the gift was the aura technique that had been passed down to the high-ranking warriors of Tarakli. This is the divine technique of the 5 elements. Halipa told the chief that he was against it. Therakan was surprised. Why? Master Halipa was the official representative of the court faction, the highest-ranking official. He asked why the chief was making such a serious decision alone. After all, this was the divine technique of the 5 elements. The greatest warriors of the Tarakli people had spent hundreds of years sacrificing their own lives to hone this spiritual technique. How could the chief simply share it with people he had never met before? Therakan said that he was not just sharing this technique. Halipa should know this. Heroes from the distant past shared their knowledge with other tribes in order to create the best version of it. And all this was done so that the people could enjoy an era of prosperity. Halipa objected to the chief, saying that these people were completely different. They had proven themselves to be great warriors. The official representative of the court faction said that he was confident in the 2 swordsmen and in the descendant of the old hero of the Lloyd family. However, he was not at all confident in the red-haired swordswoman. She was unworthy, both herself and her family. She even dared to insult the orc people. Brad told Halep to speak openly and honestly because they were the ones who insulted Judith first. Halep noted that the chieftain himself would decide what was true. However, Judith had not proven herself to be a worthy warrior. Halep added that he demanded a meeting be called. The chief agreed. Therakin said that he would not ignore what had been said here. Gant would have to swear on his military honor and tell the truth at the meeting. The orc replied that he understood and would take responsibility. Judith told her friends that it was all her fault, that she should have been more restrained, especially since she was a guest. Judith apologized and added that her own stupidity had made her a burden to her friends. Since the past cannot be changed, she would take responsibility and fix the problem. Iron was surprised. Was Judith really talking to them? Was she really apologizing? The chief approached the girl and said that he had heard Gant's version of events. As a representative of his people, he apologized. A decision was made during the meeting. Therakin regretfully said that her suitability had not been recognized. However, the girl could be recognized if she passed a special military test of the orc people. Judith replied that she agreed. The girl told her friends not to worry because Gruger said it would be a gift for them. This test would definitely be within her capabilities. The next day arrived. Brad said that the warrior test was a test that required the candidate to prove that they were an exceptional warrior. The trial required Judith to fight without weapons. The girl was ready for this. She had to defeat 3 high-ranking warriors in a row. 3 candidates were selected and ready to face her. The girl believed she could earn the recognition of the orcs. First test, Gant versus Judith. The rivals looked each other in the eyes. However, Judith had to look up. Gant said he would show the human what it meant to be a true warrior. The spectators shouted for Gant to finish her off in one fell swoop. Judith replied that she was ready to test how strong this orc would prove to be. The command to start the battle was given, and the orc rushed at the girl. Judith immediately punched her opponent in the jaw. This disoriented the orc and caused him to lose his balance. Gant's eyes clouded over and blood spurted from his mouth. The orc growled with rage. Judith continued to press her opponent and kicked him in his most vulnerable spot. Gant's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The girl said that her opponent had better try harder. He should be ashamed because his friends were watching him. Judith asked if Gant knew what it meant to be a real warrior. The girl grabbed her opponent by the neck and squeezed hard. The orc began to choke. Judith knocked Gant to the ground and pressed his face into the dirt. The orc could not resist. The spectators couldn't believe it. Had a human really defeated an orc without using a weapon? Judith noticed that this opponent was weak. Brad shouted that Judith was doing very well and to keep it up. The girl had to show the same class to her other opponents. The next opponent appeared in the arena and said that Gant talked a lot, but he was prepared. In the second trial, Garum faced Judith. The orc asked if the girl would mind if they started right away. Judith replied that she was at his service. Judith thought that this fight would be completely different from the previous one. She did not like such changes. Brad admitted that this fight would not be easy, and Iron agreed with him. Judith noted that Garam's aura was simply overwhelming. However, that was not an indicator of victory. After the announcement of the start of the fight, the orc rushed at his opponent. The girl took a fighting stance and prepared to repel the attack. Garum struck with his right hand, but Judith managed to dodge at the last moment. The girl noted that the orc's arm swing was too wide. She needed to get closer to him and attack at all costs. Judith moved effectively around the arena. Her opponent couldn't reach her. The orc became nervous and started making mistakes, losing his balance and falling forward. The girl thought that her opponent would strike from the right again and dodged, taking a step forward. Garum said that this man was simply disgusting. The Hulk landed a precise blow, and Judith, unable to stay on her feet, fell to the ground. The girl screamed in pain. Garum said that the victory in the previous match was just luck, because limits and fate are predetermined from birth. Everyone has their place in life. The orc approached the girl closely and said that she would change her attitude from today onwards. Garum told Judith to surrender. As a true warrior, he would be gracious one last time. The girl struggled to her feet and said that this opponent was as talkative as his predecessor. He would be better off shutting up and attacking. The orc became angry and kicked his opponent, saying that he would no longer show mercy. Judith stayed on her feet and hit her opponent in the stomach with all her might. The orc began to cough, gasping for breath, and clutched his chest. This was Judith's chance. The girl attacked her opponent again, and her blow landed on his jaw. Her fists were like fire. The old chief thought it was an aura containing the energy of fire. How did she do it if she hadn't learned the divine technique of the 5 elements? The chief knew that the fire spirit was the most difficult of all the elemental spirits to master. If used incorrectly, it could hurt oneself. Judith continued to attack her opponent, not giving him a chance to recover or even defend himself effectively. The orc noticed that this person was not using the energy of fire correctly. Garam seized the moment and counterattacked the girl. The chief saw that Judith was enduring everything, never having fought like this before. Judith would be lying if she said she didn't envy her friends. However, the girl did not curse or resent the way she was born. Judith simply wanted Brad's freedom, Iron's strong mind, and Elijah's innate talent. Judith was indeed envious of all these people, but she did not hate herself for this envy. Garam missed again, trying to strike his opponent. This feeling of inferiority, this desire, it was precisely this that had helped her develop to this point. That was Judith. She would continue to be just as stubborn and persistent. The support group shouted that Judith was doing great and not to let up. The girl continued to hate and envy everyone until she became better. She was not going to stop. Garam was hit in the stomach with a fist that burned like fire. The match was over, and Garam was harshly deactivated. Judith was declared the winner. The audience couldn't believe that such people even existed. However, there was still one more opponent left, Farhan. Halipa approached Farhan and told his son not to rush. The audience saw that Master Halipa approached the girl. Was he going to fight personally? Iron thought that in her condition, Judith should not fight such a strong orc. The girl took a fighting stance and said that the orc could attack her. Halipa said that they had lost. The warrior declared that an unshakable fighting spirit and flame burned within this girl's body. That was enough to consider her a warrior. Halipa repeated that they had lost. Halipa said that he recognized the girl as a true warrior. A week later, the young people were admitted to study the divine technique of the 5 elements. The shaman said that before that, they would perform a ceremony of the 5 elements. Shaman Gorha said that this urn was a relic passed down among the shamans of Turakli since the time of their forefathers. If a person dips their hand into the urn and then releases a clot of formless energy, they will be able to find out what type of spirit they are compatible with. This will help in studying the divine technique of the 5 elements. No one should have any problems with the clot of formless energy. The shaman suggested that Judith go first. The girl said she didn't mind because she was the bravest one there. Judith put her hand in the urn, released a lump of shapeless energy, scraped the bottom, and pulled a fireball out of the urn. The shaman told Judith to release the ball in front of her. The girl threw the ball forward with all her might, and it turned into a huge blazing bonfire. The chief looked at the fire and sighed heavily. The girl asked the shaman if she had done it right. Gorha replied that it was the largest clump of fire he had ever seen in all his years of performing the ceremony. He realized that the spirit of fire suited the girl well. Next, they invited Iron Pereira. Our hero boldly put his hand into the urn. The young man also pulled out a ball of fire and threw it in front of him. The ball spread across the ground and a circle of fire appeared. Metal in the form of a blade emerged from the fire. It began to glow red hot, undergoing fiery tempering. The old chief thought that this was a flame that could melt metal. The clump of fire was transformed into the energy of metal. The shaman said that he was not only compatible with fire or metal, he could even give metal a shape. Who was this guy? Gorha wondered if the young man had previously studied the spiritual techniques of the highest degree of spellcasting. Iron replied that Kabar had given him a few introductory lectures, but nothing more. The shaman was surprised. Could the young man really use spirits so skillfully just by hearing how they worked? Apparently, this was why Grukar wanted to teach these young people the divine technique of the 5 elements. Judith declared that her flame was bigger in any case. Iron replied that he wasn't even going to argue. The girl added that with such a flame, she would definitely not lose. Iron replied that he completely agreed with her. Brad felt relieved. After all, Judith had been very depressed at the beginning of their journey, so the worst was behind them. It seemed that the girl had found her way. Brad was proud of her. Brad said that Judith was very cute when she smiled. Next to the urn was Ilya Lindsay. The girl also had a fire. Brad Lloyd took water from the urn. Shaman Gorha noted that Brad was not like everyone else. In conclusion, the shaman said that all young people possess remarkable energy. During training, they will be able to develop greatly and improve themselves. The old chief said that he would personally train Iron Pereira. The young man replied that it was a great honor for him and thanked him. A messenger arrived and informed the elder that he had a message from Gruger. The old man said that he had finished his preparations, so Iron should proceed to the top of the mountain. Iron and his friends arrived at the appointed place. Lulu was also there. The old teacher had been waiting for them for a long time. Kubar told everyone to lie down where their name was written. Lulu was the first to find her place. Grugar announced that they were about to meet the man who visited Aaron in his dreams. The teacher asked if the young man would feel uncomfortable sharing his memories of his previous life with these people. Aaron replied that he would not feel uncomfortable and was ready. Judith asked what they needed to do. Just lie down? The elder snapped his fingers and the young people immediately fell asleep. Everyone had a dream. The knight said that the hour had come and that my lord should follow him. The young man agreed and followed the knights. Passers-by were surprised. Was he really leaving the area while demons were all around? They say his child died because of possession. Perhaps the child turned into a Magian. People claim that demons had attacked this place several months ago because of my lord. He is a coward and is leaving the territory to save himself. One of the townspeople holding a pitchfork asked the young man if he had brought the demons. Was he really handing them over to be torn apart by the demons? The man decided that he had been too conceited. Thinking that he could quietly leave this place, he decided to tell everything as it was. He had appeared a week ago. His wife said that their baby was not breathing. The young man did not understand what was happening. A monster appeared and asked if this man wanted to save his child. The parents were frightened and screamed in terror. Their eyes were filled with horror. The monster turned out to be a devilish clown. He said that life was in the hands of this man, Karen Winker. The devilish clown declared that he would spare either the wife or the child. The choice was Karen's. The man screamed, "What is this monster talking about? Why should he make such a terrible choice?" The clown asked if Winker really thought it was just a coincidence. Did he really think that the demons had just come to this place for no reason? The clown said that he had cursed this child and brought the demons here. The devilish clown said that Karen Winker must accept his fate and make a choice. The girl gave the child to her husband and told him not to worry. His wife turned and walked to the window. Karen yelled for her to stop. The woman approached the window and opened it. Karen yelled at her not to do it. Karen put the baby on the bed and rushed to his wife. He begged her to stop. The woman said she was leaving the child with Karen. At that moment, there were tears in her eyes. She jumped out of the window. The man fell to the floor and cried loudly. The devilish clown said that this was against the rules. The monster picked up the child and said that suicide was his wife's choice, not Karen's. The child began to cry loudly. The devil clown said that the deal had fallen through. Another choice would have to be made. Karen shouldn't worry so much. This time, it would be a little easier. The monster said, "The life of the child or the lives of all the people in these lands." The man told the townsperson with the pitchfork that he had lost his wife and son that day. It was the best decision he could have made. The man said that wasn't all. The monster declared that he was cursed. If he stayed here, many terrible things could happen. The man told the townsmen that he would not ask them for help, but they should not prevent him from leaving. Outside the city on the road, the man met the devilish clown again. He asked why no one had followed Karen. Had they not seen off their lord, who had sacrificed so much for them? The monster added that they did not even know how to be noble. Did Winker not want to destroy them? The residents would only know his sadness and deprivation when they lost their own families. The devilish clown said that, considering the above, he was offering a new deal. The monster proposed that they sign a contract with him. If Karen Winker agreed, he would become a magician and destroy all the townspeople. The devilish clown added that Karen could play with them as much as she wanted. Winker did not say a word in response. The clown said that this was cruel. This guy was less cheerful than he had thought. Had he chosen the wrong person? The monster added that if he had known this would happen, he would have gathered his demons and gone somewhere else. Winker was very surprised to hear these words. The monster perked up now that Karen had noticed him. Karen shouted, "Were the demons that attacked the territory and the curse on his child the work of the clown?" The devilish clown replied that Karen was right. He had done all of this. Winker had not been cursed from the beginning. Karen realized that this devilish clown had been deceiving him from the very beginning. Karen asked why the clown had done this to him and what he had done wrong. The clown said he could confess the reason for his behavior. The monster added that he was just a little bored. It was fate when he noticed Winker. The monster said it was time for him to leave. It had been fun. He said goodbye to the man. The clown said that if Winker wanted to meet him, he should come to the top of the mountain in the south. The monster disappeared. Winkler burst into tears and said that he would never forgive and would destroy this devilish clown. No matter how long it took, he would find him and destroy him no matter what. Time passed. Winker traveled from village to village, never staying anywhere for long. In one of the villages, an old man greeted the stranger and said that they had no lord, so the man could feel at home. If he needed anything, he could ask questions. The locals asked the elder where this man had come from. The old man replied that he did not know, but thought he was from distant lands. Winker felt relieved. It seemed that the rumors had not reached this village. Karen decided to stay in an empty old house. As always, he thought he should become stronger and find the devilish clown. Karen began daily long training sessions and started practicing sword techniques. A local resident periodically looked into the yard of this house and watched Winker. The man was surprised. He came to look at the stranger because he had heard that he had been waving his sword for 6 months straight. He probably wasn't doing it because he had an easy life, and his gaze suggested as much. The local resident thought that this guy must have a heartbreaking story. Winker trained and remembered what had happened to him. Local residents had previously said that they had heard rumors that this man was possessed by a demon and that he needed to leave immediately. Elsewhere, the knight apologized and said he couldn't teach this man how to wield a sword. Karen was forced to learn on his own, while trying not to be seen by anyone. Karen trained day and night. Periodically, visions appeared before him. People said that he was cursed by a demon, that he was trying to defile them, and that he must leave immediately. Karen said that the visions were back. He shouted that he would kill them all and began swinging his sword. The visions reappeared and said that Winker was to blame for everything. He must atone for his sins. Waving his sword, Karen told them to attack. He would destroy them all. Behind Karen appeared a vision of his wife with a child in her arms. She said that Karen was to blame for everything, because he was the one who had destroyed her and their child. Why had he let them die? Winker cried out loudly, the pain in his heart tearing his soul apart. The next morning came. Winker did not understand how much time had passed. During this time, he had changed and grown up noticeably. However, it did not matter. Every day he had to get up and start training. One day, a little girl approached the man with the sword and asked if he was tired. She was a neighbor's child. The girl handed Winker a wildflower and said it was for him. A man behind the gate shouted at his daughter to come back immediately. The girl said goodbye to the man. The man said that Lola couldn't just walk into other people's houses like that. The girl promised it wouldn't happen again. The local resident looked at the swordsman and thought that the man was smiling. Winker was indeed smiling as he looked at the flower. He was experiencing a familiar feeling. Karen thought it was the unconditional devotion of his parents. Karen remembered that he had once been young and felt the devotion and support of the people living on his land. The swordsman remembered his beloved wife and son, the most precious things he had. Winker experienced a pleasant emotion that he had felt all this time. Winker picked up his sword again and thought that it had been a long time since he had focused on it. Years passed, winter replaced autumn, and Winker grew old. Winker began to have visions again, insisting that he was to blame for everything. Did he really want to run away again to save his life? The visions insisted that Karen Winker was an irresponsible coward. Mechnikov said that at first he thought that the demon was the one who sent them. However, now he understood that the one who created them all, the one who was filled with negative emotions, hatred, and malice, was himself. Karen said that everything would be fine now. He thought he could move forward. Karen felt it. Winker raised his sword and said that the monster was now in front of him. The swordsman really saw the devilish clown and rushed at him. The clown was surprised to see this man. He asked, "Is that really Karen Winker?" Karen asked, "Clown, are you still doing your dirty deeds? But it won't be like that anymore, as you want." Karen cut through the space with his sword and reached the clown. This was unexpected for the monster. The clown was surprised. Did this man really cut through the darkness? Now it's impossible to block his attack. I must run away immediately. Karen said he would not let the clown escape. However, the man stopped and fell to his knees. He realized that he had reached his physical limit. But why now? Karen knelt, holding onto the sword stuck in the ground. The swordsman thought that even though he had been able to create a technique that cut through the darkness, he was still unable to punish this demon. It was very sad. Perhaps this would be his last request. But he asked with all his heart. No matter how, his last will, if it could be passed on to someone, if it was even possible. A great sadness froze in Karen's eyes. Hundreds of years ago, in order to defeat the devilish clown that had appeared, Karen Winker single-handedly mastered the sword, gaining incredible willpower. Everyone present understood that the person who had inherited his will was Iron Pereira. Iron was completely overwhelmed by the responsibility that had just fallen on him. Brad approached Iron, who was sitting alone on the sidelines. The young men were silent for a while. Brad asked what Iron was going to do now. Our hero replied that he was still confused. Brad admitted that it wasn't the easiest situation to make a decision about. He sometimes remembered the days when they were at the academy. Brad said that back then, he hated Iron a little. Brad knew about the difference in strength between him and Elijah. He couldn't easily accept how big that difference was. On top of that, there was Iron, whom he didn't consider a rival. But this guy was growing every day. Brad added that the moment Iron surpassed him, he sincerely hated him. It seemed that all the progress he had made had been in vain. Brad thought that this feeling would never leave him. At that moment, Iron said that he felt alive when he held a sword in his hands. Brad remembered those words forever. Hearing this, he began to think about what was most important to him, and then he understood. Being the head of the Lloyd family, someone's friend, someone's family, these things were much more important than sword skills. However, now there was someone he wanted to put above everything else. Brad added that he liked Judith. She wants to become the best swordsman on the continent. This path will lead to nothing unless she becomes the best, because every moment of the journey is a battle full of difficulties and obstacles. Brad said that's why he wants to be there for her and help her. He'll see her happy when she achieves her goal. Brad added that Iron should also do what his heart tells him to do, what he really wants. You have to choose the path that you consider most important and follow it. Brad said that Iron would not regret it if he followed his advice. The next day came. The orc instructor suggested they have a training session and told Iron to attack first. Iron said he would not refuse such an offer, and thrusting his sword forward, rushed at his teacher. The old chief thought that this guy had changed a lot since their last battle. A flame now burned in his chest that had previously barely smoldered. The flame inside him had become whole. Had the young man emphasized something from his memories of his past life? What had caused him to change so much? The young man replied that there was something he wanted to do. Iron added that he wanted to improve his skills not only to protect his loved ones, but also to protect the world, where many could be happy. The chief said that this was a noble goal. It was more ambitious than simply saying he wanted to become better. It seemed that the young man had chosen the path of the hero. However, such words should not be thrown around lightly. Will Iron renounce what he has just said? The protagonist replied that if what he said meant embarking on the path of a hero, he would gladly accept it. The opponent's swords clashed and sparks flew in all directions. At the same time, a significant amount of excess energy was released. The old chief said that when choosing the path of a hero, one must understand that there is no turning back. Words alone are not enough. Would Iron be afraid? Did he even imagine how many responsibilities would fall on him when he received the title of hero? It was not easy. The young man declared that his sword would speak for him. He added that he did not make this decision simply by seeing his past life. This dream took root deep within him after everything he had been through. Even if he hadn't seen the memories of his previous life, he would still have chosen the path of a hero. This is his promise and his will. He will prove that he is worthy of being one. The old warrior said that the training was not over yet and that he would give this guy a good beating. 4 months passed. The young men appeared before the orc shaman. Each stood in his own magic circle. The elder thanked the people for their efforts, especially Brad. Who would have thought that he would be able to master another type of spirit as well? The elder suggested that the spirit of water, its aura, was most suitable for Brad. This was an amazing result in such a short period of time. Judith had been putting all her energy into mastering the spirit of fire. This was worthy of high praise. The girl does not accept the energy of other spirits except fire, but care must be taken to ensure that her body does not exhaust the power of the flame. Judith replied that she was carefully monitoring this process. She added that she can now tolerate any flame and does not feel the energy of other spirits at all. According to Iron Pereira, metal and fire are two spirits in absolute harmony. However, its energy flows in the opposite direction, in other words, backwards. The divine technique of the 5 elements represents the existence of energy flows. Usually, flame comes from metal, but the young man has an incompatible flow of fiery energy that creates metal. If it burns too brightly, water will be needed to control the heat. Aaron must be careful. The young man replied that he understood perfectly well. The old shaman said that now it was time to deal with Aaliyah. There had been no significant changes over the past few months. However, the girl was still making slow progress, so she needed to continue in the same vein and not rest on her laurels. The young people watched Judith's training from the stands. Brad asked Iron if he would be staying here longer. Iron replied that he would stay here for a few more days. Brad asked if Iron was staying because he was worried about Elijah. His friend replied that this was only one of the reasons, but he did not intend to return to the academy right away. He wanted to meet someone first. Iron asked what Brad and Judith's plans were. The young man replied that they would return to the academy as planned. Iron said he was sad that their paths were diverging. Brad noted that it wouldn't be for long, as they would meet again soon, and added that it was late and time to return to the dormitory. Iron could leave, he would wait for Judith and return with her. Brad thought he could sense it then. In Iron's memories, he could see that man's determination. Such strength could only be gained by devoting one's life to constant, grueling training. The malice that filled him was boundless. Brad wanted to have at least some of his strength. Would he succeed? He needed to work harder. Brad entered the arena and challenged Judith to a fight, since it had been a long time since their last duel. The young man suggested they see the results of their training. Brad already had his sword at the ready. The girl didn't need to be asked twice. She immediately attacked the young man. Brad said that Judith was doing very well. It seemed as if she was a completely different person. Judith noticed that Brad had chosen the wrong time, as she was now at the peak of her form. Brad felt Judith's fiery spirit growing hotter. It would no longer be possible to defend himself with his water spirit. Using her fiery spirit in a surprise attack, Judith was able to knock the sword out of Brad's hands. The young man lost his balance and fell into the arena. Judith ran up to him and asked if Brad was okay. The young man asked what he had done wrong. She had just roasted him like a chicken. Judith apologized, saying she hadn't thought it would turn out that way. Brad looked into the girl's eyes and said he loved her. Judith was confused and asked what Brad meant. Brad added that he liked Judith. The consequences were unpredictable. Judith delivered a left jab to his jaw. Brad was deactivated and found himself lying on the ground. He asked why her reaction was so unusual. Had Judith gone mad? The girl replied that Brad should be glad she hadn't shot him. Brad said it was no joke. He didn't usually joke about such things. Judith came to her senses and asked if Brad really liked her. He answered in the affirmative. Judith asked why her, of all people. Brad was surprised. Why was Judith asking so many unnecessary questions? Did he really have to answer them? First of all, Judith is cute when she laughs, when she eats until she drops, when she teases Iron, when she plays with Lulu, when she gives her all in training. Brad added that everything Judith does looks very cute. Brad said he had one question too. The young people looked into each other's eyes. The young man asked what Judith thought of him. The sunset illuminated the young people's faces. Lulu looked at the pendant and expressed confidence that it emitted a certain energy. But what to use it for? Maybe she could do something with it if she transformed? The cat turned back into a girl with wings and horns and said that now she would use all her spells and get to the truth. 3 hours passed. She said that her spells had no effect at all. She should ask Gore to teach her spiritual magic. At night, when Iron was lying in his bed, Lulu settled down next to the young man on the blanket. The boy asked if Lulu remembered the day they met Ignata. The next time they meet, she said she would ask him to join her, not the metal inside him. Lulu replied that she remembered. The young man asked what Lulu thought of Iron now. Would he be able to stand proudly before Ignata? The cat said that Iron already knew what her answer would be. He had decided where they would go next. At that time, Elijah, as always, was not sleeping, but honing her sword skills, fighting an invisible opponent. The girl wondered what she was doing now. Would everything be all right? However, she felt that there was no need to dwell on this thought. She should have forgotten about it, but she continued to think about Ignata. Iron was apparently also unable to sleep because he ended up at the same training ground. Ilya asked how Iron's training was going. Was everything going according to plan? The young man replied that everything was as usual. The girl felt the warm energy that Iron possessed again. When Iron was nearby, Ilya felt comfortable, forgetting about her problems and worries. She thought that if Iron didn't mind, she would like to continue being around him. Iron said that there was one person he would like to meet. He thought he would go to meet him. Ilya couldn't overcome her curiosity and asked who it was. Iron replied that it was Ignata Grzencia. He wanted to see her. When he met her earlier, he felt envy. He thought that Ignata had something he didn't have. Therefore, he couldn't control his anger. It was shameful, and he wasn't proud of it. Iron added that now everything had changed and he could proudly stand before her. The young man did not know what changes this meeting would bring for him. However, he asked if Ilya wanted to go with him. Now the girl was sure that she had been avoiding this. She did not have enough confidence to meet Ignata. Ilya avoided her because she was afraid that her fear of Ignata would break her. Ilya thought that if she didn't deal with this, nothing would change. The girl decided to go with Iron. The next day arrived. The young people said their goodbyes. The carriage was waiting. Judith said she would no longer be able to see Lulu. What would she do now? Lulu promised that they would meet again soon. Iron told Brad and Judith to take care of themselves. Brad said the same thing to his friends. Cuba also said goodbye and said he would miss them very much. Judith thanked Cuba and his brother for their great help in acquiring the necessary skills. Iron looked at his friends and asked what had happened between the two of them. Why were they standing so far apart? Judith blushed and said that nothing had happened between them. The friends waved goodbye to each other and said they would definitely meet again in the future. A few months later, it was time for Iron to leave the city of the orcs. Kubar told the young people that he was very sorry to see them go. Iron told Kubar not to be sad. Kubar said that they had spent a lot of time together and that he was not used to being separated from this company. Iron replied that he would also miss him greatly. Kubar added that he had heard about Iron's plan from his father. The young man must bring it to life. Iron replied that he was a little nervous. He had decided which path to take, but he was still not sure if he was up to the task. Kubar said that Iron would succeed because he had a special power. A power that could enlighten those close to him. A power to change those around him. Iron had the power to change the whole world and the territory surrounding it. Kubar added that the reason he had returned home after 17 years of wandering was Iron himself. Kubar said that Iron was already a hero to him because he was his friend, student, and teacher. The young man blushed with embarrassment and thanked Kubar. He said that he would continue to work hard to achieve peace throughout the world. This must be done so that others can call him a hero. Iron promised to do his best. Iron put the cat on his shoulder and set off with Elijah on a long journey to achieve his goal. The carriage continued on toward the Chrono Academy. Brad and Judith had been sitting opposite each other in silence for a long time. Brad remembered asking Judith what she thought of him. She replied that she didn't know. Why did Brad suddenly bring this up? The young man then thought that he had been too hasty. Judith thought for a moment and said she would answer the question later. Brad moved over to Judith's side and moved closer to her. The girl was surprised. What was he doing? Brad asked. Judith lowered her head and said he could do as he saw fit. After a while, the carriage arrived at the Kronos Fencing Academy. The young people noticed that they hadn't been here for a long time. A year and a half had passed. Strange, in the middle of the arena, which had been split in half, stood the head of the academy and another warrior. Kronos Ian said that the duel should be ended. Nothing would change even if they continued. His opponent said that if they continued, he would definitely win. The head of the academy replied that in that case they would continue. The elder's opponent was the sword master Hong. He said that next time he would cut the old man's mouth so that he could not interrupt the duel. Chrono remarked that in that case, Hong still needed to practice his strikes. The young men entered the arena, and Brad noticed that Hong was the strongest swordsman on the continent. The head of the academy was delighted to see the young people return. Chrono Ian admitted that Judith had changed a lot. The girl did not deny it, because she had been progressing all the time. Hong approached the girl and asked if she was really Judith. The girl had to confirm it. The swordsman said that in that case, he wanted Judith to be his student. A man appeared before the travelers and said he was glad to see them. His name was Johnson, and he worked as a coachman. He was willing to act as a guide as long as he was paid. In fact, this was not the man's real job. In reality, he was the leader of a criminal gang that lived in the area. Johnson pretended to be a coachman, lured people in, and the bandits robbed them. The gangster's method was very simple. Johnson waited for a rich person to hire him. Then he would use a plausible excuse to lead the travelers to their hideout. Next, the bandits hiding there would begin their dirty work. Johnson thought this was perfect. These methods had never failed the bandits. The young men greeted him and said they were interested in a coachman. Johnson thought he had another customer. Johnson greeted them and said it was an honor to serve such distinguished guests. The man thought he would make sure to rob these travelers of every last coin. The young men agreed, and the carriage set off on its long journey. Cut, as always, lay across the forest. Johnson thought that this time he would have a good catch. The young people had beautiful clothes and an atmosphere filled with elegance. There was no doubt that they were children of the nobility. Johnson thought that now he would be able to laze around all day and feast on the spoils of this robbery alone. The young people decided to stop and rest after the tiring journey. The carriage's suspension was not equipped with a comfort mode. Johnson said that they would have to stay here for the whole day. The horses needed to rest. Iron said that in that case, they needed to build a fire. Elijah grabbed her sword and said she would bring wood. The coachman was surprised. Was this girl really trying to chop wood with her sword? Johnson took an axe and said that the sword might not work. The girl should step aside, he would chop the wood himself. However, Elijah was already swinging her sword wildly in the forest, chopping trees left and right. Before long, the necessary amount of firewood had been gathered. Elijah asked how thick the wood should be. The coachman had to admit that he didn't know. Lulu said that now it was her turn. The cat intended to light the fire. Johnson was surprised that it was a talking cat. The fire was lit, and Johnson was even more surprised. Lulu declared that she could now also use the spirit of fire. Iron noted that it was a mystical art. The coachman wondered who these young people were. The next morning, Iron and Elijah decided to spar in the clearing. The young man asked the coachman to move further away from them. Johnson was surprised. Where did this guy get such a huge sword? Iron told his partner that he was going to attack. Elijah replied that she understood and was ready to repel the attack. Johnson realized that the young people were holding aura swords. Could they both be swordmasters? After a short fight, Lulu got out of the carriage and said that Iron was being too loud. He woke her up. Why was he doing this at the crack of dawn? The young man apologized. Johnson thought he was giving up. Fighting these young people would surely destroy his entire criminal gang. By the end of the day, the carriage arrived at a hotel located on the edge of the forest. Iron said they could stay there for the night. Johnson thought it was a disaster because the hotel was the headquarters of his gang. Iron saw the expression on the coachman's face and asked what was wrong. Johnson said he had to check if there were any rooms available at the hotel. He asked the young people to wait for him outside. The bandit decided to stop his henchmen at all costs to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. However, Johnson had not gone far when he heard someone ask what these people were doing on their territory. Armed bandits appeared behind the coachman. One of the armed criminals suggested that, judging by their appearance, these young people were rich nobles. Would they like to share their wealth with the poor commoners? Johnson shouted at the bandits to immediately move away from his clients. Iron and Elijah did not expect such bravery from the coachman. Johnson approached the bandits, and one of them quietly asked his boss what he was doing. Johnson shouted loudly for the bandits to get out of there immediately. The bandits still did not understand what his boss was going to do. The coachman swung his arm and punched the bandit in the jaw with all his might. Iron asked Mr. Johnson not to be so aggressive. Johnson told his associates to leave immediately if they didn't want to die right there. The bandits turned around and left. Johnson shouted after them that if he saw them again, he would destroy them forever. Elijah and Iron were surprised by their coachman's bravery and selflessness. Lulu said that Johnson was wonderful and deserved a bonus. The coachman was paid a bonus in the form of gold figurines. Lulu added that he should continue in the same vein, and there would be many more pleasant gifts for him. Johnson said he had contacted the hotel restaurant and ordered the best dishes from the chef. All the best dishes were already on the table. The young people took this in with undisguised surprise. Johnson said that the chef had prepared a special fish steak for Lulu. Iron asked if Mr. Johnson was working himself too hard. The coachman replied that he would continue to serve his most valued customers to the best of his ability. Several days passed. Johnson already had a whole bag of gold and bonuses. However, he was tired and thought that he would not be able to do this kind of work for long. Looking at the contents of the bag, the man thought that in a little while, he would be able to stop robbing others for the rest of his life. Johnson decided to earn some more money and then retire. Iron asked Elijah why she had been so pensive lately. The girl replied that she was still worried. The young man said that everything would be fine and that Ilya shouldn't worry too much. Maybe Ignata seemed like a big deal when she was young, but that wasn't the case now. He was willing to bet that it wouldn't even matter when they met. At that moment, Johnson was hiding in the bushes. He smiled and thought that these people were in a spicy relationship. He needed to watch them a little longer. After all, they were definitely going to kiss. Iron said they needed to leave early tomorrow, so they shouldn't go to bed too late tonight. Johnson was disappointed. Did they just hold hands? There was such a heated atmosphere between them. Iron saw Johnson lying on the ground and asked if he was okay. The coachman replied that he was fine. He had accidentally tripped and fallen. Elijah said she wanted to take a walk alone. Johnson thought this was a serious problem. The man asked Iron if he was going to follow the girl. Iron replied that he would not. She had a lot on her mind lately, so Elijah needed some time alone. Johnson was shocked. This guy was very boring. The young people entered the hotel building. The coachman told them to sit down while he got everything ready. Iron heard one of the visitors say that this dungeon promised to be amazing. It would be the best place in the last 100 years. On top of that, the Holy Kingdom was also joining the expedition to the dungeon. Elijah heard these words too. The visitor noted that this would not be an ordinary dungeon. It was not that simple. It's not just about its size, but also the fact that it's an ancient dungeon created during the time of the demonic Dragon King. Several treasures of great value are buried there. That is why the Kingdom of Calvin tried to quickly conquer the dungeon when it was first discovered. To avoid conflict between the three kingdoms, the Holy Kingdom sent its Knight Order to mediate. Iron approached the visitor and asked which Knight Order the Holy Kingdom had sent. The man replied that if the young man was a swordsman, he should know about these people. They were the Black Knights of Leo, led by Ignata Grisensia. The man said that the young man looked quite young. Would he be all right? The expedition this time was highly difficult, so no one could guarantee his safety. Iron thanked him for his concern, but added that he would be fine. The man looked at the young man and thought that he had honest eyes. The atmosphere around him was warm and strong, although he looked like a child who knew nothing about the world around him. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this was not true. The young man looked very confident. The man said that if these young people really wanted to participate in the expedition, they should go to Calvin. There was a shortage of combat forces there, so they were indeed recruiting mercenaries. A few days passed, and the young people arrived in the city-state of Calvin, on the outskirts of which was the very dungeon. The travelers said goodbye to Johnson and thanked him for his excellent work. Watching his clients leave, Johnson realized that there were many influential people who had yet to make their mark. If he continued his business, he could ultimately be killed in a single attack. From now on, he needed to be kinder. The bag of gold on his back would help him do that. The deputy commander of the Calvin Knights, Amira Shelton, was beside herself with rage. She was angry at the scoundrels from Palanquin and Labatt because the dungeon had been discovered on her territory. The opponents are really determined, since they sent their best strike forces, Labatta's court mage Perry Martinez and Palanquin's swordmaster Sivian Virox. On top of everything else, the Holy Kingdom was also involved. Amir Shelton thought that at this rate, they would take all the loot from the dungeon. Something had to be done. They needed to hire a good mercenary who could fight them face to face. The deputy commander was informed that the mercenaries who had applied to participate in the expedition had arrived. Amira asked if there was anyone capable among them. The woman added that she would personally come to test these mercenaries. Iron and Elijah were waiting to be tested at the local arena at that time. Mrs. Shelton was determined and immediately introduced herself. The woman added that she was going to test the young people's skills right away. Amira Shelton told the candidates to forget about pleasantries, not to waste time, and to show what they were capable of. Ilya replied that she understood and liked this constructive approach. The deputy commander drew her sword and Ilya attacked her. Miss Shelton was pleasantly surprised. Ilya continued to strike. Shelton thought the girl was quite fast. Fluttering like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. It was impossible to keep up with her. As a result, the fight ended with Ilya knocking the sword out of the deputy commander's hands. Lady Amira Shelton asked the girl's name and which kingdom she was from. Ilya replied that she was a knight of the Lindsay family from the kingdom of Adam and gave her name. The deputy commander thought that heaven was helping them. Could it be that Ilya Lingjae herself was switching sides? Our hero greeted her and introduced himself. He added that he had come from the kingdom of Hale. Lady Shelton knew that Iron Pereira had become a master swordsman after defeating Elijah Lingjae. If these young people joined her squad, Calvin would be on par with the other squads. Amir Shelton wondered if Ilya had agreed to join because of Ignata Grisensia. If she had come for personal reasons, it could have a negative impact on the expeditionary force. It was necessary to watch Lindsay's behavior more closely. Shelton thought that since she had taken care of urgent matters, she could take a little break. The deputy commander was good at cross-stitching. Lulu watched the process with interest. Lulu asked Amira to teach her how to do the same. The woman was surprised when she realized that a cat was talking to her. Amir asked, "Does Iron Pereira's cat really know how to talk?" Lulu said hello and told her name. Lulu said she liked Amira because she resembled one of her friends. Lulu reminded her that she wanted to learn how to embroider and turned into a girl with wings. She said that now she had hands and could do it. Amira couldn't believe her eyes. Although Amira was not a magician, she felt an incredible magical power emanating from the girl with horns and wings. Several days passed. There was still time before the expedition began, so the young people could enjoy their stay in this city-state, the territory of Labat. Amir told Iron that there would be a banquet tomorrow with all the expedition members, and the young people should definitely come. Iron confirmed his attendance. Amir stroked the cat and said that Lulu would also come, but in her other form, a dress would be prepared for her. Lulu also confirmed her attendance. Iron sat alone on a bench in the city park. The young man thought that his warrior spirit still controlled the fire inside him. A warlike spirit, very similar to the anger caused by envy of Ignata. The warlike spirit is capable of overcoming the will of a person from his dreams. Karen Winker. However, the young man no longer wanted to control the fire in his heart with the help of the warlike spirit. Iron Pereira remembered his last awareness from his past life, a will stemming from regret and sadness. His goodwill directed toward the whole world. The young man was going to move forward on his own path. Iron sensed someone behind him and asked how long this person planned to spy on him. The man came out from behind a tree and asked how long the young man had known he was hiding there. Iron replied that it had been about 20 minutes. The man acknowledged that the young man had good intuition because he had tried to hide his presence. Was the young man a swordsman or a mage? Iron replied that he was a swordsman. The man said he did not recognize the young man. Which country was he from? Iron replied that he was a mercenary associated with Calvin. The man apologized for the disturbance and said he was leaving, and he left without saying goodbye. The stranger thought that the young man's senses were sharp enough to notice his presence, even in a state of deep meditation. He was definitely an unusual young man. It was necessary to win him over to his side during the expedition. The man was greeted by young people in hoods who said they were glad to see him back. He was Palanquin's best swordsman, Sevian Virox. Virox told his men that they should familiarize themselves with the personnel of Calvin's expedition team right away and then report back to him. After a while, Virox was given a list of the participants in the expedition to the dungeon. The swordmaster thanked his assistant for a job well done. The list included Ilya Linje. Who would have thought she would appear on this list? There was only one reason why the daughter of the Linje family could participate in such a dangerous expedition: Ignata Grisetsia. Despite being a swordmaster, Ilya was still a child. She was definitely acting on her emotions. Could the defeat in the lands of evidence have affected her so much? Virox thought if it was the land of proof, then the one who defeated Ilya was her classmate from the academy. However, he had heard that two of them had left and were traveling together. Virox realized who the blonde-haired guy in the park was: the holy swordsman Iron Pereira. The swordmaster thought that the expedition promised to be extremely interesting. The next day arrived. In the banquet hall, Amira Shelton told her boss that two swordsmen had joined them and that the commander would meet with them soon. The commander of the Calvin Knights, Gregory Griffin, asked what had happened to the Holy Kingdom. Amira Shelton replied that they had not yet arrived. The fact that they were not going to appear at the banquet, where all the kingdoms had gathered for the first time, meant that they planned to rely only on their own strength. Griffin told Amira not to think about it too much. Labata's court magician, Perry Martinez, approached the commander of the Knights and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He asked how Mr. Griffin was doing. Martinez added that he had heard rumors that Griffin had enlisted the support of several mercenaries and brought them with him. The commander of the Knights replied that there was no need to worry about it. These people would not interfere with the expedition. Virox told Perry to calm down. They weren't here to argue. Martinez asked what Virox was up to this time. Gregory Griffin looked ahead and asked his assistant, were these the mercenaries who had joined them? Elijah, Iron, and Lulu, dressed as a girl in an elegant dress, did indeed appear in the banquet hall. An incredible glow surrounded Lulu. The girl behaved naturally. Martinez thought it was an incredible magical power. Such a huge amount of energy was only inherent in the great mage. Besides, she had wings and horns. Who was this child? Amira Shelton assumed that all attention would be focused on Lulu in her incredible form. Now it would be impossible to ignore Calvin's powers. Martinez recognized the girl as Elijah Lindsay. Virox assumed that she was here because of Ignata. Elijah definitely wants revenge for her brother. Is she really that obsessed with it? Iron looked at his companion and thought that she would manage and everything would be fine. Lindsay noticed the stares directed at her and cursed. Iron and Lulu were surprised. Could Ilya really swear? The girl said that they wouldn't leave her alone, and it was annoying. Ilya ordered the representatives of the opposing factions to get out of her sight. Judith told her friend that she looked upset. Why worry about it? Sometimes you have to ignore stupid comments. They would react the same way no matter what Ilya did. There's no need to impress people like that, so sometimes it's okay to swear at them. Judith suggested that Elijah repeat after her and said a swear word. Judith said that if Elijah repeated it, she would definitely feel better. Elijah was skeptical. Elijah said the word and Judith asked her to repeat it louder. Elijah said it louder. Now, in the banquet hall, Elijah also swore and noted that it really worked. She felt better. Gregory Griffin noted that this girl was quite feisty. Amira Shelton thought the same. The commander of the Calvin Knights greeted the mercenaries and thanked everyone who had come. Gregory Griffin wished the joint expedition success. At that moment, Lulu looked extremely serious. She had a great responsibility. Suddenly, everyone present was frightened. The ground beneath their feet shook. Could it be an earthquake? A portal appeared right in the center of the banquet hall. What was happening? Armed knights emerged from the portal. A little girl, Anya, walked in front of them. The knight's armor looked familiar to Amira Shelton. It was Avelaeus from the Holy Kingdom, the Dark Knights. Elijah couldn't take her eyes off the portal. She wanted to get a good look at the person who was supposed to appear after the knights. Ignata Grizencia appeared in the banquet hall. The commander's assistant said that Anya should have created the portal outside, not in the hall. Did she want to save her strength? The girl replied that it was not so. She was going to create the portal outside. Ignata addressed the respected commander of the Calvin Knights, Sir Gregory Griffin. Because of this oversight, they had inadvertently shown disrespect. Ignata offered her deepest apologies. Griffin replied that there was no need to worry. He did not mind, because he had seen a rare sight. Ignata noted that it was still rude because they had disturbed the peace. However, they had arrived immediately after completing their previous mission. Ignata said that they needed to rest, take a bath, and have a cup of coffee. Gregory Griffin said that he did not know about the previous mission. In that case, he would send someone to escort the Dark Knights to their quarters. Ignata apologized, turned around, and headed straight for Iron Pereira. Ignata approached the young man, smiled, and called him by name. The young man looked into her eyes. Amir Shelton was surprised. Why didn't Ignata approach Lindsay? Virox was also surprised. Had they met before? Iron stood up from the table and said that they really hadn't seen Ignata in a long time. Ignata noted that the young man had changed very quickly. Grizencia asked Iron what had happened. Everyone present felt Ignata's energy while sitting in their seats. It was a terrifying force. Iron was standing right in front of Ignata, but he didn't even flinch. The young man was stronger than everyone thought. Iron did not answer. Ignata said that she would now keep a closer eye on this young man. Ilya was surprised because Ignata didn't even look at her. Anya saw the girl sitting at the table and delighted ran up to her. Anya told Lulu that she was very happy to see her. Anya added that she had missed Lulu very much. But how was she able to take this form? Lulu said that she wasn't talking to Anya. Anya was surprised. Why? Lulu said that she and Ignata were bothering Iron. Anya replied that she wasn't like that at all. Lulu noticed that Anya had opened the portal, brought Ignata, and made Iron worry. Anya wondered what to do. After all, Lulu was her first friend. Anya didn't want to quarrel with Lulu. Anya apologized and said she wouldn't do it again. Lulu turned away and said she was still angry. Anya asked what she needed to do to make Lulu stop being angry. Lulu replied that she didn't know, and that Anya should think about it herself before their next meeting. Anya promised to think about it until Lulu stopped being angry. The deputy commander of the Black Knights thought that in a year and a half, this young man had truly become a master swordsman. The rumors turned out to be true. It was crazy. The young man had achieved such a title so quickly. After all, a year and a half was a very short time. After the banquet, Iron thought that now he could look Ignat in the eye without fear. The young man had strong feelings. However, at the same time, he realized that he still had a long way to go to fulfill his desire. To achieve what he wanted and make sure his dreams came true, he had to give it his all. Several days passed. Before going underground, it was necessary to conduct a briefing. Deputy Commander Amira Shelton pointed to the map of the dungeon and explained that it had 2 entrances, which were also exits. The team would split into 2 groups and enter from both sides. The first group would consist of Labat, Palanquin, and Calvin. Sir Perry Martinez would be in command. The second group would consist of Dark Knights. Their commander would remain Ignata Grizencia. The Knights noticed that Sir Virox was feeling depressed. What had happened? 4 days ago, a meeting was held to select commanders. Ignata made it clear that she wanted to be the commander. Virox objected. As a result, their quarrel escalated into a sparring match. The result was rather pitiful, and everyone present, including Martinez and Griffin, watched the fight. The fight ended with Ignata's undisputed victory. The difference in strength was incredible. Everyone present said in unison, "That's unbelievable." Sevion watched and made his final decision. In any case, as long as Ignata is here, fighting against the Holy Kingdom would be too risky. He must defeat Calvin and Palanquin. Judging by the state of Sevion Virox, there was no need to worry about Palanquin. The only problem was the two mercenaries from Calvin. The first entrance to the dungeon. The squad was ready to go inside. The entrance was a well-built archway. Amira Shelton ordered everyone to move inside. Griffin sensed a tremor in his deputy's voice and told her to calm down. It is not advisable to show fear to subordinates. Martinez ordered the group to follow him and enter the dungeon. In the dungeon, the mage looked around. He knew it was an unusual place, but he did not expect to find an ancient temple here. Strange phenomena characteristic of the ancient Temple of Judgment appeared here. Those who entered were subjected to divine trials. Martinez thought that the most important thing was not to give in to endless doubts and anxieties. One must walk one's path with confidence. If one succumbs to emotions, darkness will engulf a person, the path will be lost, and the body will be destroyed. The commander of the detachment realized that from the very beginning, many would fall behind. Not everyone would survive. The armed knight decided that this was God's judgment. He saw the fallen warriors and was frightened. He had to pull himself together. Unreal illusions appeared before the knight's eyes. The Civil War had ended 30 years ago, but they saw those battles before them. The knight realized that he must not give in to darkness, but calm down and move on. The knight saw an exit ahead and thought it was salvation. Once outside, Virox realized that he was not the first. Martinez was already waiting for him there. Virox admitted that he was second. Virox looked around and noticed another person. Could someone have arrived before him? Lindsay and the cat were sitting nearby. Lulu looked at Virox and said that, unfortunately, it wasn't Iron. Virox couldn't understand how Elijah Lindsay could have arrived before him. Martinez looked at Sevion. He looked discouraged. He understood his surprise because he himself was amazed to see Lindsay after leaving the dungeon. Could this girl really have been the first to pass? She had overcome the trial before anyone else, even though her mind was in utter turmoil. Martinez realized this back in the banquet hall when Ignata completely ignored Elijah. The girl was shocked. Had something changed? Amira Shelton noted that too much time had passed, yet less than half of the group had returned. Commander Griffin thought this was not good. He had expected a delay, but why was the difference with the other kingdoms so great? And even more unexpected, Iron Pereira still hadn't come out. It seemed that this guy should have been the first to come out. Martinez said they couldn't wait any longer and had to move on. Perry declared that this was a test from a merciful God. Those consumed by darkness would not be seriously injured. Griffin admitted that he had no choice. He couldn't delay the squad any longer. Lindsay urged the commanders to trust the others. Virox asked what Elijah meant by that. The girl repeated that they had to believe in them and wait for the result. Elijah asked if the essence of the test was not to overcome all doubts, anger, and mistrust with faith and hope. In addition to faith in oneself, faith in others was also necessary. Martinez replied that it was a good idea, but they couldn't just wait. One of the knights shouted that people were coming out of the dungeon. Iron Pereira appeared at the exit with a glowing sword in his hands. The young man apologized for being a little late, explaining that there was a reason for it. The knights appeared behind him. The knights were tired and a little depressed, but alive and unharmed. They followed Pereira as their commander and savior. 2 hours earlier, one of the knights in the dungeon said he couldn't see anything. Where had everyone gone? He shouted not to leave him behind because he didn't know where to go. The knight fell and hit the rocks. The knight raised his head and saw a light ahead. He decided that he was finally saved. The knight began to feel a strange sensation. The closer he got to the light, the calmer he became. The light was warm and soothing, but where was it coming from? As he drew nearer, the knight noticed that the light was coming from Iron Pereira's sword. The young man held out his hand to the knight and told him to calm down. Finishing his story, the knight noted that this was how they were all able to escape and get out of the dungeon. Gregory Griffin listened to the story in silence. Amira Shelton was surprised. The deputy commander said it was incredible. Iron was able to interfere with God's test. Was such a thing even possible? Griffin had never heard of a person capable of such a thing. This guy was truly special. Iron apologized and asked how long Elijah had been waiting for him. Lulu said that they were very happy that Iron had come out of the dungeon safe and sound. Griffin had never felt such an aura from other swordsmen. The commander of the Calvin Knights looked at Martinez and thought he looked annoyed. A guy much younger than him had done something like that. It definitely hurt his pride. Griffin thought that Perry should just deal with it and accept it. The group rallied around Iron Pereira. Martinez shouted for everyone to get ready. Soon they would continue their expedition. Virox said that they still didn't know what might happen ahead, so they needed to be careful. Reconnaissance reported that a huge cluster of golems was observed ahead. Everyone needed to take their positions. Martinez ordered all groups to focus their attacks on the monsters. The squad of mages prepared for decisive action. Virox ordered his knights to destroy the red stones on the golems' heads and finish them off. Elijah, without hesitation, entered into battle with the huge monsters and, swinging his sword, began to destroy them. After the battle, the commanders reported that there were no casualties or injuries, and the golems had been destroyed. The decision was made to continue moving forward. Martinez thought that they had already emerged unscathed from 5 battles and were continuing their journey. But for some reason, he couldn't shake a strange feeling. The knights came out into a large space littered with human bones. What had happened here? Amir Shelton asked her commander what this place was. The woman almost threw up. Iron and Elijah increased their vigilance and were ready for any surprises. Lulu was also tense. It was a natural reaction to the skeletons scattered everywhere. The knights said they needed to get out of there quickly. The commander shouted for everyone to be quiet and gather their thoughts and strength. Panic was forbidden. Suddenly, the monster added that this made his task much easier. It turned out to be a devilish clown. Virox said that was impossible. Many of those present were truly frightened. Even the commanders did not know how to behave. The clown said he would bring true destruction to these people and suggested they prepare themselves. As soon as they saw the high-ranking demon, everyone realized that this was evil. Dark energy instantly spread to everyone. Anxiety, fear, and other negative emotions completely consumed the soldiers. The demon began to torment the knights, who were experiencing mental anguish. Everyone screamed in pain and fear. With tears in their eyes, the knights begged Sir Sevion to save them from the demon's destructive influence. The devilish clown was delighted and said that his magic was simply stunning. It was amazing. Virox himself was frightened and looked at the demon with horror. The commander thought that his skilled soldiers had been destroyed, mercilessly torn apart before his eyes, and he himself could not move. The clown exuded an unprecedented cruelty that made the whole group freeze. However, in this hopeless situation, there was one person who began to attack the clown demon. This man's name was Iron Pereira. The young man, with a glowing sword in his hand, without fear or doubt, completely confident in his strength, resolutely rushed at the demon. Virox thought with undisguised surprise how Pereira could rush at the demon without the slightest hesitation. The clown said that if this man did not stop, he would immediately destroy all the knights. However, Iron did not react to the threats and continued to approach, ignoring the demon's magic. The young man understood that his actions were endangering the lives of his group members. He could inflict irreparable scars on their families and friends. All their anger and hatred in the future could be directed at him, but he would not allow that to happen. The young man walked with determination to take responsibility. Pereira had to fight this vile demon. Iron approached within striking distance and swung his aura sword. Pereira knew that he would not back down under any circumstances. Today, this clown must be destroyed. The clown said it was impossible. Was this really a sword that cut through darkness? The monster added that in that case, he would destroy people if the swordsman wished it. Pereira continued his attack on the devilish clown. The demon's power began to weaken. The knights were able to move and shouted for immediate rescue at any cost. Lulu couldn't sit idly by and also took action. The girl with wings used high-level magic, affecting the demon in order to free the knights. Lulu shouted for Iron to leave it to her. She would take care of the situation. Iron managed to thank Lulu for her invaluable help. Lulu created a protective barrier. The clown thought he was experiencing a familiar feeling. He was sure he had seen this sword somewhere before. The clown tried to remember where, when, and under what circumstances he had already come into contact with this sword. Martinez determined that the evil was gradually losing its power. Now he could even move. Ilya declared that this was not the end. It was necessary to provide Iron with all possible support. Martinez was amazed to see that Elijah Lindsay had recovered so quickly. Virox and Martinez were also gradually regaining their mobility and returning to normal. Now they could be of use too. The clown shouted that he remembered something. Could it have been him, Karen Winker? Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion nearby. The rivals turned around in surprise. The shockwave was terrifying and spread in all directions. It was Anya. She used everything she had accumulated over 3 years. Her activity was astonishing. How could a child be capable of such a thing? Ignata raised her sword and ordered her knights to attack. As a result of the massive attack, a long trench formed in the dungeon. Iron, continuing to hold his glowing sword at the ready, assessed the consequences of the previous attack with a professional eye. At the bottom lay something that looked like the remains of a clown. Virox said it was simply amazing. How could it have been destroyed with a single blow? It was incredible power. Ignata remained tense, her aura sword ready to attack. Igna raised her free hand and ordered everyone to stay where they were. No one was to approach her. The monster's remains began to move and take shape. Partial regeneration occurred. Strange, ominous sounds were heard. Ignata shouted that it was dangerous here and that everyone should move to a safe distance. She rushed into the attack again. Iron and Elijah, swinging their swords, approached the newly appeared clown. The clown said goodbye and waved his hand. He had a way to retreat ready. The old swordsman from the protagonist's dreams wondered in surprise. Where was he? The man noticed that he couldn't see anything. How much time had passed? He remembered chasing the demon. The swordsman saw a light far ahead. It was getting bigger and closer. Iron Pereira appeared before the man with the sword. The young man called the old swordsman by name, Karen Winker. The man asked who this young man was and how he knew his name. Iron said that one of his friends had helped him see memories of his past life. He added that it was hard to believe, but in his past life, he had been this man. The old man with the sword asked, "So he died? Is he really gone?" Winker said that he had wandered the world for a long time, but at one point he stopped seeing. The village where he lived, the castle, the city, all the places where he grew up. Iron said that these places had disappeared hundreds of years ago. Winker's family, citizens, descendants, they were no longer there. However, those he was supposed to protect were alive. Iron held a glowing sword in his hands. The old man said that this fine young man wanted the same thing he did. Now it was time to rest. Karen Winker declared that he could rely on this young man. Iron thought that his feelings were completely different now. The sword seemed to have become a part of him. The clown felt that he was being pursued. But how was that possible? How did this guy get into this space so quickly? For the first time, fear appeared in the clown's eyes. Iron said he wanted to get power from Karen Winker. The demon decided to negotiate and told the young man to stop. In order to resolve the conflict, it was necessary to calm down and listen to him. Iron responsibly stated that he had no reason to do so. The monster said that all of the young man's friends were engulfed in darkness. Did he really not want to save them? His chances of victory were now slim. The clown asked if the young man wanted to calm down. The monster noticed that the young man was thinking. Now he needed to buy some time. Iron said that the clown wanted to stall for time. The monster was surprised. How did the young man guess? Pereira declared that the clown was using the same methods, but this time he would not succeed. Suddenly, Ignatia appeared in the space. The aura sword was with her, as always. The clown stammered. The negotiations could reach an impasse. Why was this woman here too? Ignatia asked how long Pereira had been here. Ignatia asked how Iron got to the demon first. She thought that this young man was still weaker than her. That was certain. But how did he get here first? Another person entered through the portal. Ilya Lingje appeared nearby. Ignatia said that even the vice commander of the Dark Knights, Georg, couldn't get through this darkness. How did Ilya manage to do it? Ilya replied that it was not difficult for her. Did Ignatia think she couldn't do it? Ignatia said that they would talk about it later, but now they had to finish off this villainous clown. The monster said that he would not let them leave unharmed after this. All these people would be destroyed. There was a powerful explosion, and rocks and fragments of rock began to fly in all directions. Iron thought that they might not survive the consequences of this explosion. Ignatia shouted for everyone to step back immediately. She chose a different direction for herself. Ignatia held her sword forward with the aim of absorbing all the energy of the explosion and protecting her comrades from its harmful effects. After the smoke and dust cleared, the young people saw Ignatia lying on the ground. The girl gradually regained consciousness. However, strange images appeared before her. What was this place? The children looking at the girl were very happy. Would they really be able to eat twice a day now? Young Ignatia said that she had gotten a job with Grandpa Jack and would try to make sure they ate 3 times a day. Grandpa Jack said that yesterday robbers had attacked again and robbed the shop, so Ignatia would no longer have a job. The old man added that the shop would have to close. Ignatia was frightened. The girl thought that things were going badly. Because of the Civil War, there was less and less work. Now she couldn't take care of everyone. Ignatia found a letter among her belongings that had been given to her earlier. The letter had a knight's seal on it. Ignatia had kept it with her for some time. The knight wrote that the girl had a talent for sword fighting, and this was a letter of recommendation to the Krone Academy. If Ignatia became a gifted swordsman, she would be able to earn good money and take care of her friends and loved ones. There was no choice, and Ignatia set off for the academy. She said goodbye to her brothers and sisters. The children begged Ignatia not to leave. How would they manage without her? Ignatia asked them to wait just 1 year. She would grow stronger and return immediately. The girl promised to return as soon as possible. At the academy, the teacher said that the sparring was over and Ignatia had won. It seemed impossible, but she had become a master in just 1 year. The girl decided that now she could safely return home. However, a destroyed village and emptiness awaited her at home. Where had all the children gone? A fellow villager, Oliver, emerged from the ruins. The young man recognized Ignatia. The girl listened to his story and said that now it was clear to her there was no one here. Many had been kidnapped or killed. Ignatia did not understand why all this had happened. She felt powerless. The girl looked at Oliver and wondered why his clothes looked new. Where had he gotten them? Ignatia asked if Oliver had stolen them. The young man replied that if they wanted to survive, there was no other choice. Ignatia did not want to blame the children. They lived lives full of horror. The girl said that they would never be able to return everything to the way it was before. Ignatia declared that she was leaving. The girl thought that if they had lived in better conditions, they would certainly not have changed and become like this. Ignatia thought that if she could change the world and ensure that this would never happen again, she would be willing to do anything. Ignatia gathered everyone who had survived and was ready to take up arms. There were also swordsmen who had not been admitted to the final assessment of the Kronos Fencing Academy. The girl thanked everyone who had come and announced that she had a proposal. Ignatia announced that she wanted to create a band of mercenaries. There were shouts of approval. This band would not only be for making money, they would also create a better world. The girl added that, in addition to making their names famous, she would go to the noble families and crush them. Once they had earned a reputation, they would be able to attract more people to their side and conquer the entire continent. They would prove that no one would dare to look down on them, regardless of talent or status. Ignatia added that with such status and influence, this band of mercenaries would be able to change the world and bring scoundrels to justice. One of the young men approached the girl and said he was against it. If they came under the authority of the Holy Kingdom, they would lose their rights and have to do other people's work. The young man said that he did not need honor, that he was satisfied with his current situation. He understood Ignatia's aspirations, but his capabilities ended there. Ignatia asked who else disagreed. The young man replied that almost everyone shared his opinion. The girl turned around and said that in that case she would go alone and wished everyone a happy life. Ignatia was not angry with those who were content with the present. She believed that she herself was capable of changing the world, that there was no need to rely on anyone else, and that it was necessary to succeed alone. One of the knights named Georg asked if he could go with Ignatia. A girl named Anya said that she also wanted to accompany her. Ignatia indifferently said that if they wished, they could follow her. Anya happily announced that she liked Captain Ignatia. Ignatia thought there was nothing to be happy about. These two would surely get tired soon and leave, and she would have to be alone. The monster asked what would remain after all this. The only thing she could get by winning was people she could control. Did the girl really think there was anything else? The monster added that in any case, no one would ever be on her side. Ignatia said that the monster knew nothing. If she were afraid of something like that, she would not have taken it on. Georg and Anya shook the girl and asked the commander to wake up. What happened to her? Ignatia came to, opened her eyes and realized she was lying on the ground. What had happened? The girl raised herself up on her hands. Georg told the commander not to overexert herself. Ignatia asked how long she had been lying there. Georg replied, 2 days. He reported that the expedition had suffered no human casualties. However, after the demon was destroyed, a barrier formed and no one could leave it. There were soldiers who were almost swallowed up by the darkness. However, thanks to Iron Pereira, everything turned out fine. Georg added that it was all a manifestation of his aura and the strengthening of his will. The aura that affected everyone was simply incredible. Ignatia thought that now she understood everything. What had happened and why she had rushed at the demon? She believed him. The girl understood that if it was Iron Pereira, he would be able to protect everyone. Ignatia told Georg to gather all the members of the expedition. In her current state, it would be difficult to get them out of there. She would need help. Georg was surprised. Would the commander really ask someone for help? Ignatia explained that before they could get out of the dungeon, they needed to get rid of the barrier. But she didn't have the strength to destroy it on her own right now. She was going to select some helpers. The most effective way would be to use divine holy power. But weaklings cannot be trained to use it. The girl added that there would be no problems if she gave them her power. Now she was going to teach those present her secret technique. Virox was surprised. Could she be talking about the hero's sword? Many heroes of the past possessed this technique, and even without divine power, it was a trump card that allowed one to fight demons. Virox couldn't believe it. Was Ignatia really going to teach everyone such a valuable technique? But even if she taught them, the technique was extremely difficult. Would it have any effect? Amir Shelton said she would learn the hero's sword technique. It was an honor for her, and she would give it her all. Ignatia was convinced that many wanted to learn it. This would increase their chances of success, and she gave everyone permission to learn. Ignatia asked if Elijah and Iron wanted to join. Amir Shelton was curious about what Ilya Lindsay was going to do. Learn fencing from Ignatia. Wouldn't that hurt her pride? Ilya thanked her and said she would do her best. Shelton thought that Lindsay had just unofficially addressed the commander of the Black Knights. Ignatia said that Ilya could do as she wished. Ignatia asked what Iron Pereira thought about this. The young man replied that he would also try to break the curse. Ignatia said that before she began teaching, she had to talk about the energy that demons use. Demonic energy is a destructive darkness that deceives and destroys people. Divine power is the opposite energy, capable of overcoming darkness. Faith in God shines brightly, so demons are incompatible with it. Human desires can also replace divine blessing. The power of the Spirit, and especially the will of the defender, who wants to protect the world, is manifested by warriors. They concentrate their energy and direct it into the sword. Ignatia added that this is a sword that protects the world and strikes down demons. The knights began to train, but they did not understand how to do it. Georg watched them and realized that it would not be easy. Even if you understand the basics, having the will to create a sword is a completely different matter. It is impossible to master this skill just by listening to an explanation. However, with Iron, everything was different. The young man had a glowing sword in his hands. Iron asked, "Is this the sword of a hero?" The answer was yes. Ignatia said she preferred to call it the sword of the heart. 3 weeks of continuous training passed. Elijah and Iron did not stop for a single day. Many of the knights began to pay attention to these mercenaries. Georg told Ignatia that only these two had mastered the sword of the heart in 3 weeks. However, at first Iron Pereira was the only one who could create it. But now Elijah was showing incredible growth, probably thanks to the innate talent of the Lingje family. The girl thought that she had no desire to protect the world from demons. The most important thing was the will of the defender that gave birth to the sword of the heart. Iron believed that his will of the defender would protect those he cherished. Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside. It definitely came from the other side of the barrier. Everyone saw that the barrier had been destroyed and that some kind of army was approaching them. Judging by his appearance, this army was led by a formidable man. Ignatia bowed to this man. He acknowledged with satisfaction that Grisentia was alive. The girl apologized to the commander for her unkempt appearance. It was the commander of the White Knights of the Holy Kingdom, Abilius Julius Will. Thus, all the hostages of the barrier were freed. The expeditionary force was to assemble in Rabat. Amir Shelton said that they needed to work faster. As soon as the leaders' meeting was over, they would return immediately. Shelton thought that thanks to the reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom, they had managed to quickly escape from the dungeon. However, why were all the people among the reinforcements swordmasters? The knights who came with Abilius Hallam did not resemble white knights. Could this be a knightly order secretly created by the Holy Kingdom? Either way, they appeared exactly where the demon appeared. This was clearly no coincidence. There is no reward for exploring the dungeon. However, as the head of the reinforcements, he offers a small reward, but on one condition. Everyone present must remain silent about everything that happened in the dungeon. Martinez thought that the commander of the White Knights was afraid that if this became known, chaos would ensue on the continent. No matter how great the reward, no one would be able to refuse it. What was going on here? Martinez recognized some of the people present. But why were the Holy Knights, long thought to be dead, here? What was the Holy Kingdom really planning? A week later, Iron reflected on the past. When the demon tried to destroy himself, Ignatia rushed forward without the slightest hesitation. It was impossible to forget. At that moment, Iron froze, even though he was filled with determination to defeat the demon. However, this determination was not enough. The young man believed that he needed to try even harder. Georg approached the young man and said he had been looking for him for a long time. He asked if Iron was okay. Georg added that it was a bit sudden, but the young man needed to go somewhere right away. Georg informed him that the commander had recommended Iron and Elijah for the extermination squad. The young man inquired what that was. Georg explained that demons were currently hiding all over the continent. Punitive forces would soon be formed to destroy them. An investigation by the Holy Kingdom revealed that there was a high probability that the demon jester was still alive. The commander of the White Knights asked Ignatia if she really recommended these young people. Iron and Elijah stood in front of everyone in the hall. Ignatia introduced them to those present. Elijah was surprised. Was Ignatia really recommending her? Why? She hadn't said anything about it before. A member of the Knight Council said that he trusted Ignatia as the commander of the Black Knights, but considered additional verification necessary. The White Knight told the young people to follow him. He needed to see their skills. The man asked if the young people had any questions before they began. Iron asked the man's name. The man replied that his name was Quincy Myers. However, he only said this because he hoped the young man would not say anything unnecessary. Elijah knew that Quincy Myers was the leader of the Red Knights. She had heard that he had died 10 years ago, but why was he here now? Come to think of it, all the reinforcements that had arrived were quite ancient knights. They were all holy knights who were supposedly long gone. Myers said he was handing the initiative over to the young man. If he was ready, he could attack. Iron, as always in such cases, prepared his huge sword. Iron activated his aura, and the sword shone as always. The observers, or the ancient knights, noted that the young man had a good aura. For his age, it was a very good sword aura. However, it was not enough. To convince everyone, the young man would have to show something more. Myers also used his aura sword. Iron took the traditional stance and prepared to deliver a perpendicular cut. He saw that all the holy knights here were great people with whom he could not even compare himself. Among such powerful people, Ignatius stood proudly with his head held high. Iron did not want to be left behind. The young man also wanted to stand on equal footing with them. To do this, he needed to make an appropriate impression. Iron thought that one day he would definitely defeat Ignatius, no matter what. Ignatius noted that Iron had added flame to the sword of the heart. This fiery aura was definitely the magic of the 5 elements. Myers thought he would need all his strength to parry the young man's blow. Abilius Hall said that they could stop there. The duel was over, and the opponents should put away their swords. Myers asked what was going on. Abilius was sure that Myers understood everything. If he had taken that blow, he would not have been able to avoid injury. There was no need for further dueling. Iron was praised and told that it was a beautiful aura. The old knights declared that it was amazing. They had not seen an aura that could serve as an example to others in a long time. Ignatia noted that the test was not yet complete. Ilya Lingjae remained. There must be a reason why the commander of the Black Knights had taken notice of her. Ignatia said that Elijah had also dispelled the darkness created by the demon in the dungeon. Lindsay also easily mastered the hero's sword, something the others couldn't do. Ignatia declared that she was ready to vouch for this girl. Ilya Lingjae is a skilled and excellent swordsman with a wealth of experience and a solid foundation. Ilya couldn't help herself and turning around, ran out of the room. Ilya ran and did not understand what she was doing. Why was she running away? The girl thought that everything was fine now. She thought that she did not care anymore. However, it turns out that she still cares. The commander of the White Knights declared that he would return to the matter and speak plainly. Iron would not become a demon slayer. That was his decision. Of course, he surprised everyone. The young man had enormous potential. However, talent alone is not enough to become a slayer. The commander added that if the young man had come this far, he would allow himself to speak. They are all demon hunters. All the knights here are either officially retired or officially dead. They are an organization that operates in secret and hides their identities every time. Their mission is to protect the world from demons. If news of the outbreak of demonic activity spreads across the continent, it could lead to chaos throughout the world. The rift between the human world and the demon world will reopen. Therefore, the squad of exterminators must be as small as possible. They choose the best of the best. Myers added that even if they start recruiting people, It is worth taking Karukama from the west, the 5 great swordsmen, and the 3 lords of Runtel first. It makes sense to call them first. Iron asked if he would become stronger so that no demon could resist his power. Would he then be accepted into the extermination squad? Abilius Hall told Pereira not to be mistaken. Their main goal was to finish the job before the young man reached that level. The old man noticed the young man's powerful aura, which had no weak points. It was incredibly difficult to resist. Abilius added that even after these words, if Iron still wanted to join, there was one way. Pereira must find Kun. If the young man received his approval, then the matter could be reconsidered. After a long run, Ilya stopped in the middle of a forest road. The girl thought she had run away again. She had realized it back in the banquet hall. Ignatius was indifferent to her. Then Ilya decided that she was indifferent to Ignatius too. Ilya drew her sword and began to swing it in different directions to somehow drive away her rage. Ignatia had just been ready to vouch for Ilya. She said that Lindsay was a skilled and excellent swordsman. These words touched Ilya deeply and affected her emotionally. Ilya thought she had passed the dungeon test. In the dungeon, Elijah had defeated the darkness. All this was so that Ignatia, who was actually indifferent to her, would recognize her. Would she continue to succumb to her influence? Would she never be able to free herself from Ignatia? The girl saw the shadow of a person on the ground in front of her. Ilya raised her head. There were tears in her eyes. Her father was standing in front of Elijah. He said he hadn't seen his daughter in a very long time. The girl threw herself into his arms and cried even louder. Her father acknowledged that his daughter had had a difficult journey, but now everything would be fine. Iron remembered that Kuber had told him about a man who had become a master swordsman at the age of 70. Abilius said that Kun set higher standards for himself than anyone else and judged his opponents most harshly. If Iron could win his approval, he could convince everyone present. The commander of the White Knights said that from now on, the choice was up to Iron. That was all he could say. Sir Joshua Lindsay approached the group. He greeted those present. Iron realized that this was Elijah's father. Joshua said he hadn't seen Abilius in a long time. The commander of the White Knights asked why Lindsay was here. Lindsay replied that his daughter had gotten involved in something very unpleasant. He had many questions, but he was ready to talk about it later. Lindsay told the commander of the Knights that he wanted to take the young man away for a while, pointing his finger at Iron. Mr. Lindsay said that if the young man was Iron Pereira, he should follow him. Abilius watched Joshua leave and said that it seemed he understood. Elijah was connected to a powerful demon. Myers noted that this was a minor problem. Abilius remarked that Joshua Lindsay became completely uncontrollable when it came to his daughter. Lindsay asked the young man if Pereira knew who he was. Iron replied that he had heard of the head of the Lindsay family. He was Elijah's father. Joshua said he had heard that Iron was very close to his daughter. Iron, unaware of the trick, confirmed this. Joshua Lindsay immediately flew into a rage. Was it really true and the young man was not hiding it? Joshua said he had also heard that the 4 of them were traveling together, but only 2 were here. Had the young man arranged this on purpose? Iron sincerely did not understand what was going on. Had he deliberately stayed alone with his daughter? Iron understood everything and began to categorically deny it. He stated that nothing had been done on purpose. Iron shouted that he hadn't even thought about it and hadn't done anything like that. It was the absolute truth. Joshua Lindsay asked if that meant Iron thought his daughter wasn't good enough if he hadn't even thought about it. Iron realized that the conversation was pointless and did not know what to do next. Mr. Lindsay shouted for Iron Pereira to immediately draw his sword. His sword was already at the ready. The man declared that a duel was about to begin. Iron asked in alarm why Mr. Lindsay was doing this. The man was surprised. Did the young man really not understand? There was no point in pretending he knew nothing. That kind of behavior would not fly here. Iron was attacked but managed to block the blow in time. However, the blow was so strong that the young man lost his footing and flew far back. As he flew through the air, Iron thought that even blocking his attacks was quite difficult. Lingjie approached the young man again, and the opponents swung their swords. Iron thought that this was not just sparring. It was clear that his opponent was acting on emotion. But why was this happening? 2 weeks earlier, Mr. Lindsay had been traveling in a carriage. The man said that his daughter was in danger. Could the mage tell him more about it? The old man in dark glasses opened a magic card in front of him and said that this card allowed him to find a target marked with blood. Normally, the light indicating the target should be green. However, the light representing Lady Ilia was black. The magician advisor said that in this case, something darker than magic was involved. For example, there was a high probability that she was in a space filled with demonic energy. Joshua cursed and shouted for the coachman to speed up immediately. Martinez's office, Rabat territory. Joshua Lindsay visited this office. Martinez told his interlocutor how they managed to escape from the dungeon. He said there was no need to worry. Elijah was completely safe. Martinez said that Lindsay had not come all this way in vain. It seemed that the rumors about him were true. Emma Garcia thought that when the young lady announced her intention to go on a journey, her father was categorically against it. After the young gentleman's disappearance, he became much more attentive to his daughter's safety. Martinez said that Elijah was an excellent swordsman and that Joshua shouldn't worry so much. She had the magic cat and a reliable friend by her side. Perry added that the only friend she had with her was a man named Iron. Mr. Lindsay asked Garcia if she hadn't said that the young people were traveling in a group of 4. Emma replied that when she saw them, there were indeed 4 of them. Perhaps they had split up later. Lindsay thought, a man and a woman traveling together? This Iron, he must be seen, and right now. At that moment, Mr. Lindsay continued his duel with Iron Pereira. He still had no answers to his questions. The man noticed that the young man had been hiding his true skills all this time. Well, let him try to block this blow. Iron realized that he was being asked to parry the heavenly sword. The young man did not wait and activated this unique technique of the Lindsay family himself. Mr. Joshua Lingjie was, of course, extremely surprised when he saw this. Lingjie shouted that this scoundrel had seduced his daughter and stolen the heavenly sword. Joshua added that now, in any case, this insolent man would have to be destroyed. There was a powerful explosion, and even from a distance, through the forest, a bright flash could be seen, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. When the smoke cleared, a deep dent had formed in the middle of the makeshift arena, at the bottom of which lay Iron Pereira. The young man lay motionless. Mr. Lindsay suggested that he might have overdone it. Elijah suddenly appeared in the clearing and immediately rushed to Iron, running past her father. Garcia followed her. The girl ran up to Iron and asked if he was okay. Ilya begged the young man to wake up. Ilya demanded an explanation. What had her father done to this young man? Mr. Joshua replied in a quiet voice that they had simply decided to spar. Ilya asked in surprise what kind of sparring this was. Iron opened his eyes and sat up. Elijah told Emma to help them. Iron got up and stood on his feet. Elijah asked how he was feeling. The young man replied that he was on the mend. He could already stand. Iron approached Mr. Lindsay and thanked him, adding that he had learned a lot from this sparring session. The young man asked if Mr. Lindsay could do a few more sparring sessions. Pereira said that he had a good reason to become stronger. Ilya gave her father a menacing look. Mr. Joshua had no choice but to agree. He said that they would train while the young man was here, meeting at this place every evening at 7 o'clock. Mr. Joshua said he needed to rest and asked Emma to take care of his daughter. The father thought that thanks to this young man, Iron Pereira, Elijah's condition had improved. This young man seemed to be a good and well-mannered person, and he also had excellent skills. However, Mr. Joshua was not yet ready to accept him. He decided that tomorrow this young man would learn what real hell was. In a dark, almost impenetrable forest, rays of light pierced through the thick bushes and foliage, illuminating the entrance to a cave hidden among the vegetation. In this cave, the jester demon was trying to recover and regain his strength. Little by little, it was returning. The clown thought that the black-haired woman was most likely from the Holy Kingdom. Her attack with an aura filled with powerful, holy power was indeed dangerous. The clown assumed that if she was that strong, she had most likely survived his self-destruction. The Holy Knights might soon start to take serious action. In that case, he would first need to free the mannequins and cause chaos on the continent. And when the rift opened, he would return to the demon world and regain his strength. The demon clown saw that a man had suddenly appeared in the cave. The stranger said that it was not worth returning to the demon world now. The clown was surprised. How did a human get here? A moment later, he realized he was wrong. This was not a human. He was also a demon. The stranger confirmed the clown's guess. He was also a demon. The clown said that he thought he was the only demon in the human world and did not expect to see a fellow demon. In that case, why had he come here? The stranger replied that he needed the clown to attract the attention of the Holy Kingdom. The clown asked why he needed that. The stranger explained that the clown had already been discovered, and information about him would soon spread across the continent. This could harm his work. The clown was surprised. What work was he talking about? The stranger replied that he was raising a human, but that this was only a stepping stone to achieving his goal. His ultimate goal was to turn the world of humans into a world of demons. The clown asked the stranger if he knew what had destroyed the Demon King. Even if a demon is extremely ambitious, a tragic end awaits him. The stranger said that the clown would understand what he meant when he saw it, and teleported some of his dynamic energy to the clown. The clown received the necessary information and said that now everything was clear to him. He did not expect such a precious guest to appear before him. He added that he had no idea that such beings existed. It turned out that he was facing a demon born not in the world of demons. A week passed. Iron trained intensively with Elijah's father. The day before, the young man had lasted more than half an hour in sparring for the first time. Of course, it was better than on the first day, but for our hero, it was still not enough. After all, he had to become stronger. Iron set himself the goal of lasting longer today than yesterday. He had to last more than an hour. When he arrived at the training ground, our hero saw that Mr. Joshua was already sparring. Iron was surprised. What was Ignata doing here? Was she really going to fight Elijah's father? The girl said she was starting and immediately rushed at her opponent. Lindsay managed to put his sword forward and parry his opponent's attack. Iron watched closely. The intensity of this battle was off the charts. Ignata attacked more often, but she couldn't get the result she wanted. Mr. Joshua skillfully neutralized all her blows. Iron thought that their strength was clearly not inferior to their speed. They attacked each other without making any mistakes. At one point, Elijah got tired, stopped, and leaned on her sword. Lindsay approached the girl and asked if she had succeeded. She replied, "Unfortunately, no. Joshua said he could beat her until she achieved enlightenment." The girl said that Mr. Lindsay could do as he pleased. She would not object. Mr. Lindsay said that he could only watch as his son was consumed by despair after his defeat, but he was unable to comfort him. He thought his son would cope on his own, waited and believed. Lindsay added that if he had talked to his son and comforted him, perhaps things would have turned out differently. However, he lacked the courage to do so. Lindsay said it was funny that he decided to confide in Ignata. The girl replied that when she was little, she lived with her friends in an abandoned house. Ignata added that, to be honest, she had never thought about Carl Lindsay, and probably never would. However, Mr. Joshua should know what kind of person his son was fighting and what ideals she was pursuing. She thought Mr. Lindsay should know this, and that was why she had told her story. Joshua thought that said it all. Her voice, her gaze, her spirit. There is a compelling reason why she is standing here today. Lindsay said that Ignata Crescentia had grown up remarkably. Mr. Lindsay saw the young man and asked what Iron Pereira wanted to say. The young man had just listened to other people's stories. It would be fair if he shared his own. Iron asked in surprise if Mr. Joshua really wanted him to tell his story. Lindsay shouted that he was interested in everything. How this guy became a swordsman, how he ended up here, why he was traveling with his daughter. Iron had to confess immediately. Iron thought that even Ignatius was on this man's side. The young man said he didn't know where to start, but he gathered his thoughts and told his story to his interlocutor. After finishing his story, he added that this was how they ended up here. Now Ignata understood why Iron had been able to grow up so quickly. He had managed to break through a wall that he could never have overcome alone. All this was thanks to his special bond with his friends. Ignata remembered her precious connection. Why hadn't she noticed it before? Iron noticed the girl's reaction and was surprised. Had his story really affected her that much? He would have been happy to help Ignata, but the gap between them had only grown wider. Iron didn't want to fall behind. He decided that one day he would definitely catch up with her. Joshua Lindsay congratulated Ignata on her awakening. The girl thanked him. Ignata told Iron that he would most likely be able to join the hunting squad within 3 years. Iron replied that 1 year would be enough. After that time, he would return with Kuhn's confession. In the evening, sitting in his office, Mr. Joshua thought it was amazing that one could achieve enlightenment simply by listening to other people's stories. Ignat would definitely become even stronger, and Iron was also doing very well. The man thought, if Carl hadn't disappeared, he would be just like them. Lindsay really wanted his son to come back. There was a knock at the office door. It was Elijah. The girl asked if she could come in. Mr. Joshua thought he needed to calm down. If he appeared in this state, Elijah would only worry even more. The girl, barely crossing the threshold, said she wanted to discuss something. She noted that she had lived her whole life under the control of others. Now she wants to be alone. but doesn't know what to do. Her father said that his daughter was mistaken. To follow her own path, she did not have to be alone. People are social creatures. No one can live alone. It is unnatural. Her father added that, of course, his daughter should not rely completely on others. The main thing is to interact with them. Her father added that Martinez had told him something. Had Elijah really insulted the nobles who were gossiping about her twice? Her father said that he was not going to scold his daughter, but rather praise her. Well done, Elijah. The man asked if she had learned anything from the criticism. The answer was no. Mr. Joshua said that these were simple, useless words that were worthless. It was right to ignore them. However, there are some things that should never be ignored. Iron said something similar. Words addressed personally to her. Words that make a girl think and grow. She should listen to them. If they are useless from her point of view, she should ignore them. But if it is advice that can help, she should humbly accept it. Elijah said she understood everything. She needed to focus on herself first, not on others. Ilya perked up and thanked her father. Thanks to him, she had figured out her feelings a little better. The girl said she wouldn't be long and ran out of the office. Continuing to run, she found herself in the forest. Ilya thought that she shouldn't dwell on her hatred and relationship with Ignata. It was enough to simply accept that Ignata had recognized her. However, that wasn't the main thing. Now there was someone who was more important than anything else in the world. Ilya continued running, increasing her speed. The girl stopped, saw a flash on the horizon, and thought that she wanted to give her heart to Iron. Ilya wanted to tell the young man this right now. Iron continued to train intensely. His sword sparkled, creating that very flash. Our hero saw the girl, approached her, and asked what Ilya was doing here at this hour. Ilya blushed with embarrassment. The words stuck in her throat. Should I talk about it now? Ilya thought. How does she look? Won't Iron find it strange that she suddenly appeared out of nowhere? She decided that this guy just thought of her as a friend. Iron asked if Ilya was okay. The girl decided she needed a little more time. While she hesitated, Ilya said she had come because she hadn't seen him in a long time. Ilya added that they had rarely seen each other lately. The girl decided to hide her feelings for a little while longer and asked how Iron's sparring sessions with her father were going. Iron replied that the sparring sessions were going well. Ilya thought she needed to become more confident. She needed to love herself. Anya, standing in the town square, asked if Lulu was still angry with her. The cat replied that everything was fine now. She was done with it. The girl was delighted and asked if Lulu would really be friends with her again. Lulu said that they had always been friends. Georg told Iron that it was time for them to go. He didn't know when they would meet again, but the young man had to take care of himself. Iron wished him luck. Ignata reminded the young man to try to become stronger in 3 years. Iron replied that he planned to join them in a year. Ignata noticed that Iron was overly confident. However, Kun was not such a simple person. Iron asked if Ignata had met him before. The girl replied that they had not met, but she had heard a lot about him. According to the Holy Kingdom, Kun was currently at the Krone Academy, so Iron had to decide for himself what to do next. The young man thanked her warmly. Ilya silently watched their conversation. Ignata asked if Ilya Lingjai wanted to say anything. Ilya suggested they have a sparring match at their next meeting. Ignata replied that she was always at her service. Several days passed. The sparring between Mr. Joshua and Iron was in full swing. Lindsay said that Pereira had just lost his balance, which was unforgivable. Mr. Joshua was extremely angry. After all, his daughter had run out into the street after their conversation to meet with Iron. He considered this absolutely unacceptable. During the sparring, Iron noted that Mr. Joshua was attacking faster and faster. But if he couldn't keep up, he would never catch up with Ignatu. This was a rare opportunity that couldn't be missed. Lindsay shouted for the young man to hold on. He would attack harder. Iron replied that he was ready to work and defend himself. Ilya, watching the sparring for a while, told her father that it was too much. Mr. Joshua was surprised to see his daughter there. The man smiled at his daughter and said that Iron wanted it himself. He looked at the young man, hoping for his support. Iron confirmed that this was indeed the case. Elijah noticed that Iron was somehow reluctant to answer. During the break, the girl asked if Iron wanted to go with them. Ilya added that she and her father would be returning home soon. They couldn't stay here forever. She noted that Iron would be training all year anyway, and sparring with her father would be very helpful to him. A voice from above said that he wasn't going anywhere. The young people looked up and saw a huge bird with a girl sitting on its neck. The girl turned out to be Curlia, our hero's younger sister. But how did she get here? The monster bird made a soft landing near the young people. Mr. Joshua was surprised. Could it be a griffin? So this girl was a real sorceress. Curlia hugged Iron and said she had missed him very much. Elijah looked at the young people in surprise. Ilya was indignant. Who was this woman? Why were they hugging each other as soon as they met? Iron immediately explained everything. He said that she was his sister. He had told her about her before. Ilya remembered and calmed down. Iron had indeed said that he had a younger sister. Curlia greeted them and introduced herself. Ilya did the same. Mr. Lindsay also introduced himself to Iron's sister. Curlia said she had come to visit her brother because someone had left home and had not returned for 2 years. Iron said he had already decided where he would go. His destination was the Kronos Academy. He added that he had heard that Elder Kun was there. Even if he did not recognize him immediately, they would need to arrange a meeting in the future. Ilya said she understood everything. Then they would have to part ways for a while. Curlia looked at her brother and the girl and thought that they were probably very close. She even felt a little jealous. Curlia said that if her brother had made up his mind, there was nothing she could do about it. She apologized and said that they would just leave. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and had a lot to discuss. The girl pulled her brother along with her. Mr. Joshua said that they would definitely see each other again. After telling her sister in detail about his adventures, Curlia said with surprise that her brother had even met a demon in the dungeon. It turned out that he had been through a lot. Lulu apologized because it was her fault that Iron was trapped in the magical barrier, and she had disappeared, leaving Curlia alone. The girl said that everything was fine. After all, it was in the past. She thanked the cat for looking after her brother all this time. Curlia said she also wanted to go on the journey with them. It was decided and not up for discussion. She was bored at home. There was no excitement there. The girl expressed confidence that Iron would not refuse his younger sister, whom he had left behind for 2 whole years. Lulu was delighted that Curlia would now be traveling with them. She said that now they would definitely have fun. As they parted, Ilya warned that Iron would have to visit her within a year. If that didn't happen, she would find him herself, and then he would be in for it. She accompanied this threat with a show of her fist. Iron promised, but felt sad to part with Ilya. The girl said she hoped Iron would keep his word. Seeing Ilya smile, Iron felt a little strange. The Lingjai family's carriage sped off in the direction of their estate. The brother and sister remained standing on the dusty road. Iron asked his sister if they would fly on a griffin, as it would be much more comfortable. Curlia disappointed him with her answer. They would not fly on a griffin. They would walk because this was her first trip with her brother, and she wanted to remember it forever. Curlia turned around and asked why he was silent. Did he not want his sister to go with him? Iron saw the expression on his sister's face and said that he really wanted her to. Lulu thought that Curlia looked rather scary at that moment. Several days passed. The young people walked confidently toward the Chrono Academy. Curlia looked at the nature around her with interest. The girl said she wanted to learn something. While her brother was sleeping, she accidentally noticed that he was not wearing the pendant she had once given him. Iron remembered and said that he had the pendant. He had to take it out of his bag. The young man explained that the pendant had broken after the battle with the demon jester. Apparently, the magic was too strong, and the pendant could not withstand such a load. Iron apologized because it was a gift from his sister. Curlia said that he shouldn't apologize. It wasn't her brother's fault, but the demon's. Curlia noticed that the pendant her brother was now wearing looked very beautiful. She expressed her confidence that one day this pendant would be of great help to him. Iron thanked Curlia for her understanding. His sister remarked that it would have been better if her brother had told her about it earlier. The young people arrived at the inn and decided to stay there for the night. Before going to sleep, the young man recalled Mr. Joshua's words. Lindsay said that before leaving, he wanted to tell the young man something important. Iron must be careful and not fall into the flames of Ignata. The desire to catch up with Ignata helps Iron grow. It is a natural and irreversible process. Lindsay added that the flame in the young man's heart was stronger than anyone else's. However, no matter how powerful it was, it could cause harm if handled incorrectly. He had to be careful, otherwise his own flame could consume him. Remembering these words, our hero decided to meditate before going to sleep and assumed the lotus position. The young man felt that the flame had indeed become much hotter than before. It was growing. If it became too much, fueled by obsession and impatience, it would turn into anger and envy. Of course, in that case, it would be easy to lose oneself and break down. This must be avoided. The young man decided that he needed to carefully control the flame so that it did not become too hot. Iron understood that water was needed to keep the flame from getting out of control. The young man activated the energy of water. However, the water could not withstand the fire and evaporated. If this continued, he could indeed be consumed by his own flame. He needed to increase the power of the water as quickly as possible to create balance. While he was meditating, dark energy appeared behind our hero. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. His sister asked if she could come in to see her brother. Iron replied that Curlia could come in. The dark energy hid behind him. The girl said indignantly that Iron was training again. She knew it. After all, she had said that her brother should rest, at least while traveling with her. Iron urged his sister to calm down. When the girl left, Iron thought that there was no need to rush. As before, he just needed to move forward gradually. The next day arrived. The young people arrived at the gates of the Chrono Academy. Lulu was delighted. They had finally arrived. The students recognized Iron Pereira and surrounded him on all sides. They greeted the young man and said they hadn't seen him in a long time. Had he really become a master swordsman? Everyone was curious about what had brought Iron here. The young man replied that he was looking for Kun. There were rumors that the elder was here. The students said that Kun had left a few days ago with Judith. She had become his student. The students asked if Judith and Brad had started dating. What had happened on their journey? Iron was surprised. Were Judith and Brad really dating? The head of the academy approached and said that he had come because of the noise. It turned out that Iron had returned. Chrono Ian greeted him and said that he and Iron hadn't seen each other in a long time. The head of the academy invited the young people to his office. The elder realized that the young man had come here to meet with Kun. Now he is trying to master the energy of water, which can extinguish flames. Iron confirmed this and added that his flames were growing stronger. If this continued, they could consume him. Chrono Ian said he fully understood the young man's fear. Excessive competition often leads to self-destruction. He had seen countless people who could not withstand such pressure. The head added that, fortunately, Iron was not one of them. The very fact that he was monitoring his flame already spoke to that. He also noted that this was probably not the answer the young man wanted to hear. Chrono Ian turned to Curly and said that he had heard about her. They say that the girl is a pretty powerful sorceress and can summon the legendary griffin. Curly confirmed this. The elder asked if the griffin could take them to a certain place. They needed to change their location. The griffin flew up and landed at the point indicated by the head of the academy. The travelers found themselves on the shore of a lake. Chrono Ian said that in this place, the young man would master the energy of water and the water sword. Iron thought that the lake looked completely ordinary. The elder said that now he would show them everything and drew his sword. The head of the academy struck a blow, and something unusual happened. At the point of impact, the water parted, revealing the bottom of the lake. The blow was so powerful that waves on both sides of the cut rose to the sky. Curlia and Lulu were both surprised. Had the old man really cut through the water? The head of the academy asked if Iron had seen what he had done. The young man, of course, had seen it and said that the elder had cut through the water. Chrono Ian replied that this meant the young man had not seen anything yet. The head of the academy explained that Iron must understand the heart of water and what needs to be done to comprehend the water sword. It might seem vague now, but with practice, Iron would come to understand everything. The old man asked if the student could do it. Iron replied that he would try. The young man approached the shore and swung his sword with all his might. The blow struck the water's surface, but nothing happened except for a splash. Pereira thought that this was completely different from the hero's sword. Iron decided that he needed to understand how the head of the academy had done it. He continued to swing his sword. The young man believed that he had no time to rest. He had to keep trying. The result remained the same. The next day came. The splashes were higher, but the result was still the same. The old man approached the young man and asked if Iron had been practicing all night. The young man had indeed not slept a wink. Chrono Ian asked if the young man had made any progress. The answer was no. The old man suggested showing him again, acknowledging that the exercise was indeed difficult. Iron agreed. The head of the academy struck, but the desired effect was not achieved. Iron was surprised. Had the old man not cut through the water? Chrono Ian noted that it was different from what he had shown the day before. The elder said that yesterday and today he had shown the same thing, doing everything exactly the same way. The young man was puzzled. Today, everything looked different. What did that mean? The old man told him not to be upset if he didn't understand and advised him not to rush, but but to continue training. The old man turned around and said that he would be away for a few days, so the young man would have to train alone. Iron wanted to ask many questions, but he understood that there was a reason why the head did not want to talk. He decided to continue practicing and find the answer himself. The elder believed that the young man would not be able to achieve enlightenment at this time. It had taken him 30 years to master the art of the water sword. At the same time, paradoxical as it may seem, the head wanted Iron to destroy his own doubts. 4 days passed. The elder was training in front of the waterfall again. Earlier in his office, the head of the academy had received a letter from Kirafin's deputy. This letter came from the head of the White Knights, Avilius. After reading it, the head of the academy realized that a new threat had emerged. Demons. Standing by the water, the old man thought that perhaps their generation would still be able to stop the demons, but one could not be overly confident. Avilius Hall, Quincy Myers, Caracum, they were all too old. Soon the continent's power would be halved. Chrono thought that there were many outstanding students, but there was too little time for them to grow. Suddenly, a treacherous attack was made on the head of the academy. The old man noticed it and managed to defend himself. The attacker held an aura sword in his hand. The old man asked if he was attacking without warning out of habit. Elder Kuhn, who had carried out the attack, replied that if Ian was training here, he should be prepared to spar with him. Chrono declared that he would make his opponent regret it. Kuhn replied that he would be interested to see how the old man would fare. The old friends continued their fight, moving from the water to land. Chrono Ian asked how long Kuhn would be obsessed with them. He replied, "Does Ian still not understand?" His opponent said that it would continue until he defeated Ian and became the strongest swordsman on the continent. Kuhn added that he would not stop. Chrono noticed that Kuhn had become much rougher and his movements were less fluid. Chrono Ian declared that in that case, he would not hold back either. Elder Chrono activated his aura sword and prepared to attack. The sword in his hands made sounds as if it were under tension. Khan said that this sound was always unpleasant. It made him nervous. The head of the academy delivered a powerful blow, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Khan noted that his opponent had a very dense sword aura. It was impossible to fight him head-on. The consequences could be dire. He realized that at his current speed, he had no chance of winning. Taking action, Elder Kuhn allowed the aura to envelop his entire body and felt that he had become much faster than the old man. Chrono realized that his opponent possessed frightening speed. All he could do now was defend himself. However, there was one way to break through. By strengthening his senses and increasing his stability, he needed to block the attacks by striking the same spot. Then at the last moment of the fight, he had to break Kuhn's sword. Chrono caught his opponent's gaze and realized that he had already predicted all his actions. Thus, he had only one option left. Ian thought that Kuhn could change the trajectory of his sword even now. In that case, his target would be the neck. The old man realized that this was the result of his carelessness and overconfidence. There was no turning back. He had lost. There was a crash, causing a powerful shockwave and a blinding flash. As a result, the sword was indeed broken. However, the broken blade was in Kuhn's hands. Krone asked why his opponent had changed the trajectory. If he had aimed the sword at his neck, he would have won. Khan replied that he did not want to defeat the old man with such mediocre techniques. He noted that he had predicted the entire fight. Was the old man thinking about something else while fighting? What was tormenting his mind? After a brief explanation, Kuhn said he couldn't believe it. Was Ian really worried about such things? He had to trust this Iron Pereira. He added that he understood one thing. When it came to a student's growth, a teacher's anxiety and impatience only hindered him. Kuhn advised Ian to just be there and watch. That was enough. The most valuable thing a teacher could give his student was faith in him. The head of the academy acknowledged that Kuhn was right and thanked him. The old man added that his thoughts had now become a little clearer. He thought that the student trusted the teacher, but the teacher did not trust the student. Apparently, he had forgotten the most important thing. Chrono did not know how long it would take Iron to master the water sword, but he believed that he would definitely succeed. All he had to do was believe and watch. The old man saw a huge concentration of demonic energy above the lake. He was annoyed. Why hadn't he noticed the presence of such a powerful demon before? Chrono Ian realized that there was too much magic here. It was definitely a demon. It needed to be isolated, deactivated, and destroyed immediately. The remains should be sent to the laboratory for research. Curlia flew in on a griffin and shouted at Chief Ian not to touch the veil. The old man demanded an explanation. The girl replied that she didn't know herself. This thing had suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake. The main thing was that Iron was inside. Iron was indeed there, trapped. The demon clown said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The clown assumed that the young man had not forgotten him. And of course, he was right. Iron stood on the shore of the lake, holding the aura sword in front of him. He was ready to confront the demon clown. He needed to get out of the trap and, most importantly, destroy the enemy. But the young man understood that in 2 days of training, he had not made any progress. Iron remembered the elder's words. His strikes were the same, but the results were different. Why? He had to find the answer himself. Until now, the young man did not understand the essence of it. This upset him because he didn't know what to do. Iron pulled himself together and decided it was too early to despair. Pereira began swinging his sword with all his might again. 2 days passed, but he still did not achieve the desired result. Iron was upset again. There was no progress. Maybe he should find another way. However, he couldn't waste time. He needed to master the water sword as soon as possible. Iron was still inside the space created by demonic energy. The demon clown said he had been looking forward to meeting him for a long time, but now everything would be different. Iron was indignant. The demon jester had indeed survived. However, this would not happen again. The demon was glad that the young man still remembered him. Iron asked a perfectly logical question. Why had the demon come here? Without waiting for an answer, Iron Pereira delivered a powerful blow that dispelled the darkness. But the monster was ready for this and was not hurt. He told the young man to calm down. He would not be able to destroy him here. The clown explained that this was a place where human desire intersected with the demon's evil intentions. Iron would not be able to destroy him and get out of here. The young man looked up and wondered why it had started raining. The demon offered a bet. If the young man fulfilled his desire to wield the water sword, he would win, but then he would slowly drown. And if he didn't make it in time, he would die a painful death. The clown added that in that case, victory would be his. The clown smiled. This was a battle between the strength of human spirit and the malice of the demon. Now they would find out which was stronger. The demon said he would watch over the young man, so there was no need to despair. The water was rising and already reaching his knees. Iron decided not to waste time thinking. If this place was half created by his own desire, as the demon jester said, then it was perfect for studying the water sword. The protagonist decided to start all over again. Curlia reported to the head of the academy that they had evacuated everyone. The old man praised her. At that moment, he was standing in the water next to a clump of demonic energy. The elder asked if the veil was holding. Curlia, observing from a bird's eye view, reported that there were no changes. Chrono Ian began to understand why he hadn't noticed so much magic right away. The veil wasn't made up of magic alone. Perhaps Iron Pereira himself had created this veil. After these words, Curlia became very frightened. She did not want everything to happen again. Lulu called for calm. Iron was now much stronger than before. The cat was sure that the young man would cope and would definitely do something. Iron did indeed continue to strike, trying to achieve the desired result. The water was already up to his thighs, but the hero was getting nowhere. Despair could overwhelm anyone, but not Iron Pereira. Iron promised himself that he would not give up, at least not now. The water rose to his waist and continued to rise. How much time had passed? Why was nothing changing? The young man thought that perhaps he had overlooked something. Where had he gone wrong? Iron began to doubt again. Could he even do it? He pushed the negative thoughts away and decided to calm down. There was no time for doubts. He had to move and strike. The cruel and unprincipled demon clown watched the hero's desperate attempts with glee. The demon thought, just a little more, just a little more. The more anxiety, fear, and other negative emotions torment the young man's mind, the harder the rain will fall. He wanted Iron to continue doubting himself. The man must drown in his own fears and disappointment, plunge into the hell of self-torment, and then fall into an eternal sleep. A huge wave rose above Iron Pereira. It was no longer rain. The young man found himself underwater and began to slowly sink to the bottom. Iron thought he needed to rise to the surface and swing his sword again, but how much longer would he try in vain? He unclenched his fingers, releasing the sword, and, closing his eyes, thought that he could not die here. The clown, watching him sink, continued to gloat and laugh. Finally, the young man lost consciousness. All that remained was to wait for the darkness to engulf him. The demon decided that Iron Pereira had lost this time. Iron thought he couldn't see anything. Was he really dead? Why was it so dark around him? But in the distance, a faint light appeared. The young man opened his eyes and tried to do something to rise to the surface. The demon was surprised. It couldn't be. The absorption should have been complete by now. Why was this man still conscious? Had there been a malfunction in the matrix? Iron said that this clown had lied to him. Half of this space consists of his desire, but all he can do is summon the sword and swing it. At that moment, our hero's aura sword appeared in his hands. Iron added that, in other words, it can only help fulfill his desire. At that moment, the young man was truly filled with desire. In that case, this space can help in carrying out evil intentions, but it cannot harm him directly. Realizing this truth, Iron swung with his new knowledge and struck a blow. The young man understood that it was very difficult to swing a sword underwater, but he couldn't change his surroundings with his magic. The only thing he could fully control here was his body. Iron decided that this was enough. The demon said it was pointless. After all, the young man should already understand that his futile efforts would change nothing. Iron replied that he had already had a similar experience when he was a child. After the tragedy with his mother, he didn't want to get out of bed. He wanted to fall into a deep sleep to escape reality. Even within the magical barrier he had created, there were many days that caused him pain. He was disappointed in his inability to grow, despite thousands of sword swings. Iron noticed that he still didn't give up because he understood that if he didn't try, he wouldn't even have a chance to grow. After losing consciousness, he saw a ray of light. It was his own voice trying to tell his fear-stricken self that even if there was no way out, even when it seemed like there was no hope, he had to keep swinging his sword. He must always keep trying and find the strength to do so. The demon thought that this man's energy was growing stronger and that he must be stopped at all costs. The clown shouted for the young man to stop because he would not succeed. Was the guy really going to cut through the water? But that was pointless. The young man said that the clown was wrong. Come to think of it, the head of the academy had never told him to cut through the water. Now Iron understood everything. He understood where to strike and what exactly to cut through. The protagonist realized that he had to cut not the water, but the possession. The demons screamed loudly in fear. Curlia and Chrono Ian were patrolling the area aboard a griffin. They noticed that the dark energy was beginning to disappear and the place was becoming bare. Where the dark energy had disappeared, the bottom appeared, and Iron Pereira stood there with a sword in his hands. The young man had finally achieved his goal. Curlia, seeing her brother, jumped off the griffin, rushed into the water and ran forward. Curlia said she was very worried. Lulu said she wasn't worried at all and believed that Iron would succeed. Chrono Ian also approached the young man and said that something had apparently changed while Iron was behind the veil. Iron told the elder that his heart had become colder than before. Perhaps he had understood something. Back in his office, the head of the academy told the young man that the space he had created with the demon was probably connected to his past life. Iron replied that he thought so too. The old man handed the young man a graduation badge and told him to take it. Iron said that he still had a lot to learn and didn't know if he deserved it. The old man said that this was just a new beginning and that he certainly deserved the badge. The fact that the young man had graduated from the Chrono Sword Academy meant that they could now exchange ideas about fencing on equal terms and that the young man was on his level and could meet with Kun. Chrono Ian was confident that Iron would be able to earn his approval. On the way to the elder, Curlia noticed from a bird's-eye view that Judith was also there. Iron knew that Judith was studying with Kun. At his sister's request, Iron told her that Judith was a little rough around the edges, but that they were close friends. She always supported him and believed in him. After landing, the brother and sister headed towards Judith and Elder Kun. Iron saw a cloud of dust and assumed that they were in the middle of training. Judith saw Iron through the dust and cursed loudly. Kun told Judith to shout even louder. Curlia said she was scared. Iron was also surprised. Judith's expression did not bode well. The girl was indeed aggressive. Judith rushed at Iron and shouted that she would destroy him. Iron was seriously frightened. A few days ago, after training, Kun asked the girl if she was no longer so tired. At that moment, Judith could barely stand on her feet. The mentor told the girl to fuel her will with a passion for the sword and rivalry if she wanted to become the best in the world. Kun suggested she look at him. Even when he gets tired, his willpower keeps him from collapsing from exhaustion. He is almost 100 years old, but he is still so energetic and agile. Kun burst out cursing the head of the academy. Judith was surprised. Were these shouts really necessary in training? Kun nodded affirmatively. The mentor said that it helps people with bad tempers, like theirs, to become stronger. At least they don't fall behind the talented ones. They use their anger, envy, and complexes against their rivals. Judith remembered her rival, Iron Pereira. At that moment, she saw him. The girl shouted that Iron always leaves and comes back even stronger. She tries to catch up with him, but he leaves again. Kun told his student that this was what she needed to do. She must have remembered someone. Judith continued to scold Iron. Kun declared that from now on, his student must always call this man a scoundrel. Judith, waving her sword, shouted that she would destroy Iron. Iron told his sister and the cat not to come near. The boy activated his sword and prepared to repel the attack. Judith struck with her sword and Iron parried it. The young man did not understand what was happening and urged the girl to calm down. He also wanted her to explain everything. Judith shouted for Iron to shut up immediately because she did not even want to hear him. Judith declared that she would not calm down until she destroyed him. The expression on the girl's face showed that she was not joking. Judith added that she wanted to defeat him, no matter how many years it took. One day she would defeat Iron. Elder Kun noticed that the fire in the girl's chest was growing stronger. The fire was growing stronger not only in her chest, but also at the tip of the sword Judith was wielding. Iron also noticed the frightening flame in the girl. It could only be repelled by the aura of the sword. The young man activated the aura sword and, reflecting the attack, put in a little more force than necessary. The consequences for Judith were dire. The girl flew far back. Judith was deactivated and lay motionless somewhere at the edge of the forest. Khan said it was magnificent. She even took the aura sword strike. The elder added that Judith had shown good progress. The teacher noted that practice was much more important than theory. He thanked Iron because, thanks to him, the young man had determined the right path for teaching Judith. Iron was surprised. Did it really work? Kun was different from the person the young man had imagined. Curlia and Lulu ran up to Judith. The girl said that Judith seemed to have lost consciousness. Kun said that everything was fine. She was not that weak. She would soon come to and get up. This happened from time to time. Curlia shouted for the elder to be quiet because the girl had indeed lost consciousness. Curlia said she needed to do something and asked Lulu to help carry Judith to another place. Lulu turned into a girl with wings and lifted Judith without much effort. Curlia said she would go to the house and lay the victim down. Khan asked who this girl was. Iron replied that she was his sister, Kyria. Khan noted that she was an interesting person. The elder drew his sword again and said that Kronos Ian had told him about this young man. Did he really need recognition? In that case, they would not interfere and would settle the matter right now. Kun showed his sharp sword and asked if the young man was afraid. Iron replied that he knew no fear. The duel began, and sparks flew in all directions from the clash of swords. Iron needed to impress the elder. Iron noted that this man possessed tremendous speed. Every time he tried to swing his sword, his opponent instantly struck back. Our hero had no opportunity to attack at all. Chrono Ian previously said that the water sword is a technique for inner improvement. Harmony with the energy of fire will give the young man calmness and composure in any situation. There is no need to chase after Kun's speed. One must be patient and remember the heart of water. Kun said that he expected more from the academy head student. To earn recognition, it is not enough to simply come here. The elder noted with surprise that this young man's aura flows like water and shows enviable composure. Unexpectedly, our hero delivered a blow that was unfamiliar to his opponent. The shock wave threw Kun upward. The elder said it was very clever. The young man struck the ground to create momentum for his attack. Kun thought that Iron had exceeded all his expectations, and it was not only because of his metal energy. His attacks also contained the same hot energy of fire. But what was most striking now was the energy of water, as if he were facing Chrono Ian. Khan understood that this was not an energy that could be easily mastered. The elder thought, could this young man be Judith's rival? Khan said that the young man's path would be much more difficult than hers. Iron decided to use fire magic to help him. Several hours passed, and the duel continued. Curlia was surprised. Were they still fighting? Lulu noticed that they hadn't even taken a break. When the sun approached the horizon, the fight stopped. Iron looked noticeably tired. Khan said it was time to end it. Iron said he could still continue. The elder said that he would decide. Such a young man was able to use all techniques harmoniously. However, there are things that geniuses like Iron and Chrono cannot achieve. Khan said that it was about the crushing force that overwhelms the enemy. Judith's fire grows stronger every day. It is for this reason alone that the girl trains with all her might. Even though she has to endure enormous suffering, the level she will reach in the end will be completely different. Khan noted that the day will surely come when Iron will lose to this girl. The young man added that even now he does not consider himself better than Judith in any way. Iron added that he would try very hard to remain worthy of her friendship. Khan said that this guy had listened to a lot of nonsense in his time. The elder said it was time for him to leave. Iron thanked him and added that he had learned a lot today. Khan threw a small object and told the young man to take it. Iron caught it, a small token. Kun said that with this, the young man would be accepted with respect even in the sacred kingdom. The elder praised the young man. Judith thanked Iron's younger sister for her help. Curlia noted that her help was small. Kun said that Judith could finally move again. The girl said she would like to talk to Iron. She would return quickly and be ready for night training. The teacher said he was tired today, so Judith could train on her own. Iron told Judith what had happened to him. The girl asked if this demon was connected to his past life. Iron replied that he wasn't sure about the connection. Lulu watched the pendant, but its color did not change. Was this necklace really supposed to help Iron? Judith noticed that Iron had become much stronger, not at all like he was in Drakali. She added that Iron and Elijah were much better, but she was also feeling motivated. Today's stories would be useful for tomorrow's training. Iron asked Judith to tell him about herself. Was it true that she had started dating Brad? The girl was surprised. How did Iron find out about this? The young man admitted that his classmates from the academy had told him everything. How did that happen? Judith blushed with embarrassment. Why would they talk about such things? A few months earlier, Brad had asked if Judith was free tomorrow. A group of classmates pursuing their own interests secretly watched the young people. Brad realized that once training with Kun began, he wouldn't be able to see Judith for a long time. Besides, he had to return to the province, so they didn't have much time. Brad suggested going to a show and having dinner together. Judith blushed with embarrassment. Brad waited for her answer. Their classmates watching from around the corner realized that it was an invitation to a date. Something had definitely changed between them after their trip. Judith agreed and said they could meet tomorrow at 2 o'clock. The next day came. The young people met and went to a musical performance. After that, Judith and Brad attended a street performers show. The young people also had dinner together, but they didn't talk much. Each of them was embarrassed in their own way. Evening came. Brad asked the girl if she had enjoyed herself today. Judith replied that it had been fun. Brad and Judith sat silently and looked around awkwardly. Their classmates, watching from the bushes, hoped that the young couple would kiss after all. Brad asked if Judith felt uncomfortable with him. The girl immediately replied that nothing of the sort was true. The young man asked if she hadn't responded before because she didn't like him. However, Judith couldn't answer because she was embarrassed. The girl was the first to give in. She said she didn't care and threw herself at Brad. Judith pulled him toward her and kissed him on the lips. Brad kissed her back, but he was extremely embarrassed. Their classmates, who were hiding in the bushes at the time, got what they wanted and saw their first kiss. Judith said that from now on, Brad should only answer yes to her questions. The young man agreed. Judith noted that if she became friends with the mentor, she would see Brad sometimes, so he could come. Brad replied, "Okay." Judith warned him that there was nothing to do there except train. He couldn't even dream of asking her out for a walk, a drink, or anything else. But he still had to come. Brad replied, "Okay." Brad also had to train hard at home. With each meeting, he had to become stronger, otherwise she wouldn't even see him. Judith announced that they were now officially dating. Brad was embarrassed for him but replied, "Okay." Judith turned away and told Iron not to ask her how it happened. Iron replied, "Okay." The girl asked Iron to do her one favor because it would be faster to travel on a griffin. Judith asked Iron to take a letter to the Lloyd's house. Iron agreed because he was going to meet Brad anyway. Elder Kun told the young man to leave quickly because he needed to train. Lulu asked if he could come back and have fun with Judith. Judith replied that she needed to focus entirely on her training, so it was best not to distract her. As she left, the girl said that she would become so strong that Iron would surely be surprised. Iron said he would wait for their next meeting. The young man said goodbye to the elder. Kun was surprised. Was he still here? The young people climbed onto the griffin, and it spread its wings and began to gain altitude. Curlia said she envied Judith and wanted to find a boyfriend too. Iron asked what type of guy she was interested in. His sister replied that she didn't know. He had to be good and reliable. Curlia asked if her brother wasn't thinking about anyone. His sister said that it was time for Iron to find a girlfriend. At that moment, Iron thought of Elijah. However, the young man couldn't understand why he remembered Elijah in this context. Checking the navigator, Curlia told her brother that they had arrived. Below them was the province of Lloyd. After landing, the young people noticed that the atmosphere here was completely different from other cities. The residents were very cheerful and carefree. Curlia suggested that her brother's friend's father must be a good man if he was the lord of such a place. The young people found a restaurant and decided to have lunch there. The brother and sister entered the restaurant, and the young man immediately saw a man who reminded him of someone. The face seemed familiar to Iron. A mustachioed man was sleeping at a table with bottles of alcohol nearby. The man said through his sleep that he missed Judy. Iron approached the man, woke him up, and asked, "Is that really Brad?" Iron was surprised. Why did Brad look like that? Brad was surprised. How did Iron get here? Brad felt ashamed. He couldn't show himself to his friend looking like that. Brad said he didn't know any Brad. The young man had made a mistake. Iron was surprised. Hadn't Brad just said he wanted to see Judith? Brad said that the young man had misunderstood him. He hadn't mentioned Judith, but Judy. Lulu asked what had happened to Brad. Lulu noticed that Brad wasn't even surprised by the talking cat. He was definitely Brad. Iron said he had brought a letter from Judith. Brad was extremely happy. Had she really sent him a letter? Curlia thought that this man was not at all what she had imagined him to be. A young man appeared next to Curlia and said in surprise, "Could it be that Iron has appeared here?" Iron recognized Lance and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Curlia assessed this young man and concluded that he looked reliable. Iron introduced his younger sister to Lance. The young man said he was very pleased to meet her. The girl greeted him and added that she was the eldest daughter of the Pereira family and her name was Kyria. Brad also introduced himself and added that he was the eldest, Lloyd. Iron said that Lance had not been at the academy. Had he already graduated? Brad interrupted the conversation and suggested they discuss everything at his estate, since he was the young lord of Lloyd Province and therefore had to receive guests as befitted his rank. The young people continued their conversation at the dinner table. Iron asked Lance if he was there for his final exams. The young man confirmed that he had decided to visit Brad before going to training. Iron asked Brad where his parents were now. Brad said they should be back home by nightfall. Iron suggested that Brad's father was an excellent land manager. He had never seen people as happy as they were here. It was immediately clear that this was a very good province. Brad confirmed that it was all thanks to his respected father, Philip Lloyd. He is a wonderful man. Brad asked if Iron had managed to become stronger. He suggested they have a duel for the first time in a long time. Lance asked Iron to fight him first. He wanted to see for himself how strong the swordmasters were. Iron agreed. The young men took their places in the great hall and prepared for sparring. Lance said that if Iron was ready, they could begin. Lance rushed into the attack, thinking that his opponent was a master swordsman. He did not even dream of victory. Lance's goal was to hold out as long as possible and land at least one accurate blow. Lance immediately felt the difference in strength, but he did not back down. Iron, as always, was reserved and cool-headed. Lance felt the immense pressure exerted by his opponent. It was incredible. Iron had really decided to show what he was capable of in this sparring match. Lance thought that his opponent wasn't even using his aura sword, but he was already so strong. He was now on a completely different level. Lance understood that time was passing the same for both of them. How did Iron manage to become so strong? Lance realized that the difference in skill was incredible. He couldn't even hold his own at his level. The young man stopped the fight and said that this was to be expected from a master swordsman. He couldn't overcome such an obstacle. Lance admitted defeat. Brad said that if Lance was out, he could avenge him. Brad asked Iron if they could start right away. Iron replied that Brad could attack immediately. The fight between the old friends was fierce and brutal. Each of them showed their mastery of the sword. Iron noticed that Brad was using the water attribute during his attacks. In contrast, our hero used the fire attribute. The two elements clashed in this confrontation. Iron thought that Brad was repelling all his attacks as if he were actually striking water. Brad noticed that his opponent was surprised. What could Iron say about his new aura technique? Brad noted that he hadn't been sitting idly by all this time. Lance thought it was just amazing. Brad was able to deflect sword strikes that he couldn't even block. At one point, Brad thought he had almost no aura left. Iron decided that this was his chance. The protagonist moved dangerously close and prepared to strike. Iron took advantage of the opportunity and knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands. The fight was over. Brad asked, "Does iron really have an infinite aura? He attacks continuously, without even giving you a chance to catch your breath." Iron reached out his hand and said that Brad's new technique was simply amazing. How did he master it? Brad shook his opponent's hand and told him not to even think about stealing his technique. It was a big secret. An assistant approached and told the young lord that he was needed for an important matter. Brad apologized and said he would be back soon. Lance said it was good that Iron was here. Brad hadn't smiled like that in a long time. He had been walking around looking very downcast for several days. Lance added that Brad had had many problems since returning to the province. He was under a lot of pressure to become an excellent lord. He had a huge mountain to climb. At that moment, Brad approached his parents. The biggest and greatest mountain in the Lloyd family was the head of the family, Philip. The kingdom of Kober, Lloyd Province. The prosperity of this province is highly regarded throughout the continent. The reason for this rapid success was the tax reform and innovative approach of Philip Lloyd. That is why the Lloyd family is so highly respected everywhere. It is also the reason why Philip's adult son, the young Lord Brad, who is to inherit the province, is under close scrutiny. Lance said that his disguise in the tavern was a necessity, as he was constantly being watched. Brad greeted his parents. "Welcome back." His father said that they really hadn't seen each other in a long time. Brad announced that they had guests. His academic friend, whom he had told his parents about, had arrived. The family members and guests gathered around the table for a welcome conversation. Mr. Phillips said that he had heard a lot about this young man from his son and had wanted to meet him for a long time. The atmosphere was tense, and the conversation was awkward. Lulu even said that she was having trouble breathing. Philip Lloyd said that they all needed to get closer somehow. The dinner table was set with a large amount of alcohol. The head of the family expressed hope that this would help. Several hours passed. Curlia asked if she could call the young man simply Lance. Lance didn't mind. Lulu noticed that everyone was very happy. She decided that she should try the drink too. Philip asked if Iron had drunk alcohol before. The young man replied that he had tried it a few times, but never in such quantities as today. Lulu threw the bottle aside. She didn't like it. Iron apologized and said he wanted to get some fresh air. Curlia suggested that Lance take a walk with her. The young man replied that he didn't mind. Mrs. Lloyd said she would also go out for some fresh air and advised Brad not to drink too much. Brad finished the alcohol in his glass and said he would do so. In the end, everyone left, and Brad remained alone at the table. The young man remembered the letter from Judith and took out the envelope. Finally, he had his chance. Judith wrote the letter and thought it was very strange. It was her first time doing this, so the young man shouldn't pay attention to the mistakes. Judith said she was trying very hard in her training with her mentor. It was hard but fun. Brad finished reading the letter and wondered, was he happy here? He didn't even know how to answer that question himself. Iron admitted to Mr. Lloyd that it was very beautiful and cozy here. Philip noted that his son had said that Iron was doing a lot of good for world peace. Iron admitted that this was the reason he had taken up the sword in the first place. Philip said that he was the same when he was young. He moved forward with only one thought in mind, to create a place where people would not know what pain was. Philip asked if he was missing anything. In pursuit of a big dream, people often forget what is close at hand. When you look at it that way, people start to lose something more important than the dream itself. Mr. Philip asked how things were going with Iron. Perhaps he was missing something in his haste? Iron was confused. He didn't understand why he couldn't answer this question. Mr. Lloyd apologized and said that it was indeed a difficult question. The man noted that Iron probably hadn't been getting enough rest lately. Iron replied that on the contrary, he was trying to make more time for rest and asked if he was sleeping well. While he was here, it was important to get plenty of rest. The host remarked that he pays special attention to the guest rooms. After the conversation, Iron went to his room with the intention of really resting. The young man lay on the bed and wondered why he was so confused by that question. Was he really missing something? Iron closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep. The young man found himself in an enchanted place. Why was he here again? An unusual sound caught our hero's attention. Iron looked back and was surprised. Iron saw himself instead of Winker. This time, Pereira Mahal was holding a sword. What was going on here? Iron jumped out of bed and realized it was a dream. But why was he suddenly back there again? Could it be that even after escaping from Karen Winker's dream, he continued to train in his sleep? But this was definitely not training. Iron was focused on the dream he wanted to fulfill, but he was consumed by negative emotions because he couldn't do it. Iron decided that he needed to let go of useless attachments. He understood what Lord Lloyd was talking about. He needed to think a little about rest. The battle between the head of the academy and Lloyd's student was in full swing. At the end of the fight, the exhausted Brad thanked his mentor and said he had learned a lot. Chrono Ian asked Brad if there was a reason why he was no longer focused on his growth. The young man's aura technique had not changed at all since the last time. The headmaster said that Brad had talent. He could become an expert, and even more if he wanted to. Was there a reason why the young man was holding back his growth? Brad replied that he had realized something thanks to that journey. The young man realized that it was more important for him now to become a worthy lord than an excellent swordsman. The courtiers noted that the young lord had returned. He had become more manly. However, it would not be easy for the young man. It is very difficult to become a worthy replacement for his father. Visitors arrived at the estate and asked if Mr. Philip Lloyd was there. Brad replied that his father was away, but that he, as the young lord, could hear the guests. The visitors said that there was no need. They would return when Lord Lloyd was there. Everyone understood that it was still difficult for Brad to gain trust, as he had been away from the province for quite a long time. Iron noted that even in such a cozy room, he was unable to sleep well. It turns out that sleeping soundly is also difficult work. Brad entered the room and said that his father had told him about Iron's condition. It turned out that he had not been resting or enjoying himself properly all this time. Iron acknowledged this but said that everything was fine. Thanks to Sir Philip's advice, he felt much better. Brad suggested that Iron had probably stayed up all night again, thinking about how to establish peace throughout the world. Brad said that today he would be responsible for Iron, so he should get ready and come out of his room. Iron said that this was his first time riding a horse. Brad replied that there was no need to worry. He had chosen the calmest one. Brad told Iron not to think about anything and to go ahead boldly. The young man was to look around and admire nature and the sunset. The next day arrived. Curlia suggested that her brother go for a walk. Another day passed. Lulu suggested that the young man go about some cat business. She also had new friends and she even found some black cats. After a while, Mrs. Lloyd suggested that Iron attend a performance at the theater. Iron heard the music in the theater and thought it was very nice. Before, he would not have been able to concentrate on the music at all. Thanks to the rest, our hero felt lighter at heart. The young man closed his eyes and dozed off. A huge pit appeared before him, into which dark energy flowed. Iron realized that this was his imaginary world, and the pit was deep in his heart. All negative emotions and fears about not being able to fulfill his dream are concentrated in this pit. All the negative energy is there. Iron noticed that the negative energy was being washed away by the water and disappearing. He felt lighter. After the theatrical performance, Iron woke up. Brad suggested that his friend had understood something new. Brad said he had to ask the administration for permission to wait until the young man woke up. Iron said he felt light and his head was clear. Brad said that was great and suggested they go home. Brad added that if they stayed any longer, the theater administration would definitely not be thrilled. Even without words, our hero felt the warm hearts that cared for him and their good intentions. Therefore, Brad told his friend that there was no need to say such embarrassing things. Everyone understood Iron perfectly well. Iron's face suddenly changed. Brad was frightened and asked what was going on. Very subtly, but Iron immediately sensed it. It was black energy, dark magic. The travelers mounted the griffin and flew in the direction from which the energy was coming. The griffin landed at its destination. Iron said that the source of the dark energy was a little deeper. Sir Philip said that they needed to check something first. Mr. Lloyd told the young people to listen carefully, but that it must remain a secret. Lloyd added that he had gone to the palace at the request of the Holy Kingdom. A few months ago, there had been news that a demon had reappeared on the continent. At the palace, Philip Lloyd said that he would have to ask the neighboring states and aristocrats of all countries for their utmost cooperation. Philip Lloyd showed the holy water. It is usually blue, but if dark magic is nearby, the water changes color. This color indicates that the source of dark magic is a demon. Lord Lloyd said that they would not be able to solve this problem on their own. He had to go to the sacred kingdom as soon as possible. Iron responsibly declared that he could deal with the demon, a demon in a clown mask. That's how they described the demon that appeared a few months ago. Lord Lloyd was surprised. How could Iron know this? Iron replied that he had been in the place where the demon appeared and clearly saw the power that instantly destroys both the mind and body of a person. Iron noted that something could happen while they were traveling to the sacred kingdom. He was ready to fight to get rid of the demon immediately. Brad, of course, said he would help Iron. They couldn't send him alone to fight the demon. Besides, the demon had appeared in Lloyd's province, and as befitted a young lord, he was bound by the law of honor to fight it. Brad told his father that he wanted to use all his strength to defend his territory. Iron told his sister that she'd better go with the Lord and deliver the message to the Holy Kingdom. The girl didn't mind, but asked her brother to be careful. Brad told Lance to accompany his father and provide passive assistance. Lance didn't mind either. The young people said they would definitely return and headed for the demon's presumed location. Lulu, in the form of a girl with wings, was also nearby. Lance didn't understand how Iron and Brad knew there was a demon there and were still going into battle without a shadow of a doubt. Lance thought he couldn't do that. Was he a coward? Iron pointed to the cave and said that dark magic was coming from there. Iron noted that if it became too dangerous, Brad should leave immediately. Brad replied that there was no need to worry about him. In the dungeon was a demon, the source of the dark magic. As always, the demon needed more power to become stronger itself. This would require many people. The young people followed the given direction and approached the cave. Now they had already entered it. The demon sniffed and noticed that he could sense a human approaching. Iron stopped and said that he could see 3 entrances ahead. The first entrance, that's where the dark magic is most distinct. At that moment, Iron rushed toward that entrance. The protagonist told Brad and Lulu to destroy the wall and step aside. However, at that very moment, the young man noticed that the space had changed for some reason. Why was there a huge stone in front of him? Brad and Lulu looked around. They had lost sight of Iron. The young man did not respond to their cries either. Iron couldn't see Brad and Lulu. It was as if he had entered a maze. Iron and Brad realized that the entire cave had been created by a demon. It was a real labyrinth. Lulu said that this would not work. She would go upstairs and try to find Iron. Brad forbade her to do so. They must not stray from each other. The demon was already trying to separate them by any means possible, and they must not give in. The demon heard these words and said that these people were really clever. They figured out how the labyrinth worked. The monster added that it was too late anyway. From the very first step in the maze, they were like fish in a barrel to him. The demon declared that it was time for him to act. He decided to start by hunting the blonde-haired man. However, the demon was surprised when he realized that this young man was not running away, but wanted to find the demon himself. The demon realized that at this speed, the man would be right next to him very soon. The man broke through the walls and headed in his direction. The demon lifted a huge rock. He did not know what the man was planning, but coming here in person was a big mistake. However, our hero achieved his goal and met the demon. The monster said he was grateful to the man for that. Iron immediately attacked and delivered his perpendicular slashing blow. The demon was furious. Had this man really pierced his body? The monster realized that he had to be more careful with this man, as he had never encountered anyone like him before. Iron didn't give the monster a chance to recover and attacked him again, cutting him to pieces. The demon tried to call the blonde-haired man to order and shouted for him to stop. Why was he in such a hurry? Iron felt that his body was much lighter than before. Was it all because of what had happened in the imaginary world? The young man thought, if he struck now, he could destroy this demon. However, the demon said it was useless. No matter how much the man destroyed his body, it would continuously regenerate. Iron did not calm down and attacked the demon again, using his aura sword. The young man realized that he would continue thousands and millions of times until he tore the demon to pieces. He would continue until the demon turned to dust, until there was no trace of it left. The attacks continued unabated. The demon thought that this man was not giving him a chance to attack or even recover. However, the problem is that because of the man, he cannot see a single drop of darkness that he could look into. How can such a person even exist? The demon decided to escape, leaving his double in front of the man. While the young man is fighting the double, he will find other people and recharge his strength. Brad and Lulu were moving through the maze in search of Iron to reunite. The demon decided he had found his victims and said he welcomed them. Brad felt a dark energy that gave him goosebumps. This is the monster that terrorized an entire continent. This monster is the source of all evil. It is a true demon. Brad also attacked the demon that approached him. Dima said he had something to fight back with. After that, huge tongues of flame were directed at the people. Lulu shouted for Brad to be careful, and at the last moment, they were able to dodge the fire. The demon realized he had missed and cursed loudly. The monster declared that this man was extremely annoying to him. The young man swinging his sword approached close enough to attack the demon. The demon survived the attack and said that he could always handle 2 of them on his own. Now there was definitely no need to rush. Brad was wounded and dropped his sword. The young man's blood began to flow onto the ground. He thought it was all because of his weakness. Iron was nowhere to be found, and Lulu had been injured after the demon's last attack. Could he defeat this monster on his own? Brad decided that he had to keep going. There was no other way out. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he couldn't retreat now. Suddenly, the demon said that he finally saw darkness that he could delve into. Brad was growing weaker and weaker after his injury. Brad saw his father in front of him, who said that he would never be as great as him. The young man was surprised. Where did his father come from? Philip Lloyd turned into a monster which immediately struck Brad, increasing his damage. Plus another wound. Brad screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The young man told himself that he had to pull himself together. He couldn't give in. The demon was deliberately using his father's image to weaken him. The man asked how the demon dared to attack him with the image of his own father. The demon turned back into Philip Lloyd. He said that Brady was not worthy of him. How could he compare himself to his fair-haired friend? The demon, in the form of the academy's headmaster, asked if he realized that he was incapable of anything as a swordsman. Was that why he had fled to the countryside? Chrono Ian said he could read the young man's thoughts, which were hidden deep inside him. Everything he was saying now were his true thoughts, which Brad had hidden until now. In fact, it was all a lie invented by the demon. In this way, he could completely change a person's consciousness. The demon said that the young man realized the big difference between himself and his friends and suddenly remembered a forgotten dream. Maybe he really thought that was his true goal, but in reality, it was just a way to escape to the countryside. Weakened by his injuries, Brad said that this was not the case. The monster added that even after escaping here, the young man only became more aware of his powerlessness. Brad wanted too much to return to the happy and carefree days of his childhood memories, when everyone admired him. However, when he returned home, he had to realize that everything had changed dramatically. He had new responsibilities like a young lord. The expectations and stares had become too much to bear. They followed him everywhere. A huge wall appeared that was impossible to get around. Brad felt insignificant compared to his father and his authority. The demon added that it was then that the young man realized that even in his own province he was good for nothing. So he began to fall into helplessness. Brad told the demon to stop. He himself knew that he could not become better at anything. He was afraid of the expectations and attention focused on him. He really thought about leaving everything behind and going somewhere far away. The demon understood that in this case, the man's dark energy would make him even stronger. At one point, Brad said that it was impossible. He remembered a beautiful sight that he had remembered since childhood. The happy faces of the townspeople who remained the same despite the passage of time. The young man said that this was why he had returned home. The world he wanted to protect was here. Brad struggled to his feet and told the demon that he was here for his estate, his family, and his subjects. Brad decided that no matter what, he would be able to win. The demon couldn't understand what was happening. Why was the darkness diminishing? It turned out that the blonde-haired guy had managed to destroy the doppelganger without approaching the original demon. Iron struck another crushing blow and cut the demon into 2 symmetrical pieces. The demon regenerated and recovered again. He thought that this man could only leave a scratch on him, but what had changed now? Brad said he wouldn't give up. No matter what he did, no matter where he was, he always had loved ones who believed in him and supported him. Brad shouted that he couldn't stop for their sake. The demon yelled at the man to shut up immediately. At the same time, a flame appeared inside the demon, which gradually grew in size. Eventually, the flame burst out. Brad did not lose his composure and, despite his injuries, activated his water magic. The 2 opposing elements collided and excess energy was released. The demon was surprised. How could such an insignificant creature get in the way and refuse to die quietly? Brad gathered his strength and prepared for the decisive battle. The young man said that he would not give up or retreat, no matter what trials he had to go through. He had to win at any cost, but the demon would have to pay that price. Brad attacked the monster and once again said that he was not going to give up. The attack was fierce and merciless, so the huge demon was destroyed and shattered into small pieces. Iron arrived just in time. However, the demon was already finished, at least for the moment. Brad did not disgrace the title of the student of the Chrono Academy. It was necessary to watch the demon. Would it regenerate again? The wounded Lulu sighed and came to her senses. The girl with wings instantly assessed the situation and sprang into action. She shouted that she would do everything she could to support Brad and Iron. The demon gathered himself but realized that he did not have enough strength to fight everyone at once. His body could no longer withstand such shocks. He had to run away. Lulu asked where the monster was going. This place would be his grave. The girl shouted that she would destroy this pathetic creature. At the same time, a barrier was created that prevented the demon from moving through space. Iron approached the demon and shouted for Brad to act in sync with him. Brad shouted back that he was in control of the situation and would attack the demon from the opposite side. The young men shouted loudly and in unison and unleashed their power on the monster. There was no hope of salvation, and the demon was destroyed once and for all. His body fell apart into tiny pieces. Brad breathed a sigh of relief and said that they had succeeded. Could he really have destroyed such a demon with his own hands? Iron congratulated Brad Lloyd, the master swordsman, on his magnificent victory. The young people understood that they needed to get out of the labyrinth. They decided to walk along the wall and find the exit that way. However, the demon's voice suddenly rang out again. He called humans insignificant creatures. Did they really think they could return after his death? He would show them true hell. Lulu shouted for Iron and Brad to be careful. This was the demon's parting curse. The demon said that those consumed by darkness would remain here and sleep forever. Iron shouted for everyone to stand behind him. Then he thrust his aura sword into the ground, creating an energy shockwave that would destroy all the negative effects left behind by the demon. The demon's farewell curse proved to be a strong opponent for the energy that destroys darkness. But it would not last forever. Lulu declared that they had to remove this demonic curse. Otherwise, they would have to stay here forever. Brad decided that he could remove the curse. Iron said that during his battle with the clown demon, he had learned the sword technique of Ignata. The hero's sword is a technique that can defeat the demon. Iron swung his aura sword again. Iron also said that with this technique, Brad would be able to defeat the demon. Only he could do it. The demon looked at these people and decided that they had gone mad. How could they train in such a situation? They definitely wouldn't last long. Brad admitted that it was really difficult, but he didn't give up. Iron asked Lulu how much time had passed. The girl with wings replied that they had been locked up here for 10 days. Brad thought that even Iron couldn't use his aura all the time. He needed to learn this technique faster. Brad told himself that he needed to pull himself together and not slip up. He needed to start over, but without rushing. Brad thought that his determination to protect his family, estate, and friends should help him. Brad also had to protect his Judith. The young man decided to use this will and transfer it directly to his sword. Iron said that Brad had succeeded. Lulu was also glad that they were moving toward their goal. The demon thought that this sword emitted energy that suppressed his body. He couldn't touch this sword. There was no choice, and the demon decided to run away once again. Brad decided he would not let the demon go and rushed after him. Otherwise, why had he tried so hard? The demon said they would meet again. He would get out of there and eat all their loved ones. Suddenly, more people appeared in the dungeon. One of them said that it was time for this demon to disappear forever. A creature of darkness should not exist. Brad said it was purification magic. Where did these people come from? Iron said they were Knights of the Holy Kingdom. Indeed, it was the second purification squad. The squad was led by Captain Quincy Myers. He told Iron to take 2 steps forward. Myers noted that Iron's actions contradicted the instructions of the Holy Kingdom. The young man acknowledged this. The commander said that it looked like great insolence. The young man knew the prohibition and acted anyway. He must realize that his selfishness could affect the entire continent. Iron apologized but noted that he would not sit idly by if he had the power to destroy demons. Even if he returned to the past, he would still rush into battle with the demons. The assistant commander said that this young man was acting insolently. He could have let the demon escape if they hadn't arrived in time. Myers told Darren to be quiet. The commander of the Holy Kingdom's Night Squad said that in that case, the young man must take responsibility. It was necessary to check whether he really had the necessary skills. Iron Pereira had to prove it. To test his skills, Iron was attacked by the Elder. Myers was convinced that the young man's sword aura was very strong. Even experienced swordsmen do not use this technique because it is complex and requires enormous energy. This guy is at a higher level than previously expected. The squad commander said that in that case, he would increase the pressure on his opponent. Myers told Pereira to immediately show that his ambition matched his skills. The old man wondered where the young man got this strength from. It exceeded all expectations. His horizontal strike was dangerous. The force was so great that it could not be parried immediately. The knights watching the fight couldn't understand how this was possible. Had Iron really parried Commander Myers' blow and even managed to counterattack? Myers said it was simply magnificent. It had been a long time since his blood had boiled like this. Iron felt that each blow from the commander of the Knight Squad was very heavy. After that, it was difficult to even maintain his balance. However, this movement showed that Myers was studying him. If the commander had used all his strength, he would have fallen long ago. The young man thought that his path to his opponent was too long, that he could not overcome this obstacle. His place was too unattainable. However, the hero was not going to give up. If he moved forward step by step, he would definitely get there one day. Quincy Myers stopped the fight and ordered Iron Pereira to immediately join the squad. The assistant asked the captain if this decision was too hasty. Myers noted that everyone had seen how the young man had defeated the demon. He would personally report this to the chief. Myers said he recognized Iron Pereira. This young man was a true swordsman. Iron thanked him, apologized, but refused. The young man added that he did not want to join this unit. Myers, of course, was surprised and asked, what was the reason? Iron replied that he realized how unworthy he was. This became clear when he found himself here. It turned out that he had neglected his loved ones in order to fulfill his distant dream, his family, who believed in him and waited for him in the most difficult times. Iron added that he now realized how indifferent and unworthy he had been to such people. Before setting out to save the continent, he must become a good son to his parents. Before becoming a knight fighting demons, he must become a good brother, friend, and student. Iron added that before fulfilling his dream, he wanted to give his heart to the people dear to him. The young man added that he needed more time. However, he swore by his sword that he would return in his best form. Brad returned home. His father was delighted and hugged him. The young man said that everything had ended well and there was no need to worry. His father said that he had no doubts about his son and knew that he would succeed. He was very proud of his son. Brad thanked his father for his trust. The assistant asked Myers if everything had really been resolved. The squad commander said that Darren knew everything himself. It is wrong to get bogged down in high ideals and lose yourself. God himself would not want his children to walk the path of suffering. Darren replied that he understood. Myers added that he was also extremely sorry. Thanks to the research and report, it was discovered that there are far more servants of the clown demon and other lone demons on the continent than previously thought. Myers said that Iron could be a great help by joining the squad, but their own forces would also be sufficient. Therefore, they must believe that the young man will return to them in better shape. There was a knock at the door, and Brad Lloyd asked if he could come in. Brad added that he understood he was not yet worthy of this and was not asking to be accepted into the squad. However, if he had the skills to protect people and the estate, he wanted to rise to a level sufficient to withstand the demon's attack until help arrived from the Holy Kingdom. Myers looked at the young man and thought that he would be the one to manage Lloyd Manor in the future. In the previous battle with the demon, he had reached the level of a master swordsman. Brad asked Myers to train him. The commander of the Knight Squad thought that this was quite good for someone who had only recently become a master. Myers agreed and said he would wait for Brad and Iron at the training ground. Myers was going to show the young men the techniques of the Holy Kingdom. The old man told the young men not to overthink things. They had become masters, which meant they already had their own style. Therefore, they had to decide for themselves whether to adopt these techniques or not. Myers said that he would now show them techniques that only masters who possessed an aura could use. In the Sacred Kingdom, sacred power is used as an aura. For the young people, this was a revelation. During the demonstration, Myers said that because of this, they can use it more than all other kingdoms. Based on the enormous power of the aura, they control it with blades, creating an aura sword of the desired shape. Iron thought that in this case, the shape of the aura was similar to a sphere. This is similar to Ignata's technique. The old man said that the formed aura could be released and also changed according to the necessary goals. It could take the form of a shield and be used for protection. In this technique, its changes critically affect the course of the battle. The demonstration was over. Myers said that the young men could try it right now if they were interested. The elder said that it would be better for young people to start by concentrating the aura on the tip of the sword. After a while, Iron stated that the concentration of the aura on the tip of the sword had been successful. However, the rest of the time was wasted. If you waste energy, you immediately lose your strength. Brad was upset. Nothing was working for him. The young man lost his strength and fell to his knees. It turned out that much more aura was needed. It was not as easy as concentrating the aura on the tip. However, Brad Lloyd was not going to give up. He repeated the necessary movements over and over again to achieve the desired result. At that moment, Lance was sitting alone at a table in the corner of the restaurant with a large number of alcoholic beverages. The young man felt very depressed. He thought that now even Brad Lloyd had become a master swordsman, while he was still not moving forward. Even when a demon appeared and a good opportunity arose, he was frightened and froze in fear. Lance considered himself completely hopeless. The assistant to the head of the academy said that Lance should not be afraid of his inadequacy, but should use it as a source of growth. Lance remembered these words well. However, it was very difficult to get rid of feelings of inferiority. Lance didn't know what to do next. The young man turned around and saw that Curlia had approached him. The girl greeted him and asked if she could sit down. Curlia was worried that Lance had hardly been seen since that day. The young man said that he was fine, he just needed to think about a lot of things. Curlia noted that if Lance shared his feelings, it would ease his heart. The girl looked the young man in the eyes and took his hand. Lance was surprised. Kyria said shyly that she thought it was obvious. It was the first time this had happened to her, and she didn't understand why she was so unsure of herself. Kyria said she would like to get to know Lance better. What was bothering him? The next day arrived. A squad of white knights led by Commander Myers approached the central city gates. Myers said they would advance quietly. However, at this dark hour of the day, Lance was intensely practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques with a sword in the town square. Curlia watched the young man and said she didn't see any problems. Both good and bad people sometimes feel inadequate. Everyone carries their own pain in their hearts and lives with it. But even so, things get better for everyone. You have to live through difficult days. Surely Lance also went through difficult times to end up here. Curlia added that if it was hard for the young man to move forward alone, she was ready to keep him company. After all, it's fun to walk together across the vast expanses. Lance mentally thanked the girl because her words comforted him. The boy decided that he had to muster up his courage once again, so that her warm words and comfort would not remain mere sounds. Myers looked at the young man and thought that this generation really did have a lot of talent. One day, Curlia said that they were finally returning home, and her parents would undoubtedly be delighted. She hadn't seen her friends in a long time. Iron remarked that before that, they would need to visit one more place. Lulu inquired what place he was referring to. Iron said it was not far away, in the western part of the continent, in the kingdom of Adon. Our hero wanted to see Elijah. As they said goodbye, Brad said he would miss them until they met again. Brad added that Iron wouldn't recognize him when he saw how strong he had become. Curlia and Lance looked at each other and wished each other luck. They hoped to meet again. The young people climbed aboard the Griffin and said they were taking off. The Griffin activated vertical takeoff mode and began to climb rapidly. The passengers buckled up and felt great. Curlia noticed, oddly enough, that her brother was going to meet Ilya for the first time. Iron said that when they returned, they would stay home for a long time. Iron thought that he couldn't help but meet with Ilya because she was a dear person to him. He thought about her constantly. The protagonist decided that he absolutely had to test his feelings. Curlia checked the navigator and reported that they were approaching the kingdom of Adon. The Griffin changed the shape of its wings and began to land. The young people landed and made their way to the Ling-jae family castle. A carriage stopped nearby and a young man got out. The young man looked at the brother and sister and told them to get lost, calling them vagabonds. Curlia was indignant. What vagabonds? The young man noted that today was the day when, in honor of the birthday of the head of the family, Joshua Ling-jae, it was permitted to receive outside guests for the first time in 8 years. However, these young people had decided to show up here in a manner that clearly demonstrated a lack of tact. Iron was indignant. Did this guy even know who they were? The young man from the carriage said that it was clear from their appearance that they were ordinary commoners. People watching from the sidelines were surprised. What was all the commotion near the carriage? Was that guy from Stenton causing trouble again? The head of the fencing academy, Joseph, a master swordsman, said that only this young man was capable of such a commotion. It was the eldest son of the Stenton family, Bill. At that moment, Bill and Carlia continued to argue. Observers added that this guy always causes trouble. This time, he even decided to do so at the entrance to the castle. The head of the academy, Joseph, looked at Iron's face and said that it looked familiar. He had definitely seen this guy somewhere before. Suddenly, a man's shadow appeared on the porch of the building. Bill sensed his approach and fell silent. It turned out to be Mr. Joshua Lindsay. With a decisive step, he approached the conflicting parties. Mr. Joshua saw the young man and asked, "Why is Iron Pereira here?" Bill Stanton immediately understood who he was talking about. After all, this was the very same champion of the Earth Trials. The head of the Academy, Joseph, also remembered. This was indeed Iron Pereira, the Earth Trial champion who had defeated Elijah Lindsay and become a master swordsman. Iron did not lose his composure and congratulated the head of the family on his birthday. Mr. Joshua asked why he needed these congratulations. Had the young man come to see his daughter? Lindsay told Iron to follow him immediately. The young man had to show how strong he had become. The head of the Academy, Joseph, thought that luck had smiled on him. Now he would see not only Mr. Joshua in action, but also the one who had become a master swordsman. Iron took up a fighting stance and said he was ready. Joshua Lindsay warned that the fight was about to begin. The man Iron at the front. Bill was surprised. The fight had only just begun, and the ground around them was already destroyed. Such was their level of skill. What else could be expected from this duel? Iron dodged his opponent's attack. Joshua determined that a water skill had been used. This meant that the young man had found his rhythm and was developing in the right direction. However, Mr. Lingjay was not going to praise the young man right away. Joshua wondered, was that all Iron was capable of? However, Iron was capable of much more, and in this case effectively repelled his opponent's attack. The dent in the ground grew in size and soon a hole appeared, inside which fire blazed. This was all a result of this confrontation. Lindsay said that Pereira was still poor at countering sudden attacks. Nothing had changed since last time. Iron was even below expert level. Joshua knew he was being disingenuous, but he didn't want to admit it. Iron said that Mr. Lindsay was absolutely right. Now he would try to do better. Joshua thought that he disliked the young man even more for this. There was nothing to complain about here. Mr. Lindsay said he would give Iron some time. He had to prepare his strike at a completely different level. Iron decided to show his best strike and gripped his sword tightly. The young man said that in that case, Mr. Joshua had better start to be afraid. Joshua thought it was a provocation, but he liked that attitude. He said the young man could get ready. Iron held his sword forward, closed his eyes, poured his aura into his blade, and prepared to attack. Lindsay was frightened. What was this overwhelming aura? The man realized he had made a mistake. How could he now withstand his opponent's sword? However, retreat was not an option. He would have to use the heavenly sword. Those around him understood what was about to happen and shouted that they needed to flee. After all, it was the heavenly sword. Brad attacked using water magic. Iron attacked using fire magic. There was a powerful explosion, the consequences of which were difficult to predict. Everything was covered in dust and smoke. After visibility improved, it became clear that some of the buildings had been destroyed. At the bottom of the ravine that had formed lay the body of Iron Pereira. Mr. Joshua decided that he had gone a little too far. Lindsay said in his defense that he had reduced the power at the end, so everything would be fine. However, this guy would need to be praised next time. Unfortunately for the head of the family, Ilya ran into the yard. The girl asked her father, what was going on here? Why did he suddenly use the heavenly sword? Mr. Lindsay realized that trouble was inevitable. Elijah came closer and asked in surprise, what is Iron doing here and why is he lying on the ground? Her father replied that they had had a duel. Joshua said that Iron was incredible. He had become so strong in such a short time. Elijah asked angrily why he had used the heavenly sword if it was just a duel. His father said there was no reason to worry because he had reduced its power just before striking. Elijah said she would talk to her father about it later, and hoisting the young man onto her shoulders, ran with him into the house. Mr. Joshua said that he had made a mistake in arranging this sparring match in front of the guests. The head of the academy, Joseph, said that it was a great honor to see Lingjay's sword. Bill thought the duel was truly remarkable. Iron was not just a master swordsman, but even more than that. Seeing their duel was a gift in itself, but that was not enough. He had to take advantage of the opportunity not only to establish a connection with the Lingjay family, but also to build a relationship with the Pereira family. The young man thought that everything had gone dark before his eyes. Apparently, he had lost consciousness during the duel. Mr. Lingjay had incredible technique. Iron thought that if he had lost consciousness in this duel, he would certainly have died in a real battle. He must try to endure even such duels and definitely become stronger. Iron remembered that this had happened once before and thought of Ignata. Iron opened his eyes and saw Elijah in front of him. The girl asked, What does Ignata have to do with this? Why did Iron just mention her name? Iron asked, why is Elijah here and where is he? Ilya smiled, unable to keep a straight face. The girl said that Iron had lost consciousness during the duel and had been moved to this room. She asked how the young man was feeling. Iron replied that he was fine. He had just lost consciousness for a short time, but it had already returned. The girl apologized for her father. Ilya learned from Kurlia and Lulu that the young man wanted to stop by here before returning home. Iron confirmed this. Ilya said that she had considered the possibility that Iron would forget his promise and not come. Ilya asked him to explain why he had done so and why he had called out to Ignata when he came to. Iron explained that he had once lost consciousness in a duel with her. The situation was similar, so the name had slipped out unconsciously. Ilya said it was time for her to leave. She would have loved to talk more, but she had many guests today and would be busy for a while. As she left the room, Ilya suggested discussing everything after the reception. Iron agreed and said they would see each other later. Our hero was very happy to see Ilya after so long. However, she left too quickly. Kurlia entered the room and angrily asked what had happened with her brother and this girl. Iron replied that they had just talked. His sister said that just talking was not how things worked. Kurlia said that if Iron saw her face now, he would understand that she did not look happy at all. Ilya really became sad after meeting her classmate. Her face was emotionless, but she radiated coldness. Iron claimed that they hadn't talked about anything bad. Kurlia demanded a detailed retelling of their conversation, preferably with intonations. Kurlia was horrified. How could her brother have mentioned Ignat's name? Lulu noted that it could be interpreted differently. Lulu smelled something exciting and looked out from the balcony. Lulu identified the source of the smells and entered the corresponding room. Bill set the table with fish dishes and waited especially for the cat. The trap worked. Bill greeted the magical cat and said he had a lot of food for her to try. Lulu agreed because she was feeling hungry. Bill noted that there was no need to eat quickly as there was plenty of food. Bill said he had one request. Lulu sensed something was up. Bill said he wanted to apologize to Curly for what had happened and formally introduce himself to Iron. He asked Lulu if she knew what Iron might like or need. Lulu replied that Iron didn't need anything. He had everything, he ate well, and slept well. The cat added that right now Iron needed to make Ilya happy. Curlia was puzzled. Why did Lulu bring this man here? Bill said he would like to formally apologize to Mrs. Curlia. His name was Bill Stanton. The young man noticed that Iron had made a mistake with Lady Lindsay, and he wanted to help correct it. Iron was surprised. Had Lulu really told him everything? The cat replied that this man could help, so she decided to tell him everything. Bill apologized again for his behavior. Curlia wondered why so suddenly. Bill admitted that he wanted to establish a good relationship with Mr. Iron and decided to do so honestly. Bill stated that he was able to stay here thanks to his survival skills. Young people can trust him. Curlia said that this guy was too honest. Iron asked what he should do. Bill suggested working on Mr. Iron's clothes. Bill added that the outfit was too plain. Curlia was indignant. Did this guy dislike their clothes again? Bill apologized again for what had happened. He apologized for his behavior, but his opinion about the clothes remained the same. In honor of the Lord's birthday, a grand ball would be held in 2 days. In order to charm everyone with his appearance, attention must be paid to his clothes. Bill noted that if they got started right away, Iron would be able to show himself in a striking and stylish light. Iron agreed and said he was ready to try. Bill suggested they follow him for the transformation. Ilya continued to sit sadly in her office. She convinced herself that there was no need to worry because that's what Iron had said. But she couldn't help worrying. Iron was unconsciously thinking about Ignat. Ilya looked at herself in the mirror and thought, maybe it makes sense to dress up a little for the ball. Bill had taught Iron the dances that were popular in high society. Iron never thought he would ever learn to dance. But why was he trying so hard for Ilya's sake? 2 days passed. Guests gathered for the birthday ball. Mr. Joshua Lindsay and his wife appeared among the guests. The man thought, why hold this ball when they could have celebrated quietly? His wife pointed out that they hadn't organized anything in a long time, so he should just stand there and smile. Suddenly, Elijah appeared among the guests. Today, she was especially beautiful. The girl asked her parents what they thought of her outfit. Her parents said that it suited their daughter very well. One of the guests came closer and bowed to Lady Ilya. However, in the next moment, the young man's expression changed and he was forced to retreat. Mr. Joshua Lingjay's gaze was very eloquent. His wife ordered Joshua to relax his face and make it more welcoming. Did he really want no one to approach their daughter? The birthday boy declared that such ordinary people should not even come near her. Another young man entered the room who had been thinking about Elijah all this time. It was Iron Pereira. The young man regretted that he and Elijah had spoken so little. He had even learned to dance for her sake. The young Ilya blushed with embarrassment when she saw who was addressing her. The girl's parents also did not expect such a transformation. Her mother could not help herself and even let out a quiet cry. Iron Pereira asked Lady Ilya if she would dance with him. Iron and Ilya danced, and everyone present paid attention to them. They were the most beautiful couple at the ball. One of the young men said that they were both incredibly beautiful. His companion remarked that life was unfair. Bill asked Curlia what she thought of her brother's appearance. "This gentleman is incredible." Curlia said that her brother was handsome in his own right. Lulu added that she really liked this look. Mr. Joshua was forced to agree to one dance. Ilya asked her date why everything was so sudden. Iron wasn't his usual self. The young man was surprised. Did he look strange? Ilya said that this look suited him very well. The girl wondered whether Iron had dressed up for the ball or for her. The young people continued to dance, and Ilya enjoyed it very much, especially since her father had been forced to agree. After the dance, the Lindsay family greeted the guests, as was proper according to etiquette. Just a few days ago, Iron thought of this girl as a comrade in arms. But now things were different. The young man caught himself thinking that he wanted to get closer to Ilya. Not as a friend, but as a partner. And he wanted to do it as soon as possible. Iron had a lot on his mind, so he decided to go out for some fresh air. Two girls approached the young man on the porch. They asked if he was really Mr. Pereira. For a while, the girls argued among themselves about which of them had noticed the young man first. The girls approached our hero and asked what type of girl he liked. Mrs. Lindsay noticed that Iron was not alone and decided that this was not right. The woman told Elijah to leave his father and find Iron immediately. He was somewhere on the veranda. Ilya told her mother that she had misunderstood because she did not have that kind of relationship with the young man. Her mother said that someone else would steal this guy away, so she had to hurry. Ilya realized that resistance was futile. The girl looked around. Where was Iron? He had been here just a moment ago. Ilya looked out onto the veranda and saw something that upset her. She noticed that Iron was talking to two girls. Was he really not alone? Ilya became sad because she understood that any girl could like a guy like that. She thought she was too late. She should have shown up earlier. Iron replied to the girls that if they were asking about his ideal type, he wanted a girl who could wield a sword. The girls were disappointed. Iron added that he would like them to be able to fight together. That was the kind of lady he wanted to have by his side. It was a necessary condition for coexistence. Leaving, Ilya peeked around the corner and said in surprise, "Is Iron really here?" Iron was delighted to see Ilya. The girl said she didn't think she would meet Iron here. The young man replied that he had come out to get some fresh air. Ilya added that she hadn't been to a ball in a long time and had been waiting for him, but something made her feel uncomfortable here. Ilya suggested that Iron have a little duel. The young man was only too happy to do so, but he was embarrassed by their clothes. Ilya pulled him by the hand and said that it wouldn't be a problem because they were true masters. The young people went to the training ground. The observation group, hiding in the bushes, assumed that the young people had suddenly lost their minds. Were they really going to train? Bill thought that maybe this method was a little unusual, but it would work. Better this than nothing. Only the two of them could create such an atmosphere of innocence. 3 days passed. Iron and Elijah engaged in energy-intensive sparring, showing each other their skills. Iron concluded that Ilya had become even stronger. He thought that back then, at work, she had been able to completely get rid of her mixed feelings for Ignata. After another lunge by the girl, Iron couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Ilya came up to him and said that Iron had been falling a lot lately. The girl held out her hand and said that was enough for today. Iron blushed with embarrassment. After realizing his feelings, the young man began to lose his mind from just one of her smiles. At sunset, Ilya noticed that Iron was leaving tomorrow. Today was his last day here. Ilya said regretfully that time was passing very quickly. Iron thought that he hadn't been able to tell her anything all these days. Maybe he should do it now. The guy was afraid that if he rushed and she refused, it would ruin their relationship. However, he didn't want to leave with uncertainty either. Iron looked into the girl's eyes, apologized, and said nothing. He just couldn't find the words. Ilya silently hugged Iron and pressed herself against him. She thanked Iron for keeping his promise and coming to visit them. Thanks to Iron, these days had been joyful, and she would never forget that. Ilya said that she still needed to prepare for tomorrow's departure, turned around and left. As she walked away, Ilya said that she might be severely scolded if she made her parents wait too long. Iron thought that next time he would definitely be even better than he was now. Ilya continued to walk away. Iron decided that he would definitely become even stronger. The Griffin was ready for takeoff. Iron said it was time for him to go. Mr. Joshua told Iron not to be late because he surely had a lot of urgent business to attend to. Iron and Elijah said goodbye and agreed that they would definitely meet again soon. The Griffin pushed off, flapped its wings, and began to gain altitude. The weather was favorable for a carefree flight with no turbulence. Lulu suggested stopping by other cities along the way, since they wouldn't have such an opportunity for a long time after returning home. Iron said it was a great idea. They could pick out something as a gift for their parents. Curlia agreed that it would be wonderful. Iron thought that he was finally returning home. Come to think of it, he had been very neglectful of his parents. During his travels across the continent, he hadn't even been able to contact them and had never truly shown his gratitude. The young man thought that this time, when he returned, he would try to give them all the love he had received, and even more. When the young people returned home, the first person they met was Marcus. The servant said that who would have thought that the young master would return so mature? He had never even dreamed of it. Iron asked Marcus if everything had been all right while he was away. The servant reported that he had kept an eye on things and that everything was fine. Iron asked where his father was now. Marcus replied that the master and mistress were in the castle. Iron said he had a gift for his parents and would like Marcus to take a look at it, since he had been with them the longest and surely knew them better than anyone else. Marcus remarked that the young master had already brought the greatest gift. The young man was surprised at what he was talking about. A blacksmith appeared on the estate with his assistants. He said that he had finally met this Iron. Iron was surprised to see Vulcanus there. Vulcanus shouted that Iron had not come for his sword even after a year. No one had ever done that to him before. He had waited for the young man and finally decided to come here himself. Marcus said that the blacksmith had arrived about a month ago and had been waiting for the young gentleman all this time. Vulcanus said he was waiting for an explanation from Iron. If it was convincing enough, he would forgive the young man and give him the sword with the number. Iron apologized to the blacksmith and admitted that he had completely forgotten about it. The blacksmith was stunned by such a convincing explanation. The young man added that it was not intentional, but he still asked for forgiveness. Vulcanus said that since the young man was honest, he would forgive him this time. Anyway, the sword was made only for Iron. It would not fit anyone else. The blacksmith said it was time to show the sword and pulled it out of its sheath. It was the 10th sword numbered by Vulcanus. Lulu said that this sword was impressive, but Iron's magic sword was much better. At the blacksmith's request, Iron showed his evolved sword. The blacksmith and his assistants examined the sword and were amazed. They had never seen such elegance. Even at first glance, they could sense its perfect balance and harmony. The assistants thought it was a masterpiece, a sword that would become a symbol of an entire era. Perhaps it was even better than the sword numbered by Vulcanus. The blacksmith was depressed. His assistants asked if he was all right. The master lost consciousness and collapsed next to the sword. Curlia said that the old man needed to be moved to the nearest room and that Marcus should help her. The girl told her brother not to pay attention to this and to go to the castle. She and Marcus would take care of it themselves. Curlia said that those who missed him most were waiting for the young man at the castle. Iron went into his father's study and said he had returned. His parents were overjoyed. Iron looked at them and didn't even know where to start. He apologized for not contacting them for so long and added that he had prepared a gift. Amelia hugged the young man and burst into tears. His father also approached his son and said that they had been watching him. Iron had done well. 3 days passed. The blacksmith did not open the door and did not let anyone in, not even his assistants. The men did not understand how long Vulcanus intended to continue this way. He had been sitting locked in his room for 3 days now, which had never happened before. Vulcanus was sad. Empty alcohol bottles lay scattered around him. Life seemed to have reached an impasse. Swords were all there was to Vulcanus's life. He was never good at anything else. It was the only talent he had found in himself. As long as he could forge swords, he could endure even the hellish heat of the forge. He endured it every day. Drenched in sweat, looking at the swords he had finished, Vulcanus always thought that this was his path, the reason he lived. The blacksmith believed that this was his life, the very embodiment of it. He devoted himself to swords and vowed to follow this path to the end. However, this golden blade changed everything. All the swords that Vulcanus had created before were surpassed in every way by the golden blade. The moment the blacksmith first saw the blade, he knew he could never create such a sword. Now he considered himself a worthless craftsman. Vulcanus felt as if someone was denying his entire life. Everything he had achieved now seemed meaningless. The old man believed that he could no longer rise and that his end had come. It was all over. Iron managed to get into the closed room. The young man said that the blacksmith's friends had come to ask for his help. Vulcanus shouted at Iron not to come near him. The young man realized that the old man's condition was worse than previously thought. Something had to be done urgently. The blacksmith asked to be left alone. One of the things the young man realized during his journey was that the aura could be used to influence other people, and not just to intimidate an enemy. The aura can calm the soul, give strength, and even change one's mood. Through his aura, the protagonist influenced the blacksmith and told him not to be afraid. Vulcanus gradually began to calm down. The young man reminded him that he was the great Vulcanus, who had created many beautiful swords. He was sure that this time, too, he would forge something incredible. Iron added that for himself, for his friends, and for everyone who supported the blacksmith, he had to make a little more effort. The old man felt his head clear. It seemed strange. He asked the young man to allow him to stay on his land. Here he would spend the rest of his life making swords. Iron gave a positive answer. Vulcanus got the necessary premises, moved his equipment here, and began creating masterpieces. Marcus said that the young gentleman was simply magnificent. It was great that Vulcanus was staying in these lands. Now the best craftsmen on the continent would flock here. Curlius suggested holding a special event to mark the occasion. A special lecture on the art of the sword by the Master of Swords. People would come from all over the kingdom. Her brother would be the speaker. Marcus said it would be wonderful because it was an excellent idea. Curlia noted that if it was too difficult for Iron, they could do nothing. Iron agreed to try. The young man thought if he had returned, he would do everything he could for his family and his people. Now he was not just a swordsman, but the heir to the Pereira family. A few days passed, and a large crowd gathered at the lecture venue. People discussed the news that a master swordsman had appeared in their kingdom. Iron took the stage and thanked everyone who had come today. A diverse crowd had gathered here. He thought long and hard about what to say. Iron took out his sword and it glowed. It was an aura sword, unique to masters. The young man said that he would tell everything he had learned and achieved from beginning to end. The master reminded everyone that it was not only the sword that moved. The audience saw the manifestation of the aura. The hooded stranger attending the lecture now had a rough idea of who Iron Pereira was. This guy did not have the arrogant confidence that is often found in young geniuses. This is perhaps the most important thing. Iron said that he would now perform a sword dance and conclude the meeting. But first he wanted to ask one question. Why did those present hold swords in their hands? Why did they continue to walk this difficult path? He himself had once been unable to answer this question. Iron began to swing his sword and told people not to stop searching for the answer. That was the most important thing. The reason they held weapons, the meaning of their path as swordsmen, was their own sword, their goal, their beliefs, and their will. Iron added that in searching for this, he had become stronger and more determined. We must continue to search, fight, and move forward. Ultimately, people will find their reason and discover their path. Iron announced that the special lecture was over and thanked everyone for their attention. The audience thanked him for the meaningful conversation. The information they had gained from listening would certainly be useful to them in the future. The stranger in the hood thought, finally a master of the sword had appeared in the kingdom of Hale, which until now had remained only a small power. Today he could see it with his own eyes. Iron Pereira was the new hope of the kingdom of Hale, a bright ray of light. Was this really the same man who had been called the lazy scum of the family? It was amazing how people could change. Lulu announced that Iron was magnificent. The lecture was interesting, informative, and full of facts from his personal life. Amelia couldn't believe her eyes at how good and unbeatable Iron was today. After a while, the young man asked his sister what she thought of the lecture. Curlia admitted that it was simply incredible. She never imagined that her brother would perform so well. Lulu said again that it was amazing. A stranger in a hoodie was standing nearby and said that today's lecture had left a lasting impression. Iron asked him who he was. The man took off his hood and said he wanted to introduce himself formally. He was the commander of the Knights of Sunset from the Kingdom of Hale. His name was Oswaldo Odone. The man added that he had come to deliver a message from His Majesty the King to the swordmaster, Iron Pereira. The Kingdom of Hale was located in the center of the continent and was a small state. Neither its territory, finances, nor military power could compare to the great powers. Even among the many other countries on the continent, this kingdom did not stand out in any way. But why did the Kingdom of Hale maintain its independence for over 300 years? It was all thanks to the Allied States. 4 kingdoms that were too weak to withstand the chaos alone managed to form an unbreakable alliance. But that was a long time ago. When peace came to the continent, each country began to strive to surpass its allies in order to avoid being destroyed and divided. The Kingdom of Moon, the Slick family. The coachman reported to His Highness that they had arrived. Duke Bissau, Kyle Murdoch, stepped out of the carriage. The Duke would never have thought he would find himself in this sinister place. If it weren't for the ball coming up in a few days, he would never have come here. However, he needed to pull himself together and keep his composure, for he had come here as a representative of the Kingdom of Bissau. He had also come for the princess who had given her life for their country. The Duke walked through all the corridors and found himself in front of the entrance to the main room. The man, who was not alone in the dimly lit room, asked in surprise if the Duke had already arrived. The man introduced himself and said he was Kyle Murdoch from Bissau. The Duke told the Grand Magus of Luntel that he had come to meet him, Ephraim Slick. This was the supreme mage of the Kingdom of Luntel, Ephraim Slick. The Kingdom of Magic, Luntel, was a superpower capable of rivaling even the most powerful Holy Kingdom. The continent respected Luntel for its power, which grew thanks to its powerful supreme mages and income from the sale of magical artifacts. However, despite their high reputation, the mages of Luntel were known for their reclusiveness and rarely left the confines of their kingdom. Nevertheless, there was one occasion when they broke this rule. It was when the Archmage of Luntel, Ephraim Slick, entered into a dynastic marriage with the princess of the Kingdom of Bissau. The people perceived this event as an attempt by Luntel to expand its influence to the central territories of the continent. After the Duke's story, Slick noted that the Kingdom of Hale now had its own master of the sword. Slick added that the age of this master was a cause for concern. He had heard that the next reception would take place in the Kingdom of Hale. The Supreme Mage suggested that this was why the Duke was here. Ephraim Slick stated that the Kingdom of Bissau, which was allied with Luntel, could not lose face because of some boy. The High Mage added that he had not been outside the palace for a long time. The Duke asked if the Archmage himself was going to attend the reception. Slick was indignant. Did this man dare to question him? The Duke apologized for his unforgivable audacity. If the Archmage personally attended, it would undoubtedly be a huge boost. Ephraim Slick said that in that case, they would meet at the reception. The Duke thanked him again and took his leave. Kyle Murdoch wondered if this was really a good idea. Ephraim Slick was one of the most dangerous figures in Luntel. Perhaps it was worth preventing his intervention at all costs? Or was Slick said it was painful to feel that awful sense of helplessness again? The girl next to him was bound hand and foot. The Duke thought that he couldn't even preserve her bright smile, and when they met again, he wouldn't even be able to greet her. He apologized to the princess for his helplessness. The commander of the knights reminded him that a reception organized by the 4 kingdoms would take place very soon. This time, the reception would be held in the Kingdom of Hale, and His Majesty had high hopes for it. Therefore, His Majesty asked Lord Sir Pereira and the sorceress Curlia to attend and honor the celebration with their presence. Sir Pereira understood that the kingdom would begin to use his son's reputation, but he did not think it would happen so soon. Iron said that if his father gave his permission, he would participate. Curlia replied that she had no objection. The commander of the knights said that this was wonderful. It was nice to watch young people. Iron met with the blacksmith and greeted him. Vulcanus asked what had brought the young man there. Iron said he wanted to give a sword made by Vulcanus to someone he was very grateful to. Did the master have a suitable weapon? Vulcanus was indignant. Why was the young man only approaching him now, when he had forgotten about him before, when the sword had been made for him? The blacksmith took the young man to the warehouse where the finished weapons were stored and said that this was his arsenal. Iron could choose anything he liked. The young man added that there was one person who inspired him. The hero was thinking of Elijah Lindsay. Pereira acknowledged that the blacksmith's work was magnificent, but he wanted to give a sword of his own making to the people he was especially grateful to. The blacksmith told Iron to bring that person here. When a sword is made to order, you need to see the person for whom it is intended. Iron explained that this person was far away, so it would be difficult to invite her here. The letter did not work out the first time. Many drafts were ruined. Iron did not even know where to start. After the incident with Elijah, he seemed to have become even more cautious in expressing his feelings. Vulcanus said that Iron had the power to convey his true feelings. He just needed to try to put his heart into his words, and those emotions would surely reach the recipient. Several days passed. Sir Pereira said it was time to leave. Marcus asked them to return safe and sound. Everyone would be eagerly awaiting their return. Curlia told Lulu not to be too rough with the griffin named Cherry. Lulu replied that she loved birds and animals, so they had become friends long ago. The bird flapped its wings and Lulu set off in the direction she was supposed to go, to deliver a letter from Iron and visit a few more places. Lulu decided that first they needed to fly to the kingdom of Adon and give Bill his gift. Then they would meet with Aaliyah, then go fishing with the cats from the estate, and then fly to Durkali to see Kubar. Lulu turned back into a girl with wings. She seemed to be just a cat, but this appearance awakened forgotten memories that she had no idea she had. Lulu decided to go to places that would help her regain her memory. The girl thought that, in that case, Iron might be left far away and all alone, and she really didn't want that. The griffin went to land, and Lulu said that they hadn't seen Elijah in a long time. Lulu said she had brought a letter from Iron for the girl. Mr. Joshua asked irritably what the boy was up to now. Lulu said she also had a gift for the head of the family. Mr. Joshua said, "Does Iron really think he can win my favor with some sword?" However, after examining the gift, Mr. Joshua was forced to admit that the sword was truly amazing. Sir Lindsay was amazed to learn that the sword was the work of Vulcanus, the master swordsmith. Elijah eagerly read the letter from Iron. After reading the letter, the girl walked decisively to her room. After a while, Elijah came out with a bag in her hand. The girl announced to her father that she would be away for a short time. Ilya told the cat that they were going to the kingdom of Hail. If they flew on a griffin, they would get there quickly. Ilya quickly gained altitude, while Mr. Joshua shouted something loudly after her. Ilya decided she couldn't wait any longer. She was flying to Iron. Waking up after her hasty flight, the girl thought she must have gone mad. She realized that she had acted too impulsively. She had rushed into it without thinking. What would the others think if they found out that she liked Iron? The training yard of Pereira Castle. Marcus asked if it was true that the girl's name was Ilya Lindsay. It was a great honor for him to meet her. He said that Iron was currently in the capital on business. Ilya mentally reproached herself. She should have thought first and then flown. Brad entered the room and said hello. Lulu asked in surprise what he was doing there. Brad replied that he was traveling nearby and decided to visit an old friend. Lulu was amazed. Was Brad traveling now? Brad asked if Elijah had come to see Iron. The girl flinched, and the young man noticed. Brad smiled and said he understood everything. Iron and Elijah seemed to be close. Iron, it turned out, was not so simple. Ilya flushed and shouted that it wasn't true. Brad laughed. If she reacted like that and blushed, then everything was clear to him. Angry, Ilya challenged him to a duel. It had been a long time since they had fought. Brad agreed but warned her that he was not the same person he used to be. Both activated their aura swords and prepared for battle. Meanwhile, the passengers in the royal carriage were informed that they would soon arrive in the capital. The commander of the knights announced that he wanted to talk about the program for the upcoming banquet. Osvaldo Odone said that first there would be a meeting with delegates from all the kingdoms at the palace, where they would introduce each other. Then there would be a small hunting tournament. In reality, this was more of a ceremony than a competition. The kings would take turns shooting arrows at a target, thus opening the festivities, an ancient tradition. After that, as evening fell, the banquet would begin. The commander added that there was one more thing he needed to warn them about. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly. The passengers looked out the window. The coachman was stunned. Ahead lay a chasm over which a bridge had once crossed. Now it was destroyed. Osvaldo frowned. The bridge had been intact when they had traveled here just a few days ago. Curlia noticed that the griffin was not with them, and it was impossible to fly across the chasm. The commander replied that he knew another way. If they left now, they would make it to the start of the tournament. Meanwhile, at Hale Castle, the deputy commander of the knights, Hill, reported to the king that not all the guests had arrived. He suggested sending people to check on the situation. The king was upset. He had hoped to impress his allies with his swordsman. Hill said that the ceremony could not be postponed any longer and suggested moving straight to the hunting grounds. The king sighed heavily. He had waited so long for this day. All the invited representatives gathered in their places. The kingdom of Hale, led by the king, arrived first. Deputy Commander Hill and his detachment were also present. Soon delegates from Sonin, Colin, and Bisso arrived. Each kingdom sought to show its greatness, but the most impressive was the huge carriage of the House of Slick. King Sonin thought he had never seen anything like it. Had they really brought it here? King Cullen noted that the entire structure seemed to be held up by magicians. Could it even be called a carriage? Knight Hill ordered the trumpeter to announce the start of the hunt. The trumpeter obeyed. Hearing the sound of the trumpet, Osvaldo said that it was the signal for the start of the tournament and told everyone to hurry. Iron followed him. The doors of the Slick carriage swung open, and Ephraim Slick, the supreme mage of the kingdom of Luntel, stepped out. The languid girls remained in the carriage, calling him back. Why did he leave them? Hill thought irritably that not only had Slick arrived later than everyone else, but he had also engaged in debauchery in his carriage. What would the other kings think? Osvaldo looked at Ephraim, at the carriage, and at the girls inside. He said quietly, "What we feared has happened. It's him, Archmage of the House of Slick, Kingdom of Runtel, Ephraim Slick." King Hyla expressed his hope that nothing bad would happen. Hill assured him that everything was under control. Hill drew His Majesty's attention to what was happening in the field. The beaters were chasing the boar, and the hunters were preparing to shoot. King Hyla drew his bowstring and mentally reminded himself, "Act calmly, as in training." At that moment, the beast fell, struck by an arrow, but it was not his arrow. Everyone gasped. In Ephraim Slick's hands gleamed a magical bow. It was from this bow that the shining projectile had flown. Hill turned pale. Slick had just insulted their king, the host of the ceremony. He had violated all the traditions of the four kingdoms. Hill reported that another boar was approaching. Ephraim Slick raised his magic bow again, ignoring order and propriety. Suddenly, the young man shouted for the Archmage to stop immediately. The young man added that it seemed the Archmage was not very familiar with the rules of the event, so he needed to explain them to him. This hunting tournament was created to strengthen the friendship between the four kingdoms. There was no place for rivalry here. Everyone hunted their chosen target in turn. Iron reminded everyone that the king of the kingdom of Hale, as the host of the banquet, would shoot first. As for Slick's actions, all the kings present would show generosity and forgive him. Iron asked Mr. Ephraim to lower his arrow. The young man added that it was necessary to show respect to King Hale and all those present. King Hale thought that this young man was the sword master Iron Pereira. Even at first glance, one could sense his extraordinary energy. This young man had achieved mastery at such a young age. Ephraim Slick said that he was not familiar with the name Iron Pereira. Ephraim Slick asked if Iron Pereira would like to join Runtel. It would be interesting, he said. Iron politely but firmly declined. Slick smiled and said that the young man had misunderstood him. The Archmage snapped his fingers. The mages of Runtel gathered around the huge cube that had appeared. What was it? Those present could see nothing else. One of the mages announced that the Great Mark preferred a quiet conversation face-to-face, so everyone should be understanding and just wait. They could ignore it and continue hunting. Osvaldo Odone quietly told Curlia not to be nervous and just watch. It was extremely dangerous to interfere now. Iron asked the Archmage what he was doing. Slick replied that he just wanted to talk to him face-to-face. After all, the place was completely soundproof. Iron was surprised. What else was there to talk about? Hadn't he said he didn't want to join Runtel? Why did the Grand Mage want to take him so badly? He wasn't a mage after all. Slick, a family equal to the three great houses of Runtel. Runtel, Slick, and Corcoran. The birth of the great city of swordsmen. The beginning of a story capable of surpassing the five great houses of the West. Ephraim decided that Iron was perfect for this role. Many geniuses have left their names in history, but none of them have created their own great house. However, it was not their fault. The environment in which they lived and the people around them were miserable. Slick noticed that Runtel was different. The sooner the young man left this miserable kingdom, the sooner he would be able to spread his wings. There was no need to fear the consequences. Runtel would take care of everything. Iron replied that his decision remained unchanged. He refused and demanded that Ephraim apologize to His Majesty King Hale, to the Order of Knights, and to his father. Was Slick pretending not to understand what was at stake? The Archmage had insulted the place where Iron grew up, the country where he lived, and his family. Slick asked what would happen if he refused. Iron replied that in that case he would be forced to challenge him to a duel. Ephraim laughed. What was this boy thinking? They say he never left his home as a child. Did he not know what Runtal was? Or did he know nothing about him at all? Iron remembered Judith's words. Those who don't understand the first time need to be spoken to differently. He never thought those words would ever come in handy. Iron smiled and asked his interlocutor if Slick was afraid. Ephraim flushed with anger and said he accepted the challenge. This boy would regret it. King Hale was surprised. Was a duel really going to take place now? He added that whatever the outcome, problems were inevitable. How could they withstand Runtal's wrath? Deputy Commander of the Knights Hill reassured His Majesty. Runtal would not interfere over such a trivial duel. Hill added that Sir Pereira was not one to act rashly. All that remained was to trust him and watch. Ephraim told Iron that if he was ready, they could begin the duel. Iron replied that he was always ready. Slick noticed that the young man closed his eyes immediately after the start of the duel. A cocky kid, he thought. He's provoking me again. Ephraim decided to show Iron how dangerous it was to give a mage time to prepare. He had expected this and prepared in advance. A magic circle filled with enormous power was inscribed under the bottom of the cart. Here, Slick could control its energy directly. Using magic, the Archmage cast one of the most powerful spells of subjugation on his opponent. Slick wanted Iron Pereira to become his slave. But something went wrong. Iron put up a worthy resistance. The magic did not work. Moreover, the young man rushed forward with his sword, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Ephraim couldn't believe it. Had this young man surpassed the speed of his spell? There was a powerful explosion. The strike of the aura sword caused a flash of power. Ephraim's Slick was in the zone of impact. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw the Archmage lying unconscious on the ground. And it seemed in a humiliating position. Iron stood over him with a sword in his hand. The representatives of the four kingdoms could not believe their eyes. Could the great mage really have been defeated? Iron Pereira had defeated Ephraim Slick. Mr. Pereira was stunned. His son had indeed defeated the Archmage. Iron approached his king, thrust his sword into the ground and knelt on one knee. He greeted His Majesty King Hale and introduced himself as the eldest son of the House of Pereira. The other kings looked at the young swordsman with envy. The young man said, I am the true master swordsman, Iron Pereira. Then he addressed His Majesty. On the day of honoring the traditions of the four kingdoms, he sincerely apologized for violating the order of his own free will. But he could not remain silent, seeing the disrespect shown to the kingdom of Hale. Iron added that he could not accept such behavior from Ephraim Slick. The arrogant Archmage had to be put in his place. Even if Runtal was the strongest state, claiming the power of an empire, it had no right to trample on the hundreds of years of history that the four kingdoms had created together. Sir Pereira was moved by his son's words and even shed a tear. Curlia just listened to the warrior in silence. Her father mentally apologized to his son for the years he had spent in darkness, left alone, for the fact that her father had done nothing for his child. Iron reiterated that he would take responsibility for all the consequences that this duel might entail. The young man also swore that the kingdom would not suffer the slightest harm. The king was delighted with these words. Moreover, Pereira swore by his sword and his honor. The young man selflessly swore by the honor of the master of the sword. Everyone present who had even a shred of sensitivity was moved to tears. The young man's speech was touching and poignant. Sir Pereira was grateful to his son for becoming who he was, for growing up and maturing so quickly. After a while, the great hunting tournament of the four kingdoms came to an end. The kingdom of Bissau apologized for not being able to respond appropriately to what had happened. As a result, they, along with the magicians of Runtal, were forced to leave the festive banquet first. The deputy commander of the night squad, Hill, thought that perhaps today's incident would put an end to the meetings of the four kingdoms. The banquet began right on schedule. King Hyla was in a good mood. The king told those present how Iron Pereira had crossed the crowd and sworn allegiance to him. He spoke of the proud gaze of this hero. The king introduced the young man as the master of the sword from the kingdom of Hyla and raised a glass of wine in his honor. Osvaldo Odone said that the young master of the sword had greatly impressed His Majesty. Sir Pereira was pleased that the king liked his son. Osvaldo Odone was truly amazed. How could anyone defeat the supreme mage Ephraim so quickly? The young man's skills seemed incomprehensible. Osvaldo understood that not much time had passed since the young man had reached the level of master, but his skills were already at an astonishing level. He was a mid-level swordmaster and perhaps even higher. The Archmage's carriage stood at the edge of the forest, and the palace of the Kingdom of Hail was right in front of him. Ifrane could not accept defeat. How dare this boy humiliate him in front of the other rulers? Did he really think that the great Archmage would swallow such an insult? Ifrane Slick declared that Iron Pereira had made a mistake in going against him. He would make the boy pay for his sins today. However, unexpectedly, while in his secure van, Slick felt an overwhelming weakness. Blood flowed from the Archmage's mouth. He realized that magic was draining his body too much. Ifrane thought that this was not a problem. If the pain brought him more despair, he would accept it indifferently. He wanted to see how arrogantly Iron would stand when his father bowed before him. Would the young man be able to maintain his pride then? Slick released the spirit of damnation from the van and sent it to commit evil deeds. The Archmage ordered the spirit to tear out the flesh and soul of this insolent man. The spirit of damnation approached the royal castle and began to watch the people inside treacherously. However, our hero, remaining vigilant, managed to notice the messenger and grab him with his bare hands. Iron clutched this wild, dark mass of energy, which seemed incredible to him. He noticed that the spirit of the curse rushed straight to the window. Could his father be the target? Ifrane Slick realized that his cunning plan had failed. The spirit of the curse was now in the hands of his main rival. The Archmage was furious. How was this possible? How could this young man have caught his magic with his bare hands? Suddenly, the dark energy vanished. Iron wondered, had the five-element amulet sealed it away? However, Ifrane was depressed because his black magic had dissipated. But that shouldn't have happened. Slick repeated to himself, this can't be. Why isn't everything going according to plan? Suddenly, Slick heard some voices. Someone was saying that it was dangerous here and that they should stay away. What could that mean? The next moment, our hero appeared before the Archmage. He approached Slick with determination. Ifrane, this young man really did not succumb to darkness. He did not become a creature from the abyss. But why is this guy so strong? Iron, in turn, did not understand why this man radiated such vile energy. Slick turned out to be extremely dangerous. Iron thought that if he left Ifrane alive, he could pose a threat in the future. Slick fell to his knees and said that he was wrong, that he would never appear before Iron again and would not approach his family and loved ones. The Archmage asked for forgiveness just once. Iron shouted that these cheap tricks would not work here, not with him, nor with his loved ones. If this man ever decided to plot something again, he should remember today. Iron added, Slick should remember him as he was now. The young man turned and left the half-ruined carriage, leaving the Archmage alone. Returning to the castle, Iron wondered, had he done the right thing? Would such cheap blackmail really put an end to this business? But did he have the right to punish a man, not a demon? Iron remembered the old orc chieftain's parting words. If a young man walks the path of a hero, he must be prepared to cut down anything that stands in his way. A world where everyone can live happily is dangerous not only because of demons, but also because of the evil in people. Is Iron ready to do this for the greater good? Is the young man ready to raise his sword against a human being too? Iron thought if he couldn't hold back Ifrane's magic, his father would be in danger. But he hesitated only because Ifrane was a man, not a demon. If he hadn't begged for mercy, would he have been able to cut off his head without hesitation? Eastern continent, Gabir Forest. The monster was rampaging, destroying other creatures. He said he was tired of these creatures. The beast declared that it wanted to experience more vivid emotions. It was time to go outside. The demon clown who appeared nearby said that it was not worth going beyond the forest. After all, everyone knew that. If the knights show up here, it won't be very pleasant for him. When the time comes, he will give a sign. The monster was attacked by the demon clown and destroyed. The clown said that this was in his interest. It would be a long time before the dragon was fully restored. However, it wasn't too bad. He looked up and saw a message addressed to him personally. It was sent by the priest. The clown read the letter. He used to think that the priest was assigning him work while he himself was having fun. But now it seemed that the priest had begun to take action. The priest probably thought he was controlling the clown like a puppet. However, the clown decided that on the day he fully regained his strength, he would start with the priest. The carriage with the Pereira family was returning to the estate, following the established route. The head of the family said that Iron, as always, had done a good job. Iron recalled his actions. Could he really just leave things as they were? Maybe he should go back. He had to think about it. Even if he went back and punished that man, would they be able to cope with the consequences? His actions now could create problems for his family and for the kingdom of Hale. What should he do? What would be the right thing to do? Iron thought if it had been Ignata, she would definitely have acted differently. Curlia asked where her brother had disappeared the night before. Everyone was asking where Iron was. She was very worried. The young man replied that he had felt dizzy and decided to take a short walk. He apologized for making his sister worry. Curlia demanded that Iron warn her next time. Our hero decided not to tell anyone about what had happened the night before. It would only cause unnecessary concern. Sir Pereira asked his son if he had ever thought about marriage. The day before, His Majesty had said that if he had a beautiful daughter, he would certainly marry her to this young man. Proposals for marriage alliances had come from the kingdoms of Sonin and Cologne. His father explained that he had refused, as he considered his son's opinion to be paramount. Perhaps new proposals would come in the future? Iron blushed with embarrassment. Based on his observations, his father suggested that the young man already had someone in mind. Could it be someone from the Lingje family he had mentioned? Curlia noticed that their father was too perceptive. Several days passed. The Pereira family returned from their trip and found themselves in the courtyard of the ancestral castle. Servant Marcus saw the return of his masters and rejoiced. He said that the young master's guests were already waiting for him. Ilya saw Iron and immediately threw herself into his arms. Iron, in turn, was extremely surprised. The young man asked how Ilya had ended up here. The girl replied that Iron himself had said he wanted her to come. He noticed that Ilya was clearly very drunk. What had happened here? Iron didn't understand what was going on. Maybe Brad and Lulu could explain something? Ilya grabbed the young man by the face and asked where he was looking. He should only look at her. Mr. Pereira looked at the girl and said that, contrary to expectations, she turned out to be quite cheerful. Curlia suggested that the situation had escalated. Curlia told her brother to take Elijah to his room and come back. She added that a family meeting was urgently needed. Once in bed, Elijah kept repeating Iron's name. Brad and Lulu were allowed to attend the family meeting as witnesses. What Ilya had said was practically a confession of her feelings under the influence of alcohol. And it happened not in private, but almost in public. Curlia noted that tomorrow morning, when the girl came to her senses, she would be overcome with shame and would want to leave these lands. They needed to figure out how to fix the situation before morning. Brad admitted that he was also to blame. However, Iron was also at fault. After all, he was the one who had brought the girl to this state. Brad asked if Iron was really going to delay even at a moment like this. Iron promised to come up with something. His sister asked what he was going to do. Iron said he would confess his feelings for her. Morning came. Elijah opened her eyes. Her head was splitting with pain. The girl tried to remember what had happened the day before. She remembered drinking with Brad and Lulu and then meeting Iron. She felt incredibly ashamed. Elijah decided she had to leave the estate immediately. However, the main entrance would not do. Maybe she could just jump out the window. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Elijah realized that all her plans had fallen through. What should she do now? Lulu appeared at the door dressed as a maid. The girl asked why the cat looked like that and what it was doing there. The maid said that Lord Iron Pereira would like to spend the day with Lady Ilya Lindsay. Lulu asked if the girl would accept his invitation. Ilya was surprised. It was a direct invitation to a date. But why so suddenly? Was it because of what had happened the day before? What should she do now? A real brainstorm raced through Ilya's head and she agreed. The girl said she would get ready quickly. The maid replied that she would wait. Ilya tried on several outfits and settled on one. Lulu suggested some matching shoes. The maid opened the door and said that Lady Ilya could come in. Iron Pereira was already waiting for Ilya in the open area. The young man also looked smart. Iron said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and thanked the girl for visiting their estate. Ilya thanked him for the invitation. Iron noted that the girl had a very beautiful dress that suited her well. Ilya thanked him for the compliment. Ilya said that Iron also looked unusual and handsome. She scolded herself for being shy and stuttering. A blush played on the girl's face. Ilya asked where they would be going today. Iron looked up and said that she had arrived just in time. A griffin harnessed to a carriage appeared above. As always, the griffin was controlled by Curlia. Curlia greeted them and said that she would be in charge of transportation today. It all looked like a scene from a romantic fairy tale. Curlia opened the carriage doors and invited the young people to get in. When they sat down, Curlia said that in order for the bird to move as smoothly as possible, only the comfort mode should be used. Iron told the girl that the place he wanted to take her to was far away and asked if it would be too bumpy. Ilya replied that in this version, the comfort mode was excellent. There was no shaking at all. Ilya thought that Iron hadn't said a word about yesterday. He was probably trying not to embarrass her. The young people flew to the kingdom of Gerbera, to the free city of Seventino. The streets were crowded with people. The festival was in full swing and was supposed to last until the end of autumn. They stopped near a street artist, and Iron agreed to have his portrait painted. When the work was finished, Ilya admitted that the resemblance was simply magnificent. Iron was also pleased. After a candlelit dinner at a fancy restaurant, Iron asked what the girl thought of the food. Ilya admitted that everything was very tasty. The chef definitely deserved Michelin stars. The waiter asked permission to clear the plates and inquired how the guests liked the wine, as it was supposed to pair perfectly with the steak. He added that he would bring dessert soon and could recommend a cocktail to go with it. Ilya was surprised to see that Brad was acting as the waiter. The mustachioed waiter objected that he was not Brad at all and that the girl was mistaken. Iron said that everything was fine. Brad could stop pretending. Brad wished them a pleasant stay and ran away. The young man wondered how Ilya could have recognized him. Wasn't the costume perfect? Lulu told Brad to behave more discreetly. Ilya said she enjoyed everything, had a lot of fun, and thanked the young man. The girl admitted that she was grateful to Iron for showing her all these places. She said that because of family matters and training, she almost never got to enjoy such holidays. She rarely went out just to walk the streets. Elijah was always afraid that her appearance and behavior would go beyond the bounds of family decency and become known to others. Most of all, she was afraid to show her feelings. Now, after meeting Iron, everything had changed. Thanks to him, today had been wonderful. The young man was glad that the girl had enjoyed everything. Ilya was surprised by the strange sounds coming from outside. Iron jumped up from his seat and said, "It started." He grabbed the girl by the hand and pulled her outside. The young people went out onto the veranda and saw bright fireworks. The young man turned to the girl and looked into her eyes. Ilya stood motionless, looking at him. Iron confessed that he loved Elijah, not as a friend, but as a girlfriend. He said he had broken his promise and only appeared 5 years later, but she greeted him with a bright smile, and he realized that he loved her even more. Iron repeated that he loved Ilya very much. He asked if Ilya felt the same way and would agree to date him. The young man added that he was proposing they be together forever. Ilya was embarrassed, and a blush spread across her cheeks. The girl lowered her eyes and quietly agreed. The support group jumped out from behind their cover and began congratulating the young couple. Curlia shouted that her brother was a hero and added that Iron should kiss his beloved immediately. Iron asked his sister in embarrassment how she could say such a thing. Curlia declared that she was not joking at all. This was a serious matter. Ilya decided to take the initiative and kiss the embarrassed young man on the cheek. She was extremely embarrassed and said she wanted to get into the carriage immediately. Curlia asked in surprise why her brother was stuck. Brad complained that he was bored and said he wanted to see Judith as soon as possible. Not all cities were celebrating at this time. Some knights were moving through the ruined part of another city. The assistant commander of the White Knights, Myers, tried to use holy power. He reported that there was no reaction to the holy influence in this place either. Myers was puzzled. A messenger from the 3rd Detachment arrived with a report for the Knights. The messenger reported that in the south of the continent, as in the west last time, all traces of demons had disappeared. All of this came crashing down on them at once. Myers suggested that this was the work of the great demon who controlled the others. The most likely candidate was the clown demon, who was regaining his strength by gathering the remains. However, there was something more frightening than when the demons acted in groups. Residual magical power was present in the places they had visited. There are demons that can hide magic. Brad asked his friend what he could say about the beginning of a relationship. Iron just laughed in response. Brad laughed too and said he knew someone else who could give advice. Elijah got angry at Brad for saying that. She told Brad to shut up and start training. No excuses. Brad replied that he wasn't ready. Running away from the girl, Brad shouted that she had crazy eyes and should calm down. Elijah demanded that Brad pick up a sword immediately. Curlia couldn't understand how this was possible. They had only started dating yesterday, and today they were both in the training hall. How could anyone be so obsessed with swords? She thought that her brother's progress would not have been so rapid if he hadn't had people around him to help and encourage him. A month passed, and Brad said it was time for him to leave. Curlia asked if he was going to Judith. The answer was yes. As a farewell, Brad told Iron and Elijah to get ready. Very soon, Brad and Judith would return and deal with them. Brad thought, even if it doesn't happen anytime soon, that day will definitely come. So young people shouldn't relax. Brad noticed that Iron and Elijah were growing at an incredible rate, especially Elijah. She had become so much stronger that it was incomparable to how she used to be. What had changed her so much? Before, Brad would have been discouraged by such things, but now everything was different. He could simply let go of all those useless emotions like envy or inferiority complexes. The young man decided to go at his own pace, his own way. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a gust of wind appeared. What was it? The gust of wind disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. Brad wondered, could someone have created it? The fact is that Sir Joshua Lindsay rushed past Brad in the same direction. He was rushing to find his daughter. Mr. Joshua hoped that Elijah was all right, but why hadn't she come home for over a month? Joshua thought that this fair-haired young man was not so unreliable, but that did not change the essence of the problem. He needed to see with his own eyes that his daughter was all right. Sir Lindsay saw the Pereira estate and realized he was almost at his destination. The guards at the entrance checked his documents, determined that the traveler had come from the west, and wished him a safe journey. Mr. Joshua thought that the fake documents had helped him pass through the gates without any problems. The next destination was the Pereira residence. But how could he get there unnoticed? The man thought that he had only been traveling for 2 weeks, but he was already completely exhausted. Joshua assumed that he was getting old. There was a tavern directly on his route where the traveler decided to take a break and then move on. A bowl of soup helped him regain his strength. Joshua felt considerably relieved. Looking out the window, Lindsay noted that it was an interesting place, small in size but seemingly much quieter than other places he had seen. A local resident approached the traveler and said that this place was indeed quite nice. The food here was excellent, and the prices were reasonable. The man asked if he could sit at this table. Lindsay clarified that he was not talking about the tavern, but about the city. The traveler added that the city looked much better than the neighboring estates. The local resident realized that he was talking to a traveler and asked him to explain what made him think so. The two men struck up a conversation and even shared some alcoholic beverages, which the local kindly offered. The traveler overheard a conversation between some young people at the next table. It turned out that a young man named Pereira had become engaged to a girl from the Lingjay family. Joshua was extremely excited by this news. He rushed over to the young people and asked what they were talking about. At that moment, Iron and Elijah entered quite by chance. Iron admitted that outdoor dates were very nice. Elijah said that she also enjoyed it very much. The young people witnessed a local resident trying to calm Sir Joshua down. Lindsay claimed that he was able to remain calm in such a situation. Ilya was surprised. What was her father doing here? Iron asked why his father looked the way he did. The local resident's fake beard and wig fell off, and everyone saw that it was Sir Pereira. It turned out that he had decided to visit the tavern incognito. Lindsay and Pereira were surprised to hear the children calling them by name. Ilya didn't know what was going on, but told Iron that they'd better leave. Iron suggested that his father was inspecting the estate and said that in that case, they would leave. Ilya noted that if her father was there on business, they would see him later. Elijah added that she never thought her father would make it here. Iron said they should use this chance to talk to the Lord officially and get his approval. Elijah said that sounded very serious. Iron replied that he was not joking. Mr. Joshua Lindsay told his companion that his reaction was quite natural. Sir Pereira noted that he understood this because he himself had a daughter and knew what those feelings were like. Lindsay remembered his smiling daughter and thought, when was the last time he saw her with such a sincere smile? After the events in their home, there was no trace of her laughter left. Perhaps his obsession had constrained his daughter even more. The young men and their fathers met in the evening at the entrance to the estate. Mr. Lindsay put his hand on Iron's shoulder and told the young man to take care of his daughter. Iron thanked Joshua Lindsay as he walked away and added that he would do everything in his power. The superjet was ready for takeoff. Lindsay said it was time for him to go. Mr. Pereira noted that he would visit next time. Joshua replied that he would always be waiting. Ilya, saying goodbye to her beloved, told him to take care of himself until they met again. Iron replied that there was no reason to worry. Curlia noted that if they flew on a griffin, they could get there in less than a week. Ilya thanked him for kindly providing the superjet. Her father apologized to his daughter because of him, she had to leave much earlier than she had planned. Elijah replied that everything was fine. She and Iron decided to focus on their tasks. It was important for her to master the family sword. Mr. Joshua thanked his daughter for her words. Sir Lindsay thought that he had learned a lot and finally understood what he had been missing all this time. Why was he so attached to his daughter's safety and future? He couldn't let go of his guilt about that sword. Now he understood. There are some things that need to be forgotten. Literally a week later, Elijah told her father that they had almost arrived. The griffin changed the shape of its wings and was preparing to land. But who was standing at the main gate? Mr. Joshua said that they were not on the same path as this man. Ignata was standing at the gate. She said she hadn't seen Mr. Lingjie in a long time. Mr. Joshua asked why Ignata had come here. The girl replied that she had come to ask Mr. Lingjie to teach her. She wanted him to share his skills with her. Lindsay asked, "Today of all days, Ignata has chosen a terrible time." The man replied that he was not in the mood today. That meant he would be very rude. Ignata said that was exactly what she was asking for. Sir Lingjie turned around and told Ignata to follow him to another place. Ilya said that she also wanted to watch and asked for permission. The fight was serious. Mr. Joshua was indeed very rude and angry. Ilya thought that her father was serious about this fight. Ignata, facing her father, looked simply incredible. They were completely evenly matched. Elijah wasn't the only one watching the fight. A few other people were standing a little further away. The demon clown said to the young man, "These two seem ready to destroy each other." The demon asked the young man if he was sure everything was okay. What if his father lost and died? Elijah was exhausted and fell to her knees. Joshua stood with his sword in his hand as if nothing had happened. Joshua said that was enough. Her body could no longer withstand his blows. Ignata thanked him and added that she had learned a lot from this fight. Lindsay told Ignata never to cross the threshold of this house again for the reason that had happened today. The girl, Ilya's older brother, watched his sister from the sidelines. The clown, without saying a word, the young man headed for the portal and left the territory that had once been his home. But even Mr. Elijah wondered if she was just jealous. Ignata's majestic appearance, like a real king who never loses his dignity no matter what. Ilya probably wanted to be like that. However, now everything had changed. The girl realized that she needed something else, something much more important. A man like the broad and reliable Earth, who accepts her as she is. Someone she can lean on, someone she can truly trust. At this time, Brad Lloyd continued to move along the forest road on his planned route toward Judith's presumed location. Brad shouted that he would challenge Judith again. The young man assumed that the jealous Judith would be incredibly charming. However, when he reached his destination, the young man was surprised. There used to be a small hill here, but now there were ravines all around. What had happened here? Brad approached one of the ravines. Someone called out to him. He turned around and saw Elder Kuhn standing in front of him. The master said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The young man usually came twice a year, but this time he was late. Brad explained that he had some business to attend to. The elder asked why the young man had come back here. Brad suggested that Kuhn had softened his tone. Brad asked what had happened here after all. The master told the young man to follow him. Judith had been spotted in one of the ravines. The girl did not let go of her sword. Judith asked if Brad had really become a master swordsman. The young man said he would give her the details later. Right now, he wanted to hug her after their long separation. Judith turned around and said that Brad annoyed her. She was ready to die in training, but she still couldn't become a master swordsman. Brad suggested that something was clearly wrong. Judith said that she just wanted to test how much stronger she had become. The girl drew her sword and told Brad not to hold back, to give it his all. Brad understood everything, drew his sword as well, and said that if Judith lost, she could cry. Even with tears, she would still be cute. The fight did not last long. Brad found himself lying in a trench. The young man did not understand how this had happened. After all, he was a master swordsman. Judith admitted that Brad had flown far away. The girl told him to pick up his sword and get up. Brad asked how a master could lose to an expert. Judith told the young man not to be upset. It was just one sparring match. It was time to come to his senses. Brad suggested that he had been too relaxed. Judith said that it had shocked him greatly and added that Brad had fought quite well. Brad waved his hand and said he would be back soon. Master Kuhn was surprised. Did this guy always leave so quickly? Judith replied that Brad had explained he had urgent business to attend to. The girl admitted that training with Master Kuhn really paid off. She had become so strong that she was able to defeat Brad. The girl wondered if she could continue in the same vein and become the strongest. Judith declared that she could defeat Elijah, Brad, and Iron, as well as that black-haired swordsman who had recently come here. Was that Ignata? They say she is the best swordsman in the Holy Kingdom. She was truly incredible. Elder Kun thought that his student was impressed by her sparring with Ignata. The master asked why his student wanted to become stronger. Judith replied that she would need it very much. If she became the strongest, she would be able to defeat anyone. The master said that perhaps she didn't need it at all. It wasn't worth losing touch with people. He had reached this peak because he had given up everything for his goal. However, he wasn't sure if that was what he really wanted. The mentor added that Judith should take a different path. She shouldn't lose her friends or give up on love. It's not worth sacrificing everything for the sword. Kun said that the girl should be greedy and not miss anything. She should take everything and move forward. Judith said that the mentor had started speaking in a manner uncharacteristic of him. She would pretend she hadn't heard anything. Now she was going to train. Kun thought that his student was very bold. Who did she take after? The elder thought that this girl was starting to resemble him more and more. Perhaps it was because he was spending too much time with her. Kun started coughing and covered his mouth. The man looked at the palm of his hand covering his mouth and saw blood on it. The elder said, "It's starting again." A man in a hood watched the master walk away. The stranger said that his father had lost a lot of weight. At the Kronos Academy, the head received information from Brad and said that Judith had reached a high level. Apparently, she worked well with Elder Kun. Brad declared that now he would definitely not back down. That was why he had returned to the School of Swordsmen. The young man asked the head of the academy to be his mentor. Brad decided that he absolutely had to become stronger. Now he had a reason to train to the max. Brad remembered how Judith promised him that if he beat her next time, she would grant him any wish, so he needed to train harder. Brad decided that in a year he would definitely return and become much stronger. Judith had to wait for him. Elder Kronos said that a guest had arrived. Would the young man go with him? The head of the academy greeted the guest and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He also apologized for the wait. Kronos added that one more spectator wouldn't hurt. Ignata replied that even if there were more guests, it wouldn't bother her. Iron continued his daily training to improve his skills and confirm his qualifications. The young man thought that he would now have to train alone for a long time. His sister was always riding her griffin, Lulu accompanied her, and now they were almost invisible. Iron thought that loneliness wasn't so bad. He could focus on his training. The young man wondered, is everyone training hard? Surely everyone is giving it their all, wherever they are. He too needs to try to become better. Our hero decided that he would never let what happened to Ifrane Slick happen again. A whole year passed in continuous training. Marcus reported to the young gentleman that a letter had arrived from the Holy Kingdom. It looked like an invitation. The young man read the contents of the letter. It was indeed an invitation to a tournament of heroes. About a year ago, the demons disappeared from sight, but monsters and beasts began to appear more and more often. Complaints from people across the continent about encounters with the damned were increasing. A wave of terror rapidly swept across the entire region. The Holy Kingdom's expeditionary forces, scattered across different corners of the world, were urgently summoned to the capital to discuss a further plan of action. The most frightening problem was that if the fight against the demons dragged on and the current heroes left, the continent would be left defenseless due to the poor training of the next generation. In these turbulent times, a truly historic battle took place in the training arena of Avilius, right before the eyes of all the assembled expeditionary force fighters. One of the fighters was Julius Hall, head of the Order of White Knights of the Holy Kingdom of Avilius. On the other side was the head of the Order of Black Knights, Ignatius Crescentia. Two luminaries of the Holy Kingdom clashed in battle. As expected, the duel turned out to be completely one-sided. It was a one-sided game. The bold thrust of the Black Blade was stopped by an insurmountable barrier, a white mountain symbolizing the era. But even in this unequal battle, the expeditionary forces witnessed how, in such a dangerous situation, where anyone else would have long since lost consciousness from their injuries, the Black Blade rose again and again, striving for victory, filled with determination. It was the sword of light, a new hope for the protection of a new era. With the return of the demons, darkness and fear enveloped the entire continent, but a spark of hope flashed on the horizon. The Duel of Heroes, a sacred ritual, had begun. Not only Iron, but Brad and Judith also received such invitations. After reading the message, Iron told Marcus to take it to the library. Late at night, after training, our hero indulged in meditation. The young man found himself in the space of his imaginary world. To calm the storm in his heart, the protagonist mastered the element of fire. To subdue the flames that were raging and burning everything in their path, he learned to control the element of water. The young man also mastered the art of earth, capable of holding water, restless like a heart full of doubts. He managed to master all this in a year of persistent training. Iron wanted to take up the sword for the sake of this world. To keep his promise, he needed to understand how to use his power correctly. Guests appeared before the young man. The eldest of them said that he had finally arrived. The old man asked if the young man remembered him. He was one of the elders who served the Holy Kingdom. Iron asked what had brought the Holy Knight here. The old man said that the young man had not responded to their invitation. Was he full of doubts? Had the young man's heart long been mired in uncertainty? The old man said that he might be old and unable to see beyond his own nose, but he really wanted Iron to take part in the tournament. The elder still clearly remembered the sword of the soul that the young man had shown him earlier. It was so bright that it seemed as if it would engulf everything around it. The elder said he felt a strange warmth in that sword. Even he, whose senses had long since dulled, felt its power. The old Volcanus asked the young man if he was going to the Holy Kingdom tomorrow. The blacksmith said that he also wanted to go there for company. After all, it's fun to walk together across the vast expanses. Volcanus added that he wanted to see the world, gain inspiration, and bask a little in the young man's glory. Everyone participating in the event, as well as all swordsmen fighting demons and evil spirits, should receive weapons equal in strength to the numbered sword. Iron said he agreed. The next day arrived. Seeing the young man off, Marcus told him to be sure to return safe and sound. Iron warned his companion that they would be traveling on foot. The blacksmith replied that he always traveled that way and asked if Lulu would be going with them. The young man replied that the cat had left these lands several months ago. However, Lulu, Iron, and Night, Volcanus admitted that much had changed over the past year. However, there was no need to worry because the young hero would change the world for the better. Iron told the blacksmith not to pressure him or rush him. Everything had its time. The young man sensed someone approaching them and told Volcanus to be careful. Travelers emerged from the forest onto the clearing. One of them said that they were glad to see the light of the fire in such darkness. The young man showed them the official mercenary badge and said that they were not dangerous. There were 4 travelers and they introduced themselves. They were Keenan, Giovanni, and Jareen. The leader of the group was a mercenary named Ethan. The blacksmith said he was a dwarf and his name was Volcanus. The young man said his name was Iron Pereira. The blacksmith looked at the young man. After all, they had agreed to use pseudonyms. Iron admitted that he had completely forgotten about this agreement. The mercenaries laughed and said that it was very clumsy acting. Once again, someone was trying to call himself the hero Iron Pereira. This was already the 6th such case. The leader of the mercenaries said he had seen such imposters trying to use the master's name. There were many such people. Although this young man seemed to have guessed the hair color correctly, he had missed the most important detail. Ethan asked how anyone could call themselves Pereira without having the black cat Lulu with them. Who would believe that this was Iron if the magical Lulu was not nearby? Although even with the cat, no one would believe such a person. Iron told Volcanus not to tell anyone, because no one would believe them anyway. The blacksmith noted that overall, things weren't so bad. The protagonist said that in that case they could call him Aaron. After warming themselves by the fire, our heroes and mercenaries continued on their way together. Jaren told Ethan that she didn't want to be around these people. They were nothing but a burden. She didn't want to trust someone who had originally called himself a different person. Ethan told the girl that they had no bad intentions. If they hadn't taken them with them, something bad could have happened to them. Iron told the blacksmith that next time he would make mushroom soup. Volcanus ordered meat soup. Ethan told his companions that ultimately they had the same goal. If problems arose along the way, these people could be sent away immediately. Jaren agreed. Jaren looked into the distance and told everyone to stop. There was an ambush ahead. Skeletons were waiting for them. Sure enough, a gang of ferocious skeletons in armor emerged from the forest ahead, and they were aggressive. Ethan drew his sword and said that they would deal with these bandits now. The mercenaries rushed into battle. The skeletons put up a fight, and the battle was fierce. The knight with the shield said that more and more skeletons were arriving. Ethan declared that the situation was getting out of control and that they needed to retreat and move to more distant positions. They might have to form a circle of defense. The mercenaries noticed that their new acquaintance, Aaron, had joined the battle, and in an instant, all the skeletons were destroyed. Ethan said that Aaron had done well this time. The young man must admit where he learned defense like that. Aaron replied that if he said he had studied at the Kronos Academy, no one would believe him anyway. Ethan laughed. This young man still couldn't forget his legend. He even managed with a two-handed sword. It was obvious that he hadn't slacked off in his training. Ethan said he was ready to see what Aaron was capable of. Aaron took out his sword again and destroyed the monsters that came his way. The young man acted quickly and efficiently. Ethan thought that this young man was really something. Maybe he should invite him to join the team. Jaren asked what the commander thought of the young man. Ethan admitted that he was quite good, not afraid of monsters and beasts. Perhaps he was from a famous fencing school or the Royal Academy. Ethan asked the girl what else she wanted to hear. Jaren told Ethan to forget about her question. She wasn't interested in anything. Jaren left the group and didn't even want to have dinner with the others, as the commander of the group didn't invite her. The girl didn't agree. Ethan returned to the campfire and continued the conversation over a bowl of hot porridge. The travelers discussed the likely candidates to win the Heroes Tournament. Volcanus said he had heard that Camlin Ray from House Ray would also be participating. This time, only those under the age of 60 could participate, so this knight had every chance of winning. Ethan said that he was indeed a strong knight. Due to the age restriction, the heads of houses and old masters would not be able to participate. Giovanni said that the commander of the Black Knight Order could win. They say that the Holy Kingdom is organizing the tournament just to show off Ignata's sword. Keenan was indignant. Could someone in their 30s really compete with masters who were already over 50? The masters from the southern lands would definitely win. Jarot, the tiger of the southern lands, and his brother-in-arms, the king of the southern mercenaries, Zakwang. Both masters are already over 50, but their experience should not be underestimated. The interlocutor asked Iran who he thought would win. The young man replied, Ignatius Crescencia, Elijah Lingje, Brad Lloyd, Judith, and Iron Pereira. He was quite strong when they traveled with him, but now he is probably even stronger. Aaron laughed and said he was joking. Of course, he didn't know any of the young swordsmen he had just listed. Ethan said that they would soon reach the Tamo forest, as they had been moving in the right direction all this time. Usually they just pass by, but recently a demon had been spotted there twice, so they needed to be careful. On the way, the travelers saw a camp set up by knights. A flag with the wise crest flew above the camp. Volcanus said that it was the coat of arms of a famous clan. It is said that they own all the wealth of the continent, but they are known for more than that. They are also famous for their kindness. They help the poor by distributing grain and have even established a fund for those who were unable to get an education. Recently, the clan began supplying weapons and armor to heroes fighting demons. The clan is now headed by the eldest son, the half-elf Gale Wise. Judith asked her mentor if he really wasn't going. Kun repeated once again that it was better for him to train. It was more useful for him. The girl asked if he couldn't spare a little time to at least support her in some way at the tournament. Kun said he had no free time, otherwise he wouldn't be standing here. Judith said that in that case, the master could stay here and train alone, torturing his body to exhaustion. The girl said that the master could at least say a few words of support to her. Kun shouted for Judith to go fight Ignata, Brad, and Iron. She should destroy everything there and return victorious. Judith was delighted and said she would do just that. She would take her trophy and return immediately. Until then, the mentor had to keep himself in shape. The girl left and Kun began coughing again and losing strength. The master fell to his knees and blood came out of his mouth along with his cough. The elder grabbed his sword. He thought that he could not go on like this, that he had to act before it was too late. Earlier, Kun told his friend not to spread rumors. Chrono Ian confirmed that he had indeed heard such things. They say that only by passing all the stages can one achieve the highest level of mastery. If he could reach that level, he would be able to obtain a new body. Even if he was old and sick, he would be able to be reborn in a new body. He would be given a second chance. Kun did not know whether to believe these stories, but if the rumors were true, maybe he really did have a chance at a new life. However, he had already challenged the impossible many times. Now he must also achieve the impossible and seize even the slightest chance. Someone's voice said, "That's enough for today. Kun turned around and saw a young man. The old man was surprised. What was going on? He hadn't even noticed his presence. Kun asked who he was. The young man greeted him and said his name was Carl. He had come here to study with the Grand Master. Kun thought he was looking at the silver-haired swordsman. Could this be Carl Lingjie himself? The young man took out his sword and said that he had long since left that surname in the past. Kun noted that even as a hermit, he had heard of this young man. The elder congratulated the young man on his return to the game. Khan wondered if Carl's opponent should be Ignata. The young man had to hurry to the Holy Kingdom. Not only Ignata, but all the strongest were gathering there. Carl held his sword forward, clearly showing that he was preparing to attack. The elder laughed. Apparently, this young man had no idea who he was trying to intimidate with his sword. Was he serious? Kun added that if the young man had come for his head, he risked losing his own. In the ensuing battle, Elder Kun said that this young man clearly underestimated him. The master thought, how could he have ended up in such a situation that such a young man was trying to threaten him? Kun added that it even annoyed him. This was followed by a kick to the jaw, and Carl was thrown far back. The young man fell on his back, and a dent appeared in the ground. Kun looked angry. Carl jumped to his feet and prepared to attack again. Elder Kun decided to act more energetically and end the fight a little faster than planned. The master thought that this guy seemed to be retreating, but in fact he was constantly deflecting his attacks with precision, as if a needle were dancing on the edge of a razor. His talent was simply unimaginable. Hiding such a level of skill all these years was simply a waste of time. Most likely he had now come up against a wall that seemed impossible to climb over. Surely this had broken him. He probably didn't even try to move forward. Just thinking about her, he was already ready to run away. It was humiliating, and the master knew that feeling because he himself had been stuck in that pit for a long time. The old man said that he had only become a master at the age of 70, but he guaranteed it to the young man. Kun said that he would spare Carl this time. The young man should leave while he was giving him this chance. The old master had the elder told Carl to renounce the darkness before it was too late. He had to get rid of what he had obtained dishonestly and start all over again. All was not lost yet. Carl asked what was wrong with using dishonestly obtained power. He had only done what his mentor had told him to do and gained the power he had so desperately dreamed of. Kun asked, what is the point of power if the young man turned away from his humanity to gain it? The master decided to show his opponent how repulsive and pathetic the power he had chosen was. This time, Kun attacked Carl. The old man noted that the young man had been unable to control himself, had given in to his emotions, and had let everything go. Carl had no idea how wrong that was. The elder said that the young man would now feel it to the depths of his bones. However, Kun's health deteriorated sharply, and he began coughing up blood again. To avoid negative consequences, Elder Kun used his most powerful technique. A pillar of dust appeared, and fragments of stone flew in different directions. The young man said he was impressed. He was sure that he had already sent his opponent to the other world with his sword. However, the old man was able to perform such a maneuver in a split second. Blood was already streaming from the elder's mouth. The master's right hand was seriously injured. Carl once again expressed his admiration to his mentor. The young man said that now, with respect for his mentor, he would end the elder's life. Carl said that the opportunity to cross swords with Elder Kun was a great honor for him. He considered it a true blessing of fate. Kun thought he should have attacked him while he was preparing for the blow. The next moment, Kun was again attacked by demonic forces. Carl was amazed by this man's strength and courage. Both of his arms were injured, but he still did not give up. Elder Kun grabbed the sword with his teeth and was ready to continue the fight even in this condition. Carl said he was sorry. However, now that the master could no longer hold his sword, he intended to finish what he had started. At that moment, there was a crash of breaking boards and the elder fell somewhere below. A cloud of dust rose and nothing could be seen around. The roof of the house where the battle was taking place collapsed, and the old man fell to the floor. The master lay among the rubble of the destroyed building. His condition did not allow him to continue the fight. Khan remembered how Judith had previously yelled at the master that the roof needed to be repaired on time. The old man thought that now the girl would give him a beating for the destroyed house. Carl thought he had overexerted himself. He would have to focus solely on recovery for a while. This fight was at the limit of his abilities. The young man thought that if it weren't for his opponent's illness, he would have been the one to lose. However, Master Kun had no intention of giving up. Even in his condition, he was ready to face his opponent. The old man got to his feet and approached his opponent again. Carl said that the master surpassed everyone he could imagine. Was the old man indestructible? The young man gathered his strength, swung his sword, and said that now Kun had no chance of winning. The old man replied that perhaps now he really was indestructible. The young man looked at his opponent and was surprised. His whole body was covered in cuts. Both opponents were running out of strength. Kun remembered his friend's words. Was this what he meant when he spoke of the ultimate level of mastery? The old man told the young man that their meeting was no mere coincidence. At that moment, the master's hands appeared, woven from energy. It was as if they were created from his aura. Khan asked Carl if he knew that two wolves lived in a man's heart. Ethan told his squad that in order to safely pass through the Tamo forest, he had decided to join Wise's caravan. The journey to the Holy Kingdom would take about a week. Ethan told Jaren that this was a necessary measure, that they had no other choice. The girl replied that she understood. Aaron noticed that after meeting Wise's caravan, Jaren had been gloomy the whole time. Had something happened? Ethan suggested that the young man not meddle in other people's business. They had to leave early tomorrow, so Aaron had to get ready. Ethan noticed that Jaren had her reasons for not being able to talk about it and asked him not to ask her any questions. Aaron said he understood. Jaren thought she just needed to hang in there for another week. She really was sad. 3 days passed. Giovanni checked the schedule and was surprised. Why 3 night shifts in a row? And the place to sleep was always at the very edge of the camp. Keenan said he needed to talk to them. Why were they doing this? Giovanni told the commander that this was too much. Ethan promised to sort everything out and asked him not to make a fuss. Ethan tried to calm himself, thinking there was no cause for alarm. Demanding such things was their legal right. The guard asked where the mercenary was going and what had happened. Ethan replied that he wanted to talk to Mr. Wise. It seemed that there were problems with the distribution of duties, and this needed to be discussed. The guard said that Mr. Wise was busy at the moment, but he could pass on the message. Aaron approached and said he would explain everything himself. The guard asked who he was. The young man greeted him and said that his name was Aaron, that he was from Mr. Ethan's group of adventurers, and that he would like to speak with Commander Wise. The guard was indignant. How dare these mercenaries make demands? Those watching from the sidelines were surprised. Were these young people really looking for a fight? What was going on there? The commander peeked out of the tent and asked what all the noise was about. Ethan looked at the man and realized that he was none other than the master swordsman, Broody Sharper. Sharper said they could talk inside and invited the young people into the tent. Inside, our hero saw the leader of the caravan, Gale Wise, a half-elf. Gale asked the young people what had happened. Ethan explained that because the number of people on the journey had exceeded the original plan, there had been some minor problems with the schedule. Wise apologized and said that he had unintentionally shown disrespect. Ethan replied that everything was fine. Although the subject was unpleasant, Mr. Wise listened to them attentively. Wise said that starting tonight, he would take measures to ensure that nothing would bother the mercenaries anymore. Ethan thanked him for his help and understanding. Aaron also thanked the boss for quickly resolving their problem. Giovanni told the captain that while talking to the other members of the group, he accidentally let slip that Aaron was pretending to be Iron Pereira. Keenan added that now many had begun to speak ill of Aaron. What should they do now? Jaren approached Aaron and apologized. The fact that the young man felt uncomfortable in their group and was now being criticized was all because of her. Jaren added that she personally had a bad relationship with Wise. Because of this, Aran had been subjected to a barrage of criticism and negativity. The girl said that, in any case, they would be parting ways in a few days, so it was better for Aaron not to get involved for now. If Wise remembered him, nothing good would come of it. Aaron replied that he could withstand such a storm. He had been ridiculed in a similar way before. Sometimes he got scared and just ran away. He hoped that the wind blowing in his face would die down on its own. At the time, he didn't understand that the wind knocking him off his feet would not stop, no matter how much he wanted it to. Aaron added that he understood that trials do not come alone. Along with the wind comes the strength to endure it. The young man thanked Jaren for sincerely caring for him and showing him attention. Only because of this could he cope with such a wind. Jaren asked if he was really Iron Pereira. The young man replied that he was not. He was Aaron. The girl said that the man who, even when he saw the monster, did not bat an eye, was now panicking like a rookie on the battlefield. Should she now call him Mr. Iron? The young man asked Jaren not to do so. The girl demanded that he admit why he was hiding his identity. Iron replied that he had to do so because he wanted to travel in peace. Jaren agreed that being famous was not easy and promised to keep his secret. Iron stopped Jaren and asked her to tell him what had happened between her and Wise, or at least hint at it. Jaren replied that she couldn't talk about it. Knowing would be the young man's undoing. Ethan told Jaren and Aaron to end their conversation and return immediately. An order had been given for a general assembly. Demons had appeared in the forest. A general assembly had indeed been announced at the knight's camp. The situation that had arisen needed to be discussed. Gale Wise asked the scouts if they had really seen demons in that forest. The scouts confirmed that they had spotted a whole group. Master Swordsman Broody Sharper told the leader that there were 4 sword experts in the reconnaissance squad. Wise ordered the scouts to seek immediate medical attention and rest. Wise thought that the situation was quite serious. If there really were many demons there, it could not be ruled out that the devil himself might be nearby. The safest option would be to request help from the Holy Kingdom. But in that case, they would have to remain here in isolation until the Order of Paladins arrived. Iron couldn't help but ask where the scouts had seen the demons. The guard was indignant. That imposter had appeared again. Ethan was frightened. What was Aaron planning now? Volcanus handed the young man a sword. Jaren was surprised. Had Iron decided to reveal his identity? Pereira, the guard. Iron. The young man introduced himself and gave his name. He said his name was Iron Pereira and that he was a master swordsman. The young man also added that he had experience in destroying demons and devils. He needed to obtain information about the location of the enemies. He was ready to set out immediately. The guard, Wise, Gale, in the dark, one of the demon, she asked. However, the demon was outraged. Had this man completely lost his fear? How dare he show up here as if it were his own home? The female demon flew into a rage. How dare this scoundrel threaten her kingdom? Her Majesty realized that this man was too dangerous and that it was better to avoid direct confrontation with him. The roof of the dark castle was broken, and the female demon intended to leave the territory so as not to suffer. However, the swordmaster Iron Pereira recorded the demon woman's trajectory and decided to deal with her according to the law of honor. The female demon said she had memorized this man's face. When they met again, she would tear him to pieces and tear those pieces into even smaller pieces. Iron was not afraid of the threats and, swinging his sword, cut the demon woman in 2, right in the chest area. The demon was defeated. A support group of knights arrived at the dark castle and freed all the prisoners. All the demon's minions and monsters were also destroyed. The land, steeped in darkness, was completely cleansed by the mysterious power of Iron Pereira. The merchants of Wise Corporation also did not skimp on holy water, helping with the purification. Wise and the swordmaster Sharper, examining the dungeon, noted that many people had been locked underground. Not only humans, but also elves were imprisoned here. Many found this simply unbelievable. Iron Pereira single-handedly defeated not only the demon's servants, but also the Lord himself. It is not for nothing that he is called a genius. After all, he became a master swordsman at the age of 20. He possesses a power that cuts through darkness. This is a real blessing for the continent. Keenan was indignant. Just a moment ago, everyone was saying nasty things about this guy, and now they were admiring him. Ethan replied that the main thing was that the misunderstanding had been cleared up. Ethan looked around and asked where Jaren was. He hadn't seen her since morning. Jaren was moving alone in the darkness in the specified direction. Jaren remembered the recent past. Her sister had been studying some documents. The girl assumed that something was wrong with them. The amount of magic and mana in the neighboring village had decreased sharply. Jaren suggested that elves who want to establish contact with humans probably leave the forest with the help of the Wise Trading Guild. Her sister said that the problem was that they were doing so through Wise. Most female elves ended up in aristocratic human households, and recently, elves had begun to disappear more and more often. The girl suspected that something was wrong and decided to investigate. She said she would be late today, so there was no point in waiting for her. Jaren thought that was the last thing she would hear from her sister. When Jaren realized that her sister had disappeared, she began her own investigation into the Wise Corporation. Jaren's father saw this and told her to stop immediately. The man realized it was too dangerous. He couldn't lose her, too. Then Jaren saw her father's face and understood everything. 7 long years have passed since then. The accusations against the Wise Trading Guild are still based only on speculation. Jaren decided to find out what they were up to. This time, she wanted to see everything with her own eyes. Jaren sneaked into the dungeon where the prisoners were held. The girl tricked the guard by throwing a stone near him. The guard reacted to the sound and took his attention away from watching his territory. The guard was deactivated, and Jaren managed to open the door to one of the cells. An alarm went off in the dungeon. One of the knights informed Lord Wise that something incredible was happening there. Jaren entered the cell and looked around. A terrible sight met her eyes. There were elves in the cell. They were wounded, and their condition was cause for concern. There was also a flower growing in the cell that exuded demonic energy. The elves were exposed to it. Moreover, there were not only prisoners in the cell. The young man standing with his back to Jaren said that even without looking, he guessed who it was. He admitted that he had hoped this day would never come. The young man turned around and said that he hadn't seen Jaren in a long time. It was Gale Wise. Jaren demanded that this disgusting lawlessness be stopped immediately. She had thought so. It was Wise who had taken her sister. Wise said he had forgotten to warn her. If you inhale the scent of this flower without taking an antidote beforehand, your mind will become clouded. At first it will hurt, but then a rather pleasant sensation will follow. Gale asked why Jaren had come here at all. The girl felt weak. She tried not to lose consciousness, but her strength was rapidly leaving her. Jaren managed to keep her wits about her and noticed that her consciousness was gradually returning. The flower's effect was weakening. Something incredible happened. The swordmaster Iron Pereira entered the room. Wise was surprised. How did Lord Pereira get here? Iron said he did not want to harm anyone, so it would be best if no one moved. Gale Wise asked Pereira not to misunderstand him. Iron ordered Jaren to move to a safe distance. Wise shouted for Lord Pereira not to come any closer. However, Iron sent Gale Wise flying with a lightning-fast punch to the face. Our hero approached the mysterious flower and said that everything was as he had expected. The young man realized that the dark stream was coming from this very plant. This scent was confusing the elves. It had to be stopped. The pendant on our hero's chest radiated energy that affected the flower, causing the plant to wither. Swordmaster Broody Sharper burst into the room and asked if Mr. Wise was all right. Wise demanded that Pereira stop immediately. Was he going to destroy everything here right now? Wise declared that if he was destined to answer for his actions, he was ready to do so in the Holy Kingdom. According to the law, only elves or abilious could judge an elf. Was Iron really going to break that rule too by taking the law into his own hands? Iron confirmed that this was indeed the case. Our hero said that Wise would go there accompanied by him. Ethan saw Jaren and asked where she had been all this time. The girl reminded him of what she had said earlier. Gale Wise was responsible for all of this. Now the truth had come to light. The knights and mercenaries left the camp and set off in carts along the planned route. Wise, as planned, rode in a cart accompanied by Iron and Vulcanus. Wise asked Pereira if he realized how much influence the Wise Corporation Trading Guild had on the continent. They had connections with influential people in every corner, even in Abilius. Wise thought, everything is going as he expected. This Pereira would not dare touch him. He knew many like this boy. They were all honest, righteous, acting for the greater good. You couldn't bribe them, but there was no need to fear them either, because they always acted within the bounds of their own principles. Wise decided that all Iron could do in Abilius was stand and watch as he slipped away right under his nose. The carriage stopped, and the guard announced that they had arrived at their destination. Vulcanus glanced around the area and noted that everything looked grand. This was the sacred kingdom of Abilius. Wise asked if they should at least put handcuffs on him. Iron did not answer. Gale thought it was too boring. The game was over. Broody Sharper had probably already gone ahead and taken care of everything. Wise wondered if Iron Pereira really thought he could resist the connections he had built over the years. Horseman Wise was surprised. Who was this man? From his clothing, he was a holy knight. It turned out to be Myers. Iron greeted him and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Wise was frightened when he realized that they knew each other. Myers said he had already received the news. They say Pereira had single-handedly destroyed the demons. The young man confirmed this and added that this time he had acted first. He apologized for not warning them. Iron said he had to finish this business. Myers understood what the young man meant. The Holy Knight noted that Iron had already fulfilled his duty. He needn't worry any further. The Holy Kingdom would now take care of it. The Black Myers Irons, a knight stood in front of the entrance to the reception hall. He said that Iron Pereira must continue on alone from here. An old man with glasses was sitting at a table in the back of the hall. He said that he had finally met Iron Pereira and asked the young man to come closer. Iron wondered who this man sitting next to him was. The young man said that he had been warned that they wanted to meet him. The old man noted that the name Pereira was now on everyone's lips in many corners of the continent, and that was why he wanted to talk to him personally. Iron replied that he also had something to say to His Majesty. Pereira told the story of what had happened at Wise. His Majesty understood that Gale Wise was actually involved in dirty business. His Majesty said that he already knew about it. Iron was surprised. Why then had he not been stopped earlier? His Majesty replied that it was all done in the name of peace on the continent. Iron was outraged. After all, they were brainwashing innocent elves, breaking their will, and selling them to vile human aristocrats, thereby increasing the influence of their trading company. Did His Majesty really believe that turning a blind eye to this was the path to peace? The old man asked if the young man had any idea how much they contributed to the treasury each year. Sad as it was, Wise was one of the pillars that kept this unstable world from collapsing. Iron replied that he knew what influence they had on the continent, but money gained from the suffering of elves was worthless. Sacrificing some for the benefit of others was like selling your soul to the devil. His Majesty said that this was only the opinion of a young man. There are countless people who are willing to slit someone's throat for a piece of bread. The man added that they are all part of this world, part of humanity. Does the young man really believe that they are willing to sell their souls to the devil and do not deserve to live? Iron replied that His Majesty was exaggerating. He had not said that. The old man said that in that case, the young man should abandon his empty ideals and answer. In this world full of chaos, what solution did he see? Iron admitted that he did not know. He added that he had thought about it for a long time, but had not found an answer. That is why he asked His Majesty to untangle this knot of chaos with the wisdom that young people are incapable of. The old man was surprised. Was the young man mocking him? Iron replied, not at all. He was not going to be stubborn or prove anything. He was just an inexperienced young man who lacked knowledge and was unable to offer a solution to such a large-scale problem. That is why he wants to ask His Majesty, or someone even wiser, to help him. Iron added that he would definitely do everything in his power. Iron Pereira firmly stated that he would become the champion at the upcoming Tournament of Heroes. He would prove his strength to give people hope and dispel their fears. He would make every effort to achieve this. That was all he could do at the moment. The assistant said that separate rooms had been prepared for all participants in the Heroes Tournament. If the young man needed anything, he could just ask. Iron was left alone in his room and tried to rest. The young man wondered if he had done everything right. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Iron heard familiar voices and realized it was Judith and Brad. But how did they get here? Iron opened the door and said he was very happy to see them. At that moment, Judith shoved a roll into his mouth and told him to get out immediately. Brad was holding glasses of beer in his hands. It turned out that the festival had already begun. Now there was no question of rest. The festival was indeed in full swing. Brad asked where Lulu was. Iron replied that she couldn't come. She had a lot of important and urgent business to attend to. Judith suggested that Iron was frowning because Elijah hadn't arrived yet. Brad noted that Judith was very perceptive. Judith noticed a herbalist shop and said she needed to stop by. Brad was surprised and asked why she needed to go there. The girl explained that her teacher had been coughing a lot lately. Without her, he even forgot to eat, so she would have to take care of him. The girl was curious to know if her mentor Kun was okay. However, the place she had left was no longer in order. The hut had been destroyed to the ground. Moreover, there was a magical demonic circle there. 2 weeks before the festival, Elder Kun approached Carl and asked if the young man knew the legend of 2 wolves living in the human heart. Carl got angry and asked what nonsense the old man was talking about. Kun pushed the attacking young man away and said that when a person is born, 2 wolves already live in his soul. One of them is white. It brings light and goodness. The second is its opposite, symbolizing darkness and destruction. They hate each other, and their battle never ends. Who do you think wins most often, young man? Carl noticed that the old man's aura had become even stronger. The elder said that the answer was very simple. The wolf that wins is the one that the man feeds. Kun again dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. Kun said he did not know what had happened to the young man or what pain he had endured. He could not fully comprehend it. Kun noted that, in the end, it was the young man himself who chose which wolf to feed. And it was he who raised this black wolf. Carl understood that there was nothing he could do about the old man. The young man gripped his sword tighter. Master Kun declared that Carl had crossed the line. Carl prepared for the final battle. Fury burned in his eyes. Kun told Carl to come to him. This meeting was meant to happen, and he would take responsibility for saving the young man from such a life. Kun looked at his hands, thought about his body, and decided that it was simply impossible. The power grew with every passing second, as if he were about to burn to ashes. The elder decided that it was necessary to end all this as soon as possible and prepared to repel the attack. Carl received a crushing blow to the chest and was thrown far back. The old man was filled with determination, but for some reason his body was bound by demonic chains. The demon jester, who was nearby, held these chains and prevented Kun from doing anything. The master found himself captive to the demon. The demon laughed and said that it was very close. Kun realized that the demonic clown was responsible for his capture. He said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The demon turned into a man wearing a hood. The man took off his hood and asked if the elder Kun remembered him. The master laughed. What was this man talking about? However, Kun experienced a strange feeling. He had definitely never met this man before. But why did this face seem so familiar, as if he had known him all his life? Kun thought with alarm, could this be his black wolf? Long ago, when he was young, Kun had honed his sword skills in these parts. The young man believed that he still had much to learn in order to gain true strength. Chrono Ian appeared on the forest path and greeted his friend. The young men, as usual, decided to have a duel, but Kun lost again. After the duel, the young men shook hands. Ian said that Kun seemed gloomy today. Khan was surprised to learn that Ian was opening a fencing school. Chrono confirmed that he had been recognized as a master swordsman and had received an offer he couldn't refuse. The sponsors believed in him. Ian added that, because of this, he wouldn't be able to come here for a while. Khan thought that he would continue training anyway. He would succeed too. 20 years passed. Kun trained tirelessly. However, he noticed that nothing had changed. The man was extremely upset. What had he done wrong? Everything should have been different. In despair, Kun thought that maybe he wasn't meant to be the best, even after all these years. Why wasn't anything working out? Why couldn't he be like Ian? Suddenly, Kun heard someone's voice. The voice asked if he needed strength. The voice said it had appeared because of the man's desperate desire to help him achieve what he was striving for. The voice added that it was his helper. Kun was surprised. What was it talking about? The voice Kun couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed incredible to him. The voice said that now this power belonged to him. Kun looked at his sword imbued with dark energy and asked again, was this power really his? The voice confirmed it. At that moment, his old acquaintance, Chrono Ian, appeared from the forest. Khan grabbed his sword and said that he was just about to come. However, since it had turned out this way, they could have a duel right now. Chrono Ian was amazed when he saw how Kun looked as he attacked him. The fight turned out to be really fierce. Kun asked if Ian would give up so easily. The hermit told the head of the school to take out his vaunted aura sword and put up a worthy fight. Chrono Ian couldn't withstand the onslaught and was deactivated. For the first time, he lost to this opponent. Kun couldn't believe it. Had he really won? The demon inside Kun said that he was truly an outstanding person. It would always be so if he followed his advice. He could even become even stronger. Kun lowered his sword and said that this was not why he wanted to become stronger. The demon was surprised. What kind of talk was this? Khan said that what had really frightened him all this time was not a feeling of inferiority towards Ian, nor envy. It was fear. Fear that his whole life, which he had devoted to the desire to surpass his friend, could become meaningless in an instant. But that wasn't even the main thing. The demon sensed that this man's body was beginning to reject his power. Kun said that what he had been striving for with all his heart was to find himself. Kun strained with all his might and expelled the dark demon from his body. The demon thought, if this continues, he will simply be consumed by emptiness. The demon decided that he urgently needed to find a new body and ran away. Khan approached his friend, who was still sitting under the tree. Could it be that Ian himself had been deactivated after his blow? Chrono Ian opened his eyes and said that wasn't true. He had just played along with Kun so that he wouldn't finish him off. The friend Khan said that this fight didn't count. However, he would definitely defeat Ian with his aura sword someday. While chained up, Elder Kun remembered those times. Kun said he assumed that after the expulsion, the dark demon would disappear, but he would return and become even stronger. How many people had he devoured during that time? The man said that he had worked hard to appear before his master again. Kun told the dark wolf that this was not the end. he would return and fulfill all his desires. Kun added that he would definitely survive and return. The man told his master to sleep peacefully. Elder Kun sank to the ground. He found himself in the center of a demonic circle. The demon jester thought that he had waited a long time for this day. As soon as this ritual was over, he would absorb this power. In his new body, he would become twice as strong as before. In the center of the demonic circle, demonic forces of enormous power were concentrating. The demon jester was surprised. What was this incredible aura? Carl got to his feet with the help of the demon jester. The demon jester thought that the body was moving on its own. He couldn't help but bow his head. Before him was absolute power that demanded unconditional obedience. The demon jester congratulated the Lord of Demons on his new birth. The young man said not to call him the Lord of Demons. He was the devil of reason. He was Sima.